Chapter 611 Heavenly Dao Fruit. When Long Chen returned to his residence, he saw that Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were in his courtyard, leaning against Little Snow and quietly muttering. He didn't know what they were saying, but the two of them were smiling beautifully. The courtyard was quiet, and the two of them were more beautiful than flowers. Long Chen leaned against the entrance, watching as the two of them talked and laughed. Occasionally, their bell-like laughter would ring out. He felt intoxicated. Long Chen, what are you just standing there for? You look like a thief. Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi suddenly noticed Long Chen. Beautiful as jade, like a scene from a painting, as if made by the heavens, a perfect harmony. I really was unable to disturb it. Long Chen laughed. It'd be strange if anyone believed you. Speak, just how many women did you play around with this time? Tang Wan'er glared at Long Chen. Slander, a completely unjust accusation. There was definitely nothing like that. Long Chen raised his hands as if crying injustice at the heavens. Ow! Hear that? Little Snow says he will testify for me. Long Chen laughed. Woo! Meng Qi suddenly laughed. Little Snow says that Long Chen ended up running into someone called Mu Shui. Just who is this Mu Shui? Long Chen's face darkened. Little Snow had actually betrayed him at this critical time to side with Meng Qi. Hurry up and speak. Don't try acting taciturn while you come up with a lie. Tang Wan'er glared at Long Chen, seeming like she would cruelly torture him for the answers. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er, one was gentle and soft, while the other was fiery and explosive. When the two were combined, it was truly like he was under interrogation. Long Chen sat down with the two of them. He told them everything that had occurred once he had left the monastery, except for the matter with the dragon expert's help and the real reason for the Mo family leaving. It was naturally better for as few people as possible to know about those things. Having that burden rest on his shoulders was enough. Who asked men not to let their women worry so much? That Yin family really was hateful. They actually kidnapped uncle and aunt. They deserved to be destroyed. Tang Wan'er clenched her teeth. The fact that uncle and aunt are living in seclusion and having a peaceful life isn't necessarily a bad thing, comforted Meng Qi. Sorry, I've caused you two to worry. Long Chen couldn't help but feel sorry toward the two of them. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er gently leaned against Long Chen. Smelling his familiar scent, they felt extremely warm inside, filled with peace and joy. That's right, I almost forgot to tell you this. Sister Chu Yao has left the Skywood Palace, said Tang Wan'er. Where did she go? Half a month ago, Sister Chu Yao stepped into the Shantian realm. She actually awakened a manifestation, becoming a powerful celestial. The Skywood Divine Palace sent someone to bring her back to the Skywood Sacred Land. Apparently, that's very, very far from here. So Sister Chu Yao wanted to see you before leaving, but at the time, you were with the Mo family in Qing Prefecture. This matter came so suddenly, that as a result, Sister Chu Yao could only leave. Thinking of Chu Yao's sad and disappointed expression as she had left, Tang Wan'er's eyes reddened and she almost cried. This is what Sister Chu Yao left for you. Meng Qi handed a scroll to Long Chen. Long Chen opened the scroll. There was a painting on it. That painting depicted a martial stage with a youth fighting a human-shaped monster with long fur all over its body. Seeing that scene, Long Chen immediately recalled his fierce battle with Huang Chong back in the Phoenix Cry Lantern Festival. At that time, Huang Chong had used beast transformation to turn into this form. His own appearance had been slightly immature. However, his eyes contained endless rage. The drawing itself was just average, but the drawing of him was remarkably lifelike and perfect. On one side of the painting was a line of graceful characters. The dragon swims across the 4 oceans, the phoenix flies throughout the 9 lands. Seas of blood may block us, but we will never give up our path. Dragon and phoenix will both live to old age. This was their promise to each other. At that time, they had been insignificant figures, but even in the face of irresistible power, they still hadn't retreated. They had both expressed their true thoughts. Seas of blood may block us, but we will never give up our path. Dragon and phoenix will both live to old age. For me, Yao you're willing to be bathed in blood. Why bother? Long Chen looked up at the sky, sadness flashing in his eyes. Chu Yao had a quiet, peaceful temperament. She didn't like fighting, but in order to help him, in order to protect him, she had chosen the path of an expert. That was an endlessly bloody path. But she had stepped onto it without looking back. Cultivation was a path of no return. Once you stepped on it, there was no chance to step off. Even if Long Chen gave up on cultivation right now, it would have no meaning at all. There were still countless enemies that would come find him. Giving up his cultivation was just crippling his martial might, allowing the heavens to decide his fate. Then his ending would be incomparably cruel. Chu Yao had also realized the cruelty of cultivation, and she had firmly chosen to become stronger. But the fact that she hadn't managed to see Long Chen before leaving was her greatest regret. Thinking of Chu Yao standing alone as she looked in the direction of Qing Prefecture, Long Chen felt like needles were stabbing his heart. Long Chen, don't think too much about this. Once a person steps on the path of cultivation, there's no looking back. We all have to get stronger. Once we stand at the peak of the martial path, our fates will be in our own hands. Seeing the pain in Long Chen's expression, Meng Qi couldn't hold back from comforting him. That's right, we all have to work hard at our cultivation. Sister Chu Yao is waiting for us, and maybe Sister Ziqiu has also revived. We'll all get stronger and meet again one day, said Tang Wan. Thinking of Yi Ziqiu, a sad but beautiful scene resurfaced in Long Chen's mind. Yi Ziqiu's icy goddess-like face's first smile had been like a blooming ice lotus, beautiful but poignant to the peak. Long Chen, don't cry. A hero capable of supporting heaven and earth shouldn't cry for a woman. I don't want you to be laughed at by others. I really was very happy those days when I accompanied you. The only regretful thing is that those days were just temporary. I won't get to see you standing at the peak of the world. Long Chen, didn't you always want to see me smile? Then I can let you see it one time. Yi Ziqiu's voice once more resounded in his mind. It felt like it had been a lifetime ago. Thinking of how Yi Ziqiu might be revived, Long Chen was filled with a lofty ideal. He wouldn't allow a repeat of that tragedy. He would get stronger and trample all his enemies beneath his feet. After coming in contact with that dragon expert, after seeing that scene up in the void, Long Chen felt himself to be incredibly minuscule. The first thing he had to do was to get stronger. Meng Qi, Wan do you want to become a celestial? Long Chen suddenly asked out of nowhere. Meng Qi and Tang Wan thought their ears had broken. I should have the ability to turn one of you into a celestial. So, decide which of you wants to try it. Long Chen was extremely confident. On his way back here, he had noticed a strange discovery that had almost made him go crazy. On the way, he had killed 2 Shantian magical beasts and thrown their corpses into the black soil, turning them into life energy. Those withered trees had slowly revived. But the strength of 2 magical beasts was still just a drop in the ocean. The trees had only recovered the slightest vitality. In order to fully recover, it would require quite some time. Long Chen noticed that all the huge trees had died, but there was one tree that was still flourishing without the slightest sign of withering. That small tree's leaves all contained a faint rune. But each rune was incomparably clear and released a powerful fluctuation. The thing that filled Long Chen with disbelief was that at some point, this small tree had borne a fruit. That fruit was only the size of a fist, and it was covered with runes that emitted powerful fluctuations. Seeing those runes, Long Chen had almost cried out. Those runes were the same runes Yin Wuxiang had summoned with his manifestation. Even the fluctuations were similar. However, this fruit's energy was powerful, but it wasn't berserk. Long Chen had directly plucked it and swallowed it. He found that it had a heavenly Dao seed inside it, just like the Dao seeds in Mo Gate. But Long Chen was depressed to find that no matter how he tried to absorb it, it refused to merge with him. In the end, the primal chaos bead had directly taken back the Dao seed and thrown it into the black soil again. That small tree once more bore a fruit, one exactly the same as the one Long Chen had swallowed. Seeing this situation, Long Chen knew that the primal chaos bead had to have absorbed Yin Wuxiang's core runes when he had killed him in order to form this Dao rune fruit. Furthermore, this Dao rune fruit had no will that was fighting him. Long Chen didn't know why he was unable to absorb it, but just because he wasn't able to absorb it didn't mean others couldn't. So Long Chen had an extremely brazen idea. In the future, each time he killed a celestial, wouldn't he also gain a Dao rune fruit? And then wouldn't there be another celestial by his side? Just what would an army of over 300 celestials look like? Thinking of that, Long Chen felt like he might go crazy. It didn't seem all too impossible. The theory was solid. Give it to Wan. I'm a soul cultivator, and it seems the power of a celestial isn't able to help me much. But Wan is a wind cultivator, and if she becomes a celestial, her wind blades will reach a terrifying level, said Meng Qi. Sister Meng Qi, Tang Wan was about to decline. Meng Qi's right. Wan your temperament is very explosive. Perhaps becoming a celestial can mellow you out a bit. You truly are in need of it, said Long Chen. Bastard, if you don't anger me for a day, will you feel unwell? Raged Tang Wan Come, be my experimental guinea pig. There's no need to say so much. Let's go somewhere secluded to do some exciting stuff. Meng Qi couldn't help but smile strangely as she watched these two clowns enter a private room. Chapter 612 Secret Weapon. What Meng Qi didn't expect was that Long Chen already came out just an incense stick's worth of time later. You're done this quickly? She asked. Meng Qi, if you put it like that, I'll be very hurt, said Long Chen. Meng Qi was at first confused, but then seeing the teasing in Long Chen's eyes, she immediately turned red, rebuking, all day, your head is just full of indecent thoughts. Long Chen knew Meng Qi's temperament was more gentle and not like Tang Wan. These kinds of jokes weren't suitable for her, so he laughed. That's just because I found that I was worried for nothing. There wasn't the slightest difficulty. Wan is in the process of refining the Dao Rune fruit. Although it's slow, there's not the slightest bit of danger. Long Chen had been standing by Tang Wan side when she had consumed the Dao Rune fruit. But he found that the fruit didn't have the slightest resistance and simply allowed Tang Wan to absorb it. However, the amount of energy in it was too great, and Tang Wan needed a bit of time. Long Chen had gotten impatient and come out on his own. From this experiment with Tang Wan Long Chen's confidence rose even higher. It seemed his crazy thoughts were actually realizable. Of course, the precondition was that he managed to kill that many celestials. However, celestials were rare. The majority of them were hidden by their sects. Someone like Yin Wusheng who roved around was not at all common. The reason Yin Wusheng could be so rampant was because he had his background as a member of an ancient family as a deterrence, as well as the fact that it was just his clone. After all, if he only relied on his true body's cultivation and didn't have the battle experience from his clone, there was no way he could become a true expert. But the world was large, and there were countless geniuses. Celestials were not guaranteed to be safe. So Yin Wusheng only dared move around in the surrounding few prefectures. Only by staying within the range of the Yin family could he guarantee his safety. Thus, the chance of Long Chen finding another celestial wandering around was very low. Furthermore, killing one of them would be offending an enormous power. It came at a heavy price. As for the Dao Rune fruit, Long Chen merely said it was a kind of miraculous fruit that was born with Dao runes. After consuming it, there was a chance that a person could become a celestial. He didn't tell them the true origin of the fruit. If he let them know that this fruit was Yin Wusheng's core runes, then it was unknown whether or not Tang Wan would immediately reject it. So Long Chen kept this secret to himself. All he had told them was that he was not sure how these fruits were born. Perhaps he would learn the requirements in the future, but for now, it seemed like it relied on the weather. Meng Qi and Tang Wan had thought he had just been spouting rubbish, but in truth, Long Chen's words weren't a complete lie. That was because when celestials fought, the weather really would normally become worse. So looking at the weather wasn't absolute nonsense. As for this so-called Dao Rune fruit, there were actually many kinds of these in this world, so the name didn't sound foreign. But in Long Chen's view, it shouldn't be called Dao Rune fruit but a kind of heaven-defying heavenly Dao fruit. Furthermore, these weren't natural but man-made. After settling Tang Wan matter, Long Chen gathered up the Dragonblood Legion. He saw that the excitement in their eyes still hadn't faded. "Boss, when are you going to bring us out for a fight?" "My spear is getting hungry," cried Ji Yuyong. He was extremely warlike inside, and when he had seen the photographic jade of Long Chen fighting Yin Wusheng, he had had an urge to immediately find a large battle for himself. "You want to fight? Could it be you aren't even aware of the flaw that is present in all of your bodies?" asked Long Chen. "Boss, don't scare us. What flaw are you talking about?" asked Guo Ran. "You don't have that problem. But the others all have that flaw. Your cultivation speeds have greatly surpassed your mental realms. Right now, your auras are no longer stable and have started to leak out of your control. Because you've advanced too quickly to the late meridian opening realm, you didn't notice it," said Long Chen. Now that he brought it up, everyone was startled. Paying close attention to their auras, they truly did sense slight traces of spiritual qi leaking out. But they didn't sense anything else. "You aren't aware that this is a sign your cultivation speed has surpassed your mental realms. It's not obvious now, but once you reach the Shantian realm, it will become a huge flaw. In truth, it's my fault. I forgot to tell you that since you've all undergone complete tempering, your body will contain a great deal of medicinal pill energy. Once you reach the meridian opening realm, you should have slowed down your cultivation speed, said Long Chen. Then what should we do now? Asked Ji Yu Yong hastily. It's a good thing I came back in time. Starting today, no one should continue cultivating. Stabilize your auras. Cultivation is like rowing a boat upstream. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. As soon as you stop cultivating, your speed will slow down, and your realm might even slowly retreat. But don't worry, because that kind of recession is just temporary. It can help stabilize your foundation slightly, said Long Chen. That's all? Asked Yu Zifeng. Of course not. This is just a stopgap. To truly stabilize your foundation in a short time requires you to undergo true life and death battles, relying on the pressure of death and the intensity of a fierce battle to completely stabilize your cultivation bases, said Long Chen. Then, should we go after the leftovers of the Yin family? I hear there are still a few dredges from them that are running businesses. An evil smile appeared on Guo Ran's face. Let that go. Those people are just branch members of the Yin family and not direct descendants. None of them are real experts. To be frank, they're just a bunch of workers that the Yin family didn't care about. Why bother with them? Furthermore, killing a few chickens won't bring you any pressure, said Long Chen. Then what? It seems there aren't any large battles to be fought right now, right? Said Guo Ran. For now, there's no battle to be fought. Everyone should just rest, relax. Play some chess, drink some wine, rest your balls. Go play with some random missions. That was all he had to say. With his reminder, everyone no longer dared to cultivate, and they all scattered to relax. Guo Ran stealthily approached Long Chen. Hee, boss, I have another new invention. Come, let's find a place for me to open your eyes to the world. Outside the Xuantian supermonastery, in an empty space, Guo Ran waved his hand, and an oddly shaped boat appeared in front of him. This boat was 30 meters long, and there were countless notches in it with wind spirit stones embedded into them. There was also a large cannon at the head of the boat. This bronze cannon was 3 feet thick and 2 meters long. Dragon-shaped diagrams had been carved into it to give it a grand feeling. Boss, this is what I built based on the diagram you gave me. I changed up some minor things, and I also added a cannon to it. I have special cannonballs for it. One use exhausts 1,000 wind spirit stones. That power is truly awesome. When it comes to Xiantian experts, a single cannon can kill as many of them as there are. I've personally tried using a cannonball against a large mountain. I've also modified the tail, adding a formation to give it the greatest amount of acceleration possible. This boat's speed will make it appear like a shooting star in the air. Furthermore, the leather seats are completely adjustable, allowing you to have a 360-degree view, and 5 speeds. Alright, it sounds and looks pretty amazing. Let's try it out. Long Chen jumped into the boat. Guo Ran sat at the front of the boat, and 2 poles appeared in front of him. He pushed one of those poles forward. The boat's countless wind spirit stones lit up, and the formation runes on the rear also activated. The boat became a ray of light that flew into the sky incredibly fast. Haha, how is it, boss? Isn't the feeling of flying amazing? Guo Ran crazily shouted as he controlled the boat. Although this wasn't his first time flying it, he still felt incomparably excited. This is twice the speed of a 5th-rank magical beast. It really is not bad. Long Chen nodded. He had no choice but to admire Guo Ran. He was truly talented. Back then, Long Chen had only come up with a brazen idea. He hadn't expected Guo Ran to actually be able to realize it and to even perfect it to this point. Hee, this is just the starting speed. Didn't I say there were 5 speeds? Boss, don't fall off. The boat went through 4 increases of speed, truly becoming like a meteorite soaring through the air. Long Chen even felt that the air resistance was getting painful. This was truly too fast. He had never experienced this speed before. Boss, how is it? Guo Ran's face was already deformed from being blown by the wind, but he still didn't forget to sound immensely pleased with himself. 5, said Long Chen out of nowhere. 4, boss, what are you talking about? 3, there are 3 more seconds until we crash into a mountain, said Long Chen lightly. What the fuck? A huge mountain suddenly appeared in front of them. A huge dent was smashed into the flying boat, while Long Chen and Guo Ran were almost directly thrown off. Boss, you really know how to mess around. Guo Ran was slightly speechless. Your flying boat really is sturdy. Long Chen gave him a thumbs up. Long Chen had sensed that mountain a while ago. But this was just an earthen mountain, and his spiritual strength was able to see through it. So he intentionally didn't warn Guo Ran. This proved that Guo Ran's inventions were truly amazing. Even such a high-speed collision didn't break the boat. Do you want to try firing a cannon? Asked Guo Ran. No, although we have many wind spirit stones, they're still limited. It's best to save this little bit. Long Chen shook his head. They wouldn't be able to get more wind spirit stones in the future. To immediately waste 1,000 like that was meaningless. This flying boat is practically a divine weapon that can be used to kill people and run. Properly protect it, and don't expose it if you can. Guo Ran nodded. This was a secret weapon. After flying for a bit more, Long Chen and Guo Ran put away the boat and returned to the supermonastery. As soon as they returned, a Dragonblood disciple ran over. Boss, experts came looking for you. The monastery head is currently receiving them, and she needs you to get over there as fast as possible. Chapter 613 Exploding Temperament. There were 3 newcomers who were sitting in the Xuantian Palace. One was a muscular man with a broadsword on his back. One was a middle-aged man wearing embroidered robes. And the last was an elderly man. The muscular man was extremely large. Even sitting down, his height was almost the same as an ordinary person standing up. He released an explosive aura. The middle-aged man appeared to be in his 30s. He had 3 whiskers, and he carried a folding fan in his hand. He looked just like a scholar. As for the elder, he was clad in violet robes with a 9-story tower embroidered onto it. Boundless pressure came from him. Shui Wuan and Zhou Qingyi were also present. They were currently talking to the middle-aged man, as the muscular man and the elder refused to say a word. They simply sat there with their eyes closed. Monastery head Shui, when will Long Chen arrive? I've already waited for an hour. He's just a junior, so why must he put on such airs? Suddenly, the muscular man broke his silence. His voice was similar to his figure, rough and coarse, sounding like the beating of a loud drum. I'm sorry, but I was unaware you would be coming. Long Chen went out for a trip, but I've already sent disciples to alert him. He should quickly return. Shui Wuan smiled. Although this sword-bearing muscular man and the middle-aged scholar were only half-step C expansion experts, Shui Wuan had no choice but to be courteous to them. That was because their backgrounds were far too intimidating. The sword-bearing man was actually from a sect as famous as the Xuantian Dao sect, the heaven-splitting divine sect. His appearance made Shui Wuan slightly worried. The heaven-splitting divine sect was not present in this region. Could it be that news that Long Chen had cultivated the first form of split the heavens had reached their ears? Did Long Chen's intense battles in Qing Prefecture expose him? But that still didn't make sense. If it was from that, the timing didn't match up. It would be impossible for someone to arrive this quickly. As for the middle-aged man, his background was equally shocking. He came from the Ancient Family Alliance. Although the Xuantian Dao sect and the Ancient Family Alliance were not enemies or friends, she still had to be courteous. The fact that someone from the Ancient Family Alliance would come was well within her expectations. The destruction of the Yin family was a major matter. However, the fact that the Pill Tower had also sent someone made her a bit bewildered. The Pill Tower supposedly did not care about worldly matters. Why would they come here? Now wasn't the time for her to say those things. However, the fact that 3 great powers had sent representatives at the same time was rather thought-provoking. HMPH, it couldn't be that you sent him running, right? Asked the sword-bearing man icily. Sir, are you suspecting me? Shui Wuan's expression sank. This was too much. When it came to cultivation base and even including his status, this sword-bearing man was only a half-step C expansion expert. He did not have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of her, a true C expansion expert. That was especially true since Shui Wuan was a monastery head who represented the Xuantian Dao sect. His words seemed to be a provocation. The sword-bearing man snorted but didn't say any more. As for Zhou Qingyi, a slight smile appeared on her face, one delighting in Shui Wuan's misfortune. Reporting to the monastery head, senior apprentice brother Long Chen has arrived. Long Chen walked in. The instant he appeared, 3 gazes locked onto him. Long Chen stared back and his heart shook. He felt a strong sense of danger from these people. Although they were only half-step C expansion experts, they were extremely strong. They were much stronger than Wang Yishan or Luo Yingshang. The sword-bearing man suddenly stood up. He was a whole head taller than Long Chen, and he icily looked down at him. Shui Wuan frowned. The man was too stupid, and it seemed he didn't know any manners. However, this wasn't a good time for her to say anything. She just glanced at Long Chen, indicating he should be careful. As soon as Long Chen saw this sword-bearing man, he could guess his origin. He possessed the aura of Split the Heavens, so he should have come from the heaven-splitting divine sect. Correct. Long Chen nodded. Where did you obtain the first form of Split the Heavens? Asked the sword-bearing man icily. Long Chen frowned, a bit irritated. This mannerism made it seem like he was interrogating a criminal. Suddenly, Shui Wuan gave him a meaningful glance, and Long Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Back in the Phoenix Cry Empire, I found it in a pile of discarded battle skills in the capital's battle skill pavilion. Do you have any proof? The capital had people overseeing everything. You can go ask. Back then, I used a medicinal pill to bribe one of them to obtain the beast hide. In any case, his parents had already left Phoenix Cry. Long Chen no longer had any misgivings. Furthermore, he was speaking the truth, so he wasn't afraid of any investigation. With the rules of the cultivation world, cultivators were not allowed to make things hard on the secular world's people. This sword-bearing man wouldn't dare do anything to the Phoenix Cry Empire. Fine, I'll remember these words. I'll investigate myself, and if you lied to me, you'll definitely regret it, said the sword-bearing man, pointing at Long Chen. Long Chen's gaze turned cold, and killing intent appeared within his eyes. Being pointed at like this was extremely rude, but Long Chen still endured it. Then let me ask you, was my divine sect's disciple killed by you? You brazen brute, you dared to kill a disciple from my sect. You. A large hand ruthlessly slapped across the man's face. The immense force directly sent him flying, and he crashed through the wall, smashed through a set of stairs and destroyed a huge stone lion before coming to a stop. Shut the fuck up, I've restrained myself for so long. If you want to force me anymore, I'll directly hack you to death. Killing intent erupted from Long Chen. This bastard was completely intolerable. Even before learning about the whole truth, he immediately began to curse him. Long Chen's sudden attack caused everyone to jump in shock, especially the middle-aged man and the elder from the Pill Tower. Long Chen's temperament was too explosive, and he had exploded without the slightest sign. Bastard, you're looking to die. The sword-bearing man roared furiously and charged out. His sword was now in his hand, and he was pointing it at Long Chen, just about to attack. If you dare take another step, I'll make your blood dye this place red. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Long Chen, never make empty threats. Long Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, icily glaring at the man. Long Chen was truly furious. If this man dared attack, Long Chen would bring out his full strength to kill him. Who cared about his sect? Such idiots should just be directly killed. As for the sword-bearing man, he had just exploded into fury when he felt an unprecedented terror from looking into Long Chen's eyes. He felt like he wasn't facing a person but a terrifying monster instead. As long as he took another step, his life would disappear. This was a kind of intuition. As an expert, he was extremely sensitive to danger. His scalp turned numb. Friend from the heaven-splitting divine sect, put down your sword. Long Chen recently killed a meridian-opening celestial, so you aren't his match, advised the middle-aged man. What? You've killed a celestial? The sword-bearing man's expression changed completely. It seems Sir rushed over too quickly and isn't aware of the entire story. How about you sit down and we can calmly discuss this, advised the middle-aged man. The sword-bearing man's expression was exceedingly ugly. This slap in the face was too vicious, and even his facial bones had broken. Just how was he supposed to brush off the anger at having such a clear handprint on his face? But in the end, he knew that since Long Chen could kill a meridian-opening celestial, he wasn't a match for him. And yet, retreating like this was an immense blow to his prestige, so he stubbornly said, to kill one of our disciples is to become enemies with my heaven-splitting divine sect. What nonsense. It was your disciple who got greedy for my treasures. I had clearly already given him the beast hide to prove my innocence, but he still placed his sights on my treasures, wanting to kill me and take them for himself. That was the only reason I killed him. Do you have a mental illness? I can't kill him, but he can kill me. Cursed Long Chen. You're the one spouting nonsense. It was someone from your Xuantian Dao sect that alerted my heaven-splitting divine sect that someone secretly learned our split the heavens divine ability. To cover that up, you despicably killed one of our disciples. That's the only reason I spent several months rushing over here to investigate, raged the sword-bearing man. Someone from the Xuantian Dao sect. Long Chen suddenly turned around to glare at Zhou Qingyi with killing intent. Shui Wuan's expression was also dark as she looked at Zhou Qingyi, clenching her fists tightly. You, what are you looking at me for? He said. Someone from the Xuantian Dao sect, not someone from my Zhou family. Don't accuse the wrong person. Zhou Qingyi's voice was lacking confidence, but she still forced herself to be calm. Zhou Qingyi, you are playing with fire. If you continue to play, I hope you won't regret it when I exterminate your Zhou family, said Long Chen icily. This Zhou family really was too despicable. They had actually alerted the heaven-splitting divine sect on their own, wanting to borrow their blade to kill him. Unfortunately, the dragon expert had told him that its strength could only be used once. It had sealed the remaining energy inside the dragon scale. If Long Chen wanted to use the green dragon possession again, he needed to refine the essence blood first. During this time, the dragon expert was unable to give him any help. Long Chen was unable to bring out the green dragon possession right now, otherwise, he would have directly killed this hateful bitch. Unfortunately, without that skill, he was not a match for a sea expansion expert. Long Chen suddenly threw a photographic jade at the sword-bearing man. This is a recording of my conversation with your sect's disciple. You'll understand once you see it. Within the Julie secret realm, Long Chen had kept a photographic jade activated the entire time. Now it finally had a use. Once the sword-bearing man looked through it, he found it really was as Long Chen said. He didn't know what to say. He was both embarrassed as well as infuriated, as that slap in his face was something he couldn't do anything about anymore. Seeing that the sword-bearing man had nothing more to say, the middle-aged man smiled. Mr. Long Chen, I have a few things I want to ask you about. Chapter 614 Cursing in the Nose. The scholarly, middle-aged man's words were very courteous, but Long Chen saw rancor hidden deep in his eyes. He was the typical model of a human scum that liked to act as a scholar. He was clearly a cultivator, so why did he have to dress himself up as a weak scholar? Please go ahead, said Long Chen bluntly. What relationship do you have with Mo Gate? Asked the middle-aged man. I am close brothers with Mo Gate's junior gate master. I've eaten and lived with him. As a person, he is extremely generous, treating me to food, drink, and prostitutes. He's very loyal, spouted Long Chen. Shui Wuan was speechless. Although this wasn't exactly taboo for cultivators, saying that he went to see prostitutes was still extremely awkward. Haha, then how much do you understand about Mo Gate? Asked the middle-aged man. However, this time a formless spiritual energy crept toward Long Chen. He was trying to tell whether or not Long Chen was lying by sensing his spiritual fluctuations. Long Chen sneered inside. Wasn't this fake scholar embarrassed to show off such insignificant spiritual strength? Acting as if he didn't realize he was probing him, Long Chen replied, I actually know quite a bit about Mo Gate. His family has many members. Some are men, some are women, some are seniors, and some are children. The middle-aged man's expression sank, and he icily said, Long Chen, I am representing the ancient family alliance right now. It'd be best for you to be more serious. What does who you represent have to do with me? Just why would I have to be more serious? Do you think your ancient families are so amazing? Fuck, you idiots kidnapped my father, my mother, and even my little sister who is just a child. With the destruction of the Yin family, even my family has disappeared. Fuck your mother, are ancient families so amazing? Could it be that ancient families are simply allowed to bully us, ordinary cultivators? You represent the ancient families. Good, I've long since been stifling a stomach of complaints. Today, if you don't give me an explanation, then don't even think about leaving here alive. Blood Drinker suddenly appeared in Long Chen's hand. Endless pressure tightly locked down the middle-aged man. Long Chen's eyes were scarlet, and endless killing intent erupted from him, making him look like a berserk devil king. Although his parents and sister were safe, this matter's cause was entirely because of the Yin family. They had broken his family's peaceful life. Just mentioning an ancient family gave Long Chen rage. You want to interrogate me? Good, then I'll properly settle our bill today. Long Chen had an urge to immediately crush this faker into pulp. The instant Long Chen's aura erupted, Shui Wuan and Zhou Qingyi were both startled. Even they, true sea expansion experts, felt intimidated. That wasn't because of his cultivation base aura, but because of the endless killing intent in his aura. That killing intent had practically become solid. Even they felt a chill from it. They had no idea how Long Chen had come to possess such a terrifying killing intent. What they weren't aware of was that this was the result of Long Chen personally exterminating the entire Yin family. Having killed 3C expansion experts from the Yin family, he had ended up infected by boundless resentment, which had caused his killing intent to surge to a level that could even shock them. As for the middle-aged man who was locked down by this killing intent, he was as pale as paper. He was horrified to find that he couldn't even muster the courage to lift a single finger. In fact, he didn't even dare bat an eye. That was because he was afraid that just that slight action would cause his aura to fluctuate, which would cause Long Chen to strike like lightning, and his head would tumble from his shoulders. The sword-bearing man couldn't help but feel that he had been lucky. Long Chen was truly too terrifying. It was a good thing he hadn't used force just now. Long Chen, calm down. He came to investigate, not to find a quarrel. Don't misunderstand, said Shui Wuan. But she had no choice but to admire him. This sudden hostility had been done perfectly, and the other side was completely intimidated. That's right, I only came to investigate. I need to find out the whole story. I'm not intentionally targeting you. I simply have to give an explanation to the ancient families and to the outside world. Don't worry, if the Yin family really kidnapped your parents, they would have broken the rules of the cultivation world. Our ancient families won't allow such scum to be counted amongst ourselves. We'll definitely give you justice, said the middle-aged man hastily. Justice? You know what justice is. Do you arrogant fellows give a damn about others? In Qing Prefecture, Yin Wuxiang's threats against me had long since been recorded by countless people. I don't believe you didn't see them. You clearly know that I'm the victim, but you still came here to interrogate me. Furthermore, my parents and sister have already disappeared along with the destruction of the Yin family. Just what justice are you going to give me? Raged Long Chen, his eyes scarlet. The middle-aged man was at a complete loss. He had seen those photographic jades, and he had heard the threats Yin Wuxiang had used against Long Chen. But his true goal in coming here wasn't really to investigate that. So he had simply ignored it. But Long Chen's burst of fury caused him to be speechless. He even regretted coming to the Xuantian supermonastery. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have rushed over. Long Chen, calm down. You have to clearly distinguish just who is the true source of the injustice, shouted Shui Wuan. However, inside, she was laughing. Previously, she had asked Long Chen about his family, and he hadn't wanted to trick her about that. In order to avoid making her feel unwell, he had told her that his family was safe. So Shui Wuan knew that Long Chen was just faking. But Long Chen's acting was just too realistic, and even she almost believed it. Knowing that she had to work together with Long Chen at this point, she played the role of a strict superior. Only like this would the middle-aged man be intimidated enough for them to have a proper conversation. Otherwise, with his status, he would often say thorny words that were irritating to hear. Right, I just came here to investigate which will help you address the injustice, said the middle-aged man. Long Chen took a deep breath and suppressed his fury. In truth, he really was furious. He loathed these arrogant fellows the most. Although this fellow liked to dress himself up as a refined scholar, it was impossible for him to conceal his contempt for others. Only now did Long Chen put away his saber, allowing the middle-aged man to sigh with relief. Long Chen had been too terrifying just now. He seemed like a berserk madman. Sorry, due to the disappearance of his family and with the fact that no one knows if they're alive or not, Long Chen's fury has caused his words to be rude. Please don't be offended, apologized Shui Wuan. No, this just proves Long Chen cares deeply about his family. Such a righteous hero is truly rare. The middle-aged man laughed. Following this, the middle-aged man sat down and began to ask Long Chen a few things. But this time, he was much more polite. Long Chen had long since had a story prepared. He didn't hesitate with his replies. He told him everything. The main thing was that Mo Yi had helped Long Chen come up with a story before leaving. After thinking over it many times, he had adjusted any flaws. What was spouted out of Long Chen's mouth were the best, most seamless lies he had ever told. Furthermore, the middle-aged man had been in the wrong just before this, and now seeing Long Chen cooperate and answer so smoothly, he felt that Long Chen was truly a magnanimous soul. It was normal for him to be furious and aggrieved. After his questions, he felt that he had determined the whole sequence of events. During the teleportation process, there had been a problem, and Long Chen had been teleported somewhere other than the Yin family. This kind of situation wasn't unprecedented. Many forceful teleportation talismans had circulated down from ancient times. After how much time had passed, it was more than possible for slight flaws to appear in them. Just the slightest flaw could affect a teleportation talisman's effect, so this wasn't all too rare. Furthermore, the middle-aged man had already sent a team to investigate in Phoenix Cry. He trusted they would conclude the truth very quickly. After asking his questions, he even said he would muster a team to help Long Chen look for his family. But Long Chen had merely curled his lips. He obviously didn't believe such pompous words. As for the middle-aged man, he was merely speaking some empty words. Of course, he wouldn't really send people looking. Being exposed like this, he felt extremely awkward. However, all of his questions had been asked now. The elder who hadn't said anything this entire time finally opened his mouth. This old man is Huo Li, the administrator for the Pill Tower within the Su, Lin, and Yi prefectures. Is Huo Wufang one of your people? Asked Long Chen. In terms of seniority, I would be his uncle. Huo Wufang's uncle. Hehe, I trust Huo Wufang is still alive, right? Sneered Long Chen. Correct, he really is alive. But each day, he feels the pain of thousands of ants devouring his marrow. It is truly a life worse than death, said Huo Li. Not bad, it really is just as I thought. I knew a cowardly, greedy person like him wouldn't have the courage to end his own life, said Long Chen indifferently. You've tormented him for this long. After this long, no matter what sins you think Wufang committed, he has paid the price. That should be enough for you. I hope you can give us the antidote, and then our Huo family will owe you a favor. How's that? Huo Li suppressed his fury at being talked to in this manner. As the administrator for 3 prefectures, even sect leaders in this region would have to be respectful toward him. But Long Chen, a junior, dared talk to him like this. That immediately caused his fury to soar. He was different from the other 2 who had come. He represented the Pill Tower. Their medicinal pills were the lifeline of all sects. No one dared to offend them. But for Huo Wufang, he had no choice but to curb his arrogance. They had run out of options, because without the antidote, there was no way for them to heal Huo Wufang. They could only watch all day as he cried out miserably, living a life worse than death. Now, the Huo family had finally decided their dignity wasn't worth it, and Huo Li, an extremely prestigious figure, had come to the Xuantian supermonastery to subserviently ask Long Chen for the antidote. That was already an admission of defeat and a great humiliation to the Huo family. Monastery head, can I decide this matter myself? Long Chen looked toward Shui Wuan. Shui Wuan looked from Long Chen to Huo Li and couldn't help but sigh. You can decide. No matter what choice you make, the supermonastery will support you. Long Chen nodded and turned back to Huo Li, pointing at his nose and cursing, fuck the hell off. Chapter 615 Completely unexpected. Long Chen's words caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Even Shui Wuan, who had already known that Long Chen would definitely refuse the Huo family's proposal, had never imagined Long Chen would be this fierce. You little brute, what did you say? Huo Li could no longer hold back his fury. Old brute, I told you to fuck the hell off. Now you've heard it clearly, right? Sneered Long Chen. Monastery head Shui, is this how your Xuantian supermonastery raises its disciples? Raged Huo Li. Even cursing back at a junior was a loss of status for him, so he had no choice but to turn to Shui Wuan, trying to force her into restraining Long Chen. Shui Wuan lightly replied, Administrator Huo, previously, I've already stated that Long Chen has the authority to make his own decisions. As for you, you came to talk to Long Chen. Thus, I, Shui Wuan, won't interfere. Fine. Huo Li turned back and asked, Long Chen, are you going to give me the antidote or not? No, Long Chen answered extremely directly. The middle-aged man and the sword-bearing man were both shocked. Just what kind of divinity was Long Chen for him to be able to make a poison that even the Pill Tower was helpless to cure? It had to be known that the Pill Tower was filled with alchemists. Furthermore, Long Chen's firm attitude also startled them. He was giving no leeway at all. He was setting himself up as an enemy of the Pill Tower. Even a small meridian opening brat dared challenge the Pill Tower. That was truly crazy. Did he not care about his life? You better think this through. A youngster should think things through before acting. Don't regret it. The threat within Huo Yi's words was obvious. Regret? Why would I regret it? Now that my family is no longer present, I am just one loner. What would I be afraid of? You want to threaten me? Could it be that you didn't take your medication before coming out? Do you think I'm someone easily threatened? If you have the ability, then come try and kill me in one strike. But let me tell you, if you aren't able to kill me in that one blow, it just so happens that I am someone who dares to do anything. Long Chen's sinister laugh raised goosebumps. HMPH, you're too arrogant, practically unreasonable. I came here to reconcile our differences, but you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, sneered Huo Li. He had never seen such an obstinate person. Reconcile our differences, kindness. All right, if you want to reconcile, that's fine. If you can revive the brothers and sisters that died in the Julie secret realm because of Huo Wufang, then we can reconcile. Can you do that? Asked Long Chen coldly. That enmity is with the Yin family. It has nothing to do with my Huo family, said Huo Li. Bullshit. If it hadn't been for Huo Wufang, would I have become everyone's target? If it hadn't been for him, how could Lu Fang have died so miserably in the secret realm? Now you want to shift the blame and reconcile with me. You want the antidote to save that scum. You must be dreaming, raged Long Chen. Thinking of Lu Fang death, Long Chen felt a needle-like pain in his heart. A young maiden in her prime had forever disappeared from the world. Even now, Long Chen was unable to accept that fact. In fact, he didn't even dare think about it any further. Each time he thought of it, the pain would fill him and then his hatred would soar. Long Chen's eyes were currently scarlet, and he was on the verge of attacking Huo Li. You really are unreasonable. You also killed so many people. According to your reasoning, wouldn't you deserve 10,000 deaths? Demanded Huo Li. You must be mentally ill. I was the victim the entire time. They all wanted to take my life. Am I not allowed to retaliate? Sneered Long Chen. I'll ask you one last time. Are you giving it or not? Huo Li stood up, glaring at Long Chen. Even if you ask 100 times, it'll be the same. I refuse. Long Chen icily glared back. Good. Then just wait, I'll be taking your words as a provocation to the Pill Tower. I'll return Huo Wufang's pain 100-fold to you. Long Chen's saber once more appeared in his hand, and he suddenly slashed it at Huo Li. There had been no warning at all, and by the time anyone reacted, that saber was already about to reach Huo Li. They let out startled cries. None of them had expected Long Chen to be so brazen as to actually kill someone here. Flame Spirit Shield, Green Jade Flame Surge. Huo Li hastily created 2 pill flame defenses. But Long Chen's saber still blew through them, reaching his chest. However, after going through 2 defenses, the force of his saber had weakened. Furthermore, Huo Li immediately retreated, so he managed to avoid being cut in 2. A long line of blood appeared on his chest now. You want to return the pain 100-fold to me? Do you believe me when I say I won't let you walk out of this room? Long Chen pointed his saber at a horrified Huo Li, killing intent surging out of him. Ha 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 ha, good, Huo Li, will remember this attack. Looking at the injury on his chest, Huo Li was incredibly furious. But now he understood that Long Chen was a madman. Threatening him was just courting death. After saying his final words, Huo Li immediately left. Why bother? The Pill Tower's strength is not something you can imagine. Long Chen, why must you force them to this point? Sighed the middle-aged man. Senior must not know. Back in the Julie secret realm, I restrained myself in front of Huo Wufang several times. But he always forced me to strike back. In the end, he even used his status to order the righteous and corrupt paths to attack me, causing my brothers to die and my beauties to fall. If it were you, what would you do? Asked Long Chen. The middle-aged man was startled. Looking at the grievance in Long Chen's eyes, it seemed the situation between him and the Pill Tower was much more complicated than he had thought. But this won't be favorable to your future. My life is just a life. It is not so valuable that I would sacrifice my values for it. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. If the Yin family wasn't destroyed by Mo Gate, then when my cultivation base reached that level, I would have definitely eradicated the Yin family myself. Even if I had to become enemies with the entire ancient family alliance, I would not hesitate. The worst case is that I lose this little life of mine, said Long Chen indifferently. Although that middle-aged man seemed to be expressing kind intentions, Long Chen knew he was just trying to worm his way closer to him, trying to be friendly in order to get any valuable clues. Long Chen had seen many of these sanctimonious fellows. He trusted that with Mo Yi's character, his enemies were no good people. There is a time to repay gratitude and enmity. In any case, my mission is already complete. I have to turn in my report. Monastery head Shui, brother Guan, junior brother Long Chen, I'll take my leave. The middle-aged man left as soon as he said goodbye. Now the only one remaining was that sword-bearing man. He also rose to leave, but then after hesitating, he said, Long Chen, I have a few things I want to discuss with you alone. Long Chen was startled. It seemed there wouldn't be any good words between them. Shui Wuan was also startled, but she then nodded, arranging a private room for them. Does sir have any teachings? Within that private room, Long Chen and the sword-bearing man were sitting, looking at each other. But the sword-bearing man didn't say anything for a long time. Long Chen was the one to break the silence. Long Chen, you are the manliest man I've ever met. Unexpectedly, this sword-bearing man gave Long Chen a thumbs up. Senior overpraises me. Long Chen had no idea what this sword-bearing man was intending. All he could say were some token words of modesty. Today, I've learned what being domineering truly means. Even in front of an enormous existence that you can't possibly challenge, you still must be incomparably domineering. I, Guan Mian, have never seen such a thing before, praised the sword-bearing man. In truth, I only came here because my sect told me a disciple had been killed and wanted me to investigate. But I believe you. That disciple was greedy, and that's why he deserved to be killed. This matter can't be blamed on you. However, the matter of you learning the first form of split the heavens is serious. The heaven-splitting divine sect will not allow it. Seeing Long Chen frown, this Guan Mian continued, but this matter has already surpassed what I am qualified to handle. I need to report this matter. As for how the higher-ups will handle it, it'll be up to your luck. However, you shouldn't be too worried. With your character, I think it's very likely that the sect will actually praise you. There is still room for negotiation. But that's just my guess. As for the final result, I don't dare guarantee anything. So when the time comes, whether I have to take back the battle skill from you, or bring you to join the sect, will be decided by your luck. Long Chen was completely flabbergasted. There was actually such a thing. The reason I asked to speak to you alone is because I am prepared to transmit the second form of Split the Heavens to you, said Guan Mian extremely seriously. What? Long Chen stood up. He had never imagined that this hostile enemy from a few minutes ago would actually take the initiative to teach him his secret technique. You don't need to be surprised. If the higher-ups like you, they will naturally bring you to join the sect. If they don't like you, they will send experts to kill you. So, me passing on the second form to you won't change anything. But I feel like, with your strength, the chance of them wanting to kill you is very low. Furthermore, I truly admire your domineeringness. There are many people in this era who like to act domineering, but when they are truly faced with death, they all become cowards. I actually always thought that my domineeringness was something I was born with. I always thought I was very domineering. But when you pointed your saber at me, I felt fear and reverence. At that moment, I realized that I was afraid of death. So now I realize my domineeringness is also a kind of act. That saber of yours allowed me to see many things that I couldn't see before. My mental realm has advanced by quite a bit. Just treat it as me taking advantage of my position for a private matter. Transmitting the second form of Split the Heavens will be my repayment to you for this enlightenment. I, Guan Mian, don't like owing favors. Hearing all this, Long Chen couldn't help feeling ashamed. The first impression was truly the strongest. Long Chen had thought this person would be the same kind of despicable, petty person as the heaven-splitting divine sect's disciple he had killed. That was why he had almost immediately cursed him. Now he felt extremely embarrassed. Senior. Don't call me senior, as I am not fit to be called that by you. I will transmit the second form of Split the Heavens to you now, and then I'll have to rush back to send this report. This trip takes very long, and I don't have time to waste. Listen closely to the mnemonic. Chapter 616 Stimulation. What did that person from the heaven-splitting divine sect discuss with you? How come he seemed so beaming when he left? Within Shui Wuan's private room, Shui Wuan was still puzzled. Long Chen had clearly viciously slapped that person in the face, but that person hadn't been the slightest bit angry when he had left. Even I don't really believe it. He actually imparted the second form of Split the Heavens to me, said Long Chen with a strange smile. Did you slap him into an imbecile? Asked Shui Wuan, shocked. After being slapped, he actually taught the person who had slapped him. Wasn't that something only someone mentally ill would do? It really is embarrassing. Maybe my temperament is a bit too explosive. I shouldn't have treated him like that, said Long Chen. Long Chen rarely felt guilty about beating someone, but this time he really was a bit ashamed. He told Shui Wuan what had happened. As expected, the legends are true. The heaven-splitting divine sect's disciples are all fellows that can't be judged according to reason. There's something wrong with their brains, sighed Shui Wuan. According to rumors, because of their cultivation technique, their temperaments are extremely explosive, and they are extremely arrogant. Even if they have kind words for you, they won't say them in a kind way. So the heaven-splitting divine sect, from top to bottom, uses only their fists to talk. Even when they teach their disciples, they beat their lessons into them. They definitely won't use their mouths. The heaven-splitting divine sect's members are all treated as madmen that no one wants to provoke. But although they are madmen, they have the strength to be called experts. That's why he would actually transmit the second form of split the heavens once you slapped him. As expected, they really are a group of weirdos. Thinking of Long Chen's vicious slap, Shui Wuan laughed uncontrollably. This person's actions really were incomprehensible. Perhaps only the heaven-splitting divine sect could have raised such a person. If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't act like this even if they were beaten to death. If you laugh like this, you'll make me blush, said Long Chen. What would you blush for? If you weren't currently so strong, he wouldn't even have glanced at you before capturing you and bringing you to stand trial in the heaven-splitting divine sect. Shui Wuan shook her head. But what intentions did he have by giving me the second form of split the heavens? Long Chen still didn't understand. Was it that he had been infected by his domineeringness? Long Chen felt that to be a bit ridiculous. You're overthinking it. The heads of those people aren't filled with brains, just muscle. They rarely speak in a roundabout manner. Since he transmitted the second form of split the heavens to you, you can train in it at ease. This might actually be a good sign. As an ordinary cultivator, you were actually able to defeat a celestial. That grand style is definitely in accordance with the heaven-splitting divine sect's liking. Perhaps they really won't bother you about having their secret technique, said Shui Wuan. But I'm a disciple of the Xuantian Dao sect. That's fine. So what if you are a disciple of the Dao sect? You can still train in other people's battle skills. As long as it's not the abilities from the corrupt path, no one will care. Furthermore, the Xuantian Dao sect's core techniques can only be cultivated in once you break out of the Haodian realms. It can be said that the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples are comparatively weaker before then. But once they break through, they'll have the qualifications to train in the Xuantian catalog. Then you'll all leap in power. Right now, you are in a kind of suppressed state. The more ruthlessly you are suppressed, the greater your springback will be. You should focus on reaching the Xiantian realm now. Only once you reach the Xiantian realm will you be able to see a wider sky. All that you see right now is just the tip of an iceberg. This world is much larger than you can imagine. Shui Wuan looked at Long Chen with expectations. Sister, by refusing to submit to the Huo family this time, did I bring you trouble? Asked Long Chen. According to reason, with Long Chen's relationship with Shui Wuan, if he had taken a step back, then Shui Wuan would have it much easier. After all, she was the monastery head, and there were many things under her care. Considering that the pill tower provided the Xuantian supermonastery with all its medicinal pills, they were a troublesome opponent. Last time, Shui Wuan had already said that the pill tower was beginning to reduce the medicinal pills they would sell to the supermonastery. Now that Huo Yi had been cursed so viciously by Long Chen, perhaps the pill tower would truly make things hard on her. Haha, it's fine. The only thing they can do is come up with a bunch of excuses as to why they can't offer medicinal pills to the supermonastery anymore. Furthermore, the Huo family is just one of the 3 families in charge of the pill tower. There are 2 others, so the Huo family can't control everything. Furthermore, our Xuantian Dao sect is much stronger than you think. The Huo family doesn't dare offend the Xuantian Dao sect. Cutting off our medicinal pills is just them acting like temperamental children. After a few years, everyone will be fine. They won't dare continue forever. I'll apply to have more medicinal pills sent to us from the higher-ups. That'll be enough for us to continue for these years. The Huo family won't dare force us to the point of despair, because they are afraid of the Xuantian Dao sect's displeasure. With the pill valley above them, the Huo family can't be so arrogant. So you don't need to be worried. I know that girl's death was a large blow to you. I understand you, said Shui Wuan. Many thanks, sister. There's no need to thank me. If you really place this sister in your eyes, then try to save me so much worry. In all my years, you're the only person who has made me worry this much. Shui Wuan glared at Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help feeling awkward and he hastily changed the subject. Sister, do you have more detailed information about the Bloodkill Hall? The Bloodkill Hall. Oh, that's right, I heard the Bloodkill Hall once more tried to assassinate you in Qing Prefecture. I heard you were injured. Asked Shui Wuan. Yes, these fellows are too loathsome. Now, I don't mind taking the trouble to give them a vicious beating. If I didn't give them a vicious counter-strike, it wouldn't be my style, said Long Chen. Those fellows were too annoying. After being entangled with them for so long, Long Chen had become completely infuriated, especially when they had used a little girl to try and assassinate him. He would give these idiots a beating they would remember. The Bloodkill Hall is truly troublesome. Let alone you, even the Xuantian Dao sect can't do anything to them, sighed Shui Wuan. What, seriously? Asked an incredulous Long Chen. You're still underestimating the Bloodkill Hall. You just think they're some ordinary assassins. In truth, that's not the case. Their organization is extremely large, and they have a profound foundation. Furthermore, they are not part of the righteous path, nor are they part of the corrupt path. They will sell lives to whoever gives them money. Most importantly, they have countless strongholds. Their assassins are split into bronze, silver, gold, and dark gold ranks. I've also heard there are violet gold assassins. According to legend, the Bloodkill assassins' violet gold assassins are all experts on the level of celestials. In other words, they are capable of assassinating celestials, said Shui Wuan. Celestial assassins, are they stupid? If they're celestials, why do they do such shameful acts? Long Chen was a bit speechless. They don't consider assassination to be a shameful act. In fact, they consider it a supreme and grand art. They never assassinate targets weaker than them, because that would be a humiliation to their art. What they seek is the stimulation in trying to defeat stronger opponents than them. So that's why the ones who try to assassinate you will not be of a higher realm than you. Assassinations within the same realm is their limit, said Shui Wuan. Stimulation, hee, I also like to be stimulated. Next time, I'll stimulate them to death. Long Chen laughed sinisterly. They were looking for stimulation. They should have told him sooner. Long Chen, the assassins you ran into in Qing Prefecture should have been only gold rank assassins. They are actually quite powerful and can easily kill Xiantian experts. But in front of you, they were obviously too weak. If my guess isn't wrong, the next time they target you, they'll send dark gold assassins, warned Shui Wuan. Why don't they just directly send violet gold assassins? Asked Long Chen. Because you aren't a celestial. They won't send someone stronger than you to assassinate you. Then it wouldn't be an assassination. They want to defeat those stronger than them. If you are able to survive the assassination of the dark gold assassins, the Bloodkill Hall will declare the mission to kill you has ended in failure and the matter will end there. So be careful, because there are precedents of dark gold assassins managing to kill celestials. Don't be careless, warned Shui Wuan. Don't worry, I don't like joking with my own life, said Long Chen. The final wave, they think they can just say they give up. But what about my anger at being targeted like this? Do they think things will end just because they want them to? After leaving Shui Wuan's room, Long Chen went to find Guo Ran. I have a few things that I forgot to give you last time. Look, can you use these things? Long Chen handed Guo Ran a golden fragment. Although it was only the size of a plate, its weight was shocking. It had to weigh tens of thousands of pounds. This, my heavens, isn't this treasure class material? Guo Ran's eyes almost popped out. You recognize it? Long Chen was surprised. Boss, really, you are talking to a future crafting god. If I couldn't even recognize some material, I really would have worked all this time for nothing. However, I won't hide the truth from you. This is something I've only seen in the supermonasteries forging secret records. It's my first time actually seeing it in person. Boss, did you steal this or snatch it? Do you have more? Guo Ran's eyes shone. Long Chen was speechless. This little fellow really understood him. He handed him a ring. Look for yourself. Heavens, boss, I really love you to death. Guo Ran cried out excitedly and went to hug Long Chen. As a result, he was pushed to the side by Long Chen. Can you refine this or not? Yes, I definitely can. My forging table is a treasure from the immortal era, and it can definitely refine it. But what? Guo Ran awkwardly said, the forging table might be amazing, and it can refine this, but it requires 5th tier forging flame. That requires using up middle-grade spirit stones in a truly frightening amount. Long Chen smiled slightly. Don't worry, any problems that can be resolved with money aren't problems. It just so happens that I made some big business recently. Chapter 617 Timely Assistance. Big business? What big business? Did you con more people? Asked Guo Ran excitedly. Fuck, do you think I'm such a bad person? Raged Long Chen, but his words were said somewhat guiltily, because it seemed any big businesses he had conducted truly did involve conning people. Long Chen immediately changed the subject. Let me ask you, once you smelt this material, what kind of things can you create? With this much material, I can create a whole new suit of golden armor for myself. I'll become a golden battle god. Guo Ran confidently looked at the spatial ring. His eyes were shining as if he could already see himself in his golden armor valiantly standing on the battlefield. Hey, don't daydream, wipe away your drool. If you can create armor, can you create weapons? Asked Long Chen. Guo Ran turned a bit listless and shook his head. To tell the truth, having me forge this kind of material is a complete waste. Xianxian class material is already my limit. If I were to forge enchanted class material, I would end up wasting half its power. As for this kind of treasure class material, I think I might end up wasting 90% of its power. Guo Ran was ashamed. If a Grandmaster Forger were to learn that a rookie like Guo Ran was about to ruin such precious natural treasures, they would definitely beat him to death and then beat his corpse some more. That's fine. As long as you can forge it, it's fine. You're already very strong. As long as it can increase your strength, it's not wasteful. So how strong will you be if you create armor from this? Asked Long Chen. Attacks below the sea expansion realm can be ignored. As for sea expansion experts, I can't say for sure, because I've only seen them attack in photographic jades. However, I should be able to reduce the impact of their attacks by quite a bit, said Guo Ran. Long Chen nodded. That's already very powerful, but why can't you make it into weapons? Because martial weapons focus on offense, but the forging runes recorded in the supermonastery focus on defense. As for the attacking runes available, they're too low class. Furthermore, the ethereal crafting secret records runes are too profound, and I can't comprehend them. So if I were to place the supermonastery's runes on a martial weapon, I wouldn't be able to add much offensive might to them at all. That really would be turning divine material into trash, sighed Guo Ran. According to Guo Ran, the supermonastery had quite a few forging masters. But those forging masters were extremely arrogant, and they liked to look down their noses at people. Guo Ran had tried sucking up to a few of them, but as a result, he had to leave without any achievements at all. They simply ignored him. Obviously, those forging masters were very protective of their secret forging arts. They refused to transmit them. Ah, so that's what it was. Long Chen sank into thought for a moment before saying, if you refine this material into hidden arrows, needles, and other concealed weapons used for sneak attacks, how strong would they be? Of course, that would be badass. Such material is already extremely hard. Even without carving runes into those, their killing power would definitely be terrifying. But to turn this material into concealed weapons is a bit wasteful. Maybe we should just store it for now. Once my forging arts improve, I can forge it into better things, suggested Guo Ran. Using such precious material to create a set of armor for himself had already felt wasteful to him. This kind of treasure class material was too rare. It had to be known that above Xianxian weapons were enchanted weapons, and the formation runes carved onto them made them specialized for sea expansion experts. As for treasure weapons, those were the weapons of experts above the sea expansion realm. Only those kinds of experts could activate the power of a treasure weapon. Guo Ran could at most forge Xianxian weapons. He himself felt it was far too wasteful for him to refine treasure class material. Time waits for no one. Just directly forge this into concealed weapons. Furthermore, make each Dragonblood warrior a supremely powerful crossbow specialized toward shooting high-speed arrows. Let me ask you, if every warrior of the Dragonblood Legion shot their crossbows at one person at the same time, what would happen? Asked Long Chen. With my current forging skills, the best crossbow I can make is definitely shockingly powerful. If over 300 people shot one at the same time, then even sea expansion experts would end up heavily injured at the least. Guo Ran suddenly realized what Long Chen wanted. Then that's perfect. Our enemies will only grow stronger in the future. These crossbows and concealed weapons will be one of our life-saving measures. So do your best to forge them as fast as possible. Now isn't the time to care about wasting some material. We don't have that much time to waste. We might be alright waiting, but our enemies won't wait for us, understand? Warned Long Chen. I understand. I'll immediately go into seclusion, and I won't come out until I'm finished. But boss, in terms of money, I have 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones here. Take these first and focus on creating your armor. I'll think of a way to gather more spirit stones, said Long Chen. He now felt a bit regretful that he had refused to accept the Yin family's spatial ring from Mo Yi. The main reason was that he hadn't felt alright with doing so. In order to use the Mo Mountain seal to save him, Mo Gate had definitely used up a great deal of resources. Long Chen naturally wouldn't make them work for nothing. However, the Yin family was an ancient family. They had definitely been rich. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked for some spirit stones. Then he wouldn't be in such a strained state. After sending off Guo Ran, someone came to tell Long Chen that Zheng Wenlong had come. That made him delighted. Long Chen, Brother Long, Grandmaster Long, the fact that you are safe and sound is truly too wonderful. Within Long Chen's room, Zheng Wenlong was fiercely hugging Long Chen. Ah, why can't you just be more peaceful? You almost scared me to death. Considering the huge debt I owe, if you were to die, I would have to follow you. Haha, don't worry, I won't die so easily. Brother Zheng, you really have come at the perfect time. Junior brother just happens to have some things to ask of you. Lately, Junior brother's pocket has been a bit empty. Can Brother Zheng offer some emergency funds? Long Chen laughed. Fuck, you want me to increase my debt again? TCH, I really do have bad luck. How much do you want? I'll see if I can think of something, said Zheng Wenlong. Brother Zheng, you really are a good brother. Loyal and admirable. Seeing that Zheng Wenlong didn't have any intention to decline or offer excuses, Long Chen gave him a thumbs up. TCH, drop the act. Right now, you are my biggest creditor. I can't afford to offend you. It seems that nowadays, those who owe money are the real men. Zheng Wenlong bitterly laughed. Hee, you can't put it like that. That's too hurtful. What about that pill formula I gave you last time? Is there a marketplace for it? Asked Long Chen. Ah, just don't even mention that. Just thinking about it makes me angry. That meridian opening pill of yours is definitely heaven-defying. There's no way to complain about its effect. But the main ingredient is the meridian opening spirit cliff fruit, and before the destruction of the Yin family, all their trees already died. Just how am I supposed to sell this pill formula? Without the ingredients for the pill, no one would buy it. That pill formula just sits with me now, said Zheng Wenlong. Hee, don't panic. I just asked if there was a marketplace. What are you prattling on about? Let me ask you, if I were to give you several hundred saplings of meridian opening spirit cliff trees, and then you auction the saplings with the pill formula, what would happen? Zheng Wenlong's cup shattered. Scalding tea poured down his hand, but he didn't notice at all. What, you have several hundred meridian opening spirit cliff trees. Even Zheng Wenlong's voice quivered from emotion. Brother Zheng, although you are a businessman, our relationship is something formed through slaughter on the battlefield. I've always viewed you as a brother. So please help me keep my secrets between us, said Long Chen. Brother Long, don't worry. Even if I have to lose this life of mine, I won't sell you out. Zheng Wenlong placed both his hands over his chest and wrapped his fingers together, forming the image of a gold coin. Long Chen knew this was the Huayan sect's disciples' oath to their wealth god. It was their highest oath. With Long Chen and Zheng Wenlong's relationship, asking Zheng Wenlong to keep his secrets had been superfluous on Long Chen's part. But this matter was just too important, and he had no choice but to be careful. The primal chaos bead's power was too heaven-defying. Each extra person who knew was an increase in danger. Although Long Chen didn't tell Zheng Wenlong about the primal chaos bead, he still needed Zheng Wenlong to keep this matter secret. I have 837 saplings for you here. They are all over 100 years of age and are beginning to bear fruit. You can ask people to appraise it. Furthermore, this spatial ring contains over 300,000 meridian opening spirit cliff fruits. Once you finish selling the saplings along with the pill formula, the supply still won't meet the demand, so you can sell the fruit in batches. That will definitely provide the greatest profit. Long Chen gave Zheng Wenlong 2 rings. One was a life ring with the saplings, while the other was a spatial ring with a mountain of fruit. Furthermore, Long Chen's primal chaos space still had over 100 of this kind of tree. Those trees were filled with fruit that he could pluck at any time. That was enough for him. If he had the channels, he could sell some of them himself to make some pocket money. Zheng Wenlong's eyes shone as he received the 2 rings. He was extremely moved, as Long Chen was revealing his secret that he had some sort of heaven-defying ability related to vegetation. That was absolute trust. Long Chen, don't worry. I swear on the wealth god that even if I have to die, I will protect your secret. Zheng Wenlong once more repeated his solemn oath. I trust you, brother Zheng, smiled Long Chen. Previously, you said you were lacking middle-grade spirit stones. How many did you need? With these treasures, I can offer you more resources. Zheng Wenlong patted himself on the chest confidently. Then how about 1 million for now? Fuck, you really are a conner. You want to con me to death. Zheng Wenlong regretted his last words, but it was already too late. Chapter 618 Burning Money. Sending off Zheng Wenlong and seeing his helpless expression, Long Chen was also a bit speechless. Perhaps this brother of his would be incredibly depressed now. As soon as Long Chen had stated that number, Zheng Wenlong's excited expression seemed like it had been struck by a hammer. That marvelous change was truly indescribable. However, Zheng Wenlong had said that 1 million middle-grade spirit stones were absolutely impossible. Even he didn't have the authority to get such a sum from the Huayan sect. As soon as he returned, he would gather 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones for Long Chen, but the rest would have to be gathered slowly. Hopefully, he could quickly announce the auctions for the Meridian opening spirit cliff trees and get a large sum quickly. Then he could send Long Chen some more money. Zheng Wenlong had told Long Chen that he had given the Huayan sect quite a few resources, and those resources would bring in a great deal of money in the future. But the future was the future. From a business standpoint, the Huayan sect had already given Long Chen an advance payment on several years' worth of profit. For example, the bone-tempering pills had once been monopolized by the pill tower. But now that Long Chen had given the Huayan sect the pill formula, they had taken up 30% of that market. Although it was only 30%, when compared to how large the world was, it was practically an oceanic sum of money. But that money wouldn't be received immediately. It was something that would come in over the years. So the Huayan sect had already been very generous to give him an advance payment of several years' worth of profit, but Long Chen's requirements had already far surpassed that amount. So Zheng Wenlong had had to vouch for him, asking for more resources from the Huayan sect for Long Chen. Right now, Zheng Wenlong's businesses were growing larger and larger, but he found that he himself was growing poorer and poorer. Furthermore, the immense amount of debt he owed made him speechless. However, businessmen all enjoyed this kind of heart-pounding gambling. So, to Zheng Wenlong, this was also extremely exciting. After sending off Zheng Wenlong, Long Chen took a trip to Guo Ran's seclusion room. Guo Ran was completely focused on smelting the treasure items fragments. There was a huge furnace on the forging table that was currently at work. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. This forging table's origins were truly too terrifying. It was even able to smelt treasure-class material. Crack, crack. Long Chen turned in the direction of a certain sound. He saw that at the bottom of the forging table, there was a formation with dozens of middle-grade spirit stones. Their originally crystalline bodies shattered and burst apart, becoming a pile of trash. Once those middle-grade spirit stones shattered, the furnace's flame began to weaken. Guo Ran hastily threw in a new batch of spirit stones. As for the old spirit stones, he threw them in the trash. Long Chen saw that his trash can was already filled with the bodies of over 100 middle-grade spirit stones. Forger was truly a money-burning profession. A plate-sized fragment had required over 100 middle-grade spirit stones to smelt. What Long Chen didn't know was that this result was only because of the ancient forging table. Otherwise, even if all the Xuantian supermonastery's forging masters gathered, they wouldn't even be able to smelt this plate-sized fragment. It could be said that Guo Ran's forging table was an extremely heaven-defying treasure. It was simply that Long Chen and Guo Ran were still unaware of that. Long Chen might not know how heaven-defying this forging table was, but he knew that forging items cost a heaven-defying amount of money. Guo Ran was completely focused on smelting the material. He had already entered a special state, a state where he had no emotions, a state where he had no self. The only thing in his eyes was that material. Seeing that there was no way he could help, Long Chen hastily left the room. He carefully closed the door and ordered that no one was to disturb Guo Ran. When he returned to his residence, he saw Meng Qi chattering with Little Snow. Seeing Long Chen arrive, Meng Qi turned slightly red and stood up. "Is there any activity from Wan Er?" asked Long Chen. "No, but the fluctuations coming from the room are becoming more and more stable. Refining that Dao Rune fruit should only be a matter of time." Meng Qi smiled. "Then that's good. Meng Qi, just wait for me to obtain another fruit. Then you can also quickly become a celestial," comforted Long Chen, holding her hands. Meng Qi smiled and teased, "What, you think I'll get jealous?" No, definitely not. I just feel sorry toward you," said Long Chen hastily. "Long Chen, there's nothing for you to feel sorry about. You've already put in enough for us. We're all aware of it. We're all cultivators, not mortal women. On the path of cultivation, there are countless trials and tribulations. We have to cherish each person by our side, right?" said Meng Qi gently. "If you put it like that, I'll feel a bit upset inside." "It's like you feel very bewildered and helpless toward the future," said Long Chen. "This isn't being bewildered or helpless but a kind of attitude. The fact that we could meet and stay together is a kind of destiny. I don't want to wait until that destiny is over to feel regret. All I hope is for us all to be together. I don't want to experience what happened last time again." Saying that last line, Meng Qi sobbed. She hugged Long Chen, crying into his chest. Meng Qi had a gentle and tactful temperament. She rarely expressed her own emotions like this. Now, after spending all this time with Long Chen, she finally unburdened her heart. "I'm sorry, I've made you worry." Long Chen hugged Meng Qi, filled with shame. During the time they had thought he had died, Meng Qi and Tang Waner had spent all day crying for him. He truly had made things hard on them. "Long Chen, promise me, even if we have to die, we'll die together. I don't want to part. That kind of pain is too terrifying." Meng Qi clenched Long Chen as if she was afraid he would fly away. "All right, I'll listen to you." Long Chen knew that at this time, no matter what promises he made, no matter how he tried to explain himself, it would all be useless. The only thing he could say was the truth. As expected, as soon as he said this, Meng Qi became delighted, and an extremely moving smile appeared on her face. It was like a flower blooming out of the water, still dotted with droplets, beautiful beyond compare. "Meng Qi, you really are beautiful." Long Chen couldn't help but praise her. Meng Qi blushed slightly, appearing even more beautiful. She gently said, "It seems that after all this time, other than that time on Sunset Mountain outside the capital, you've never praised me like this." "This isn't praise but the truth. In my heart, you are like a grand immortal who has descended into the world of mortals. Each time I'm in front of you, I feel ashamed of my own inferiority. It's like just talking to you is a blasphemy," sighed Long Chen. "Dislikable. This glib mouth of yours is how you trick the other sisters." Meng Qi rubbed her hand against his face as if she were shaving him of his embarrassment. Being touched by Meng Qi's hand made Long Chen feel extremely warm, and he couldn't help giving her hand a kiss. It was like Meng Qi was given an electric shock and she hastily took back her hand, blushing. Even her ears were red now. "This is your punishment for talking nonsense." Long Chen laughed. I didn't say anything wrong. This is exactly how you trick the other sisters." Meng Qi lowered her head, not daring to look at Long Chen. "Definitely not. Chu Yao was someone who was in a similar situation as me. As for Tang Waner, our relationship, how should I put it? It should be a quarrelsome but loving couple. In truth, I also want to talk properly to her, but I always feel like that's so boring. I rather like Wan Er's explosive rage." Long Chen laughed. "Each time, you always anger Wan Er so much." "In truth, Wan Er is a very gentle woman," sighed Meng Qi. "Gentle. It seems this word doesn't have the slightest relation to Wan Er. How come in all our time together, I never noticed such a thing? Isn't it because you always intentionally tease her?" Using her words, "You are a typical case of a child who will go rip up the roof tiles if you aren't given a beating every day," said Meng Qi. "I'm actually this amazing, even I didn't know that. You should treat Wan Er better. Although she likes to be fierce, she really does love you," advised Meng Qi. "Do you love me?" Long Chen suddenly smiled naughtily. "I don't. You're too wicked," said Meng Qi in a huff. "HMPH, because you're too fickle. All you like to do is mess around with other women. What's the use in loving you? Said Meng Qi. Hearing that, Long Chen went silent. Seeing Long Chen like that, Meng Qi thought he had gotten angry and she held Long Chen's hand. Long Chen, I was just joking. Don't get angry, I'm not such a petty person. In truth, I really do have some problems in that regard. Meng Qi covered his mouth, cutting him off. Long Chen, you don't need to explain yourself. Since we've chosen to be with you, none of us have any thoughts of trying to occupy all of you. When Wan interrogated you that day, it wasn't because she was jealous. It's just that you have a natural wildness that seems to want to fight against heaven and earth. That kind of wildness poses a fatal attraction for women. Despite clearly knowing it's very dangerous, we can't help investigating. But then most fatal of all, Long Chen, you care so deeply. You take responsibility for each person you like. Whether it is your female confidants or your hot-blooded brothers, you are willing to risk your life for them. That's also why we will all have no complaints or regrets to stay by your side. But do you know, you aren't a god, you are just a human. All those emotions have become a heavy burden on you. When Yi Ziqiu and Lu Fang'er fell, I saw how pained you were. At that moment, I knew I would never be able to leave you. However, I also don't want to see you suffer that kind of grief again, because we will also feel extremely pained. That's why we don't want you to get more lovers. It's not that we'll get jealous, but that we're afraid of you being in pain again. Let me say it again, you are not a god. You can't guarantee that no one by your side will fall again. The fewer of us there are, the less chance of one of us falling. Then there will be less chance of you having to go through that pain again. Long Chen, do you understand? Meng Qi gently caressed Long Chen's face. I understand. Long Chen nodded. It seemed she had given this a great deal of thought. Good. Then tell me, just how many girls did you mess around with this time? Meng Qi suddenly changed tunes and stared deeply into Long Chen's eyes. Chapter 619 Training in the Second Form of Split the Heavens. It was with great difficulty that Long Chen managed to escape from Meng Qi. He had to admit he really was a bit afraid of her. The main thing was that he really was guilty. Although he repeatedly said that he wouldn't do something like messing around with random women, in Long Chen's heart, there was a figure that couldn't be washed away, Yu Xiaochen. In truth, he and Yu Xiaochen were just two strangers that had met by chance. They had met in the secret realm, and they had parted in the secret realm. When the secret realm had closed, their relationship had ended. But Long Chen found that this reasoning of his was just him trying to deceive himself. As time passed, he found that he had a great urge to once more see her enchanting charm. It seemed he couldn't forget such a peerlessly beautiful woman no matter how hard he tried. Long Chen had an urge to slap himself. But he wasn't able to trick himself. He also wished he could be unconstrained like others, treating beauties as if they didn't mean anything to him. But that would just be acting, and acting that way would just make himself an idiot. In the end, the only one to suffer would be himself. It was just like how he had first met Meng Qi. Back then, if Long Chen had gotten angry to maintain his dignity when Meng Qi had withdrawn from their marriage agreement, saying vicious words full of rancor to protect his own face, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Only later had he learned that Meng Qi had withdrawn from their marriage agreement in order to protect him. Now, Long Chen felt incomparably proud of his thick face. After Lu Fang'er had died, Long Chen had done his best to restrain his emotions. He knew that if he wanted more people by his side, he had to have enough power to protect them. Otherwise, there would definitely be a sad ending again. That was also why Long Chen had intentionally maintained a certain distance from Mu Shui. Perhaps Mu Shui might like Long Chen, but Long Chen was unable to accept those feelings. Those feelings were a kind of burden. Long Chen left the supermonastery and went north. There, he found a secluded mountain range where he was planning on training in the second form of Split the Heavens. Right now, after this much time, the primal chaos space's withered trees had recovered slightly and had grown new leaves. That was a very good start. The beginning was the slowest part. But once they recovered this initial vitality, they would recover even faster. The second form of Split the Heavens. Let me see just how powerful you are. Long Chen was filled with anticipation, because before the heaven-splitting divine sect's Guan Mian had left, he had told Long Chen not to push himself too hard with this move. He said that even he was unable to use this attack. Back then, Long Chen had jumped in fright. Guan Mian was an exceptionally powerful half-step C expansion expert, but even he did not have the qualifications to use the second form of Split the Heavens. Guan Mian had said that the second form of Split the Heavens required a very firm and robust spiritual qi. He himself was unable to use it, and he acknowledged that it was because his comprehension of his cultivation technique was lacking. Although Guan Mian hadn't said it explicitly, Long Chen knew that this cultivation technique was the battle god's sacred canon, a priceless treasure on the same level as the Xuantian catalog. It had already surpassed the scope of his understanding. As for the 9 forms of Split the Heavens, it required a person to cultivate the battle god's sacred canon to a certain level before being able to be used. The two of them complemented each other. Guan Mian had his own reasons for transmitting the second form of Split the Heavens to Long Chen. One of those was precisely because when Long Chen used Split the Heavens, he sensed a completely different aura than that of the battle god's sacred canon. He wanted to know why Long Chen's cultivation technique was also capable of using the first form. So he was curious whether he could use the second form as well. Another reason was because he approved of Long Chen's domineering side, and Long Chen had already learned the first form, so there was no reason not to teach him the second form. The heaven-splitting divine sect's members were all just that strange. The only ones they admired were true men, and sometimes their actions went against common sense. Thus, he had transmitted the second form of Split the Heavens. But before leaving, he had left behind a warning: if Long Chen was unable to use it, he shouldn't forcibly try it, or his meridians would explode. Long Chen closed his eyes and began to circulate his spiritual qi. He slowly poured that spiritual qi through one acupuncture point after another. After a while, Long Chen's aura completely erupted, causing the space around him to rumble. Kaiyang, He-Yin, Ming-Kai, and Fu, Long Chen's spiritual qi first poured through the first 9 acupuncture points of the first form before beginning to go through the new points. This was one of the most abnormal aspects of Split the Heavens. The second form was superimposed on top of the first form. It was similar to the saber technique Long Chen had comprehended back then to superimpose the power of 3 slashes of his saber. Each slash was stronger than the previous. As Long Chen had grown stronger, that kind of technique had already lost most of its effect. Thus, Long Chen no longer bothered using it anymore. But the second form of Split the Heavens was superimposed on the first form. The first form required pouring spiritual qi through 9 acupuncture points. As for the second form, it continued where the first form left off, once more going through 9 acupuncture points. In other words, spiritual qi would go through 18 acupuncture points before being released. 13, 14, 15, 16, 1, fuck, can't do it. The ground beneath Long Chen's feet exploded. It was like a volcano was erupting from within Long Chen's body, and his clothes blew off his body. Long Chen vomited a mouthful of blood, filled with shock. Trying to use the second form of Split the Heavens had actually caused him to be injured. Damn, no wonder even a half-step C expansion expert is unable to use the second form. It really is terrifying. My spiritual qi wasn't even able to reach the 17th point. When I tried to force it, it actually caused my spiritual qi to explode within my meridians. I get it, there is no skill to speak of when using the second form. It relies entirely on one explosive release. If you don't use enough power, you won't be able to use it. If you try accumulating energy before using it, then the first few acupuncture points will be put under too much pressure and there is danger of the meridians being damaged. Since it's like that, divine ring. A 300-meter 3-color ring appeared behind Long Chen. A terrifying pressure soared into the sky. Again, 14, 15, 16, 1, 17, the first 17 acupuncture points have been opened. This 18th acupuncture point better open for me. But Long Chen was horrified to find that even with the divine ring, even with his spiritual qi circulating furiously, he was unable to open the 18th acupuncture point. That acupuncture point was like a heavenly chasm taunting Long Chen. No matter how Long Chen tried, he was unable to step across. Long Chen roared furiously, and 3 stars appeared in his eyes. Endless pressure caused the void to tremble. The 18th acupuncture point finally broke open under the torrent of power from the 3-star battle armor. Split the Heavens too. Long Chen's saber rumbled as it released a saber image several miles long. It soared high into the air first, smashing apart all the clouds. It seemed like a huge divine blade. But then the blood-red saber image slashed down on the ground, splitting it in two. The saber image pierced through the mountains, crashing through the ground. A deep canyon appeared in front of Long Chen. Suddenly, the ground trembled and a wave of qi soared out. Endless lava spurted out at Long Chen. Fuck, I'm out of spiritual qi. Long Chen's expression changed completely. He had managed to use the second form of split the heavens, succeeding in splitting apart the land, but he had exhausted all of his spiritual qi. This lava was spurting out extremely quickly. It quickly filled the canyon and then spread. That terrifying heat devoured trees, rocks, boulders, and mountains. Distant bird cries appeared in the distance along with the sound of all the animals in the vicinity fleeing. Long Chen turned and fled. But without spiritual qi, his 3-star battle armor faded and his divine ring disappeared. It caused him to be unable to use the netherworld ghost steps. Just relying on his 2 feet, he was unable to outrun the lava. This time, I'm really going to be turned into a cooked pig. I probably won't have a single hair remaining, cried Long Chen. With his current physical body, he would be able to survive being submerged in lava for a while without spiritual qi. But his hair would instantly be sacrificed. Just as the lava was about to envelop him, the serpent tattoo on his right arm lit up, and a blue flame serpent flew out. That blue flame serpent grew until it was 300 meters long. It opened its mouth and suddenly devoured Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. He hadn't incited the flame serpent to do this as he didn't have the spiritual qi to do so. It had acted on its own. After Long Chen was enveloped by the earth flame, that terrifying lava swept over the two of them. But with the earth flame's protection, Long Chen was completely safe. Looking through the earth flame's translucent body, he saw the lava surging around him, and he couldn't help but cry that he was unlucky. How was he supposed to have known that there would be magma down below? An incense stick's time later, that lava finally stopped spurting out. But everything within thousands of miles had been covered by the lava now. The earth flame brought Long Chen outside that range, then turned into a ray of light that returned to Long Chen's arm. Long Chen gently rubbed the flame serpent tattoo warmly. It had actually formed its own intelligence and had sensed he had been in danger, coming out to protect him on its own. This discovery was extremely gratifying to Long Chen. Unfortunately, he didn't have anything as a reward right now. Without spiritual qi, he couldn't even give it any pill flame. Looking at this immense lava pool, Long Chen was filled with a grand feeling. Although he was only able to use the second form of split the heavens once before running out of energy, this attack's power filled him with confidence. The dragon expert had told Long Chen that it was unable to send him more energy for now. He would have to rely on himself. Although he wouldn't have the dragon expert's help, the second form of split the heavens gave him a great deal of confidence. This would be his greatest reliance when fighting sea expansion experts. Now, Long Chen was even more grateful toward the heaven-splitting divine sect's Guanmian. At the same time, he was feeling even more apologetic for the slap in his face. But then when he thought about it, perhaps if he hadn't given him that slap, he wouldn't have transmitted the second form of split the heavens to him. Thinking of that, Long Chen couldn't help feeling it was funny. Cleaning himself up a bit, Long Chen returned to the supermonastery. When he returned to his residence, as soon as he entered his courtyard, he felt a powerful force lock onto him. Chapter 620 Sent to serve a penal sentence. This is Heavenly Tao Energy. Long Chen was shocked. He had actually been locked down by Heavenly Tao Energy. Brat, receive my attack. A cry rang out as Tang Wan-er's palm descended on him. This exquisite palm sealed any of Long Chen's retreat paths. Long Chen saw countless runes circulating around Tang Wan-er. She appeared just like a goddess who had sealed all of heaven and earth. Haha, it really worked. Long Chen was filled with delight. Although he had felt that devouring a heavenly Tao fruit would be able to allow someone to become a celestial, he had still been in disbelief. This was too miraculous. Seeing Tang Wan-er fiercely charging at him, how could Long Chen not understand what was going on? She was clearly trying to give him an intimidating display of her power. Hee, little girl, you want to intimidate me? You're still far too lacking. Long Chen didn't dodge. Instead, he reached out his 2 hands directly at Tang Wan-er's chest. Ah, rogue. Tang Wan-er had never imagined that Long Chen would use such an immoral trick. In her panic, she hastily changed her attack, defending against those evil claws. But in the instant she changed her attack, Long Chen also changed his. His arms stretched around Tang Wan-er, and he pulled her into his embrace, giving her a kiss on the head. Hee, I knew you like me, but don't you think running into my embrace like this is a bit too obvious? You, shameless, you, scoundrel, only a ghost would like you. Let me go. Tang Wan'er was unable to escape from Long Chen's grasp. Her heart pounded. In truth, she didn't dislike this feeling at all. But Long Chen's words made her blush and get angry. She struggled with all her might, but she was unable to escape. In her panic, she actually bit Long Chen on the neck. Long Chen's physical body was too powerful though. He wasn't afraid of being bitten by her. In fact, he put on an extremely refreshed expression. Ah, don't stop, keep kissing me. Yes, that's right, just like that. Cough, maybe the two of you should stop before you go too far. Acting like this in broad daylight, aren't you embarrassed? Meng Qi and Little Snow were standing in the distance. Seeing the two of them fighting, Meng Qi shook her head helplessly. Scoundrel, hurry up and let me go. Tang Wan'er was as red as an apple. Escaping from his grasp, she viciously glared at him, looking like an extremely fierce but also extremely cute tigress. Wan'er, you can't beat him. Each time, you're the one to lose out. Meng Qi came up and wrapped her arms around the furious Tang Wan'er, smiling. This scoundrel used an absolutely immoral move. Otherwise, I would definitely have put him in his place. Raged and unconvinced Tang Wan'er. If you want to put me in my place, just ask. Come, let's continue where we let off. I definitely won't resist. Long Chen pointed to the mark on his neck, a naughty smile on his face. That was what had been left behind by her bite. Even Meng Qi turned red and she rebuked. Long Chen, you're becoming more and more like a rogue. What wicked things have you been up to in the last few days? Heavens, what are these accusations? Let's not talk like that. After losing one fight, we can compete in other areas. Long Chen laughed. Alright, don't fight anymore. Wan'er only left her seclusion yesterday, and she has already condensed her own heavenly Dao runes, making her a true celestial, explained Meng Qi. The fact that Tang Wan'er had become a celestial was great for all of them. She would be the greatest safeguard of the Legion's lives. However, Wan'er, you were too impatient. You still haven't managed to summon your manifestation to support you. A celestial's strongest point is their manifestation. That manifestation increases the power of their attacks while weakening the attacks of their enemies. It's extremely shameless. That's also why celestials are called unrivaled existences. It's because the heavens help them to cheat. Putting it another way, it's the most shameless, most contemptible kind of ability. Long Chen thought of his first fight with Yin Wusheng and almost exploded in rage. That technique had truly been shameless. But now, his cultivation base had grown, and he had the 3-star battle armor. A first-rank celestial strength was unable to suppress him anymore. The only reason he had a chance to resist was because of the divine ring countering the effect of the cry of the heavenly Daos. Otherwise, without it, when Long Chen ran into a celestial, he would have to run as far away as possible. Thank you, Long Chen, said Tang Wan'er gratefully. Long Chen had obtained such a heaven-defying heavenly Dao fruit, but instead of consuming it himself, he had given it to her. That made her incredibly grateful. Didn't you already thank me just now? Long Chen pointed to the mark on his neck. Seeing that, Tang Wan'er's gratefulness vanished like a wisp of smoke. She viciously glared at Long Chen, wanting to take a bite out of him. Long Chen, talk normally. If you continue like this, I'll also get angry. Meng Qi gently rapped Long Chen. How was it that he couldn't say 3 words without turning into a scoundrel? Fine, I was wrong. Let me express my apologies to you, beautiful ladies. Let's discuss what a celestial is. Long Chen put away his naughty smile and said, in truth, I also don't understand much about celestials. It seems the supermonastery doesn't have many descriptions about them. The majority of celestials awaken naturally on their own. However, there are also some that awaken through inheritances, for example, Mo Nian. After he obtained that inheritance, that power formed his own core runes. Those runes have a connection to the energy of heaven and earth. When he activates those core runes, the energy of the world will echo alongside his energy. Heaven and earth's energy will surge toward him, forming a sea of runes. Within that sea of runes, he is the ruler. It can be treated as a domain in which he has an absolute superiority. Wan'er, your runes can already fly out of your body. Did you not sense the energy of the world supporting you? I did, but those core runes you're talking about have merged with my original wind runes. Tang Wan'er stretched out her hand, and a 3-inch wind blade appeared. There was a rune inside the wind blade, but the rune was extremely odd. It was completely different from Tang Wan Er's old runes. My wind runes have merged with the heavenly Dao runes. Moreover, these new runes possess a terrifying strength. The wind blade in Tang Wan Er's hand spun faster and faster, in the end forming a wheel that cut through the void. Because it was spinning so fast, it looked like it was still. But the space around it was constantly twisting. Long Chen also felt his scalp turn numb. It seemed this small wind blade could easily cut through his skin. Damn, what a change, Long Chen gulped. Tang Wan Er's wind blade was too terrifying. And this was only just after she had refined the heavenly Dao fruit. She still wasn't accustomed to her strength yet. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before an even more terrifying celestial than Yin Wusheng appeared by Long Chen's side. Hee, Sister Wan are you tense anywhere? Do you want me to massage you? Long Chen smiled, a fawning expression on his face. Why does looking at your smile give me goosebumps? Tang Wan looked at Long Chen vigilantly. He's afraid that once you get stronger, you'll bully him the way he bullied you. Meng Qi laughed. Long Chen hastily said, not at all. Wan haven't you noticed that you're even more beautiful than yesterday? What empty flattery. Tang Wan naturally wouldn't be duped. Long Chen couldn't help feeling a bit awkward. It seemed even admitting defeat and apologizing wasn't good enough now. He had to find a way to increase his own strength, as he really was not interested in being bullied by her. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, the monastery head has summoned you. Just as Long Chen was chatting with Tang Wan a disciple ran up to give him a report. Oh, Long Chen was surprised. What happened? Tang Wan and Meng Qi both looked at Long Chen curiously. Didn't the monastery head just announce that she was going into seclusion? Why would she suddenly summon me? Perhaps this matter is a bit fishy. Wait here, I'll go. Long Chen went directly toward the Xuantian palace. When he arrived, he found that the atmosphere was a bit strange. That was because all the Xuantian supermonastery's subordinate monasteries' sect leaders were present, and all of them looked at him strangely. Some of them seemed to be wearing delighted smiles at his misfortune. Long Chen also saw rage and a bit of helplessness in Shui Wuan's eyes when he entered. That gave him a bad feeling. Furthermore, Zhou Qingyi was smiling. But that smile seemed to be one delighting in revenge. Assistant Monastery Head Zhou, your smile really is brilliant. The fact that you didn't go prostitute yourself is really a shame. Even if Long Chen was an idiot, he would be able to tell nothing good was happening today. He immediately taunted Zhou Qingyi upon seeing her sinister smile. As expected, Long Chen's insult landed like a slap on her face. She immediately flew into a rage. Long Chen, it seems you want to be punished for not respecting your elders. With your kind of moral conduct, you count as an elder. Don't flatter yourself. Are you not aware of what kind of person you are? Do you not remember your own immoral acts? But it's fine if you don't remember them, because others will help you too. When the time comes, they'll properly settle their debts with you, said Long Chen coldly. This idiot woman had actually taken action to block Shui Wuan when he had been chased down by Yin Wusheng. In the end, Shui Wuan had been unable to help him at all. But Long Chen was no saint. He remembered this enmity. This was no different from personally trying to kill him. What you? I didn't come here to listen to your crap, nor did I come to see you prostitute yourself. I came because the monastery head summoned me, so you should stop your shit and stop blindly wasting my time. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to continue looking at this idiot woman, and he turned toward Shui Wuan. Shui Wuan's expression was apologetic as she said, Long Chen, starting from today, you must spend 3 months defending our territory in the Chaos Region as a penal sentence. Chapter 621 Chaos Region. Long Chen was calmly sitting in Shui Wuan's room until Shui Wuan broke the silence. Are you angry? I sent you away to serve a penal sentence in front of that many people, but you're not the slightest bit angry. Asked Shui Wuan curiously. You naturally must have your own reasons for doing this. I believe you won't harm me. If I got angry, it would just make you feel unwell, so why bother? Long Chen smiled. Shui Wuan's heart warmed, but she became even more apologetic. When she had announced Long Chen's sentence, she had thought Long Chen would fly into a rage. But he had merely nodded calmly without even asking the reason for this sentence. It should be the orders from higher ups, correct? Announcing I'm being sent away for a penal sentence in front of everyone is, frankly, just convicting me of a crime. As for what crime, well, they can make up whatever they want. Perhaps I'm colluding with the Mo family, thus harboring criminals. or perhaps I'm not respectful enough to my elders and my arrogance needs to be curbed. They can make up whatever they want. In any case, their mouths are bigger. Since the heaven-splitting divine sect's Guan Mian has only just left, this matter can't have anything to do with him. Furthermore, I can tell the heaven-splitting divine sect's style from our interaction. As for the ancient family alliance, the matter with the Mo family is still in an extremely sensitive period. They wouldn't want to blow that matter bigger, so it's also unlikely to have been caused by them. If my guess is correct, the cause of this is those idiots from the Pill Towers Huo family. They're the ones most likely to give the higher-ups pressure. As for the higher-ups, they care the most about profit. To them, this matter is nothing more than sending a disciple away for a few months. Giving a light punishment to a disciple in order to keep the peace with the Pill Tower is definitely worth it to them. Tell me, sister, am I right? Smiled Long Chen. Shui Wuan was shocked. Originally, she had even been stressing over how she should explain this to Long Chen. But now, Long Chen had guessed most of it after just hearing the news. In truth, you don't need to be so surprised. Up to now, there are only 3 powers capable of giving pressure to the Xuantian Dao sect. Through process of elimination, it's easy to guess who the guilty party is. You're not the one caught up in their schemes, so you don't think like this, explained Long Chen. Now that Shui Wuan thought about it, it really was as he said. To Long Chen, this matter could not be more obvious. This matter was mostly because of the Zhou family. They acted as a go-between, advocating for this decision with their full strength. After all, it's as you said. They just want to have a disciple lower his head. They don't want your life. So they decided to give face to the Pill Tower instead of offending them to give face to a disciple. My Shui family fought the decision, but unfortunately, the other 3 families cared more about the benefits, and they decided this matter was a must. In fact, I'm not afraid of being laughed at by you, so I'll tell you that although you might be considered someone on the side of my Shui family, the rest of the Shui family also thought this was just a minor matter. There was no need for them to fight too fiercely against the others for this. Thus, they ordered me to sentence you. Furthermore, in order to make it so the Pill Tower could see it, they made me gather all the monastery sect leaders as well, having me sentence you in front of all of them. Shui Wuan bitterly smiled. She felt extremely powerless. She had been unable to change the orders of the higher-ups. On the other hand, Long Chen seemed extremely indifferent. As soon as he had first heard the news, he had seen through the goal of his opponents. Sister, I want to know what kind of structure the Xuantian Dao sect has. Sometimes you say higher-ups, sometimes you say the Xuantian Dao sect. What do you mean exactly? Asked Long Chen. Alright, then I'll give you a general explanation of the continent's current state. Shui Wuan told Long Chen that this world was called the Martial Heaven Continent. As for how large it was exactly, no one knew. The continent was split into 5 regions: the Eastern Wasteland, the Western Desert, the Southern Sea, the Northern Source, and the Central Plains. The Eastern Wasteland, which was where they were, was so named because in the golden era of the cultivation civilization, it had been barren land. It had been just a corner of the world. The Western Desert had few people, but there was a mysterious region within the desert. As for what was so mysterious about it, Shui Wuan hesitated and decided not to tell him. The Northern Source was also called the Northern Ice Source. It was a bitter land full of ice and snow. It was said the people there cultivated ice techniques generation after generation, or there would be no way for them to survive there. The Southern Sea referred to a huge sea area to the south of the continent. Islands were sprinkled in that sea like stars in the sky. There were countless cultivators there. However, when all the territory of the Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Sea, and Northern Source were added together, they only took up 20% of the continent. The remaining 80% of the land was called the Central Plains. When she mentioned the Central Plains, Shui Wuan's thoughts wandered far away. She said that place was said to be the true gathering place of cultivators. Even the headquarters of the Xuantian Dao sect was located there. It was precisely because of the power of the Xuantian Dao sect as a backer that Shui Wuan didn't need to be subservient when facing the Yin family or the Pill Tower. As for the Xuantian Dao sect that Shui Wuan had mentioned previously, that was nothing more than a branch sect that was located in the Eastern Wasteland. However, this branch sect was so large that it had 36 supermonasteries, each with 108 monasteries beneath it. Hearing this, Long Chen's jaw dropped. He hadn't thought this world was so enormous. If Shui Wuan hadn't explained all this, he really would still be a frog at the bottom of a well. The Xuantian Dao sect Shui Wuan mentioned previously was the branch sect. Other than the sect master, there were 4 families that oversaw the 36 supermonasteries. Each family was in charge of 9 supermonasteries, while the one Shui Wuan was in charge of was the 36th supermonastery, the weakest one of all the supermonasteries. Hearing that, Long Chen couldn't help but bitterly smile. How had he ended up with such a fate? When he went to the monastery, he found the monastery to be the last place monastery, and now that he had joined the supermonastery was also in the last place. This kind of luck was practically heaven-defying. Long Chen, I'm sorry about this. Just treat it as 3 months of seclusion, apologized Shui Wuan. After all, she hadn't even been able to protect Long Chen from this punishment. Seclusion, sister, you're too kind-hearted. Long Chen almost called her naive, but calling a big sister like that was a bit inappropriate. With the temperament of the Huo family, do you think applying pressure to the higher-ups was just to exile me for 3 months? What? Shui Wuan's expression suddenly changed, her thoughts racing. I've heard of that chaos region. It's quite an extensive territory, and there are many minerals there. The righteous and corrupt paths, along with various other powers, all have their own territories there to protect their own minds. In order to maintain a certain equilibrium there, the righteous and corrupt paths made an agreement that sea expansion experts are not allowed to step foot into that region. But there are still countless fights there, as people struggle over mines and resources. Let alone the corrupt path, even the righteous path's powers sneak attack each other to snatch their resources. Furthermore, there are all kinds of robbers, and it's practically a paradise for killers. There are no rules to speak of there. Everything is decided by whose fist is stronger. By forcing me to go there, the Huo family won't even need to lift a finger. Just the corrupt path would do anything to kill me. So their goal in sending me there is to kill me, said Long Chen indifferently. Crack. Shui Wuan's cup was crushed into powder. She was filled with rage. These bastards were actually this vicious. Now that Long Chen had said this, she finally realized that they weren't just trying to get Long Chen to lower his head, but to send him to his death. It was naive that she had thought that this was just a show of power and laughable that she hadn't realized before. She felt stupid enough to die compared to Long Chen now, and she had an urge to find a place to bury herself. She was embarrassed as well as furious, feeling like she had been duped. Sister, you focus wholeheartedly on cultivation, so your scheming abilities are weak. But it's precisely because of that your cultivation base is so high. Otherwise, your cultivation base wouldn't necessarily be higher than Zhou Qingyi's. Long Chen smiled. TCH, I really have to admire you, even at this time, you can still smile. I'm about to die from worry. No, this is no good. I have to go talk to my family. This is just a trap, said Shui Wuan. It's not so serious. Isn't it said that sea expansion experts are forbidden from entering the chaos region? If that's the case, then to me, it's not a trap but an opportunity. This was truly an opportunity. But it wasn't an opportunity for Long Chen, but an opportunity for the Dragonblood Legion. The Dragonblood Legion's warriors now had a problem with their foundation, and they needed to undergo the baptism of a battle. Only then could they stabilize their foundations. If they didn't completely stabilize their foundations, then Long Chen wouldn't dare to give them the heaven-advancing pills. Cultivating was like painting. Once you made a stroke, it was difficult to ever change it. And if you left behind a flaw, it would stay flawed forever. But what if they employ gold-ranked assassins to kill you? In fact, the corrupt path might even send celestials to kill you. It's too dangerous, warned Shui Wuan. Celestials? They'll send celestials? Wonderful. Long Chen jumped up, his heart pounding. What he needed right now was celestial opponents. One celestial represented one heavenly Dao fruit, which represented another celestial by his side. Will they really send celestials? How many? 5, 10, more. Long Chen's eyes shone, and Shui Wuan was dumbfounded to see that he even began to drool. Long Chen's eyes looked like the eyes of a hungry wolf. Just looking at it made Shui Wuan, a sea expansion expert, feel a chill. Long Chen was practically a fiend. Her worries for him were entirely unnecessary. Long Chen, I really don't know what to say to you, Shui Wuan bitterly smiled. At this moment, she no longer felt any guilt or worry. Perhaps the ones she should be worried about were the corrupt path. No, I really can't wait any longer. Sister, give me the badge. I can't wait for tomorrow. I'm going to gather my brothers and immediately move out. Shui Wuan watched as Long Chen excitedly took the badge and left. She bitterly smiled. Have I really become old? More and more, I can't understand the youngsters these days. Chapter 622 Entering the region. The Chaos region was located to the far east. The eastern wasteland was already known as a barren land, but the Chaos region was indescribably desolate. There was not a blade of grass growing within millions of miles. It was not a desert, nor was the ground rock. It was a vast, earthen land. But there was nothing that grew out of this soil. Tens of thousands of years ago, there had been someone to notice mineral deposits here. This barren land, which no one had shown any interest in before, immediately became a land of gold. Countless sects flocked over from both the righteous and corrupt paths. The first thing to do here was to fight for territory. As a result, a huge war had erupted. Rivers of blood had flowed from both sides. Oftentimes, when the righteous path fought such large-scale wars with the corrupt path, when they lost a certain number of people, the righteous path would give up and retreat. But with the thick profits in front of them, the righteous path erupted with unprecedented strength, and that immense war greatly harmed the core strength of the two paths. In the end, both parties had no choice but to temporarily put a halt to their battles. They took up their own territories, each side mining their own ores. Both sides had each minded their own business, forming a temporary ceasefire. But although the battle between the righteous and corrupt paths had ended, a civil war had then erupted within the righteous path. That was because those individual powers all hoped to get more territories and profit. Because they had participated in the immense war with the corrupt path, they had lost many of their experts. They needed more profit to make up for it. As a result, who had helped the most and who had helped the least had become a matter of controversial discussion. For a huge existence like the Xuantian Dao sect, they naturally had to have a larger territory than others. But the other large powers also wanted to obtain a larger territory. In the end, no one yielded to anyone, and a battle began again. The Xuantian Dao sect had also tried to mediate, but it had little effect. Although it appeared like they had laid down their arms in public, the various powers began to stab each other in the back. If they didn't overstep their territories to mine ore, they secretly played dirty tricks, intentionally collapsing other powers' mines. The situation grew more and more disorderly until the corrupt path finally joined in. The war broke out again. In the end, everyone had no choice but to turn this place into a kind of training ground. Everyone agreed that no one was permitted to send sea expansion experts or above. The ore they could extract would be based on the strength of the disciples they sent over. As a result, countless experts were sent over to the Chaos region each year. They not only protected their own minds, but they also often looked for opportunities to pull some sinister tricks. Over time, the Chaos region became a completely lawless place. Everyone here had to live in worry. It was worse than living in a prison. Within the Chaos region, there was a simple and crude city that was simply named Chaos City. This was the only city in the vicinity. Members of both the righteous and corrupt paths would go there to eat and drink. Chaos City's most prosperous businesses were its brothel and casino. Any people who were sent here, no matter what side they were on, were all people who had made mistakes and were being penalized. There were also a few fugitives who didn't like being constrained. As long as you dared risk your life here, it was extremely easy to make a profit. Any miner could make as much as an ordinary sect's core disciple. So despite this place being extremely disorderly, despite the fact that you could lose your life at any moment, there were still countless criminals who gathered here. A transportation formation lit up, and Long Chen's group appeared on the fringes of the Chaos region. They saw an endless, barren land before them. "Boss, this is a bit too desolate." Guo Ran looked around. The ground was covered with dust, and an aura of decay filled the air. This place is just the border. There's no way to use a transportation formation into the core of the Chaos region. Long Chen laughed. Because this place is just too chaotic. It's possible for a slaughter to erupt at any moment. There's no way to maintain a transportation formation here. TCH, you stupid brats, hurry up and get off. No one can use the transportation formation while you stand on it. Just as Long Chen was examining his surroundings, a dozen Shantian experts appeared beside the formation. The one angrily yelling at them was a man with a blade scar on his face. These people in charge of the transportation formation were on the side of the righteous path. They didn't belong to any sect. Their members rotated through to protect the formation. That way, it was less likely for anyone to destroy it, Long Chen smiled coldly. He walked out of the formation first. Meng Qi and Tang Wan followed behind him. This transportation formation had been large enough for all the Dragonblood Legion to arrive in one go. Oh, these two girls really are beautiful. Little girl, how about you come with me? A Xianxian expert looked at Meng Qi and Tang Wan lewdly, but he only got half his words out before Long Chen pointed his finger at him. A bolt of lightning turned him into a bloody mist. That Xianxian expert's death startled all the other guards. They had already sensed that these people's cultivation bases were only in the Meridian Opening realm. That was the only reason that person had dared to take some liberties. They hadn't expected that a sentence from him would send him directly to the gates of the Yama King. Who are you people? Another Xianxian expert cautiously shouted, raising his weapon. It's not important who we are. Let me just tell you a simple principle. A loose tongue can cause a great deal of trouble, said Long Chen indifferently. Bastard, you really are arrogant. Die. Who knew whether it was because this person was given a boost in confidence from the weapon in his hand, but he actually stabbed his spear at Long Chen. He was clearly attacking with his full power. The void trembled around this spear. There was no choice but to admit that this person was truly strong. Long Chen didn't even move. That person's head flew into the air, his expression bewildered. He didn't even know who killed him. The sound of a sword returning to its sheath rang out. Yu Zifeng, you're getting faster and faster. Long Chen nodded toward Yu Zifeng. His comprehension of the sword Dao grew every day, and his attacks struck incredibly quickly and silently without any sign. You, who are you people? Now the other Xianxian experts were all turned into wooden blocks. They had actually been planning on teaching these youngsters a lesson previously. Remember, a loose tongue can cause a great deal of trouble. Long Chen indifferently replied before bringing his people away. But then after just taking a few steps, he suddenly paused and turned to look at the person who had spoken. That person immediately stiffened, feeling like he was being stared at by a death god. In that instant, he felt like his heart had stopped beating. The sword in his hand fell to the ground. Where is the Xuantian Dao sect's mining site? It's. That person could only stutter. He found that his own tongue was no longer listening to him. In the end, he finally managed to spit out some directions. When Long Chen and the others finally left, that person couldn't stay standing anymore and fell to the ground. He was drenched in sweat, looking as if he had just come out of a pool. What a terrifying gaze. Looking in the direction Long Chen had gone, that person was still filled with terror. Brother Chang, was he that terrifying? The others didn't understand. He didn't stare at you. Otherwise, you would have immediately pissed yourself. Fuck, I'm leaving the chaos region. I'm going to find somewhere to pass the rest of my days in peace. After saying that, the person walked onto the transportation formation in front of the others' bizarre gazes and then disappeared. Long Chen led his group according to that person's directions. After another 1,000 miles, they would reach the true mining region. As expected, after going over a small mountain, they saw some sparse, mud buildings. There would be one or two every few hundred miles. Within those buildings was a tunnel entrance, which was presumably an entrance to the mine. Before coming here, Long Chen had inquired about this place. Apparently, there was plenty of black gold ore. Black gold was an important material in refining Xiantian weapons. If it was just the black gold ore, it wouldn't be able to draw over so many experts. The main thing was that black gold ore was something that had another precious material occasionally born with it. That kind of material was called Phoenix Blood Black Gold. That was a material to forge treasure items. That was the real reason why the righteous and corrupt paths would fight so fiercely. Xiantian weapons were for Xiantian experts. Above Xiantian weapons were enchanted weapons used by sea expansion experts. The special formations carved on top of them made them much stronger. Back then, the Yin family's patriarch had used a dragon-headed staff that was an enchanted weapon. As for treasure items, they were also sometimes called magical weapons, or even Taoist weapons. Their power was truly amazing. The Jade Sea Gold Bell was one example. However, it had been extremely heavily damaged before, or Long Chen would have been killed under its power. Treasure items were something only experts above the sea expansion could truly use. So it was naturally impossible for people to stay calm in front of the allure of such a thing. However, after mining for these many years, everyone was dejected. In less than 100 more years, all the ore would be extracted. But that legendary Phoenix Blood Black Gold had yet to appear. So in the past few years, this treasure land had lost its allure. Since the phoenix blood black gold had yet to appear in all these years, it could only be said that there was simply none of it present. Otherwise, they would have found signs of it long ago. According to legend, in the immortal era, there were divine phoenixes in the world, existences so powerful that a single flap of their wings could destroy stars. When one of them died, their essence blood would seep into the ground. And if the ground happened to have a black gold mine, then it could form phoenix blood black gold. However, even after all these years, there wasn't the slightest sign of it. The result was already obvious. So now, this chaos region was of little value to the various powers. As a result, this place had become a prison for disciples who had committed crimes. Long Chen saw quite a few experts on the way. They were lying down, soaking in the light of the setting sun. Apparently, despite their relaxed position, they were on duty. This kind of duty did look very comfortable. But when those people saw Long Chen and the others, they smiled sinisterly. It was like they were seeing the younger versions of themselves, back when they had also been so naive. Long Chen ignored those people. Eventually, he finally reached a large building. This was the Xuantian Dao sect's mining region. Chapter 623 Pow Pow to the face. The Xuantian Dao sect's mining region was extremely large. Their territory stretched 10,000 miles, and there were a total of 7 mines. There was a large building in this area. This building only took up less than a hectare of space, but when compared to the rest of the barren land, this building appeared exceptionally grand. Who's there? As soon as Long Chen's group reached this place, over 10 meridian opening experts blocked their path. The supermonastery sent me here. Long Chen showed the badge in his hand. Sent you here, what a nice way to put it. You were ordered here to serve a penal sentence, weren't you? One person received the badge disdainfully. Are you looking to die? Ji Yu Yong icily glared at that person. Haha, correct. Just how many people here do you think are looking to live? Do you see that building there? Go report your arrival. That person handed the badge back to Long Chen, pointing to a small building in the distance. His tone was extremely disrespectful. You, let it go. Ji Yu Yang's expression sank, and he was just about to give this person a lesson when Long Chen stopped him, bringing them away. Boss, why didn't you let me give him a lesson? Complained Ji Yu Yang. It's not like you're his family elder. What would you teach him for? Do you really think he'll mend his ways and become a new person? Laughed Long Chen. But he was disrespectful to you. The entire Dragonblood Legion felt the same. Long Chen was a hero to them. People could be disrespectful to them, but they couldn't be disrespectful to him. Why would he need to respect me? He hasn't eaten mine. He hasn't drunk mine. I haven't given him anything. Why would any of them respect me? Asked Long Chen. Well, don't think that just because you're standing on a higher level that others have to respect you. If you have that kind of heart, you'll sooner or later become like those arrogant idiots from the ancient families. The path of cultivation is vast like a sea. Our current accomplishments are nothing more than a drop in that sea. Our accomplishments are still completely insignificant. As for that person, he was merely acting in accordance with his character. He doesn't have a good opinion of us, but he doesn't have a bad opinion of us. If you decide to give him a beating simply because you don't like his tone, then let me give you a warning. You'll quickly become an arrogant idiot, said Long Chen solemnly. Everyone was startled, because they realized that they truly had felt like they had changed. They were not their old selves. They had all gotten stronger, and strong people should be respected. They had forgotten how when they were weak, those arrogant fellows like Yin Wushang, Yin Wushuang, Han Tianyu, and the like had caused them to feel extremely irritated inside. Long Chen's words were like an alarm bell. Boss, we were wrong, apologized Ji Yu Yang. There's no right or wrong for this kind of thing. All I hope is that everyone can maintain their original hearts. Don't change that because of external pressure. We don't bully the weak, but we don't submit to the strong. Even if we have to die, we'll die with our spines straight. So remember, think before you attack. Don't talk about something as laughable as teaching someone a lesson. We're not scholars or anything. What responsibility do we have to teach others? Either don't attack, or force your opponent to the point of death. Don't talk about any other nonsense. In our world, we only attack our enemies, said Long Chen. Long Chen was extremely disgusted with these kinds of senseless provocations. He didn't hope for people like that to appear in the Dragonblood Legion. Stop, where are you from? When they arrived in front of the small building, they saw a man reclining in his seat, his feet on the table in front of him. The Xuantian supermonastery, replied Long Chen. He hadn't expected that the registrar would be a late Shantian expert. That person icily stared at him and then asked, "Name." The Shantian expert coldly shouted, "Do you think I'm blind? Or all of you Long Chen?" This sudden change caused every member of the Dragonblood Legion to frown. This didn't seem very welcoming. It seemed they really were being treated as criminals. "No, it's not your eyes that are blind, but your ears that are deaf." Long Chen suddenly laughed. "What nonsense. Pow, pow." Before he could say any more, Long Chen slapped him across the face, and then feeling like that wasn't enough, he also slapped him again with the back of his palm. Long Chen held back his strength. If he didn't, one slap would cause this person's head to explode. And yet, even when controlling his strength, the person's jaw shattered and he screamed. Then being kicked in the stomach by Long Chen, he vomited a mouthful of blood. The Dragonblood Legion's warriors were all completely startled. What was their boss doing? Was he preparing to rebel? Long Chen threw the Shantian expert to the ground and placed his foot on his stomach, sneering. "Do you still want to say anything? You are courting PFFT." The Shantian expert wasn't able to spit out his last word because Long Chen increased his strength, causing him to vomit blood. "You wanted to say that I'm courting death. I don't know whether or not I'm courting death, but I do know you are very close to death. Do you think I'm an idiot? Is it possible you didn't get the slightest news that I was to be exiled here? Since you knew, and you intentionally wanted to pick a quarrel with me, I really have to admire your courage. I, Long Chen, very much admire experts. But first, I need to confirm whether or not you're really an expert. So sorry, but please bear with me." Long Chen pushed down with his foot 7 times with different forces, causing that Shantian expert to release a heart-rending cry. "Hey, singing so off-key isn't in line with an expert's mannerism." Long Chen shook his head. Suddenly, a cold cry rang out, and a middle-aged man in white robes appeared before Long Chen with a gloomy expression. This person's face was pockmarked, and his skin was dark, looking like sesame seeds sprinkled over a bun. However, his dark skin made it so that unless you looked closely, you wouldn't be able to see those pockmarks. Perhaps his parents had known he would have such a face and so they intentionally made him with darker skin. Half-step C expansion, he should be the one in charge. Long Chen didn't stop pushing down on the Shantian expert with his foot. Under Long Chen's foot, that man sang, in high spirits, but his singing was a bit mournful, sounding like scraping iron. "How brazen, Long Chen. Do you think this place is the supermonastery?" shouted the half-step C expansion expert. As expected, you knew I would come. To put on this act when I reported my arrival, were you trying to intimidate me? If my guess isn't wrong, you must be someone from the Zhou family." Long Chen slowly released his foot. That person's eyes rolled into the back of his head as he blissfully fainted. Long Chen had applied his force extremely insidiously. He had first broken a portion of his nervous system, making it so until he let him, no matter how much pain he was in, he would be unable to faint. "Long Chen, you were sent here to atone for your sins. It'd be best for you to be aware of your status." The pockmarked man was sent flying by a slap in the face. Let alone in a situation where he didn't expect Long Chen would attack him, even if he was fully prepared, at this distance, he wouldn't stand a chance of dodging. Who was the god of face slapping? Everyone in the Xuantian supermonastery would point to Long Chen. There was not a single person in the supermonastery who wasn't aware of that fact. His attack was clean, efficient, fast, and there was no sign at all before he struck. There wasn't even the slightest killing intent. Countless people had fallen to this technique of his. The pockmarked man only barely steadied himself and was just about to release his aura when Long Chen's hand tightly clenched his neck. "Do you know, crushing you isn't more difficult than crushing an ant?" Long Chen indifferently looked at the pockmarked man. "Bastard, release the district chief." Suddenly, countless experts appeared from within the building. There were actually thousands of people, their hands carrying large crossbows that were pointed at Long Chen and the others. Those crossbows all had spirit stones embedded in them, and they were extremely powerful. If they were caught off guard, even a Shantian expert would die. And with this many people, even half-step C expansion experts would be killed. These were the weapons the Xuantian supermonastery used to protect their minds, an extremely strong deterrence for enemies. In fact, their enemies had been repelled several times by this defense. And yet, Long Chen slapped the pockmarked man twice more. Acting as if he hadn't heard, He asked, "What did you say?" "Bastard, quickly release the district chief. Otherwise, we'll immediately kill you all," raged a late Shantian elder, pointing his crossbow at him. The Dragonblood warriors were emotionlessly looking back at them, not even deigning to look at their crossbows. In fact, there seemed to be faint ridicule on their faces. Who did they think they were trying to trick? As soon as they released this hostage, wouldn't they be turned into fish caught in a net? "What did you say at the beginning?" asked Long Chen. "At the beginning, I said to release the district chief. Before that, bastard." The elder was a bit confused. "Yes, that's the word." Pow, pow, pow. Long Chen slapped the pockmarked man 16 times in a row. His head now looked like a pig's head. Bah! The elder was just about to rage when he saw Long Chen raise his hand again, and he swallowed the rest of his word. All the experts were now stupefied. This was too unreasonable. The Chaos region wasn't lacking in experts, but there had never been such a person. A grand half-step C expansion expert was caught in the grasp of a mere youngster, and this youngster was continuously slapping him in the face while ignoring them. "What do you want to release?" Pow, pow. Long Chen raised his hand and slapped him in the face 4 more times. I didn't even curse anyone. Why would you hit him?" raged the elder. "Oh, so sorry. It was a habit," apologized Long Chen extremely sincerely. This apology almost made the elder explode from rage. Long Chen ignored them and looked at the pockmarked man. He icily asked, "Are you from the Zhou family?" Chapter 624 Chaos City. After asking this, Long Chen loosened his grip slightly so that he could respond but could not release any power. "Long Chen, how dare you treat me like this? Pow." Long Chen raised his hand and gave him another bout of slaps to the face. He continued, "Are you from the Zhou family?" Long Chen continued with his slaps. This time there were 16 slaps, but instead of taking the time to blink between slaps, he increased the speed. It seemed Long Chen's technique was rapidly advancing. "Your answer was beside the point. Let me ask you again, are you from the Zhou family?" "Do you think I'd believe you?" "I'll ask again, are you from the Zhou family?" With his throat in Long Chen's grasp, the pockmarked man didn't have the slightest ability to resist. His life was in Long Chen's hands, and he had no choice but to speak the truth. Another burst of slaps came and Long Chen sneered, Good. Then I wasn't wrong to slap you." Now, whether it was the Dragonblood warriors or the experts guarding the mines, everyone was stupefied. What game was he playing? No matter what the reply was, he would give him a burst of slaps. These guards all looked at Long Chen with bewilderment. "Long Chen, what do you want?" The pockmarked man's face was so swollen that he could barely see out of one eye. His lips looked like a foot, and his voice was extremely unclear. "It's not what I want, but what your Zhou family wants. As soon as I came, you wanted to intimidate me. Later, was the plan to make things hard for me in every single aspect of life here. It seems you're counting your chickens before they're hatched. Regretfully, I don't like being bullied. When you talk to me in the future, it'd be best for you to be more obedient." After saying that, he threw him to the ground. The pockmarked man immediately got up and retreated. Thousands of crossbows now pointed at Long Chen and the others. The mechanisms had already been activated, and they could shoot at any moment. Long Chen clasped his hands behind his back, indifferently looking at them. He wasn't afraid of these crossbows as he had the strength to completely block them. What he wanted was to test something. The pockmarked man's face had been practically turned into a pig's head. He felt like it wasn't even his own face. This humiliation caused his fury to soar, and his killing intent surged out. Although he had known Long Chen was strong, he hadn't thought Long Chen would have reached this level. He wasn't able to resist at all. He had heard that Long Chen was able to easily kill half-step C expansion experts, but he hadn't seen the photographic jades of his fights, so he had scoffed at that news. How could a brat who hadn't even reached his 20s be so amazing? He had originally been thinking of challenging Long Chen to a fight. Now, that confidence of his was shattered. He didn't have the slightest thought of challenging Long Chen to a fight again. But with over 1,000 of these special crossbows pointed at Long Chen, as long as he gave the order, he was confident that Long Chen would be killed. And yet, he suppressed that urge, instead pointing at Long Chen. "Long Chen, I, Zhou Kun, will remember this matter. I'll settle our debts when I have a chance." Then, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, he turned and left like a coward. As for Long Chen, upon seeing this, he narrowed his eyes. As expected, This matter isn't so simple. This whole chaos region is one big trap. Hey, who's supposed to receive us? Get us our residences. Also, I'm tired from travel and want to rest. Prepare a bath, shouted Guo Ran. Surprisingly, someone really did walk out. He was in his 30s and only at meridian opening. From his gaze, he seemed like an astute person. He was in charge of receiving Long Chen and the others. Although this particular mining site only took up a hectare of space, the living conditions were still alright. This person found a large building just for Long Chen and the others. It was enough for the entire Dragonblood Legion. They finally had a chance to settle down. A delicate teacup was viciously thrown to the ground which caused it to shatter. The pockmarked man was currently venting. Long Chen, you little bastard, I'll definitely make you die a tragic death. Zhou Kun's voice was full of hate. Third uncle, calm down. Now that Long Chen has come here, there's no way he'll walk out alive, comforted the late Shantian elder who had talked to Long Chen. When outsiders were present, he would call this person district chief. That was the position of the person in charge of this entire mining site. But when no one else was present, he would call him according to his seniority in the family. In those terms, he had to call Zhou Kun third uncle even though he was actually older than him. Zhou Kun immediately slapped the person in the face and cursed, "This was all your plan. You said to intimidate Long Chen at the beginning. But that's completely unnecessary." The elder stumbled back, raging inside. "Fuck, it was clearly your idea. All I did was agree with you and give you some ideas. Now that you've failed, you release your anger on me. Fuck, I really am unlucky. Go tell them that Long Chen has arrived. It's time to start setting things up. This time, Long Chen has to die here." Zhou Kun felt much more refreshed after slapping the elder. The elder disappeared from Zhou Kun's room. Looking at the fragments of the teacup, Zhou Kun smiled sinisterly. "Long Chen, I want to see just how many more days you can be so at ease. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, the district chief wanted me to tell you that starting today, you and your subordinates are in charge of defending this mining site. Everything's already set up, so I'll hand things over to you," said the person in charge of receiving them. "Go back and tell that person that we're travel-weary and exhausted. We need to rest for a few months first. We can discuss other things at that time," said Long Chen lazily. This person almost stumbled to the ground. They would be only here for 3 months, but he wanted to rest for a few months. Why did it seem like he had come here for vacation? This matter has nothing to do with you. I feel like you're a smart person, so do your best not to get involved with this matter. Just repeat what I said word for word, warned Long Chen. Alright, then I'll go report your words exactly. I wish you a good rest. That person respectfully left. Long Chen's expression became disdainful. After force failed, they sent someone to try and persuade him gently. But in the end, he didn't care. He didn't submit to force or persuasion. "Long Chen, is this really alright?" asked Meng Qi. It seemed Long Chen had been a bit too forceful this time. "What's not alright? They set up a trap, and they wanted us to jump in. Could it be that we have to be polite to them? I'm not in the habit of being half beaten by an opponent and then turning so that they can beat the other half of me. Let me tell you, no matter what attitude we have, they will still continue with their trap, a trap designed to kill me. So why should I have to be polite?" Long Chen shrugged a bit helplessly. "Sister Meng Qi, don't try to persuade Long Chen. His thoughts are all evil. It's precisely that phrase, evil people will naturally be handled by evil people. Only people eviler than those guys can handle them. As for Long Chen, it seems like he was sent down by the heavens specifically to handle these evil people. Just let him do what he wants. We can just watch the show." Tang Wan'er laughed. "Can I treat your words as praise?" asked Long Chen. "Up to you." Tang Wan'er laughed, shrugging. "You two really are interesting. Long Chen, if you clearly knew it was a trap and still jumped in, aren't you being a fool?" asked Meng Qi. "Hehe, in this world, there is an iron law, opportunity and danger coexist. The greater the danger, the greater the possible gains. We can't just focus on the danger. A problem has appeared with the Dragonblood Legion, and they need to go through life and death battles to completely solidify their mental states. Only then can they build a flawless foundation. If we relied merely on time to stabilize those foundations, then it would take at least a year. Only then would I dare allow you all to attack the Shantian realm. In truth, even if we waited 1 year, that speed would still be shocking. But time waits for no one. We have to take advantage of every second to increase our strength. That will increase the chance of our survival. Otherwise, we won't have the confidence to face our future enemies. I brought everyone into a trap in order to completely solidify everyone's cultivation bases. That's the most obvious benefit, and even if it was just for that, we didn't jump into this trap for nothing. Of course, in this world, there are also many unexpected things, both good and bad. But if you don't have the courage to take a risk, how could you have any major accomplishments? Said Long Chen. Tang Wan'er sighed. Sometimes I really can't understand why those fellows from the Dragonblood Legion can so blindly trust you. They didn't even ask where we were going this time before following. In fact, they only learned your goal once they arrived here. This is a kind of feeling between men. It's completely different from the feelings between a man and a woman. Between brothers, the only thing required is a single gaze. These brothers are all willing to follow me even into death. With their lives placed in the hands of their brothers, they're too lazy to bother with asking so much. All they need to know is that by following their big bro Long, they'll definitely have meat to eat. Long Chen laughed. Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi exchanged a glance. They both saw the helplessness in the other's gaze. Men really were strange creatures. The trust between men was hard for them to understand. Alright, I trust that everyone has already settled down. Time to go for a stroll. Long Chen stood up. Where are we going? Of course, we're going to Chaos City. I know there's an extremely fun place there. Long Chen smiled, but a cold light shone in his eyes, one filled with killing intent. Chapter 625 Bloodfee and Vermilion Fruit. Chaos City was located at the edge of the Chaos region. This was the only city here. When Long Chen brought Guo Ran, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and Yu Zifeng here, they all sucked in a cold gasp of air. What a desolate city. This city was several hundred miles wide, but it didn't have city walls or even a city gate. The buildings were all built in a disordered fashion, looking like an ant nest. There was a long road a mile wide at the center that split the city in two. There were some people walking on the road extremely vigilantly. Suddenly, a ray of light flew out accompanied by a miserable shriek. A corpse was tossed out of a window, landing on the road. This person who had been killed was surprisingly a Xianxian expert. He had died just like that. HMPH, if you don't have money, then don't waste my time. That's just courting death. An elder walked out of the building where this corpse had come from. This person had tattoos on his face that made his face seem like he was a fiend. It gave off an extremely sinister feeling. Long Chen and the others had only just walked into the city when they saw that scene. Guo Ran and the others' hearts tensed. Corrupt expert. Just from those tattoos, it was obvious what side this person was on. Only the corrupt path liked to tattoo such fiendish images on themselves. You brats, what are you looking at? Are you looking to die? Shouted the elder furiously upon seeing Long Chen and the others staring at him. Hey, old ghost, do you have anything good there? Long Chen ignored the elder's tone. Old ghost, brat, I feel like you've grown tired of life. A cold light shone in the elder's eyes. He had already decided to kill these brats. This was Chaos City, and there were no rules to speak of. Whoever's fist was stronger had the qualifications to speak. There were both righteous and corrupt experts in this city. The road was actually the boundary. One side of it belonged to the corrupt path, while the other belonged to the righteous path. While there were often fights between both sides, there was also business. Just now, their business had turned sour, and the corrupt expert had directly killed a member of the righteous path. That was an extremely common occurrence, and not one expert from the righteous path stood up to display their indignation. They all just coldly watched from their region. Long Chen and the others were only at the Meridian Opening Realm and had no experts accompanying them. In these people's eyes, they were just sheep for the slaughter. They probably wouldn't be able to survive even half a day here. Old ghost might be a bit too impolite. Let me switch appellations. Old bastard, do you have anything good there? Asked Long Chen extremely courteously. The corrupt elder was finally unable to bear it anymore and charged forward, his fist smashing toward them. He was a mid-Xianxian expert, and he wasn't holding back at all. Moreover, all of them were within the range of his fist. It seemed he wanted to kill them all with this one attack. Who wants it? Asked Long Chen. Me. Ji Yuyong took a step forward. The corrupt elder was sent flying by Ji Yuyang's fist, and he slammed into the room behind him. The entire building exploded. Long Chen nodded. The Dragonblood Legion's men had all cultivated in the mountain-crushing body-tempering art. That was a high heaven-class cultivation technique. It made their physical bodies extremely powerful. As for Ji Yuyong, he had always been a brute strength kind of fighter. This mountain-crushing body-tempering art had practically been made for him. Now he was so powerful, he could even fight across realms. Bastard, receive one of my attacks. The corrupt elder raged, completely releasing his aura. A terrifying blood chi slowly condensed in the air. Don't waste time, said Long Chen lightly. Ji Yuyong flashed into action. He arrived right in front of the corrupt elder, his fist smashing down. He struck incredibly quickly, reaching him before the elder even managed to fully release his aura. Crack, the corrupt elder's arms shattered from the impact, and he vomited blood. Ji Yuyong picked him up and carried him over to Long Chen. The distant righteous experts, who were spectating, were all dumbfounded. This tyrannical corrupt elder had actually been easily defeated by Ji Yuyong. But their shocked expressions only lasted for a moment before they smiled sinisterly. They knew these youngsters had provoked a calamity. There would be a good play to watch today. Long Chen smiled at the pale corrupt elder. You really are picky. You don't like being called old ghost or old bastard. Just what should I call you? Old fogey, old stick, old bitch, you better. The elder was just about to say that Long Chen better wait for him and that people would quickly come to put them in their place. But then, Ji Yuyang's hand on his throat tightened, and he was unable to say another word. I better what? Oh, you want me to appraise your wares? Ah, alright, I'll help you out. Long Chen smiled and took the elder's spatial ring. Yup, some of these are just trash. A few trash weapons, a pile of trash pills, tch, there are even some trash cultivation techniques. What is there to appraise about these things? Oh, you actually have 3 pure bitter earth roots. That's not bad, not bad. Wow, and even 2 snowy spirit fruits. Excellent, excellent. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to see he really did have some treasures. That pure bitter earth root was a very rare medicinal ingredient. It might not be too valuable to others, but it was an immense treasure to Long Chen. Long Chen had Qilin fruit. With that, he could refine pills to increase the quality of a person's spirit root. Originally, the Dragonblood Legion's members had mostly had bronze-grade spirit roots. But now, they had all advanced to silver-grade spirit roots. As for Ji Yuyong and the others, as well as some various talented fellows, they had gold-grade spirit roots now. This was why everyone's cultivation basis could rise so quickly. This pure bitter earth root could be combined with the Qilin fruit to refine an even stronger spirit ascension pill. In other words, everyone's spirit roots could be upgraded again. This old man had really helped them out. As for the snowy spirit fruit, that was Long Chen talking nonsense. In truth, it was a bloodfiend vermilion fruit. Its value might even surpass a Qilin fruit, because only bloodfiend land could grow such fruit. This so-called bloodfiend land referred to the ground that was nourished by the fresh blood of experts year-round. Only at such a place could the bloodfiend vermilion fruit grow. Furthermore, forming a bloodfiend land didn't require just 1 or 2 years. It required thousands of years, maybe even tens of thousands of years. It was extremely difficult to create that bloodfiend land. The first requirement was that powerful experts had to bleed and die on the land. Only then would their resentment soak into the ground. But that still wasn't enough. Otherwise, according to that theory, the Julie secret realm would have formed plenty of bloodfiend lands. Bloodfiend land required you to continuously nourish it with fresh blood. You had to continue with that for thousands of years. Only then was there a chance for it to give birth to a bloodfiend vermilion fruit. But a chance was only a chance. What if the fruit didn't appear? Then you could only give up. If it didn't show up within thousands of years, then it would never show up. In other words, you would have wasted thousands of years for nothing. It was said that this fruit had almost gone extinct. It was one of the most precious treasures to corrupt experts. It was something they could use to advance to the sea expansion realm. With this elder's status, he didn't have the qualifications to own such a treasure. But he had run into a heaven-defying opportunity, obtaining a life ring in an ancient tomb that had contained these 2 fruits. He had been preparing to leave one for his own use, and then wait until he had reached the sea expansion realm to sell the other one. After all, it was a treasure that countless people would go crazy for. However, he was already 300 years old, and he had only reached the mid-Shantian realm. His chance of reaching the half-step sea expansion realm was almost 0. So he had come to Chaos City to see if he could exchange it for something he needed. But even after all these years, he hadn't found anything to his liking. As time passed, he became more and more tyrannical. So whether someone came to buy or sell, if they weren't from the corrupt path, then as soon as his temperament took a turn for the worse, he would kill them. Only inexperienced people would ever go to his place. In truth, the person he had killed just now should also blame the righteous experts. Not one of them had warned him. They had all just watched. This blood-fiend vermilion fruit contained boundless blood essence. It posed a fanatical attraction to half-step C expansion experts. However, other than that blood essence, it also contained endless resentment. To members of the righteous path, this fruit was nothing more than poison. But just who was Long Chen? With his pill god memories, such a small matter was unable to cause him any difficulties. Even if he didn't make any more gains today, he had already made a huge profit. Long Chen couldn't help praising himself. Even he had begun to believe his own lies. He had directly called the blood-fiend vermilion fruit the snowy spirit fruit, and done it so naturally. Old thing, it's rare for you to be so filial. I'll accept this treasure, however, I don't like owing favors to anyone. I won't just take someone's things for nothing. Ah, fine, I've intensively researched fortune-telling for over 30 years now. Due to your filial tribute, I will tell your fortune. Long Chen carefully looked at the elder's face and then said, your gaze is fierce, and your face contains anger. Those are ill portents. You should fear running into a bloody calamity. Guo Ran and the others almost coughed up blood. This fellow's arms had already been broken. What did he need to fear? He had already run into a bloody calamity. However, you don't need to worry. The hair on your head is white, but your beard is black. This is a sign of long life. You should be able to live until you're dead. Long Chen counted on his fingers with extreme confidence. PFFT. The elder vomited a mouthful of blood. He couldn't speak, and his fury had erupted beyond his control. He felt like he might go crazy. How could he not tell that Long Chen was referring to the blood-fiend vermilion fruit when he said the snowy spirit fruit? For him to so shamelessly take it and then even boast that he would tell the elder's fortune for him, the elder was fuming. He had never seen such a shameless person in all his years. You brazen brats, how dare you injure someone from my corrupt path? I feel like you've grown tired of life. Suddenly, a furious shout rang out and dozens of figures surrounded Long Chen and the others. Chapter 626 Intimidating the Corrupt Path. These newcomers were corrupt experts. Their cultivation bases were all in the Shantian realm, and they quickly surrounded Long Chen and the others. A misunderstanding. I didn't harm anyone from your corrupt path. Staring straight at them, Long Chen pointed at that old man's head, and he immediately died. I'm not good at harming people, but when it comes to killing people, I'm quite the expert. Long Chen patted his hands, seeming extremely relaxed as if he hadn't just killed a human but simply crushed an ant. Originally, Long Chen would disdain killing such a minor figure. But the blood-fiend vermilion fruit was too important, and he didn't want others to learn about it. Seeing that even being surrounded by them, Long Chen still dared kill that member of the corrupt path, these corrupt experts all felt like they had been slapped in the face. The corrupt experts roared, attacking. Blood and flesh flew, red mist filled the air. Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Yu Zifeng attacked at the same time. Before the corrupt experts could do a single thing, they were all killed. Yu Zifeng, I got 7. Ji Yuyong, I got 5. Song Mingyuan, I got 1. Li Qi, fuck, you guys are too fast. I didn't even get 1. Yu Zifeng was truly worthy of being a sword cultivator. His killing power was the greatest. Sword cultivators, attacks were just too fast. As for Ji Yuyong, he had a spear, and taking advantage of that length, he had managed to get 5. Song Mingyuan's luck was not bad, and someone had been charging straight at him. But Li Qi had been too slow. Before he could kill his target, Ji Yuyang's spear had turned him into a bloody mist. Not bad, Long Chen nodded. To be able to get Long Chen to nod in praise, Ji Yuyong and the others were delighted. Even Yu Zifeng was affected. Just who was Long Chen? He was practically a demon. Rather than calling him a genius, it would be more accurate to call him a monster. To win his praise was an immense glory. Hee, that's only because I didn't attack. If I had, I would have destroyed them all with a wave of my hand, bragged Guo Ran. TCH, if you had attacked, you would have impacted us. In the Julie secret realm, Enemies didn't manage to injure me, but you almost got me killed, retorted Ji Yuyong. Hehe, it was just an accident. Now I've already changed my methods. I won't accidentally injure anyone anymore. Guo Ran laughed with a bit of embarrassment. Alright, get the battle spoils. We still have stuff to do. Hehe, today, our luck really is good. What a good start. After saying that, they gathered those people's weapons and spatial rings. As Shantian experts, they were quite wealthy. This battle caused quite a few waves. However, this was just the entrance to Chaos City. Before the inner parts of the city could even receive any news, Long Chen and the others had already killed everyone. Then, instead of running, they brazenly swaggered their way into the city. Who are those people? How are they so terrifying? TCH, so what if they're terrifying? Within Chaos City, there are countless corrupt experts. They're just sending themselves to their deaths. Hehe, there are always those ignorant fools who think themselves so powerful who come here to die. Did they really think that little power was enough to make them unrivaled? It was unknown just how many righteous experts were just watching them from the shadows. Most of them thought they were just looking to die. Boss, let me kill those idiots. They really are fucking stupid. As members of the same righteous path, they're talking about us like that. Guo Ran's expression was dark. These people were too hateful. Previously, that person from the righteous path had been killed, but they had acted completely indifferent. Now, Long Chen and them had killed the corrupt experts, and they even sneered at them. The same righteous path as us. They count as part of the righteous path. You're speaking too highly about them. They're just a bunch of trash. As for the righteous path, most of it is filled with this kind of trash, cowards who are afraid of the strong but bully the weak, lowlifes who can forget any morality for profit. Inner strife is their speciality, but when it comes to true life and death battles, they only know how to flee and hide. As they hide in terror, they watch others fight, hoping for as many of them to die as possible. That way, they'll seem so wise. Righteous path, hehe, what is righteous, what is corrupt, where is the line between them? That's all just nonsense. At the very least, the corrupt path has a firm belief. As for the righteous path, they don't believe in anything. In truth, they're much more frightening than the corrupt path. So remember, we aren't a part of the righteous path, nor are we a part of the corrupt path. There is no one else who is our companion. The only ones we can rely on are ourselves and the brothers around us, said Long Chen. Long Chen had long since seen through the righteous path. In front of profit, they were willing to commit any crimes. Human morals, that was nonsense. The righteous path was even greedier than the corrupt path. That was because they had no beliefs to limit them. They had no bottom line. For their goals, they were willing to do anything. For example, back in the Julie secret realm, when Long Chen had chased after Yin Luo, there were quite a few corrupt experts who they had run into, and they had been willing to sacrifice themselves in order to slow him down and give Yin Luo a chance to escape. As for Long Chen, he had seen many righteous experts watching from a distance. They had even taken out photographic jades, wanting to record the moment of his death. Not one of them had come to help. That was the terror of having no beliefs at all. The more indifferent a person became, the more selfish they would become, and the more evil an evil person would become. As for the originally good people, either they were killed by these evil people, or, in order to survive, they also became evil themselves. That was the righteous path. The current righteous path was a complete mess. When it came to total power, the righteous path should have been able to completely dominate the corrupt path. And yet, each time they had battles, it was the righteous path that lost. Fuck, how are there so many idiots? Raged Ji Yuyong. It's not that they're idiots, but that their parents are idiots because that was how their parents taught them. Their ancestors truly passed on the best lessons, laughed Long Chen. Hehe, there are people to welcome us ahead. After walking for a while, they suddenly saw a mass of people. There had to be hundreds of them. These people were all Shantian experts, and the two people at the front had even reached half-step C expansion. However, they were both extremely old, and even their beards had turned white. Currently, Long Chen and the others had almost arrived at the center of Chaos City. There were countless righteous experts who were present now, but they didn't stand with Long Chen, instead just watching from their own territory. It seemed they were extremely specialized at being spectators. Haha, wow, for so many of you to come receive us, you really are too courteous. Laughed Long Chen. That attitude made it seem like they weren't even enemies, but friends. Long Chen, One of the elders at the front suddenly recognized him, and his voice quivered. Now that he said that, all the corrupt experts' expressions changed. Chaos City was mostly isolated from the rest of the world, but there was no one in the corrupt path who didn't know Long Chen's name. He was the first person to still be alive even after being number one of their must-kill list for over half a year. The corrupt path was different from the righteous path. Most of the corrupt experts who came here had come for tempering, while the righteous experts here were mostly criminals being punished. So they had much more news than the righteous path. The righteous path only got news of the outside world once every few years. As for Long Chen, his sudden rise had only occurred in the last 2 years. So the righteous experts hadn't even heard of him. The righteous experts were all dumbfounded. Just what kind of god was Long Chen? Just his name was able to cause such a reaction from the corrupt experts. Just which side was the corrupt path? Ah, how unexpected. I didn't expect to run into old friends here. How rare. You know, I'm used to using my saber to greet my friends. Today, the weather's not bad. Should we greet each other? Asked Long Chen lightly. The two half-step C expansion experts looked at each other, their hearts cold. They had personally seen the photographic jade of Long Chen's fight with Yin Wuxiang. Celestials were the favorites of heaven and earth. In the Meridian Opening realm, they could dominate the Shantian realm. Half-step C expansion experts were like weeds in front of them. They were only ordinary half-step C expansion experts. If they really fought with Long Chen here, none of them would live to tell the tale. No matter how many rabbits you gathered, they wouldn't be able to bite a tiger to death. This wasn't a case where numbers would allow them to crush their opponents. We're leaving. The two elders spat out those words before leaving just like that, causing all the righteous experts to be dumbfounded. 2 half-step C expansion experts and over 300 Shantian experts were running. What happened to their dignity? What happened to their viciousness? Weren't corrupt experts known to be fearless? What? You're leaving just like this? Hey, wait a moment. Let's discuss this, called Ji Yu Yang. Ji Yu Yang's spear was resting on his shoulder. He had long since been prepared for a battle. His aura rose to his peak, and he already felt like his blood was heating up. He wanted a true battle to stimulate him. But these opponents had just turned and left. He almost spat out blood. The corrupt experts ignored Ji Yu Yang. They quickly disappeared. Boss, what's going on? This doesn't seem to be the style of the corrupt path, asked Guo Ran. Considering how vicious the corrupt path was, then even if they had to die, they probably wouldn't have acted so cowardly. Even if they couldn't kill Long Chen, they could still focus on the people by his side. Even if they had to all die, they would still do as much damage as possible. That was the style of the corrupt path. They're really too courteous. They should be preparing a gift. It's fine, they'll come back sooner or later. Let's go, we still have stuff to do. They continued walking forward, arriving at the end of the road. If the previous area was just a slum, then this was the truly flourishing part. There were many splendid buildings here that were built neatly. There were even some luxurious decorations. Long Chen looked at one of those buildings. Let's go eat first, then we'll make some inquiries. Chapter 627 Calling on Somebody. This was the only restaurant in Chaos City and one of the 3 tallest buildings in the city. It had 9 floors and was 300 meters wide. There was no way it could compare to the Immortal Intoxication building. But in this desolate place, it appeared exceptionally grand and luxurious. A refined and courteous attendant brought Long Chen and the others to the top floor. Currently, it was just a few hours from the night. It wasn't really dinner time yet, and so this entire floor was empty. Your restaurant doesn't seem very popular. How do you manage to stay in business? Asked Guo Ran. This is the only restaurant in Chaos City. The people who come here mostly only come to entertain guests. So we don't have that many customers normally. The attendant smiled. Bring us a feast and some wine. Long Chen found a table beside the window from which they could overlook Chaos City. Here we have 3 kinds of preset feasts. Which one did you want? Choose the best one. Long Chen waved his hand. Very well. The attendant was pleasantly surprised. These people didn't have high cultivation bases, but they spent money so extravagantly. The highest class preset meal here cost 18 middle-grade spirit stones. As the attendant for them, he would get 3,000 ordinary spirit stones for this. A short while later, many delicacies were placed on the table. It went without saying that this restaurant's owner truly did know what quality was. These dishes were all extremely sumptuous. Other than the fine food, There were also 3 large jugs of excellent wine. But because they still had things to do, they didn't drink that much. After eating, Long Chen suddenly asked the attendant, "How long have you lived in Chaos City?" 18 years, he replied cautiously. For a mid-meridian opening cultivator to still be alive after 18 years in Chaos City is quite amazing, said Long Chen. This little one normally only stays in the restaurant. If I ever went outside, I'd have long since died, laughed the attendant. Then since you've been here for so long, you should know many things that other people don't, right? I'll give you an opportunity. If you manage to grab onto it, you won't need to be a waiter in this restaurant. I'll give you enough wealth for you to find somewhere to pass the rest of your life in peace. With your talent, it would be very difficult to reach the Shantian realm. But I can let you achieve that dream, said Long Chen lightly. Guest, you're joking. Whether I'm joking or not is something you can decide for yourself. If you feel like it's a joke, then it's a joke. If you feel like it's serious, then it's serious. Long Chen smiled and threw a ring over to that person. This was the spatial ring of one of the corrupt experts. Long Chen had already gone through and found nothing he needed. There was merely one Shantian weapon, some pills, cultivation techniques, and a pile of spirit stones. In total, they were only worth a few hundred middle-grade spirit stones. To Long Chen, that was nothing. But for this attendant, it was an enormous wealth. If your answers satisfy me, I will also give you a heaven-advancing pill. Long Chen tossed out another huge blow. The attendant gulped down his saliva. Long Chen could hear his heart pounding. The attendant placed the ring on the table and carefully asked, "What do you want to know?" Long Chen's words were clear. He would only get a reward if his answers satisfied Long Chen. That ring was not his yet. Long Chen smiled. He liked dealing with smart people. "I want to know many things. I want to know everything you know about Chaos City. But don't worry, even if you don't know what I want to know, I will still give you a reward." Money was always the greatest motivation. The attendant told Long Chen everything he knew. Other than the righteous and corrupt paths, Chaos City had 2 other powers present. One of those was the master of the restaurant. But the restaurant's master was extremely mysterious. In his 18 years here, he hadn't seen him once. His guess was that this restaurant was just a minor business for him, and he wasn't personally in charge of it. However, this restaurant's master was a bit frightening. Neither the righteous or corrupt paths dared make any trouble here. There was no way for a small attendant to learn about the master's background. As for the other power, it was the boss of the brothel and gambling house. Since ancient times, gambling houses had never been far from brothels. The boss of these 2 businesses was also extremely powerful. The majority of his customers were from the corrupt path. But even these normally fierce corrupt experts would become extremely obedient in the brothel and gambling house. Even if someone did cause a disturbance, it would be on a very small scale. The attendant had personally seen someone from the gambling house kill someone from the corrupt path who had caused trouble. But the corrupt experts had simply taken away that person's corpse without saying a word. The attendant also told Long Chen an extremely important secret. The boss of the brothel and gambling house was a half-step C expansion expert. This boss had once entertained some guests here. It was unknown whether he had drunk too much, but he had said that the power behind him was the Pill Tower's Huo family. Hearing that, Long Chen was truly startled. The Pill Tower's Huo family actually had a connection here. But then thinking about it, he thought it was more likely this person was just intentionally trying to intimidate others. Most likely, he had exaggerated his relationship with the Pill Tower in order to protect his business. From their current position in the restaurant, they could see 2 very luxurious buildings. They were a brothel and a gambling house. There was no nameplate declaring what to call them. But in Chaos City, there was no one who didn't know those 2 buildings. Some runaways and even some minor workers often liked to drink themselves into a stupor there. The main thing was that those were the safest places in Chaos City. Within the Chaos region, it was possible for people to lose their lives at any moment. But with the mines here, people could make a great deal of money. A portion of the people would go there in an attempt to get more money, getting more cultivation resources for themselves. The majority of these people only had average talent. Most of them were just waiting to die here, and so when they got their salaries, they came here to wildly spend their money, entering a drunken state to gamble and enjoy other pleasures. The attendant said that the gambling house and brothel made a shocking amount of money. After this, Long Chen felt like he really had gained quite a bit from this meal. He asked, Then let me ask you one last question. If you can answer, I'll immediately give you what I promised. Please ask. The Bloodkill Hall's stronghold should also be in Chaos City, correct? Where is it? This was Long Chen's main goal in coming here. Long Chen had investigated the Bloodkill Hall before. He knew that they had a stronghold to accept missions here. The Bloodkill Hall's organization was mysterious, and most of its strongholds were completely hidden. No one knew where they were. But there was one known stronghold in Chaos City. That was because the situation here was special. After being attacked by the Bloodkill Hall for so many times, Long Chen had grown tired. He was not someone who would be beaten and not fight back. This time, he was preparing to give the Bloodkill Hall a ruthless blow. If they came out to play, then they sooner or later would have to pay a price. Looking in the direction the attendant pointed, Long Chen saw a strange building. It looked like a skull that had been half buried. It was an extremely bright white color and easy to recognize. How about I pay for this meal? Seeing the immense amount of wealth in the ring as well as the heaven-advancing pill, the attendant was incomparably grateful. He quickly offered to pay. It's fine. You deserve that. What you should be thinking about right now is how you're going to get out of the Chaos region alive. Try to be a bit more low-key. Long Chen threw out 18 spirit stones and left the restaurant. Guo Ran whispered, "Boss, why didn't you let sister-in-law Wan come with us this time? It would be nice to have such a powerful helper. Killing people like this isn't suitable for them. Even though they're willing to do it, they don't like it." "What? Are you getting afraid?" asked Long Chen. "It's not fear, but more that I feel like the Bloodkill Hall is difficult to deal with. The slightest slip can cause big problems," said Guo Ran. "You're very correct. As specialized assassins, the Bloodkill Hall's people are all proficient in killing people in a way that's impossible to guard against. But you should all remember, the reason an expert can become an expert isn't just because they're strong. They also require a strong heart. That heart can be conceited or arrogant, but it can't be unsure. Your actual strength surpasses your imagination. So no matter what kind of enemies you face, you have to have confidence. You can't let the pressure get to you just because they're assassins. The point of a battle is to kill your enemies. You are also killers, so what do you need to be afraid of? You've probably killed more people than they ever have," said Long Chen. "Boss, that does sound a bit reasonable. But then, boss, is the real reason you didn't bring sister-in-law Wan because you're afraid of being outshone by her?" "The other brothers have also asked which one of you is stronger," asked Guo Ran. Others weren't aware that Tang Wan had become a celestial, but the Dragonblood Legion's captains had been told by Long Chen. "You really care about a lot of nonsense. If you have that much energy, then focus more on how you're going to kill your enemies," said Long Chen. "Hehe, I understand. Guo Ran nodded. "TCH, what do you understand?" Long Chen was speechless. This little fellow really never thought about proper things. "Hehe, we've arrived. You guys guard the door and keep watch over all sides. Kill any rabbits that slip away. As for Guo Ran, if you don't have to, then don't attack. I'll go in first." Long Chen stepped into the entrance of the Bloodkill Hall's stronghold. That entrance seemed like the mouth of a skull, appearing incredibly sinister. But today, it was welcoming the arrival of a true killing god. Chapter 628 My Rules. Entering the stronghold, he saw a vast hall inside. It was extremely simple. The only thing in this hall was an elder resting with his eyes closed. When Long Chen entered, the elder's eyes popped open. His eyes were extremely turbid, making him look exactly like an ordinary, mortal elder. "Sorry to disturb you," said Long Chen lightly as he appraised the surroundings. "Long Chen, hehe, interesting. You're on the kill list, but you actually dared to come here. Youngsters these days really are brazen," praised the elder. "There's no way around that, as my character is just like that. But the world is always changing. For example, the position of hunter and prey often changes, don't you think?" asked Long Chen. This person was definitely an assassin. Although this person had completely reserved his aura, Long Chen's sharp spiritual perception could still sense endless resentment on his body. That was the resentment left behind by the people he had killed. Now that it had been absorbed by his aura, it was something that would never wash away. "Oh, this theory of yours truly does exist. But it doesn't hold water with my Bloodkill Hall. Prey should just hide as best as they can, doing anything they can to dodge the arrow of the hunter. Once the hunter finally gives up, the prey will also regain its freedom. But if a prey walks into the hunter's room, that's not in accordance with the rules. Even if the prey manages to bite one hunter to death, it will simply bring on more hunters, and then it won't have the slightest chance of surviving, said the elder. Obviously, he was extremely familiar with who Long Chen was. He had already escaped from bronze, silver, and gold rank assassins. Then he would only have to endure one more wave of violet gold assassins before, in accordance with the Bloodkill Hall's regulations, the mission to kill him would be marked as a failure. Once a mission failed, the Bloodkill Hall would never create a new mission to kill that target. That was why he was warning Long Chen. If Long Chen didn't act according to the Bloodkill Hall's rules, then no matter what today's result was, Long Chen would forever have to face this world's most terrifying assassins until he died. Rules. Those are just things the strong force upon the weak. As for the experts, they are both the players and the referees. This kind of game is too senseless, and I don't like it. Long Chen shook his head. Oh, then what do you want? I like to play according to my own rules. Long Chen shrugged. Your rules? My rules are, if someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them. If a person offends me, I'll endure for a bit, and then if they continue, I'll pull them up by the roots. Long Chen seemed extremely relaxed, as if he was just talking about a game. There wasn't the slightest graveness to his voice. But Long Chen already viewed the Bloodkill Hall as enemies. They had already come after him several times, and he was done with this senseless game. As for him saying that he would endure for a bit, that was really just nonsense. Other than enduring a bit toward pretty women, it seemed he never exercised any forbearance. Pull them up by the roots. Ha ha ha. The elder laughed heartily, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. Tears even squeezed out of his eyes. Long Chen didn't say anything. He simply stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile on his face as he waited. After getting tired of laughing, the elder finally said, "Do you know just how laughable your words are? Do you know how enormous the Bloodkill Hall is? Let alone you, even your Xuantian Dao sect's patriarch doesn't have the qualifications to say that he will uproot the entire Bloodkill Hall. Do you want to continue making jokes?" Long Chen shook his head. I don't know how enormous the Bloodkill Hall is, and I also don't know who the Xuantian Dao sect's patriarch is. But I know that your Bloodkill Hall has tried to assassinate me. So you are my enemies, and what I do to my enemies is always the same. As for whether or not my words today are a joke or the truth, you'll never have a chance to find out. Perhaps in the 9 springs you'll eventually hear the news that your Bloodkill Hall was destroyed. At that time, I hope you can also laugh so heartily. According to the Bloodkill Hall's rules, I can't attack you right now. But since you've provoked my Bloodkill Hall's dignity, it goes without saying that I can only kill you here. After killing you, I will confess my repentance to the killing god. After saying that, the elder suddenly disappeared. A dagger pierced straight toward Long Chen's back, coming incredibly quickly. Long Chen sneered. He raised a lightning-covered hand. Just as Long Chen's hand was about to reach the dagger, the space in front of Long Chen twisted, and the elder appeared in front of him, a dripping dagger stabbing toward his chest. This was an extremely exquisite diversionary tactic. When the elder had first disappeared, that strange dagger had come from behind him. At this time, anyone would think the elder had appeared between them and would turn. But as soon as you did that, you would have fallen into a death trap, as the elder had merely used an illusory art to make himself temporarily vanish. As for the attack, it was just his spiritual strength controlling a dagger. In other words, before Long Chen had even arrived, that dagger had already been set up behind him. What a routine, Long Chen sneered. The instant the elder's spiritual energy had activated, he had sensed it. Long Chen's spiritual strength was 100 times greater than the elder's. How could he possibly be fooled? He blocked the dagger behind him with one hand, and then he ignored the dagger in the elder's hand, instead smashing his fist at his chest. This fist relied on nothing more than brute strength. But if the elder was struck by it, his body would immediately explode. However, before that fist reached the elder, his dagger would pierce into Long Chen's body. The dagger had countless barbs on it, and the liquid dripping off it was obviously poison. If Long Chen was struck, then it was possible for the poison to instantly take his life. But then, the elder would also be unable to dodge Long Chen's punch. Both parties would die, and yet, despite having lived for so many years, this elder clearly didn't want to die yet. Stamping on the ground, he was like a phantom, rapidly retreating, dodging Long Chen's punch. His body suddenly shook, and he turned into figures that surrounded Long Chen. Those 8 figures were incredibly fast, and their afterimages made it look like Long Chen was surrounded by hundreds of people. Suddenly, one figure shot at Long Chen's side, but Long Chen's fist blocked his attack. A simple smokescreen. As expected, without preparing beforehand, you assassins are just a bunch of idiots. You actually call yourselves heavenly emissaries of the killing god. The only thing you know how to do is reap people's lives in the dark. But in an open fight, your only fate is to die. Long Chen shook his head. Bastard, you dare blaspheme the killing god. Die. The elder had previously only used a meridian opening cultivation base to fight Long Chen. But now, he was truly infuriated, and he fully released the power of a Xianxian expert. I'll let you experience what is true assassination. Suddenly, a lightning spear pierced through the elder's chest. A large hole was left behind by it, and endless thunderforce instantly numbed his nerves. Sorry, I tend to be a bit impatient. Rather than listening to your chatter, I'll borrow your head for a moment. Long Chen was actually quite interested in these assassins. But he wouldn't let go of a chance to kill them. When it came to killing arts, it was Long Chen who knew the most efficient methods. He was someone who had killed his way out of a mountain of corpses. As soon as that elder had released his aura and begun preparing to use a powerful technique, he had left himself open for a single breath. As a result, Long Chen hadn't let that opportunity escape him, and he had killed him with a single blow. Long Chen pointed his finger at the elder's head, and his vast spiritual strength surged out. Soul Search. Long Chen used the most barbarous method to break the elder's spiritual defenses and examine his memories. A spiritual seal. Long Chen was startled. The elder's head exploded, and Long Chen hastily circulated his spiritual chi to block the blood from splashing on him. The instant the elder died, a dozen black-robed experts appeared in the hall. Each of them held a black crossbow in their hands, and a flurry of arrows rained down on Long Chen. Those crossbows were strangely powerful and fast as lightning. At such a close distance, and with Long Chen being distracted by the elder's head exploding, it could be said that this attack was truly perfect. It went without saying that these assassins' arrows would all be poisoned. Being struck by this many arrows would definitely be difficult to bear. Lightning shield. Endless thunderforce surged out of Long Chen's arms, forming a large barrier. The arrows all exploded on impact. In front of his thunderforce, these arrows were useless. Even in broad daylight, you like to wear black and hide your faces. That really must be miserable for you. Fine, I'll send you to the other world. I hear that it's always dark there, and you won't have to suffer so much during the day. Long Chen detonated his lightning shield, and this stronghold was blown to pieces. As for the assassins, they had been prepared, but they were still sent flying, vomiting blood. Brothers, they've finally come. Ji Yu Yong was the first to charge forward, his eyes scarlet. His spear smashed toward those assassins. Chapter 629. As many come, as many I'll kill. Powerful chi waves erupted. Over a dozen figures were blown out of the stronghold, but cold light suddenly flashed, instantly killing them. Yu Zifeng. I got 8. Ji Yu Yong. I got 7. Song Ming Yuan. I got 2. Li Qi. What the fuck, you guys are too fast. I still didn't get 1. Can't you leave 1 for me? Li Qi was irritated. It was twice now that his prey had been taken from him. These brothers of his really were brutes, not giving him the slightest face. It's fine, don't you have me to accompany you? Guo Ran stood calmly to the side. These assassins had been instantly killed. They were a bit surprised, because they really had been too weak. Boss, what's going on? It's a bit different from expected, said Guo Ran curiously. Originally, they had thought this would be a nest of assassins, and that there would be a bloody battle today. But this had been too easy. Long Chen sighed. Looks like my expectations were wrong. This is just a place for them to hand out missions. The high-level assassins probably don't stay here. These assassins here are all just silver rank assassins. What? But wasn't that old man a Xianxian expert? How could he only be a silver rank assassin? Asked Ji Yu Yong. Their ranks have nothing to do with cultivation base. It is only determined by their assassination arts. If their assassination abilities are lacking, then even a C expansion expert would still just be at the silver rank. Furthermore, the higher their ranking is, then each time their cultivation base advances, there must be an equivalent increase in their assassination ability. If there isn't, then they're essentially discarded. That old man should probably be someone like that, and so he had no choice but to be some random worker here. Because of the Bloodkill Hall's rules, assassins won't attack those with lower cultivation bases than them. And so this old man was most likely washed out. As for the others, I'd guess it's about the same. Although their cultivation bases were also in the Meridian Opening realm, they were much weaker than the silver rank assassins I ran into last time. This time, it really was a miscalculation. Our strike ended up landing on nothing but weaklings, sighed Long Chen. If it's like this, then assassins aren't as hard to deal with as I thought, said Li Qi. Previously, he had been worried. You're wrong. They are killers in the dark. As assassins, they don't face their opponents head-on. That's why if they fail to kill you in an instant, they will flee. Although their true combat strength is much weaker than yours, if they take advantage of when you're off guard, then any of you, other than Yu Zifeng, might easily be killed. They specialize in concealing themselves, and when combined with their assassination arts, most people would find it impossible to defend. Don't look down on any assassin, because any of you could lose your lives, warned Long Chen. Their hearts shook. It was true. Assassins did not face their enemies head-on. It was their skillful killing techniques that were the most difficult to deal with. Why did you say Yu Zifeng was an exception? Because he's a sword cultivator, and his spiritual perception far surpasses others. Sword cultivators are the most difficult targets for assassins. Not only will the assassin be easily sensed, but a sword cultivator's weapon also never leaves their side. They're also the fastest attackers of all cultivators. So none of you can beat him in that regard, said Long Chen. Fine, I admit I can't beat him. His attack speed really is monstrous, sighed Ji Yuyong. This large movement drew the attention of all of Chaos City. Experts from both paths were watching from a distance. Seeing this, they all sucked in a cold gasp of air. Long Chen had actually attacked the Bloodkill Hall's stronghold. Was that a declaration of war against the Bloodkill Hall? How was that any different from asking to be killed? The Bloodkill Hall had existed for countless years. Although they were all a bunch of shameful fellows, there was no one who questioned their strength. Even the corrupt path would never incite any disputes with them when they cooperated. These silent, shadowless fellows were just too terrifying. They were like reapers who had come out of hell. They might appear by your side at any moment to reap your life. The righteous path had waged war against the Bloodkill Hall several times in history. But their gains were very limited. The public strongholds of the Bloodkill Hall were not their important bases. The destruction of those strongholds didn't affect them at all. However, that kind of conduct did infuriate the Bloodkill Hall. It was said that a few thousand years ago, the large sects that had participated in attacking the Bloodkill Hall had all had their elite disciples assassinated in just a single night. That matter had shaken the entire cultivation world. The righteous path had been completely infuriated, but the Bloodkill Hall had released word that anyone who dared target them would never be able to sleep peacefully again. Those large sects were all extremely powerful with profound foundations. They had countless experts, but they were unable to do anything to the Bloodkill Hall. After all, no one knew where their headquarters were. No matter how much power they had, there was nowhere to release it. As for those assassins, they would tirelessly kill their elite disciples, and there was no way to defend against them. The large sect stamped with fury, but there was nothing they could do. They could only give in and silently accept this fact. From then on, no one dared to cause any trouble for the Bloodkill Hall. The ones who the Bloodkill Hall set their sights on could only cry about their bad luck. By destroying this stronghold, Long Chen had done something no one had dared do for the last few millennia. He had once more provoked the Bloodkill Hall, and he was just in the Meridian Opening realm. This time, the entire cultivation world is going to be shaken. People couldn't help sighing. Long Chen was really too brazen. Perhaps, even the Xuantian Dao sect wouldn't be able to help him now. He would have to meet the crazy assassins of the Bloodkill Hall. Most importantly, the Xuantian Dao sect wouldn't even dare try to protect him, because if they did, the Bloodkill Hall would send assassins against their other disciples as well. That was something the Dao sect did not want to see. There was no one who could remain guarded forever. Being entangled with the Bloodkill Hall's assassins was incredibly troublesome. So even the Xuantian Dao sect wouldn't want to provoke those madmen. "Boss, should we leave now?" asked Ji Yuyong. "Wait a moment, there are still some secrets here." Long Chen examined the rubble and suddenly stamped his foot on the ground. The earth flew up, revealing the entrance to an underground room. The entrance had only just appeared, and the dust had yet to scatter, when countless lights shot at Long Chen. They came so suddenly that Ji Yuyong and the others couldn't even react. Long Chen's expression didn't change. He didn't even bat an eye. With a single punch, he released a powerful chi wave that blew those lights back into the passageway. Miserable screams rang out from the underground room. There had actually been people hiding down here. Long Chen walked in and saw it was very spacious. There was a square, 300-meter altar. Atop the altar was a statue of a red-haired man with a pair of red wings. His eyes seemed to icily look at Long Chen. Although it was just a statue, it seemed to have its own life. Long Chen felt like there really was someone staring at him. You are their killing god. Long Chen examined the statue. The Bloodkill Hall believed in a killing god, and so they had built this statue here so they could worship him at any time. With your kind of conduct, you can still call yourself a god. Trash. You are just a money grubber. Whoever gives you money is who you would call master and act as a hired thug for. Just looking at you is nauseating. Long Chen directly destroyed the statue with a punch. He then looked around and saw a stone tablet on the wall. There were many lines of words on it. Shu Changshou, 7-star mountain disciple, bronze rank mission, killed. Luo Yudian, mental fist gate disciple, bronze rank mission, killed. Long Chen examined it and saw it was a record of missions. On the bottom of the tablet, he saw his own name. Long Chen, Xuantian supermonastery disciple, bronze rank mission, failed. Silver rank mission, failed. Gold rank mission, failed. Dark gold rank mission, _. There was nothing after the dark gold rank mission. It should be that the mission had been issued, but no assassins had had the time to create a plan. The next wave would be dark gold. Long Chen sneered. He wiped away the words behind his name, and using a stone, he wrote another line of words on top of it. As many come, as many I'll kill. It was a very simple line of words, but they were filled with an unshakable determination. You want to come kill me, but I'm not allowed to retaliate. And I actually have to receive 4 waves of assassinations before the game ends. Who says I'll agree to that? If you like to play, then I'll play with you, sneered Long Chen. Long Chen already had so many enemies. At this point, he wasn't afraid of having more. Only once Long Chen and the others had left did the righteous and corrupt experts enter the underground room. Seeing the destroyed statue and the line of words Long Chen had left behind, their hearts pounded. Long Chen was actually unafraid of infuriating the Bloodkill Hall. He had destroyed the statue of their god and left behind such provocative words. He really was trying to get himself killed. When Long Chen returned to the Xuantian Dao sect's mining site, he noticed that the guards had disappeared. Only once he asked around did he learn that Zhou Kun had cancelled those posts. In accordance with the orders from the higher-ups, there were 4 mining sites that were left to Long Chen to guard. So the other guards had been removed. Whether or not Long Chen actually guarded his area, any problems would be his responsibility. Meng Qi and Tang Waner had discussed it and decided to send the Dragonblood warriors to guard those 4 sites. After all, if there was a problem, Long Chen would have to take responsibility. And so the only ones present were the Dragonblood Legion now. Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit surprised at this situation. He told the Dragonblood warriors to take care during these days. There would quickly be meat to eat. As expected, 3 days later, a huge disturbance erupted. Countless masked experts charged toward Xuantian Dao sect's territory. Where is Long Chen? Get out here and die. A cold shout rang throughout the entire Chaos region, and a terrifying pressure soared. Chapter 630 Terrifying Celestial. The Xuantian Dao sect's experts all turned cold and took out their weapons, rushing out. Now isn't our shift. Don't go out. There are disciples to defend, ordered Zhou Kun. District Chief, there are too many enemies. If you know I'm the district chief, then you better listen to my orders. Didn't you hear that they want Long Chen? The trouble that Long Chen causes will have to be handled by himself, sneered Zhou Kun. But, our minds, it's fine. In any case, this is a trouble that Long Chen caused. Furthermore, he's in charge of guarding this place. If there are any problems, it's his responsibility. We'll just calmly watch. Zhou Kun stood on a platform to watch the attack with a pleased smile. You think you're so amazing, Long Chen? Then I want to see just what you'll look like when you die. Hehe, the corrupt path really was fast. They've already taken action in just a few days. Those experts might be masked, but their auras could not be concealed. That disguise was just deceiving themselves. But in the Chaos region, everyone liked to act like this. It had already become something of an unspoken rule. After attacking, people would just refuse to admit that it had been done by them. There were over 1,000 experts attacking now, and they were all in the Shantian realm. The person leading them was a young man. Perhaps he felt like masking his face was beneath him, but he hadn't disguised himself at all. This man was surrounded by runes and led the corrupt experts to attack. With a wave of his hand, the corrupt experts split into 4 groups, going toward 4 mines. Those were the places the Dragonblood Legion were stationed. Seeing this, Jo-kun smiled. Everything was going according to his plan. No matter what the result was, he would report to the Dao sect that all the black gold ore in the mines had been taken away by the attackers. Then he would secretly pocket decades worth of stock for himself. To the Dao sect, that was nothing. But to the Zhou family, it was a large amount of wealth. Not only would they get a favor from the Pill Tower, but they would also cut down one of their enemies and make a huge amount of money. It could entirely be said as to hit 3 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of that, Jo-kun felt immensely pleased inside. He even had an urge to sing with delight. With such a slutty smile, it couldn't be that you have drawn these people over here on purpose, right? Suddenly, an icy voice rang out beside Jo-kun, causing his soul to almost flee in fright. At some unknown point, Long Chen had appeared on the same platform as him, indifferently watching the battle unfold. You, how did you come here? Why aren't you defending? If anything happens to those mines, then no matter how many heads you have, they won't be enough for your beheading," cried Jo-kun, startled and furious. "Behead me, a person capable of that hasn't been born yet. If you once more fart like that, I'll cut off your head right now," said Long Chen lightly. Furious roars rang out from the mines. The Dragonblood warriors charged at the corrupt experts. Blood filled the sky, limbs flew everywhere. What shocked the corrupt experts was that these meridian opening brats were like bloodthirsty fiends. Each one of their moves was incredibly ruthless and sharp, and their combat power was too terrifying. Brothers, kill. Under boss's guidance, during the righteous and corrupt battle on the 108th monastery, we defeated many times our number. In the first monastery, we did the same against a sneak attack from the corrupt path. Now, it's our turn to give them a beating. Are we going to let them escape this time? Ji Yu-yong raised his spear, charging into the thicket of battle. The Dragonblood warriors seemed to recall their blood-soaked figures fighting with Long Chen. Their blood began to boil. The Dragonblood Legion was clearly outnumbered. But they were incredibly fierce, and in the first impact, they killed quite a few corrupt experts, instantly reducing their morale. In their recollection, the Righteous Path's cultivators were a bunch of cowards who were afraid of death. And so they always treated them as sheep for the reaping. But today, they encountered the Dragonblood Legion, a group of fierce tigers who were incredibly powerful. They felt a chill. It seemed their roles had been reversed. As for the young man leading them, he had been charging straight toward the Xuantian Dao sect's main building. He hadn't believed that Long Chen wouldn't appear. But now he believed it. Not only had Long Chen not appeared, but they had also run into trouble. The Dragonblood Legion was too terrifying, and even he was shocked. According to his original orders, he was supposed to wait for other groups before launching a sneak attack. But he was a Grand Celestial, and he thought that he could dominate the entire mining region on his own. So he had ignored the other members of the Corrupt Path, directly coming to kill Long Chen. According to his style, he would simply trample his enemies, and Long Chen would appear sooner or later. He was extremely unconvinced of Long Chen's power. Although he had seen the photographic jades of Long Chen's battles with Yin Wuxiang, he considered himself much stronger than Yin Wuxiang, strong enough to kill Long Chen. But now the Dragonblood Legion's strength caused him to panic. Their casualties were too high. He wouldn't be able to give an explanation once he returned. He had already ignored the original plan. If something unexpected happened, it would be troublesome for him. He directly charged toward Yu Zifang's mine. That was because Yu Zifang was too powerful. Wherever he pointed his sword, experts fell and flesh flew through the air. He had to kill him first. But suddenly, a wind blade slashed through the air. That wind blade was extremely bizarre, as there hadn't been the slightest sign before it appeared. By the time the young man sensed it, it was already right in front of him. He hastily dodged, but he was still injured, a long cut appearing on his face. If he had been any slower, his head would have been cut in two. A clear voice rang out from the distance. The young man hastily looked in that direction, only to see a lithe woman slowly walking over. Who else could that be other than Tang Wan-er? Long Chen had given her the mission to keep watch for any top experts. This opportunity today was truly rare. A celestial had actually sent himself to them. Tang Wan naturally wouldn't give up such a chance. She very much wished to know just how strong she currently was, but Long Chen refused to exchange blows with her. Even she didn't know how strong she was. Today, she had a rare chance to test herself. She was filled with excitement. Hee hee, little girl, you're pretty beautiful, and you have the rare ability to control wind. Good, good, I've decided, you're mine. The corrupt man's eyes brightened. It was actually his first time seeing such a beautiful woman. In the distance, Long Chen curled his lip. Did this person really think he could subdue Tang Wan? Even he didn't have that ability. Who did he think he was? Even Long Chen doesn't have the ability to subdue me. Who do you think you are? Sneered Tang Wan. That made Long Chen startled. Tang Wan's thoughts had been the same as his. Was this the legendary realm of being mentally connected? Sorry, this place is a bit crowded. Can you get down? Long Chen looked at Zhou Kun beside him and frowned slightly. He directly kicked him off the platform and took out a chair, relaxing on it. He would be a peaceful, handsome man who would just calmly watch the battle. The four mines were split into two regions. They were less than a few miles from each other. To put it frankly, there were really only two battlefields. Meng Qi and Guo Ran were both in charge of one of them, protecting everyone. Of course, when there was no danger of lives being lost, they wouldn't interfere. Meng Qi was a beast tamer with a soul item. She killed people without them even noticing. As for Guo Ran, he had long since placed himself at a high vantage point, and he would occasionally shoot his crossbow. But although the battle was extremely fierce, it still hadn't reached the point where they needed to join in. Long Chen also hoped they wouldn't have to join in. If they did, that would expose them, and it would also cause the Dragonblood Legion to form a dependence on them. That was not beneficial to the kind of instincts a person needed in the midst of a battle. There was essentially no need for him to worry about those battles. Long Chen simply sat and calmly watched Tang Wan. He also wanted to know just how strong she was now. Long Chen, HMPH, a coward who doesn't even dare show his face can be compared to me. Girl, you're pretty. I've taken a fancy to you. Today, no matter what, I'll be collecting you. Get over here. The corrupt man suddenly released his aura, and the runes around him brightened. His runes directly enveloped Tang Wan, and he charged. Suddenly, heaven and earth shivered as a tide of wind blades appeared by Tang Wan's side. In truth, those wind blades were runes. But they were different from ordinary runes. Each rune in and of itself was also a wind blade. Millions of runes now formed a sea of wind blades that easily broke apart the corrupt man's runes. The corrupt man's runic domain collapsed, and he vomited blood, flying back, filled with shock. Impossible. How can you be a celestial? He didn't dare believe this. Celestials could sense other celestials through their connection with the heavenly Taos. But he didn't sense any heavenly Tao fluctuations from Tang Wan. That was why he refused to believe this. He had actually said he would collect her. But when she summoned her manifestation, he was completely flabbergasted. Tang Wan wasn't just capable of summoning her heavenly Tao manifestation. The scope of her manifestation was even larger than his and much more terrifying. Bring out your greatest strength, or you won't last even a few moves. Tang Wan icily snorted. Extending her arms, two wind blades appeared in each of her hands. She viciously slashed them toward the corrupt man. Chapter 631 Mighty Fairy. Tang Wan's 3-foot-long wind blades slashed at the corrupt man. The corrupt man was forced back, but he managed to block with a saber he had taken out. That saber's back was saw-toothed, appearing extremely sinister. Even you think you're fit to use a saber? And you want to challenge him? I really admire your courage, said Tang Wan indifferently. Tang Wan's impression was that no saber user could compare to Long Chen. Only when a saber was in his hands could it release its true power. That kind of true domineeringness was something only Long Chen possessed. Shut your mouth, slut. I praise your beauty a bit and you act like this. You've really pissed me off. The corrupt man's eyes seemed to spit flames. He was a celestial, a heavenly genius. Originally, he had already found it hard to accept that he was to handle someone like Long Chen. Then when he had learned he was supposed to work together with other celestials to handle Long Chen, he had gone crazy with rage. So he hadn't waited for the others and had directly come here to kill Long Chen. But now, before he even encountered Long Chen, he encountered this female fiend, one who was also a celestial. Now thinking of how he had said he would collect her, he felt like he had slapped himself in the face. Grand and noble Lady Wan, this sinister corrupt brat is trying to use despicable words to blaspheme your purity. We definitely can't have that. Please use your grand and noble hands to end his soul, allowing this world to be truly purified. Tang Wan'er's expression had sunk when she had been cursed by this man, but then Long Chen's words came from the distance. She almost laughed. This scoundrel really was never serious. Tang Wan'er shot forward with her sea of wind blades. Her wind blades slashed down on him, making her appear incredibly imposing. She was just like a cold fairy, albeit a bit fierce. The corrupt man released immense saber images against Tang Wan'er's attacks. Wind blades and saber images crazily collided, ringing out explosions into the sky and shaking the ground. At this point, Long Chen also stood up to watch with rapt attention. He sighed emotionally. A celestial with their own attribute was truly terrifying. Tang Wan'er's wind blades were being supported by her heavenly Dao runes. That power was terrifying, and their durability had reached an abnormal level. The corrupt man was also a celestial, and he even held an enchanted weapon. However, he was unable to truly bring out his weapon's strength. He only cared about the weapon's hardness and durability, which allowed him to bring out his own strength. Examining his aura, Long Chen saw that he was slightly weaker than Yin Wuxiang, but the difference wasn't too big. And yet, under Tang Wan'er's attacks, he was unable to retaliate, as his runic domain was unable to affect her. Tang Wan'er's own runic domain was too large, almost twice the size of his. The only reason she didn't immediately crush him was because she had yet to familiarize herself with her power. She was unable to control her runes perfectly, otherwise, she would be able to completely suppress him with just her runic domain. This made Long Chen feel a great deal of pressure. Tang Wan'er had only just gained an initial control over her power, but she was already stronger than Yin Wuxiang. She was definitely too powerful. Originally, attribute cultivators were not that common. They were born with an innate affinity toward a kind of energy, and if they then became celestials, gaining the heavens' favor, they would become incredibly powerful. Now, Tang Wan'er was truly giving Long Chen a great deal of pressure. If she continued to grow and fully attuned herself to her power, wouldn't he be the one who was bullied? But there was one thing that made Long Chen feel extremely gratified. That was that when Tang Wan'er used her cry of the heavenly Daos, he didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust or dislike. Furthermore, he saw that the heavenly Daos didn't display the slightest bit of rejection toward Tang Wan'er. She could freely enjoy its benefits. What is going on? Was it the primal chaos bead? It can even cheat the heavens. Long Chen's heart shook. As someone rejected by the heavenly Daos, he had extremely negative feelings toward celestials. Even from afar, he could feel a dislikable aura from them. He had already made his preparations for that. Now, he suddenly thought of Mo Nian. He recalled that when Mo Nian had summoned his cry of the heavenly Daos, he also hadn't felt any dislike. One of Mo Nian's heavenly Dao seeds had been given to him by Long Chen. Could it be that after going through the primal chaos bead, those heavenly Dao runes had also changed? That was incredibly shocking. Just what kind of treasure was the primal chaos bead? How were there so many unpredictable aspects to it? What did it want? Suddenly, a loud explosion cut off Long Chen's thoughts. He hastily looked forward to see that the corrupt man's saber was shining like the sun. With a single slash, he had destroyed Tang Wan'er's wind blades and sent her flying. Not only that, but he also didn't pause, flashing forward to continue attacking. Long Chen frowned and he was just about to interfere when Tang Wan'er formed a hand seal in front of her. Her sky full of runes formed a huge shield in front of her. Chilling wind shield. Tang Wan'er's shield instantly shattered when struck by the saber. But the corrupt man's expression suddenly changed, and he hastily retreated. But he was still one step too slow. Tang Wan'er's wind blades hadn't truly shattered, but had been intentionally split apart by her. It only appeared like her shield had been unable to bear his power. Now, the wind blades that had comprised her shield suddenly struck like lightning, slashing into the corrupt man. Unable to completely defend, dozens of cuts appeared on his body. And this was only because he had realized what had happened so quickly. Otherwise, he would have been directly killed. Circulating his heavenly Dao runes, the corrupt man's injuries quickly healed. His saber once more lit up with a blazing light, and he attacked Tang Wan'er. Unexpected. He actually has a secret technique to activate a portion of an enchanted weapon's power. Long Chen was surprised. Enchanted items had special runes carved onto them, and normally only sea expansion experts could activate those runes. But this corrupt man was also capable of doing so. Although he was only capable of activating a trace of his weapon's power, it was enough for him to reverse the tides. That kind of power was extremely terrifying. Ghost Saber devours soul. All the corrupt man's energy poured into his saber, summoning an immense saber image in the sky. His terrifying power caused the void to rumble. Long Chen was already holding Blooddrinker, prepared to go out. That attack was extremely terrifying. He was worried that Tang Wan wouldn't be able to handle it. But Tang Wan expression was still completely calm. Her eyes shone with battle intent. Hastily forming hand seals in front of her, the sea of runes around her condensed, forming a crescent moon a mile long. It's that move. Long Chen suddenly recalled how he had obtained a high heaven-class battle skill from the Xuantian supermonastery. That was something perfect for Tang Wan. Only a wind attribute expert could use this move. Furthermore, she had used her heavenly Dao runes to condense her attack. This attack had already surpassed the scope of power that a battle skill should have. When that crescent moon appeared, the entire world suddenly became silent. It was impossible to hear anything. It was like the only thing in the world was that crescent moon now. Wind moon engulfs stars. With a final hand seal, that huge crescent moon suddenly turned into a ray of light, slashing at the corrupt man. Even Long Chen felt a chill when that crescent moon appeared. The original battle skill wasn't too terrifying. The most terrifying part of this attack was that it contained the power of Tang Wan heavenly Dao runes. The ground exploded as a powerful chi wave spread. The people fighting were all sent flying by astral winds. Seeing the astral winds approaching his current location, Long Chen suddenly rolled his eyes and shouted, "Everyone, be careful." He jumped off the stage and took a defensive posture. Many people knelt on the ground to minimize the force of the impact. Zhou Kun was a bit bewildered. Although those astral winds were terrifying, he was a half-step sea expansion expert, and they didn't pose any threat to him. But why did Long Chen seem so solemn? He even gave everyone a warning. When did he become so caring about them? The instant those astral winds reached him, the building was completely destroyed, and Zhou Kun circulated his spiritual chi to defend. Suddenly, Zhou Kun felt like a mountain had crashed into him, and he vomited blood, his whole body almost exploding. His vision darkened, his soul entering a slumber. But before that, there was one question that echoed in his head. How were these astral winds so powerful? He naturally didn't know that someone had added something special to these astral winds. Of course, that person wouldn't be announcing himself. It was Long Chen. After the astral winds passed, everyone saw that the landscape had completely changed. There was a huge crater in the ground. Long Chen smiled and walked over. Looking at a graceful figure, he extended a thumbs up, praising. "Fairy is mighty." Just at that moment, the ground beneath Long Chen's feet erupted, and a figure stabbed a saber toward him. Chapter 632 Kill them all. The ground erupted, and a saber stabbed toward Long Chen's chest. Long Chen stretched out a hand. The saber's point was caught by his hand. Long Chen's hand was currently covered with lightning runes, looking like a glove that could completely ignore the saber's sharpness. As expected, you really are unsuited to using sabers. How could a saber user act so sneakily? What a disgrace to the name of saber masters. Long Chen shook his head, looking at the corrupt man. The corrupt man was covered with blood. He had almost been turned into pulp by Tang Wan attack. The most terrifying thing about Tang Wan attack was that after the wind blades slashed onto its target, it would explode, releasing a second wave. Although this second wave was less fierce than the first strike, the most abnormal part about it was its range. It was essentially impossible to dodge. Despite having used his strongest move, this corrupt man had barely managed to block the first impact of Tang Wan wind moon engulfed stars. But although he had blocked the crescent moon, when it had exploded, he had almost been turned into a corpse. The only reason he was alive was because he was a celestial with a powerful physical body. Otherwise, there would have been nothing remaining of him. Tiny crescent blades had become fiends carving up his body. He had exhausted his core runes in order to continuously heal as he was struck. When that wave of wind blades finally ended, he had already run out of energy. So he had hidden himself in the ground, waiting for an opportunity and thinking about how he should handle this situation. And then, Long Chen walked right over to where he was. He didn't hesitate, he directly attacked. What he wanted right now wasn't to kill Long Chen, but to get a trump card. Otherwise, He wouldn't be able to leave here alive. Tang Wan was just too terrifying. This attack of hers had exhausted all of his heavenly Dao runes, energy. But as a wind attribute expert, a random wind blade from her could kill him. So his sights had been placed on Long Chen. But this plan of his could not be worse. He had no idea just how strong Long Chen really was. When Long Chen grabbed his saber, his berserk thunder force poured into his body, causing his body to stiffen. Just like that, Long Chen pushed the saber back slightly, and an enormous force transmitted through it. The corrupt man exploded. The sound of rumbling thunder filled the air. The corrupt expert's soul was about to fly out of his body when endless thunder force destroyed it. A celestial fell just like that. Suddenly, countless heavenly Dao runes appeared in the air, just about to merge back into the world. That was the corrupt man's heavenly Dao seed. It wished to return to heaven and earth. Stay behind, snorted Long Chen. His saber slashed into the runes. Boom! Those runes were instantly shattered. The primal chaos bead wildly circulated, and those shattered runes were absorbed by it. Within the primal chaos space, the strange heavenly Dao tree was taking in those runes, and a fist-sized fruit slowly grew out of it, one with heavenly Dao runes. Another heavenly Dao fruit had been born. What are you all staring for? Kill them all. The corrupt experts and the Dragonblood warriors had only just crawled out of the ground when they saw Long Chen kill the corrupt celestial. They were all shocked. A celestial had been killed just like that. The corrupt experts were completely dumbfounded. Kill. Hearing Long Chen's order, the Dragonblood warriors roared, attacking the still stunned corrupt experts. The corrupt experts fell one after another. With the celestial that was leading them dead, they were finally terrified. Don't let a single one escape. The Dragonblood warriors' morale surged to unprecedented heights, and they chased after them. Under ordinary circumstances, people wouldn't chase after cornered enemies. That would cause the enemies to truly go all out, even throwing away their own lives to take the attackers down with them. That would increase the casualties. But this battle was an exception. What Long Chen wanted was for the Dragonblood warriors to fight on the border of death. Experiencing that danger would completely solidify their cultivation bases and increase their mental realms. Miserable screams resounded. They were particularly ear-piercing in the night sky. The Xuantian supermonastery's guards and miners all watched this bloody scene from a distance. Why do those people look more savage than the corrupt path? A Xuantian expert's shuddering voice rang out quietly. The Dragonblood warriors seemed like fiends reaping the corrupt experts' lives. It had to be known that the Dragonblood warriors were merely at the Meridian opening realm. But the corrupt path's experts were all Xuantian experts, and they were actually being chased down to the point that they cried for their parents. Chaotic battles like this were different from ordinary battles. The winner was not decided by technique. Instead, it was decided by who was more vicious. Each stroke of their blades had to be unleashed with a mentality of either you die or I die. The Dragonblood warriors were all elites amongst elites. After undergoing so many huge battles with Long Chen, their wills were as hard as steel. They could smile fearlessly in the face of death. Seeing that over 100 corrupt experts were about to escape, Guo Ran suddenly took out a huge crossbow. A huge arrow shot out, exploding in their midst. A bomb on the arrowhead exploded, and countless razors sliced through their bodies. These razors were only the size of a fingernail. They were a golden color, and when they exploded in their midst, those corrupt experts were all turned into a bloody mist. Ha 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 ha, this power really is marvelous. Seeing how effective it was, Guo Ran laughed excitedly. Those razors were what he had made out of the treasure item fragments Long Chen had given him. Today was his first time testing them, and their power was truly shocking. These corrupt experts were cut through as easily as tofu whether they tried blocking with shield or weapon. That killing power made Guo Ran incredibly excited. Hee, brothers, don't just watch. Hurry and clean up the battlefield. Guo Ran laughed mischievously. In this fierce battle, 67 members of the Dragonblood Legion had been heavily injured. If they didn't have Meng Qi and Guo Ran to secretly protect them, perhaps dozens of them would have died from this battle. After all, the corrupt path was not described as fierce and savage for nothing. The fact that there were no casualties in such a fierce battle was practically a miracle. Of those who were heavily injured, there were some whose legs had been severed, some whose arms had been crushed, and even some who had been almost cut in two. But as long as they hadn't died immediately, then with Long Chen's medicinal pills, any injuries became minor. Now, after this fierce and bloody battle, there would definitely be a generous reward. After this battle, Everyone's auras had been retracted. Not the slightest bit of it leaked out anymore. In fact, their auras were condensed to the peak. At the same time, their mental realms had also greatly advanced. This was what it meant to be true experts baptized by battle. Compared to those greenhouse flowers, they were people who had crawled out of a pile of corpses. They were true warriors. Wan are you alright? Long Chen supported Tang Wan taking out a chair for her. Her face was pale. I was careless. When I used that last move, I received a backlash. I still am unable to control that much power, said Tang Wan. You went too all out. You've only just become a celestial. Even though you can summon the cry of the heavenly Taos, you're still just a novice. A celestial's power is different from your own power. It relies on being connected to the energy of the world. Your heavenly Tao runes are just a guide. You still haven't become accustomed to using heavenly Tao energy, so it's difficult to avoid suffering a backlash from such power. Next time, don't go so all out. I worry a great deal for you. Long Chen held Tang Wan-er's hands, distressed at seeing how pale she was. Tang Wan-er gently brushed a stray hair behind her ear and smiled. You rarely say such amiable words to me. What, are you afraid that I'll put you in your place now that I'm strong? Hee, actually, I really would hope to be put in my place by you every day. However, I wouldn't like to do it in such an open place with so many people. It would be best if it was done in a closed room, while lying on a soft bed, with 2 lit candles. Maybe some rope, then, you could properly put me in my place. Long Chen smiled mischievously. Tang Wan-er blushed and rebuked, you really are a scoundrel. The faint anger on her face and the bashfulness in her eyes was truly a rare beauty. Long Chen's heart pounded, and a fierce heat seemed to come from his eyes. Looking at Tang Wan-er's lips, he actually slowly went down to kiss her. Being looked at like this by Long Chen, Tang Wan-er's heart pounded. She jumped in fright and hastily said, let me go, Sister Meng Qi's coming. Tang Wan-er's had only just escaped when Meng Qi arrived. Tang Wan-er was completely red, not daring to look at her. Meng Qi smiled slightly. Congratulations on sister for displaying your divine might, defeating a celestial. You really brought honor to us sisters. Hee, Meng Qi, you don't need to get jealous, because you'll also quickly become a celestial. Long Chen laughed and a heavenly Tao fruit appeared in his hand, causing Meng Qi and Tang Wan-er to jump in shock. Chapter 633 Sinister Plot. After the battlefield was cleaned up, Long Chen examined everyone's injuries. It went without saying that this battle had been extremely fierce. Although they had all undergone complete tempering before advancing to Meridian Opening, it was still difficult for them to battle Xiantian experts. But luckily, there hadn't been that many enemies. They had only been 10 times the Dragonblood Legion. If it had been more, Long Chen wouldn't have dared let them take this risk. The death of any one of his brothers would cause him great grief. But there was no way around this. They had to take advantage of this opportunity. The cultivation bases and numbers of their enemies had been perfectly at the limit of what the Dragonblood Legion could handle. If there had been more enemies, there would have been terrible casualties. Their enemies had been just strong enough and the perfect number to give the Dragonblood Legion the best tempering. Too strong and they wouldn't be able to handle them. Too few and there wouldn't be any pressure or feeling of death. The most gratifying thing was that not a single person had died. Reality was just this cruel. Long Chen had no choice but to make everyone go through this danger. However, if they didn't take this risk this time, the Dragonblood Legion's power would be thrown behind. Next time when they had to face enemies, it would be even more dangerous. Long Chen's own cultivation speed was too fast. If he continued like this, the Dragonblood warriors wouldn't be able to keep up with him. They wouldn't be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with him. He understood each Dragonblood warrior. They were all hot-blooded warriors who would rather die on the battlefield than be abandoned, discarded, and thrown away. That was their own dignity. Long Chen also had never had any thoughts about abandoning them, so the only choice was for them to take on trials and dangers with him. Those who had been injured would be fully healed in just 3 days after consuming Long Chen's personally refined healing pills. Long Chen had everyone go rest. As for the mines, if anyone could find the mines anymore, then they could go steal from them if they wanted to. Long Chen really had to admire himself. The entire mining region had been destroyed. Who could find the entrance to the mines? Let alone the Xiantian Dao sect's mines, even 2 neighboring mines had been buried. But it wasn't so important. The black gold ore was almost depleted, thus, no one had any hope toward that elusive phoenix blood black gold. As for the miners, they only worked part-time nowadays. During the past few days, there hadn't been any mining at all, so there was no one buried underground. And so, the mines could just be left buried. This way, they also didn't need to worry about being attacked for the mines. The original buildings had been destroyed now, so everyone could only live in tents. Within a certain tent, Jo-kun lay on the ground, his eyes closed and blood pouring out of his 7 orifices. His face was an unhealthy yellow color, and his aura was incredibly weak. Long Chen, can you save the district chief? If this continues, he might die. The elder who had once threatened Long Chen begged him for help now. This elder was bewildered. Jo-kun's cultivation base was the highest here, but then why was he the one to receive the heaviest injuries now? I could. Long Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Really? Great. Hurry and heal him. The problem is, why should I save him? The elder almost died from rage. We're all members of the same sect here. How can you just watch as someone dies? How can I just watch as someone dies? I really have to admire you. Just how did you manage to make your skin so thick? When we were facing those corrupt enemies, you all just hid in here like tortoises. Why didn't you think of such sanctimony at that time? Snorted Long Chen. The elder was speechless. At this time, Meng Qi suddenly sighed. Long Chen, let it go. After all, we're all members of the same sect. At this time, we should be united against outer enemies. Right, this lady's words are entirely correct. We should be united, cried the elder. Long Chen sneered and didn't say anything. Meng Qi walked over and examined Jo-kun. The district chief's cultivation base is high, but his spiritual strength is too weak. He definitely must have tried using his spiritual strength to examine the battle, and as a result, he didn't retract his spiritual energy in time and received a backlash to his soul. The elder's heart shook. Meng Qi was correct. The Zhou family didn't have any talent when it came to spiritual strength. As for Jo-kun, his spiritual strength was famed for being weak. He didn't question her words at all. However, he couldn't understand why Jo-kun would use his spiritual strength that way. Perhaps only he knew. But then how can you save him? Asked the elder. After all, Jo-kun was their leader. They had to rely on him for everything. Although the elder was also a member of the Zhou family, he hadn't been given knowledge about many things. Also, Jo-kun hadn't passed anything to him, so it was all too easy for him to mess up. That was why he was so anxious now. Fine, I'll sacrifice a portion of my spiritual strength to help heal his soul, sighed Meng Qi. What? Who do you think he is? He's not worthy of you sacrificing your spiritual strength. Have you gone stupid? Long Chen raged, his expression completely changing. Long Chen, you have to pay more attention to the big picture. Temporarily put down this enmity of yours, said Meng Qi. Long Chen snorted with rage and left. Seeing this, Meng Qi said to the elder, help protect me. Don't let anyone disturb me. I'll heal the district chief's injuries. 2 hours later, Meng Qi left Jo-kun's tent. When she returned to the Dragonblood Legion's area, Long Chen was already laughing, coming out of his tent. His previous anger had disappeared. How was it? Did you get it? He asked. You really are a scoundrel. That act of yours was so real that I even thought you got angry, said Meng Qi. Hee, quick, get in. Tell me, what are they up to? Long Chen pulled Meng Qi into his tent. Tang Wan-er was also present. After resting for a while, Tang Wan-er was no longer as pale as before. This Jo-kun really did have a plot. Long Chen, you really were smart. You even thought of such a plan. Meng Qi looked at Long Chen and sighed. Overpraise. Long Chen laughed mischievously. When it came to handling bad people, he always had many cons. Jo-kun had truly been schemed against by Long Chen. When the shockwaves from Tang Wan-er and the corrupt celestials' attacks had reached him, Long Chen had directly used his spiritual strength to force Jo-kun into a slumber. But Long Chen hadn't expected Jo-kun's spiritual strength to be so weak. This move of his had almost dispersed his soul. Luckily, bad people always had the protection of the heavens. He hadn't died, so Long Chen had come up with an act. With Meng Qi, having Meng Qi go save him. Yes, she was to save him. But at the same time, Meng Qi had used a secret technique to rifle through Jo-kun's memories. This was different from soul search. It required the target to not have the slightest bit of resistance at all in a comparatively long time to do. That was why Meng Qi had wasted 2 hours in order to obtain the information that she wanted. At the same time, she had implanted some memories in him, memories that said that back then, he had used his spiritual strength to probe Tang Wan and the corrupt celestials' battle. As a result, he had been heavily injured. As for why he would do something so stupid, that was his own problem. In any case, once he woke up, he would definitely remember that he had done that stupid thing, which had resulted in this. That was enough. Long Chen, perhaps we've really fallen into a huge trap this time, said Meng Qi worriedly. It's fine, I was aware of that. But to raise the Dragonblood Legion, we had no choice but to enter the trap. Otherwise, the Dragonblood Legion would require a long time to stabilize their foundations, and only then could they advance. But we don't have enough time for that, said Long Chen helplessly. How could he not know this was a trap? But he had no choice. The Zhou family intentionally leaked the information that you've come to the Chaos region to the corrupt path. From Zhou Kun's memories, I also learned that their attacks won't stop here, nor will that celestial today be the only one. In fact, the attack today was entirely not within their plans. They were supposed to gather multiple groups before giving us a thunderous strike. Furthermore, behind this matter is also the Pill Tower. Although Zhou Kun isn't aware of the whole plan, he has had interactions with the Zhou family's experts, and they implied their intentions. The Zhou family originally had enmity with you. Now they can even get a favor from the Pill Tower's Huo family, and they are using the blades of the corrupt path. They don't even have to get their own hands dirty to cut you down. Then when the time comes, they'll announce that the mine was sneak attacked, and all the ore in the mine was stolen. Then that stolen, black gold ore will enter the Zhou family's pockets. It is truly a marvelous scheme, sighed Meng Qi. She was extremely shocked by this plot. But Long Chen's expression was extremely calm. He wasn't at all surprised by this kind of trap. He asked, how much did Zhou Kun know? He doesn't have much information about the corrupt path. All he knew was that they won't just send one celestial. They want to kill us in one sudden strike. However, according to his expectations, the attack should have come between half a month to a month from now. As for these fellows today, they were a complete accident, said Meng Qi. Not just one, half a month to a month from now. Hee, not bad, not bad. They're giving us a lot of valuable time. Long Chen smiled. 2 days from now, I'll bring all the members of the Dragonblood Legion away from here. As for Meng Qi, you focus on refining the heavenly Dao fruit, and Wan will protect you. You're going to leave, could it be? Yes. You've also seen that the Dragonblood warriors have already steadied their oars after this battle. In truth, they've long since reached the peak of meridian opening. I had them suppress their cultivation bases, not letting them advance, but now I'm prepared to give them the heaven advancing pills. They'll be able to advance perfectly to the Shantian realm. In other words, once we return, we'll give those corrupt experts a nice surprise. Long Chen laughed. Meng Qi and Tang Wan looked at each other. If all the Dragonblood Legion advanced to the Shantian realm, then they would be a pack of wolves and tigers. Who could possibly defeat them? Chapter 634 Collective Tribulation. 5 days later, 2 huge violet phoenix sparrows that were carrying all the Dragonblood warriors arrived at an extremely barren place. This place was a whole day's travel from the Chaos region. This is a good place for everyone to undergo tribulation. Long Chen looked around and saw the ground here was all hard rock. Boss, you really want us to go through tribulation together? Asked Guo Ran. What, now that you have money, you've become afraid of dying? Long Chen laughed. After destroying that corrupt army, they had obtained over 300 spatial rings. Unfortunately, the rest had been destroyed in the battle or destroyed by their owners on the verge of death. But even though it was just 300 rings, there were over 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones in them. Of course, those spirit stones all ended up in Guo Ran's possession. So Guo Ran had immediately become a rich person. Boss, the tribulation will set its power according to the strongest one of us. With Ji Yu Yang's terrifying physical body, once the tribulation is set according to his level, I won't be able to survive. Cried Guo Ran. Just one of Ji Yu Yang's arms was already about the same width as his leg. The difference was too big. Don't worry, your tribulations are focused mostly on baptism, not destruction. The only ones who ever died to tribulations were just too weak. Heavenly tribulation is extremely beneficial to the physical body. I'm confident in all of you, so I'm sure you can survive group tribulation. You'll be profiting from Ji Yu Yong. The more powerful tribulation lightning will temper your body even better. Once you've gone through the tribulation, let alone the fact that your cultivation base will have advanced, just the strength of your physical body will make you feel like you're dreaming. Of course, in this world, there's no free fruit. In a bit, you'll all be very miserable. But don't worry, I will properly record your plaintive looks with a photographic jade. Long Chen laughed. Boss, you're too evil. You should go through tribulation with us. That's the only way it's fair. Said Ji Yu Yong. Go through tribulation with you. Long Chen laughed. If he underwent his tribulation with them, this world would no longer have a Dragonblood Legion. Alright, everyone stop complaining. Prepare yourselves. You have all reached the peak of Meridian Opening a long time ago. If you hadn't suppressed your cultivation bases, some of you would have already broken through. After going through that baptism of blood and fire, your realms have completely stabilized. In a bit, I'll leave, and you'll all consume the heaven advancing pills at the same time. This medicinal pill can allow you to advance perfectly to the Xianxian realm without leaving any flaw in your foundation. Once you've advanced, you'll have to face heavenly tribulation. The baptism of heavenly tribulation is now just a test to the physical body. It is also a kind of tempering to your will. When the tribulation comes down, you must take advantage of the opportunity. Use the power of the tribulation to expel the impurities in your bodies. The Xianxian realm is the true start of cultivation. It's extremely important. A flawless body will allow you to cultivate twice as fast with half the effort in the future. Alright, I won't say any more. Prepare the heaven advancing pills. As soon as I leave, consume them. Long Chen brought Little Snow away. When Long Chen was standing at the peak of a barren mountain 100 miles away, everyone consumed their heaven advancing pills. As soon as the pills entered their mouths, they dissolved. They felt their spiritual qi slowly rising. Everyone relaxed as best as they could, not making any movements. They simply allowed the medicinal pill to do its work. Their spiritual qi continued to rise, circulating through their bones, then their flesh, then converging in their dantians. A huge whirlpool formed in their dantians. The whirlpool began to spin faster and faster. In the end, a loud rumbling came from their bodies. Their qi, blood, tendons, bones, and meridians all reached their peak states. The rumbling grew louder, and their powerful auras exploded from their bodies. They had broken through the barrier. If it was before the Xianxian realm, they would have already advanced. But now it was different. They had to undergo the baptism of heavenly tribulation. Only after that would their spiritual qi transform from Haodian qi to Xianxian qi, and only then would they be true Xianxian experts. There were only two possibilities once you broke through the barrier. One was to succeed in withstanding the lightning tribulation, while the other was failing and being turned to dust by the tribulation. Everyone broke through at the same time. Over 300 pillars of qi soared into the sky, causing space to shake. Endless black clouds filled the sky. It's this small. Long Chen couldn't help being dumbfounded. The black clouds only covered 100 miles. A tempest of lightning rained down, crashing down on the Dragonblood Legion. Quite a few of them let out startled screams. They had no experience with tribulation lightning, and in this first attack, they turned numb and unable to move. What are you shouting for? This little drizzle is nothing. It's fine if you can't move. Draw the thunder force into your bodies to temper your flesh, shouted Long Chen. The panicking Dragonblood warriors immediately calmed down a great deal. This was heavenly tribulation, and it contained the might of the heavens. To say that they weren't afraid would be a lie. In front of the heavens, might, the human race was as minute as ants. But Long Chen's shout told them that he was watching from nearby, and it gave them an indescribable comfort. It was as if as long as Long Chen was present, there was nothing to fear. They hastily acted according to what he said, slowly drawing that thunder force into them to temper their bodies. They had trained in a high heaven class cultivation technique, so their physical bodies were extremely powerful. But even so, they had to block over 90% of the thunder force outside their bodies. Some of them had been too panicked and had drawn in too much thunder force, causing them to let out miserable screams. However, in less than a minute, everyone had gotten used to it. They drew the thunder force in accordance with the strength of their physical bodies. Fuck, as expected, it really is different. This counts as heavenly tribulation. How discriminatory. Long Chen had never felt that heavenly tribulation could be so gentle. The heavenly tribulation was coming down gently and slowly, like a maiden gently caressing their faces. But his heavenly tribulation was like an explosive magical beast attacking him with all its power. The difference was truly too great. Ow! Little Snow let out a quiet growl. Bear with it for now. Wait for them to finish, and then you can undergo your tribulation, said Long Chen. Little Snow had also sensed that his tribulation was about to come. In the past few days, he had been extremely anxious, unable to stay still. Just now, he told Long Chen his heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. Tribulations were different for magical beasts. The tribulation came first, and only then would they advance. It was the opposite of how humans advanced first and then had to face tribulation. However, Long Chen still had to keep an eye on the Dragonblood Legion as they faced their tribulation. Little Snow had to endure it for a bit longer. An incense stick's worth of time later, the black clouds in the sky began to lighten, a sign they were about to dissipate. Originally, for a meridian opening expert facing their Shantian tribulation, the tribulation would not last more than 5 breaths' time. The reason the Dragonblood Legion had such a long tribulation was because they had undergone it together. The lightning tribulation had been extremely gentle, never releasing any furious power on them. That allowed the Dragonblood warriors to temper their bodies easily. The Dragonblood warriors were now drenched, their skin was covered in black stains that emitted a disgusting smell. Those were the impurities that had been in their bodies. Within those impurities were also pill toxins. However, the Dragonblood warriors were all incredibly excited. They felt like their physical bodies had strengthened by over 10 times. Furthermore, their spiritual chi had already started to gradually transform from a gaseous state to a liquid state. In the future, the spiritual chi in their bodies would no longer be called spiritual chi, but spiritual yuan. Spiritual chi and spiritual yuan were qualitatively different. They were simply not on the same level. It could be said that only after undergoing their tribulation could they count as true Shantian experts. Each wave of their hands could draw on natural energy. They felt like their whole bodies were brimming with power. Ji Yu Yang, release your full aura to provoke the heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, a shout rang out that caused everyone to turn dumbfounded. Long Chen wanted Ji Yu Yang to provoke the tribulation. Wasn't that just courting death? Don't hesitate. If you still don't attack, the tribulation will dissipate, shouted Long Chen. Ji Yu Yang's face was green. To release your aura like this in a tribulation was sending yourself to your death. That was common knowledge, but he couldn't ignore Long Chen's orders. Clenching his teeth, his powerful aura soared straight into the sky. The black clouds seemed to become furious. Heaven and earth shook. The black clouds instantly spread further than before. The previous lightning had just been the thickness of raindrops. But now, each bolt was almost a foot thick. Landing on their bodies, their skin immediately broke and blood was flowing out. Don't be afraid, defend with your full strength. Your physical bodies still have a great room for improvement. Don't waste this chance, shouted Long Chen. As an alchemist, Long Chen could see that everyone's bodies still contained a lot of impurities. The lightning's strength hadn't been strong enough, so he had no choice but to have Ji Yu Yang provoke the tribulation. Hearing this, everyone understood his intentions. Although pain racked their bodies, they clenched their teeth, not making a sound. Ji Yu Yang, continue, shouted Long Chen, looking up at the sky. Ji Yu Yang threw caution to the wind, not holding back the slightest bit of his aura. Out of all the Dragonblood warriors, his aura was the strongest. When he released it, even space would rumble. The heavenly tribulation became even more furious, the thunderbolts multiplying in thickness. Guo Ran was the first to not be able to hold on. Vomiting out blood, he cried, "Boss, save me." Long Chen ignored him. He also ignored the other miserable Dragonblood warriors whose bones and muscles were being ripped and torn apart by the lightning. He was focused on the clouds. Suddenly, the black clouds became still, and an unprecedented destructive aura spread. It's over, we're all dead. The Dragonblood warriors immediately despaired. The heavens, fury could destroy this entire world. They would definitely die. TCH, you're scared from just this. Grow up a bit, Little Snow, cut it down. Chapter 635 Little Snow's Tribulation. A huge sphere of wind blades suddenly pierced straight through the tribulation clouds. It then exploded, and a huge hole appeared in the 300-mile tribulation clouds. Only then could they all tell that it was still daytime. The Dragonblood warriors' eyes almost popped out off their heads. Hee, brothers, not bad. You can rest. The rest will be Little Snow's battle, said Long Chen. He patted Little Snow on the back. Heaven and earth trembled. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The tribulation clouds instantly healed and spread even further, covering an area of 3,000 miles. Terrifying heavenly might caused all the Dragonblood warriors to turn pale. Seeing this, Guo Ran was already lying powerlessly on the ground. Staying by Long Chen's side required a powerful heart. "Boss, are you trying to play us to death? Little Snow, let's go. The tribulation has already locked onto you." Long Chen rode on Little Snow's back as Little Snow turned into a bolt of white lightning, speeding into the distance. At the same time, the tribulation clouds chased after them, bringing down boundless pressure. Countless thunderbolts were surging within the clouds. That pressure made it so even breathing was difficult. The power of this lightning was too terrifying. "What is going on?" Li Qi struggled up from the ground, looking in the direction where Long Chen had gone with horror. "Boss is bringing the tribulation away. Is he also planning on advancing?" Ji Yuyong struggled up, his whole body covered with blood. "Will boss be alright?" asked Song Mingyuan. The Dragonblood Legion no longer called Long Chen Senior Apprentice Brother, nor did they call him Legion Commander. Instead, they all called him Boss. That appellation was a bit roguish, but it also gave them a greater feeling of closeness. Another reason for this appellation was because Long Chen's character was simply not at all like a standard commander. So calling him boss was felt to be much more suitable by everyone. "Your worries are all for nothing. Who do you think boss is? What danger would befall him? Those who can stand, help me up. I feel like the lightning almost turned me to mush." Guo Ran needed help in order to stand. There was no way around it, as he was the person with the weakest physical body here, even weaker than the women. His injuries were the heaviest. "Let's go see what boss is doing." With everyone supporting each other, they all got up. Although their injuries were heavy, there was no way for them to heal with their minds at peace. They had to go and see what was happening. After getting over a high mountain, they saw the scene clearly. They were all dumbfounded. Thousands of miles away, the entire area had become a sea of lightning. They couldn't even see Long Chen or Little Snow's figures. Suddenly, one of the Dragonblood warriors held his head and screamed. Guo Ran harshly chided, "Fool, that lightning tribulation is so terrifying, but you still used your spiritual strength to probe it. You really don't want your life anymore." That warrior's spiritual strength was exceptionally strong. He had wanted to use his divine sense to investigate what was happening in the lightning sea. As a result, his spiritual energy had only just touched the lightning region when it was forced back, his soul almost tearing apart. "I just worry about boss." He clenched his head, his face pale. He really had almost died. "I've already said that boss isn't someone we need to worry about. If you want to worry about yourselves. Sit down, take your medicine, and heal. As long as the lightning continues, we know boss is still there and alive. There's no need to worry." After saying that, Guo Ran consumed a healing pill. He felt like his body was about to fall apart. The others also hastily sat and consumed healing pills, keeping one eye on the endless lightning sea. Although it was thousands of miles away, they could all sense how terrifying that lightning was. It was practically apocalyptical. The tribulation is shrinking. It should be about to end. I can see boss and Little Snow. Heavens, have my eyes broken? They were shocked to see Little Snow facing the lightning tribulation in the sky. His hair was standing on end, and he roared furiously. The lightning crashing down on his body was unable to harm him in the slightest. As for Long Chen, he was sitting on the ground not far away and sipping tea from a cup. That leisurely appearance made all of them flabbergasted. Every streak of those thunderbolts would pose immense danger to each of the Dragonblood warriors. But to Long Chen and Little Snow, they were like a light drizzle. This was just the first wave of Little Snow's tribulation, the weakest wave. Long Chen and Little Snow could essentially ignore it. Just now, when Long Chen had been ordering everyone, he had shouted so much that his throat had gotten sore. Now was the perfect time to moisten his throat. He hadn't expected the Dragonblood Legion to see this. He hastily swallowed all the queen bee honey in his cup and threw the cup away, looking seriously at the tribulation clouds in the sky. "Is it really unable to sense my presence?" Long Chen was a bit bewildered. He had already made his preparations to undergo this tribulation with Little Snow. Last time, when he had interfered with Little Snow's tribulation, the heavenly tribulation had immediately grown more powerful and attacked him. But this time, the heavenly tribulation seemed to not be able to see him. All the power was focused on Little Snow. He was merely affected by some residual waves. That made him sink into thought. Could the heavenly Taos also be hoodwinked? Otherwise, how could they not notice him? Or could it be that as long as he didn't bring out his full strength, they wouldn't notice him? Suddenly, the sea of lightning disappeared. The clouds roiled, and huge balls of lightning fell like meteorites. Each one of them was dozens of meters thick, smashing toward Little Snow and Long Chen. Seeing this scene, all the Dragonblood warriors' hearts clenched. How was this a baptism? This was clearly trying to exterminate them. Compared to Little Snow's tribulation, their own tribulation had been nothing. Any of these lightning balls could exterminate them in body and soul. Little Snow roared, shooting out a huge wind blade. Huge explosions erupted whenever that wind blade met a lightning ball. These lightning balls were different from the previous lightning. The energy within them was even more berserk and filled with a destructive aura. Little Snow had no choice but to dodge and block them. Long Chen didn't have to do that though. When those lightning balls landed on his body, they exploded. Their powerful thunder force merely caused his body to feel a bit numb. He smiled slightly. His previous lightning tribulations really hadn't been for nothing. He had an extremely high resistance toward lightning now. Lightning runes bored into his body, wreaking havoc. But then the lightning snake tattoo on his arm lit up, and those runes were all instantly devoured. Hey, don't get agitated. This kind of thunder force isn't even a snack for you. Long Chen rubbed the tattoo. It had an urge to charge out and devour all of those lightning spheres. Previously, the lightning serpent had absorbed the lightning monster's rune and fallen into a slumber. During that period, Long Chen was only able to borrow a slight amount of its power for some attacks. Recently, it had woken, but Long Chen still hadn't used it, instead reserving it as a trump card. The current lightning serpent was filled with a destructive aura. Having absorbed that huge lightning rune, it had undergone a large transformation. Not only had it grown stronger, but its intelligence had also grown. It could directly express its emotions to Long Chen. Just now, it had been about to charge out and gorge itself. But Long Chen had stopped it. The lightning serpent really wasn't picky about its food, however, this level of lightning was unable to give it any benefits. Little Snow's tribulation was terrifying, but it was still greatly lacking compared to Long Chen's previous tribulation. Perhaps it was because Little Snow's constitution wasn't very powerful, so the lightning's strength also wasn't so high. Don't worry, you'll quickly get an enormous feast, comforted Long Chen. Rumbling filled the air. The endless lightning balls continued to fall for an incense stick's worth of time before finally stopping. In the end, Little Snow was covered with blood. Little Snow's strengths were his attack and speed, and his defense was his weak point. So, although Long Chen could ignore this level of lightning, he couldn't. However, Long Chen still had Little Snow endure it, hoping Little Snow could continue until the limit of his physical body. Although this heavenly tribulation was entirely destructive, it was also a kind of trial. It wasn't something that only targeted the physical body. If that had been the case, then Long Chen would have directly used his thunder force to help temper Little Snow. The most important aspect was the will of the heavenly Taos contained in the tribulation. Only if you were capable of resisting that could you count as a true expert. This was a trial for the will. This kind of tempering was even more precious than the tempering of the physical body. Many people might not be afraid of death, but in the face of heavenly tribulation, they all felt terror from the depths of their souls. If you wanted to cultivate, you had to control that innate terror. Only by enduring this kind of trial could you truly fight fearlessly in battles. In the sky, all the tribulation clouds gathered together and disappeared. The only thing remaining was a huge lightning monster that charged at Little Snow. All right, you can have that fellow. The lightning tattoo on Long Chen's arm lit up, and a ray of light shot out. 1,000-meter lightning python shot over. Chapter 636 Aura Concealing Pills. The two enormous bodies collided, filling the sky with blinding light. Suddenly, the lightning serpent released a heaven-shaking roar as it underwent a fierce battle with the lightning monster. The lightning monster was even larger than the lightning serpent. It had originally been charging straight at Little Snow. But being blocked by the lightning serpent, it was unable to charge through. The lightning serpent opened its mouth and ferociously bit the lightning monster, forcibly tearing a part of its flesh away. That wasn't truly flesh, its body was made of countless lightning runes. After swallowing those runes, the lightning serpent became even more excited and battled even more ferociously. The lightning monster didn't seem to have any intelligence. It simply crazily tried to charge past to get to Little Snow, not attacking the lightning serpent. However, the lightning serpent blocked it, taking bites out of it with great zeal. Little Snow, fall back. Don't let the lightning monster attack you. The lightning serpent still wasn't a match for this lightning monster, and it was unable to fully block it. However, the lightning monster didn't attack the lightning serpent. It seemed as if its unconscious mind told it that it couldn't attack an existence similar to it. Of course, the lightning serpent didn't have that thought. It was like a starving beast that had finally encountered a mountain of meat, and it was crazily devouring the lightning monster. Each time it swallowed a portion of the lightning monster's body, its own body would grow. As its body grew, its aura was also becoming stronger. Heavens, when did Boss raise such a terrifying housepet? Guo Ran and the others were all stupefied. They were filled with shock as they looked at the huge lightning serpent. The lightning serpent crazily devoured the lightning monster, constantly strengthening itself. In just a few breaths, the lightning monster actually began to shrink. As for the lightning serpent, it went from 1,000 meters long to 1,500 meters. Furthermore, 2 protrusions grew out of its head. The lightning serpent was transforming into a lightning python. Legend said that after a millennium of cultivation, a serpent could become a python could become a drake, and a drake could become a dragon. As for the difference between the serpent and the python, it was based on the 2 protrusions coming out of the head. Those 2 protrusions, if the python ever managed to become a dragon, would grow into horns. Otherwise, no matter how big a serpent became, it would always just be a large serpent. It would not be called a python. Now that the lightning serpent had become a lightning python, Long Chen's heart shook. Could it be that the lightning python could later transform into a lightning drake and then into a lightning dragon? If that was possible, then wouldn't it also be possible for the flame serpent? If he properly raised them, then in the future, he wouldn't even need to do anything. He could just summon 2 huge dragons to oppress all his opponents. If he could become a mighty dragon tamer in the future, flying on dragons through the sky, causing the entire world to tremble before him, just who could oppose him? Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. The huge lightning monster was completely entangled with the lightning python. It was unable to resist, while the lightning python continuously grew larger from consuming it. Eventually, the lightning python grew so much stronger that the lightning monster wasn't even able to resist anymore, and it was completely devoured. After swallowing the last bit of it, the lightning python grew to a length of 2,500 meters. A fierce pressure came from it as it swam in the air for a few circles before turning into a bolt of lightning that returned to Long Chen's arm. The tattoo on his arm had also transformed, looking the same as the lightning python. Long Chen looked up and saw that the tribulation clouds had already scattered. Little Snow's tribulation had ended. It ended just like this. Long Chen was a bit bewildered. How could the lightning tribulation go by so easily this time? Suddenly, he had a thought. Could it be that by concealing his cultivation base, the tribulation had been tricked? But how was that possible? Wasn't it said that the heavenly Daos could not be tricked? Any smokescreens were complete jokes in front of the heavenly Daos. However, if the tribulation had sensed his cultivation base, it shouldn't have ended so easily. It should have fiercely attacked him. Was it the primal chaos bead? Long Chen pondered it for a long moment. He had kept his cultivation base at the mid-meridian opening realm the entire time. In other words, his cultivation base had been lower than Little Snow's. So then, had the heavenly Daos missed him because of that? Other than that, he also hadn't personally interfered with the lightning tribulation. It was the lightning python that had helped Little Snow in the end. Was it that the tribulation still had familiar feelings toward the lightning python? The lightning monster had only defended the entire time without counter-attacking. The only thing in its eyes had been Little Snow, which was the only reason it had been devoured so easily. Could it be that the heavenly Daos themselves were merely a set of laws, and there were also ways to cheat them? Long Chen seemed to have understood something. "Boss, are you alright?" Guo Ran and the others ran over in panic. What could be wrong? Wasn't it just a nice bath? Laughed Long Chen. Long Chen returned Little Snow to his spiritual space, allowing him to rest. Although Little Snow had suffered injuries from this tribulation, they weren't very serious. Once Little Snow recovered, he would naturally enter the Shantian realm, becoming a terrifying 6th-rank magical beast. "How do you all feel?" asked Long Chen. "I feel too terrified. That lightning tribulation was practically apocalyptical," said Ji Yu Yong with a shuddering voice. The others all felt the same. Little Snow's tribulation had been too terrifying. I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about your bodies. Last time, I used medicine to help you expel some of the toxins in your bodies. Now, the heavenly tribulation helped you expel them another time. Your bodies should have reached an almost flawless point. That creates a practically perfect foundation for you all. Starting now, you'll all start on a completely brand new journey. The Xianxian realm is the start of a whole new cultivation path. It's the same as the Haodian's Qi condensation realm. The foundation is extremely important. I trust that after today, all of you will advance by leaps and bounds on your cultivation paths. Long Chen cupped his fists toward them. Seeing them all advance perfectly, he was even more excited than them. It's all because of boss's patronage. Guo Ran solemnly sucked up. Scram. This bootlicking of yours is too disgraceful, cursed Long Chen. Everyone laughed heartily as they were all filled with emotion. They had finally reached the Xianxian realm. Furthermore, they were Xianxian experts with limitless potential, and that had all been given to them by Long Chen. Before they had encountered Long Chen, they had viewed the Xianxian realm as a lifelong goal. There were even some who would have been completely satisfied if they could reach Meridian Opening. But now, they found that the Xianxian realm was just the start. Long Chen would lead them to even greater heights, allowing them to see a wider sky for themselves. If you want to shout to release your emotions, go ahead. Otherwise, you might stifle yourselves to death. Long Chen laughed. Ha 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 ha, I've finally become a Xianxian expert. Let me see just who dares still look down on me. Fuck, now that I've become a Xianxian expert, I've finally brought honor to my ancestors. It's already been several centuries since a Xianxian expert has appeared in my family. I'm going to get stronger, so strong that I become the head of the entire Xianxian supermonastery. The head of the entire world. Brother, you've gone too far. With boss present, you can't become the head. One of them cut off that brother's cry. Oh, boss, I was wrong, apologized that fellow. Long Chen laughed. He could understand these fellows' emotions. The delight of having one's strength explosively grow was truly amazing. Alright, I'm glad you're all happy. I don't want to give you all a blow, but the Xianxian realm is just a beginning. Don't get too conceited. Although you've all advanced, your Haodian Qi has only just transformed into Xianxian Qi. You'll still need some time to get used to your new power. We gained many Xianxian weapons recently, but those weapons all possess an evil air that isn't suitable for you. But don't get discouraged, because Guo Ran has already prepared weapons for you. Just go get them from him once we get back. However, this situation came a bit too suddenly, and Guo Ran has many other things to do, so the only available weapons are sabers, swords, spears, and staves, the main most common weapons. Use those for now, and later you can find more suitable Xianxian weapons. Guo Ran often forged Xianxian weapons as practice. However, when it came to carving runes, his skills were still extremely lacking. The ethereal crafting secret record was too high level and was too difficult to comprehend. For now, he could only use ordinary runes. Although these Xianxian weapons weren't crafted so well, the material used to make them was top-notch. Their hardness far surpassed ordinary Xianxian weapons. As for the corrupt path's weapons, the majority all had disgusting runes to absorb blood, refine souls, and other sinister things. Their weapons were too evil and not suitable for righteous experts to use. The weapons they had gained from the corrupt path would essentially all be tossed into the furnace to be smelted for their materials. Everyone, consume these aura-concealing pills. That way, your auras will still seem to be at the late Meridian Opening realm. As long as you don't release your aura, no one will be able to sense your true cultivation bases. Long Chen distributed the medicinal pills. This way, when they returned to the mining site, it wouldn't cause too many waves. Otherwise, seeing that over 300 people had advanced to the Xianxian realm would be too shocking. Boss, have you also consumed an aura-concealing pill? Guo Ran asked suddenly. They had all noticed that even after all this time, Long Chen's aura still remained in the mid-meridian opening realm. Now seeing the aura-concealing pills, they came to a sudden comprehension. You know too much. Long Chen winked. They all suddenly realized that Long Chen had definitely concealed his own cultivation base. But why would he do that? When Long Chen led them back to the mining site, Zhou Kun had already awoken. But his face was still pale, as if his blood had been sucked by a leech. Long Chen, how brazen. How could you take people away from the mines without reporting it? Do you not place this district chief in your eyes? Roared Joe Kun furiously. Chapter 637 The powerful enemies finally appear. After Joe Kun had woken up, he had felt like his head was splitting apart. It was only after asking the Zhou family's elder that he learned what had happened. He really had never imagined that it was Meng Qi who had saved him. He had only just gone to express his thanks when he heard that Long Chen had led his people away, leaving behind only Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er. He had almost died from terror at that time. He had thought Long Chen had run off. If that had happened, then all their plans would have been for naught, and he would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Now hearing that Long Chen had returned, he immediately rushed out, seeing Long Chen and the Dragonblood warriors all in high spirits, as if they had just gone for a leisurely stroll. Sorry, I really don't place a maggot in my eyes. And what exactly is a district maggot? A very long maggot, one asked Long Chen. The Dragonblood warriors might be accustomed to Long Chen's character, but they still couldn't hold back a chuckle, especially seeing Zhou Kun's expression. Long Chen, you're too arrogant, roared Zhou Kun. It's not like I've only been arrogant for 1 or 2 days. There's no need to shout so loudly. You'll get used to it. Also, we've gotten tired of playing around. It's already noon, so we won't hold you back from your lunch. Go and find your food. We're going to rest. Long Chen waved his hand, and everyone entered their tents. However, he ended up saying, food, extremely unclearly, as if he had a lisp. Somehow, it ended up sounding a mix between food and crap too. Well, in any case, he could eat whatever he wanted. Zhou Kun was indescribably infuriated, but he didn't dare attack. He forced down his anger. At the very least, Long Chen had returned. Long Chen, this is the Xuantian Dao sect's mining site. You should take your mission more seriously. I won't say anything about it this time, but next time, you definitely have to tell me before you leave. Other than that, thank Miss Meng Qi for me. Long Chen didn't turn back. Don't be so courteous. Meng Qi is too soft-hearted. Even seeing brutes like pigs and dogs in danger, she'll still go save them. Although you aren't as good as them, if you did die, you'd cause a stink. That wouldn't be good. We were only thinking of ourselves. Seeing Long Chen's figure disappear into a tent, Zhou Kun's face alternated from dark to white. Suddenly, he vomited a mouthful of blood and fell. The experts following him all let out startled cries and went to support him. They found that he had already fainted from rage. Returning to his own tent, he found that Meng Qi was still in seclusion, while Tang Wan'er was guarding her. Tang Wan'er had already fully recovered. Therefore, Meng Qi could focus all her attention on absorbing the heavenly Dao fruit. Long Chen didn't disturb them, and he set up his own tent nearby. Due to the large battle previously, they were only able to set up temporary tents. Long Chen had all the Dragonblood warriors enter seclusion. He also didn't allow Zhou Kun to dig out the mines. He had the mines just stay buried, because then there was no mining, and there was no need to guard them. To dig out all the ground that had buried the mines was an extremely difficult matter and very time-consuming. This action of his ended up causing Zhou Kun to stumble. He wanted to take the black gold ore for himself, but Long Chen wouldn't let him. Those ores were for Shantian weapons, and ordinary spatial rings were unable to store them because they were too heavy. As a result, the ore would all be left just above the mine after it was dug up. The Dao sect would send experts to transport the ore back every few hundred years. Zhou Kun wanted to take that ore for himself, while Long Chen also wanted to take the ore. That was money, and he was lacking that right now. So Long Chen didn't touch the ore, and he also didn't allow the Zhou family to touch the ore. If they wanted to move the ore, they needed to use carts. But Long Chen didn't need to do that. He could directly send them into the primal chaos space. Unfortunately, even if they dug up the mines, Long Chen wouldn't dare take the ore right now. So it was best to just leave them underground and have them peacefully wait for the day he took them. Long Chen also entered seclusion. But he wasn't doing it to cultivate. He no longer needed to cultivate. After advancing to meridian opening, the accumulated energy of the bone tempering pills had caused his cultivation base to rapidly advance. He was the same as the other Dragonblood warriors, but he had consumed hundreds of times the bone tempering pills that they had, so he had accumulated even more medicinal energy. The reason the Dragonblood warriors' cultivation bases had advanced so explosively was because they had accumulated too much medicinal energy. Not only had they fully tempered their bones, but in the meridian opening realm, that energy had erupted a second time, almost bringing them directly to The Shantian realm. Long Chen was pretty much the same. He had advanced even faster, but the difference was that he had experienced several immense battles during that time, so no flaw had appeared in his foundation. Right now, he was just patiently waiting. He was waiting for the Dragonblood warriors to completely steady their cultivation bases, and he was waiting for enemies to arrive. 7 days later, Meng Qi finally came out. Long Chen was delighted to see that Meng Qi had also become a celestial. That meant the heavenly Dao fruits really were 100% effective on anyone that wasn't him. In other words, as long as he had enough heavenly Dao fruits, he really could create a terrifying army of celestials. Furthermore, he found that Meng Qi was the same as Tang Wan, and even after summoning her cry of the heavenly Daos, he didn't feel any expulsion. Meng Qi and Tang Wan were now both at the peak of meridian opening. But the two of them were still a bit away from their tribulations. The thing that made Long Chen speechless was that they actually knew what day their tribulations would come. Celestials could clearly feel what day their tribulations would come. The heavens truly treated them well. During this time, Long Chen was extremely relaxed. He laughed and talked with these two beauties cheerfully. But after another few days, he suddenly frowned. What is it? Seeing Long Chen's laughter suddenly pause halfway, Meng Qi and Tang Wan were startled. Our enemies have already come. I can feel an extremely great pressure, said Long Chen solemnly. Meng Qi was flabbergasted. She looked at Tang Wan and seeing Tang Wan half leaning on his body, her chest on Long Chen's arm, it did seem like the pressure wasn't little. Scoundrel, you're once more acting immorally. Tang Wan viciously pinched him. Aiya, I'm being serious, cried Long Chen. It'd be strange if anyone believed you, said Tang Wan. Long Chen was speechless. He had gotten so used to teasing Tang Wan that now that he told the truth, she treated it as a joke. He truly sensed a fierce hostility. That feeling should mean there were experts spying on them from a distance. As his cultivation base grew, and since he had condensed the third star, his spiritual perception continued to grow sharper. He could easily sense hostility. In the past few days, he had sensed hostility as well, and it had clearly been from several different people. Long Chen, are you being serious? You aren't joking. Finally, seeing how solemn Long Chen appeared, Tang Wan confidence flagged. I really am being serious, said Long Chen. Meng Qi and Tang Wan were startled, but then Long Chen continued with, seriously joking. You bastard, I just knew you were a rotten egg. Tang Wan charged forward, reached toward his throat. Long Chen leaned back, and Tang Wan ended up not reacting in time, immediately charging into Long Chen's embrace. Aiya, you female rogue. Hurry and release me, I won't submit to you. Long Chen cried as he struggled to free himself from Tang Wan. But no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to escape from her. He pushed against different parts of her body, trying to find the right spot to push her off. Tang Wan suddenly screamed as Long Chen's roving hands had touched one of her sensitive places, and she hastily jumped out from Long Chen's embrace, her face as red as an apple, a trace of panic in her eyes. Even once Tang Wan had leapt off, Long Chen seemed to be unaware. His eyes were closed, and he continued to flail, continuously repeating, I would rather die than give you my purity. Meng Qi shook her head and sighed, Wan how many times have I told you, fighting with Long Chen will always cause you to lose. Tang Wan was just about to reply when heaven and earth violently trembled. A bizarre pressure suddenly filled the entire mining site. Long Chen hastily left his tent. He saw a blue dome of light had appeared in the sky, covering the entire mining region. In fact, even Chaos City seemed to be covered by it. What is it? Cried Tang Wan. A formation. It has sealed off the entire Chaos region. Hee, they've caught us. Long Chen narrowed his eyes at the blue light curtain. The corrupt path had truly invested a great deal in this. Activating such a terrifying formation cost a great deal of money. Looks like they treat us as a must-have, sighed Meng Qi. This formation's range was so wide, and its power was incomparably terrifying. That must have cost an ocean's worth of resources. Don't worry, I would rather die than give my pure body to them. Long Chen clenched his fists. Dislikable. Even at this time, you're still not serious, rebuked Meng Qi. Long Chen never forgot to joke, no matter what time it was. Why must I be serious? They don't have the strength. Now we're already strong enough, so why do we have to be afraid of them? Laughed Long Chen. That's true. We have 2 celestials, and each of the Dragonblood warriors has advanced to the Xianxian realm. There's also you. We definitely are already extremely powerful. Tang Wan was full of battle intent. It seemed she was also very warlike inside. All the Dragonblood warriors gathered. Not one of them was panicked or afraid, which made Long Chen nod. After the tempering of the heavenly tribulation, their Tao hearts had become as stable as boulders. Suddenly, a tide of people charged through the formation. Chapter 638 8 Grand Celestials. A fierce cry rang out. The tide like corrupt experts were all in black robes. Anyone that was in their path was immediately killed, their blood flying through the air. It was unknown just how many of them there were. With their sharp blades, they killed any righteous experts they ran into. Whether they were minors, disciples, or guards, they were indiscriminately killed. The corrupt experts were like a mass of fiends, their crazy laughter filling the air. Miserable screams and the sinister laughter from the corrupt experts alternated. Although it was daytime, people felt a chill as if they had stepped into hell on earth. What are they doing? Do they want to kill all the righteous experts? Meng Qi watched this scene with horror. It seems so. They've completely sealed this region. Even Chaos City is included. That means they're already prepared to kill everyone from the righteous path here. Right now, this place is a huge prison, and they're hunting. Long Chen curled his lips. Have they gone crazy? They're going back on the agreement between the righteous and corrupt paths. Asked Ji Yu Yang. TCH, what are agreements? That agreement was just some senseless game they came up with when they were both injured and powerless. Back then, they thought Phoenix Blood Black Gold might appear here. As a result, both paths, core strengths ended up injured, and they had no choice but to make an agreement. But now that all the black gold ore has been almost mined away and not the slightest bit of the Phoenix Blood Black Gold has been found, this place has little value to them. Now, it's simply time for them to squeeze the final bit of profit out from here. The corrupt path will kill any members of the righteous path and then take away the last batch of ore. As long as they leave no living witnesses, who will come out to testify that it was done by the corrupt path. The current corrupt path has also learned from the righteous path to play the game of evidence. Hee, they both are truly ridiculous, sneered Long Chen. Everyone turned cold. If it really was like this, then these corrupt experts would not stop until they were all concentrated on Xuantian Dao sect's mining site. Boss, should we break out of their encirclement? Asked Guo Ran. Break out of their encirclement? Don't you see their huge formation? It's only there because they refuse to allow us to do that. Do you think the corrupt path is only full of idiots? Long Chen was somewhat speechless. Even the smart Guo Ran had become a fool now. The Xuantian Dao sect's experts and miners were all standing there in horror, looking in the distance. Many of them were already completely filled with despair. They knew that they really were doomed today. However, Zhou Kun was standing at the front, looking icily at Long Chen and the others. There was a faint pleased smile on his face. Boss, what should we do? Should we go save them? Each one of them is an extra bit of strength. Ji Yu Yang looked at the righteous disciples fleeing from the corrupt path. The corrupt path had sent an incredible number of people. They numbered in the tens of thousands. Obviously, they had made their determination not to let a single person escape. Tens of thousands of Xianxian experts with quite a few being half-step C expansion. That power was truly shocking. Do you really think they'd stand by your side to face our enemies? Have you forgotten how those people sneered at us in Chaos City? Did you forget how when we were attacked, countless idiots merely used photographic jades to record the excitement? If we pulled such people onto our side, they wouldn't be able to help us at all. On the other hand, we'd have to worry about them stabbing us in the back, said Long Chen. Now that they thought about it, that was definitely true. These selfish, apathetic people would only cause their total power to drop if they joined. In the distance, Chaos City was in complete chaos. Countless screams rang out. The corrupt experts gradually moved in from the outer region, sweeping through the mining region. They killed anyone they saw. Brothers, make your preparations. Warm up a bit. In a bit, we'll have a fierce battle. Remember our previous battle against the corrupt path from back in the 108th monastery. At that time, we still had so many brothers. But afterward, many of our brothers ended up lost forever. Now those idiots from the corrupt path have come again. They want to take more of our brothers from us. Tell me, what should we do? Shouted Long Chen. The Dragonblood warriors had all followed Long Chen since the 108th monastery. Many of their close brothers had been killed by the corrupt path. Thinking of those brothers who had died so miserably by their side, their eyes turned scarlet. It was as if that tragic scene had occurred only yesterday. That kind of pain could never be forgotten. The Dragonblood Legion's roars rang out louder and louder. Their fury seemed like it could ignite the air. Seeing that, Zhou Kun sneered. In the face of absolute power, anything was useless. Those corrupt experts were like a huge wave surging over here. As their circle shrunk, their power grew more concentrated. Every single one of them would reach the Xuantian Dao sect's mining region in less than an hour. However, none of them approached. They all stopped 1,000 miles away, completely surrounding them. At this distance, Long Chen could see that these Xuantian experts were all very young. Most likely, none of them had reached their 30s. Long Chen instantly understood that the corrupt path was using this as a chance to temper their elite disciples. Slaughter was the fastest way to cultivate for corrupt experts. It seemed their operation today was to be extremely profitable. Suddenly, their encirclement opened, and a group of 8 people walked out. Seeing those 8 people, the corrupt experts immediately let out a heaven-shaking cheer. There were 7 men and 1 bewitching woman. Her aura was exceptionally powerful. As she walked, her aura seemed to cause the entire space to tremble, making people feel endless terror. Celestials, and 8 of them, they really look favorably on me. Long Chen laughed. 8 celestials had appeared at the same time. The Xuantian Dao sect's disciples all felt like it was hard to breathe, and even their bodies quivered uncontrollably. But the Dragonblood warriors didn't feel any fear. The intimidating pressure of celestials did not affect them. When they had undergone their tribulations, even that heavenly fury hadn't been able to do anything to them. This little bit of pressure was nothing. At the same time, they realized why Long Chen had had them infuriate the heavenly tribulation to temper them. It wasn't just to temper their bodies, but also their souls. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to summon up the courage to fight celestials. But they were able to resist that suffocating aura. That was the difference. Seeing these 8 people, Zhou Kun suddenly laughed, startling everyone. Zhou Kun actually walked over to their side and said to Long Chen, "Long Chen, today you'll definitely die." Zhou Kun's actions caused everyone to be flabbergasted. Even the corrupt disciples were dumbfounded. Long Chen indifferently looked at him. "No way, your Zhou family was so brazen as to collude with the corrupt path. If news of that gets out, wouldn't your entire Zhou family be expelled from the Xuantian Dao sect? If it gets out, ha ha ha, how would that happen? Today, not one of you should even think about leaving alive. So what if my Zhou family colluded with the corrupt path? Long Chen, today, you'll definitely die. Even if you grow wings, this grand formation won't let you escape," sneered Zhou Kun. "Zhou Kun, do you understand that your actions today are equivalent to betraying the entire righteous path? Do you really have no qualms?" asked Long Chen. "Betraying the righteous path, hee, just because you say it, it won't make it true. Pill Valley is the true ruler of this world, and the Pill Tower is the commander. With the support of the Pill Tower, who would my Zhou family be afraid of? Hee, you'll soon die, so I don't mind telling you. Did you think it was only my Zhou family that contributed to sending you here? Hee, the other 3 families also received benefits from the Pill Tower, otherwise, why would the Shui family simply allow you to jump into a clear trap? Did you think the Shui family are all good people? Keep dreaming. Shui Wuan's grace toward you is useless. She doesn't control the Shui family. In fact, many in the Shui family find Shui Wuan unlikable. How is it, is your heart cold now?" Zhou Kun smiled icily at Long Chen, extremely pleased with himself. Long Chen was also smiling. This fellow's words were extremely important. He had long since secretly activated a photographic jade just for this. Although his words couldn't count as direct proof for the entire Zhou family, it was enough. As long as he transmitted these images out, whether it was the Zhou family or the Pill Tower, they would all have to pay their price. That was especially true of the Pill Tower. Last time, in the Julie secret realm, Huo Wafang had ordered the experts of both paths to attack Long Chen. That was a grave crime, and they had been denounced by countless righteous experts. The righteous experts weren't the strongest, but their stern declarations and fierce criticizations brought a great deal of pressure to the Pill Tower. It was unknown how many benefits the Pill Tower had been forced to spit out in order to appease everyone. They were lucky that the fiercest criticizers were not from the large sects, so they didn't lose too much money before the matter ended. However, not long after that, the Huayan sect's bone-tempering pills had appeared, and the matter of their fake pills caused huge waves. That huge turbulence had made it so that the Huo family hadn't been able to catch a breath for a long time. It was only months later that they managed to discuss this topic with Long Chen. As a result, Long Chen hadn't given them any face, directly provoking the Huo family. As a result, they had decided Long Chen had to die, or the Huo family's prestige would truly drop to the ground. What are you still waiting for? Kill Long Chen. Zhou Kun waved his hand, his meaning that the 8 of them should attack. Blood flew. A scorpion tail whip pierced straight through Zhou Kun's chest. Chapter 639 Killing a Celestial with a Single Blow. A dark red whip pierced through Zhou Kun's back and came out of his chest. Zhou Kun was bewildered. He started to turn back to see who had attacked him, but a powerful force surged through the whip, and he didn't even have a chance to make a sound before exploding into a bloody mist. Who is this idiot? The woman in the group of 8 slowly withdrew her whip. He should be the person to receive us. It seems he didn't have the slightest use, but he still dared to order us around. The righteous path really is full of idiots, said one of the Celestials indifferently. Zhou Kun's death horrified the elder from the Zhou family. You, how could you kill your own people? Our own people, who do you think you are to be called that? Kill yourself, said the woman. What horrified everyone was that as soon as she said that, the elder from the Zhou family took out his sword and cut off his own head without hesitation. His blood splattered over the people around him. This Zhou family elder was clearly a late Xianxian expert, but a single word from this woman had caused him to kill himself. Was she a devil? What terrifying soul arts? Long Chen was also shocked. He hadn't seen the woman use any techniques. But with just a look, she instantly controlled the elder's mind, causing him to kill himself without hesitation. She was definitely terrifying. If the Dragonblood Legion was forced to face her, it would be troublesome. Although the Dragonblood warriors all had stable wills, this woman's soul energy was too terrifying. Once she used her spiritual attacks, they wouldn't be able to resist. That made Long Chen's heart sink. He had to kill this woman immediately, or the Dragonblood warriors would instantly die at her hands. It's a possession, whispered Meng Qi. She had sensed that this woman's body didn't perfectly match her soul. A powerful expert's soul had clearly seized her body. That expert's spiritual strength might be powerful, but it hadn't reached the point where Meng Qi was terrified. It was just that the expert's control over her spiritual strength had reached a practically perfect level. Meng Qi was also an expert at controlling the soul. To have this level of control, this woman's body definitely contained an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years. Leave this person to me, said Meng Qi confidently. She could see the worry in his eyes. Are you sure? Don't worry. Although I can't say that I can definitely beat her, I guarantee I won't lose. Long Chen nodded. Meng Qi's control over her spiritual strength was something he would never be able to catch up to. There was no one better than Meng Qi to handle this woman. That woman suddenly turned toward Long Chen, sizing him up. Guilty as charged. She frowned slightly. Only in the mid-meridian opening realm. Those old fellows really made a huge deal out of nothing. Just for someone like you, they made all of us come. Their brains must have been eaten by worms. I hear you once managed to defeat a celestial. Your information is very accurate, replied Long Chen. The woman looked up and down at him, and then shook her head. I have no interest in this weakling. Who wants him? The woman looked at the other celestials. She was clearly their leader. The others also frowned slightly at Long Chen. Obviously, they also disdained to attack him. Fine, I'll do it. I'm not picky about my food. Suddenly, an extremely wizened man walked out. He looked like he was skin and bones, as if a light breeze would make him topple over. But Long Chen knew that many of the corrupt experts were this thin. This was actually a kind of secret technique to condense the power of the flesh within the bones. That made their bones even harder than Xianxian weapons. Furthermore, this person's sinister aura gave off boundless pressure. With each step, the ground trembled. Tell everyone that when the battle starts, they're to do their best to break out of the enclosure and get some distance from the battlefield, Long Chen whispered into Meng Qi's ear. He had Meng Qi send spiritual messages to everyone. He then walked toward the wizened celestial. I hear you have a female celestial here. Once I kill you, I'll go meet her. The wizened man sneered and then shot toward Long Chen. The wizened man's punch caused a loud rumbling, like a hammer was smashing the ground. His fist was covered in blood-red runes, and Long Chen sensed endless resentment from them. In that instant, Long Chen understood that this fellow had used other people's life energy and resentment to condense his own special runes. This attack of his was extremely terrifying. A thunderforce-covered hand grabbed the wizened man's fist. The ground instantly split apart, causing dust to fill the air and block everyone's vision. Within that dust, people heard what sounded like something piercing through flesh. When the dust scattered, they all saw a stupefying scene. Long Chen's left hand was still clenching the wizened man's fist, but his right arm was holding a lightning spear that had pierced through the wizened man's chest. His terrifying thunderforce had instantly turned all the wizened man's insides to dust. In your next life, remember not to be careless when you don't know your opponent's true strength. That will cause you to die. His lightning spear suddenly blossomed with light, and before the wizened man could even react, he was blown into a bloody mist. He was killed with one attack. Following the wizened man's death, his core runes appeared in the sky. Long Chen's spear was replaced with a blood-red saber that shattered those runes. Only once they saw those runes did the other corrupt celestials react. The wizened man had truly been killed. Long Chen rested his saber on his shoulder. His hair and robes fluttered. The current Long Chen seemed like an unsheathed divine sword, like a completely different person. "Does anyone else want to try me?" said Long Chen icily. His voice sounded like it had come from the depths of hell. The corrupt celestials' expressions completely changed. The woman's expression was exceptionally ugly. Originally, a total of 9 celestials had been part of this operation to kill Long Chen. This was actually a trial for the 9 celestials, the main point of which was to practice their cooperation. The woman was the leader of this operation. This entire plan had been made by her. Furthermore, she had the power to make it so the other celestials had to listen to her. This should have been a simple trial without any mishaps. But there had been one idiot who had been closest to the chaos region. And having arrived early, he had wanted to kill Long Chen on his own. As a result, he was slaughtered by Tang Wan-er. Zhou Kun had sent them the news that it was Tang Wan-er who had defeated the Celestial. Long Chen had merely given him a simple killing blow. That had caused them to become careless toward Long Chen. As a result, this carelessness caused another Celestial to die before he even managed to summon his manifestation. "Bastard, you actually acted like the pig to kill the tiger. Everyone, kill him together. We definitely can't let any more mishaps occur." The corrupt woman's eyes suddenly lit up with a demonic violet light. Long Chen felt his hair stand on end as if an invisible blade was currently stabbing toward him. Underworld Soul Thorn. Suddenly, a translucent arrow shot straight toward the corrupt woman. "There's actually a soul cultivator." The corrupt woman had no choice but to give up her attack on Long Chen. Quickly forming hand seals, a huge shield appeared in front of her. The two spiritual techniques collided in the air. Ripples appeared in the space around them, causing the people nearby to feel an intense pain in their souls. The corrupt woman hadn't expected a terrifying soul cultivator to also be hiding here, startling and infuriating her. "This isn't a good place to fight. Let's switch locations." She snorted coldly and suddenly rushed into the distance. Obviously, she didn't want her own attacks to affect the other celestials. She wanted to lead Meng Qi away. Coincidentally, that was also what Meng Qi wanted. As Meng Qi and the corrupt woman rushed into the distance, the Dragonblood warriors also rushed away. They wanted to get further away from Long Chen. The others who had been standing there in shock also fled when they saw the Dragonblood warriors take action. They hoped to take advantage of the chaos to run. But the surrounding corrupt army had completely surrounded this region. How could they possibly escape? The corrupt disciples all smiled sinisterly upon seeing the Dragonblood warriors run. They were only in the Meridian opening realm. They were basically cabbages that they could cut down however they wanted. The corrupt experts roared, and their weapons shone coldly. Killing people was what they liked the most. Suddenly, the Dragonblood warriors' auras erupted, and their terrifying Shantian auras caused the corrupt path to be dumbfounded. Their sharp weapons slashed down. They hid their auras. One of the corrupt experts' horrified cry was cut off halfway as he was blown apart by sword chi. They all underwent complete tempering, or there's no way their auras would be this powerful. The Dragonblood warriors' weapons blew apart their enemies. These powerful Shantian experts were like crops they harvested as they wished. They didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Having undergone complete tempering, the Dragonblood warriors had been able to kill Shantian experts at Meridian opening. Now that they were also Shantian experts, they slaughtered them easily. The instant both sides collided, the corrupt path sustained huge losses, flabbergasting them. Even the Celestials were dumbfounded. Just what kind of army was this? How could they all have undergone complete tempering? Didn't only peerless geniuses have the qualifications to undergo complete tempering? 2 of you, go kill those people. The other 4, kill Long Chen. A muscular celestial shouted, and summoning his cry of the heavenly Taos, he charged at Long Chen. Chapter 640 Fighting the Corrupt Army. The muscular corrupt celestial shouted coldly. 2 celestials immediately rushed toward the Dragonblood Legion. Other than the sole cultivator celestial, his position was clearly the highest. Suddenly, wind blades filled the sky. Tang Wan summoned her cry of the heavenly Taos, blocking the 2 of them. Millions of wind blades surged behind her, looking like a sea of wind blades that set off her beauty. Following her hand seals, the sea of wind blades streamed toward the 2 corrupt celestials like 2 dragons. The 2 of them had never seen such heavenly Tao runes. Those runes themselves possessed attacking power and were not purely assistive runes like theirs. They shouted, erupting with their greatest power to fight with Tang Wan. Explosions rocked the land, and terrifying astral winds spread in every direction. Quick, kill him, we can't allow there to be too many casualties, or we won't be able to give an explanation. Seeing that Tang Wan was able to block both celestials, the muscular celestial's expression changed completely. A huge golden spiked club appeared in his hands, and he smashed it at Long Chen. His aura completely erupted, and endless runes swirled around him. His aura was incredibly powerful, and it seemed like space would explode from his attack. The other 3 celestials also didn't hesitate. They directly released their manifestations, attacking Long Chen. 4 against 1, you really look favorably on me. A 3-colored divine ring appeared behind Long Chen. A terrifying pressure soared into the sky. When Long Chen's saber collided with the muscular celestial's club, it caused an incredibly loud explosive sound. The muscular celestial's expression changed. His arms actually felt numb from this collision, and he was forced back several meters. In terms of strength, Long Chen suppressed him. It had to be known that he was a brute force kind of cultivator. Otherwise, he wouldn't use such a heavy spiked club. He had never met someone who was his match in strength, until today. Amongst people who use spiked clubs, you're the weakest one I know, said Long Chen. Seeing that club, an even larger figure appeared in his mind. He didn't know where that fellow was nowadays. Long Chen sneered, I'll let you all see what true strength is. He gripped his saber with both hands, and all his energy poured into it. His saber slashed out like lightning. This slash not only contained his physical strength, but also his undefeatable will. It was valiant and fierce, and incomparably domineering. The 4 corrupt celestials were actually sent flying by Long Chen's attack. The weakest one of them actually tumbled to the ground, appearing extremely miserable. Guo Ran was currently directing the Dragonblood Legion in the battle. Although these corrupt experts were practically flooding over them, they weren't able to pose any threat to them. He was constantly paying attention to Long Chen's side. Seeing Long Chen send all his opponents flying, he felt like his blood was boiling. Brothers, do you see? Do you see our boss? Even when celestials see him, they have to cower in terror. We can't make him look bad. Kill them all. It's not just for our own glory, but for those brothers who once battled side by side with us. They aren't dead, they are still by our side as we fight. Kill. Fighting alongside Long Chen always caused the Dragonblood warriors' blood to heat up. Along with Guo Ran's fierce shout, the Dragonblood warriors roared. Their furious roars came wave after wave, their auras growing even fiercer. They were completely unstoppable. Despite the corrupt path outnumbering them, each one of them was terrified by their killing intent. It was like they weren't facing fellow humans but death gods that had come to reap their lives. They had no emotions. They were simply fierce, domineering warriors. What they didn't know was that after undergoing the terrifying heavenly tribulation, the Dragonblood warriors hadn't just undergone a physical transformation. There was now also an arrogance within them that dared to fight even against the heavens. Cultivators all tried to comply with the heavens, trying to comprehend the heavenly Taos. Which madman would dare fight against the heavens? The sight of Long Chen practically treating heavenly tribulation as a game, not even placing the heavenly Taos in his eyes, ignoring the fury of the heavens, had been deeply imprinted in the hearts of the Dragonblood warriors. They no longer believed in the heavens. They believed in their boss. The heavens hadn't given them anything. The fact that they had gone from ordinary cultivators to unrivaled Shantian experts was because of Long Chen. So they trusted that the path Long Chen pointed out for them was the right path. If Long Chen could fight against the heavens, then they also wouldn't hesitate to fight against the heavens with him. As a result, They unconsciously became even more domineering, and this kind of formless energy was able to defeat their opponents' confidence. It was even more terrifying than killing intent. Suddenly, Ji Yuyong was forced back by a corrupt expert, startling Guo Ran. He was startled to see that this elder's cultivation base was at half-step C expansion. It seemed that there were quite a few hidden elders amongst these young corrupt disciples who were there to protect them from the unexpected. Seeing how fierce the Dragonblood Legion was, they had no choice but to take action. Fourth Corps, squad leaders, kill him, shouted Guo Ran. The Dragonblood Legion was composed of 360 people. They had been split into 4 corps. The 4 corps were led by their captains, Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and Yu Zifeng. Each of them was in charge of 90 people, and every 10 people also had a squad leader. The squad leaders were stronger than the others, and under Guo Ran's orders, the 9 squad leaders of the 4th Corps immediately took out golden crossbows and shot arrows at the half-step C expansion expert. This expert had only just forced Ji Yuyong back when he sensed the danger. He had used his full strength just now, and he was still not recovered from his surprise that he hadn't even managed to injure Ji Yuyong. He was just about to attack him again to ruin the Dragonblood Legion's rhythm when his scalp turned numb. 9 golden lights shot toward him, sealing any of his retreat paths. The corrupt elder was horrified to find that no matter how he dodged, he would have to take 2 arrows. As a result, in his indecision, 3 golden lights pierced through his body. The half-step C expansion expert immediately exploded. And that wasn't all, the golden arrows continued past him, cutting lines of deaths in the corrupt army. Any corrupt experts struck by the golden arrows would be killed. After all, these crossbows and arrows had been made out of treasure item fragments by Guo Ran. Although he wasted 99% of their power, treasure items were still treasure items. Even their fragments possessed such terrifying power. This was practically an earth-shattering power. Damn, this thing really is powerful. If another half-step C expansion expert appears, directly shoot them. Seeing how his inventions possessed such shocking power, Guo Ran was incomparably delighted. This felt even better than personally killing enemies. The only ones who could pose any threat to the Dragonblood Legion were half-step C expansion experts. But Guo Ran began to point them out before they even came up to attack. They were quickly killed under Guo Ran's orders. The Dragonblood Legion was like tigers with wings, charging their way through the corrupt army. Corpses began to pile up. In the distance, an illusory figure had appeared behind Meng Qi. That illusory figure was made of countless heavenly Dao runes, and her terrifying spiritual strength caused the space around her to twist. The corrupt soul cultivator had also summoned her cry of the heavenly Daos. At the same time, her whip cracked through the air rapidly. The whip was actually a rare soul item, but Meng Qi was surrounded by golden petals and needles. That was the soul item Guo Ran had used all his sweat and blood in order to create. It was finally put to good use. Although Meng Qi's soul item was smaller, that allowed it to be more nimble and faster. Furthermore, it was created out of many parts which allowed her to get an advantage in terms of weapons. Their fierce battle was incredibly dangerous. Soul energy surged and soul items collided. On Tang Wan'er's side, even 1 against 2, her wind blades caused her opponents to be completely flustered. They were completely caught within the domain of her wind blades. Her wind blades were too terrifying. Each one of them posed a fatal danger to them. But while Tang Wan'er might appear extremely mighty, this was also extremely taxing on her. As for the 2 corrupt celestials, they weren't idiots. They directly focused on defense, saving their core energy. Tang Wan'er's fierce tempest of attacks wouldn't be able to last long. They were waiting for the moment her core energy ran out to give her a fatal counterattack. The fiercest battle was Long Chen's. The muscular celestial had used some sort of secret technique. A blood-colored mark had appeared on his forehead, and blood dripped sinisterly from its eyes. His strength had immediately risen to a new level. The other celestials had also realized that today was no longer some simple tempering. If they didn't go all out, then they really might die. They all released their greatest power against Long Chen. Long Chen's saber repeatedly slashed through the air, each one of his moves incomparably vicious. Even the corrupt experts had never encountered such a vicious fighting style. He was practically suicidal. Each one of his moves were ones that would cause injury to both sides. They felt a chill. Long Chen was too vicious. His fighting style was clearly one of mutual destruction, but his expression was still completely calm, making them think he was just faking in order to intimidate them. Suddenly, one of the corrupt expert's swords stabbed toward Long Chen's back. Long Chen had just blocked one person's attack, and he had no time to dodge. Instead, his saber slashed toward that person's waist. It was another mutual destruction attack. Fuck, come at me. I'm not going to dodge this time. If you have the guts, then just try it. The corrupt expert roared furiously, deciding not to change his attack this time. His sword continued to pierce toward Long Chen's back. Chapter 641 Shui Wuan appears. The corrupt expert's words were entirely correct. Long Chen really did have the guts. The corrupt expert's sword pierced straight through his back and out from his chest. A berserk energy destroyed all of Long Chen's insides. In order to kill Long Chen, the corrupt expert had given up his chance to dodge Long Chen's attack. If he had dodged just now, his advantage would have vanished. The sound of flesh and bone breaking rang out as the corrupt expert was cut in two by Long Chen's saber. Long Chen had used a mutually destructive attack several times to reverse the tide against them, causing them to stamp with fury. The Celestials didn't believe that Long Chen was actually risking his life every time like this. So this particular one had finally hardened his heart, and he had taken this gamble to see whether or not Long Chen was truly suicidal. He was shocked but also delighted. Now that Long Chen had been stabbed through the back, since he wasn't a Celestial, he wouldn't be able to heal and his death was undoubtable. The corrupt Celestial quickly pushed himself back, wanting to get away from Long Chen's deathbed counterattack. Heavenly Tao recover. He was just about to use his core energy to reconnect the parts of his body when a blood-red light turned him into a bloody mist. Not even his corpse remained. The other three Celestials were all horrified. Long Chen had clearly taken a fatal blow. The fact he hadn't immediately died was already shocking enough. But he seemed like he completely fine. They had all thought he was about to die and had lost his combat ability. Their guards had all lowered, and as a result, a corrupt Celestial was killed just like that. They had no idea that Long Chen had the primal chaos bead and could use the life energy inside it to instantly heal otherwise fatal injuries. It was even more monstrous than their Heavenly Tao recovery. Rank 1 Celestials are only this level. Long Chen shattered the Heavenly Tao runes that appeared in the air, and then lazily rested his saber on his shoulder, shaking his head at the remaining corrupt Celestials. When he had fought Yin Wusheng last time, he had only been at the third heaven stage of Meridian opening. Now that his cultivation base had grown even higher, rank 1 Celestials other than soul cultivators were no longer able to pose such a large threat to him. The death of another Celestial angered the other three to the peak. Two of them had already died, and no matter what the final result was, their mission would already count as a failure, and an extremely humiliating one. Out of 9 Celestials sent to kill Long Chen, 3 had died. The first one couldn't be blamed on them, but the next 2 had been killed right in front of them. They would have to bear the responsibility for those deaths. The muscular Celestial roared furiously, and his muscles suddenly increased in size, veins swimming on them. This was one of the corrupt path's self-mutilating secret abilities. Unless it was a critical time, none of them would use it. He smashed Long Chen with his club, and Long Chen's arm trembled intensely. He was actually unable to block this explosive power and was sent flying. Netherworld Ghost Cry. Another Celestial suddenly began to release endless ghost chi, which formed a white bone claw in the air that reached toward Long Chen. The other took out a human skull. A blood-red light shone in its eyes, and it shot toward Long Chen. The muscular Celestial also hit himself in the chest, vomiting blood which formed a fiendish face in the sky. All the energy of his core runes was sucked away by that fiendish face. With a fierce cry, it charged at Long Chen. The white bone claw, the human skull, and the fiendish face all shot at Long Chen at the same time. Heaven and earth changed color from their terrifying power. Long Chen was locked down by their power, but his expression was still completely calm. The primal chaos bead slowly circulated, and endless energy surged into Blooddrinker. A saber image collided with the 3 attacks, causing the world to shake and terrifying astral winds to erupt in every direction. An immense crater was blasted into the ground. This hole was 100 miles deep, and a great deal of black gold ore blew into the air. Those were the leftover ore. After all these years of mining, there was no longer that much left. When the dust settled, Long Chen had disappeared and the corrupt Celestials thought that he had been blown apart by their exchange. But then, he suddenly appeared beside them, his saber slashing down. The corrupt Celestials were horrified. They hadn't thought that he could survive their combined strongest attacks. Now, his saber released a domineering. aura that completely locked them down. Suddenly, a large hand viciously slammed toward Long Chen. His heart sank, and a sense of mortal danger filled him. He hastily switched from offense to defense. Boom! The large hand slammed into Long Chen's saber, and Long Chen shot back like a shooting star, cutting a huge ditch in the ground. He vomited a mouthful of blood which also contained the broken bits of his inner organs. This attack had gravely injured him. Guo Ran and the others had been struck by the shockwaves from Long Chen and the three corrupt celestials' attacks, and they were heavily injured, vomiting blood. But the corrupt experts had it even worse. Those who had been preoccupied with fighting Guo Ran and the others were all directly blown to smithereens. In terms of their physical bodies, they were fundamentally not on the same level as the Dragonblood warriors. If the Dragonblood warriors had to be heavily injured by this impact, then there was no way that they could survive. Of over 80,000 Xiantian disciples from the corrupt path, the Dragonblood Legion only managed to kill over 10,000. But now, over 30,000 were directly killed by that powerful impact. Only those fortunate enough to be comparatively far away from the battlefield managed to survive this calamity. Guo Ran and the others quickly ran over to Long Chen's side, supporting him. Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi also withdrew to his side. The corrupt experts gathered together. There was a black-robed elder at their front now. See Expansion Realm. Long Chen's voice was cold. Correct, answered the corrupt elder. The Dragonblood warriors' hearts sank. Wasn't it forbidden for Sea Expansion experts to appear here? The Sea Expansion expert turned toward his celestials and shook his head. Your mission counts as a complete failure. Master Gui Zong, we can still fight. The female soul cultivator was extremely unwilling. Just now, she had already taken the advantage. If she could kill Meng Qi, Long Chen and the rest would definitely die. Don't try any excuses. A failure is a failure. Out of 9 celestials, 3 died, and half of 80,000 Xiantian elites also died. Even if you managed to completely slaughter them, it wouldn't change the fact that it was a failure. When you get back, you'll receive your punishments from your sects. Hopefully, you've learned something, and those people didn't die in vain. The Sea Expansion experts' words caused those celestials' expressions to become exceedingly ugly, but they were also helpless. They had been too careless. If they hadn't been so arrogant at the beginning and had slowly probed their opponents' strength before forming a strategy, perhaps this conclusion would have to be rewritten. But this world didn't have any ifs. Dead people were already dead. Their immense losses meant they had already failed. You little fellows, why don't you just kill yourselves? Or do you want this old man to do it personally? The Sea Expansion expert looked at Long Chen and the others. Here, a Sea Expansion expert was the law. He was capable of truly controlling heaven and earth's energy, making it so that meridian-opening celestials didn't have the ability to fight him. Old ghost, if you boast so much, you should worry about biting your tongue. Long Chen smiled slightly and a jade plate appeared in his hand. Crushing the jade plate, space twisted and a figure slowly condensed before him. Tang Wan'er and the others cried with delight. This person was precisely the Xuantian Supermonastery's monastery head, Shui Wuan. Shui Wuan looked at the huge hole as well as the corpses that littered the battlefield. She said to Long Chen, as expected, you really are just a troublemaker. Wherever you go, chaos will follow. Hee, nothing I can do about that. If others want my life, it's not like I can just give it to them without a struggle, right? Laughed Long Chen. Shui Wuan's appearance calmed all of them. This was part of Long Chen's backup plan. He had known the corrupt path would very likely not act in accordance with the agreement, and before leaving, he had gotten this jade from her. With her present, everything could be resolved. They could just watch the show. Shui Wuan, I remember you. A cold light shone in the Sea Expansion expert's eyes. You should. You are Gui Zong, correct? 800 years ago, you had a brother called Gui Sha whom I killed. I seem to recall that his soul was sealed inside a corpse and used as a trial for our disciples. I'm sure he had a good life all these years, said Shui Wuan. Hearing this, Long Chen was startled. It seemed they were all acquaintances. Wasn't Gui Sha the soul in the corpse he had encountered for the disciple trial in the 108th monastery? From him, he had even swindled the netherworld ghost steps. But that old fellow really had been petty and immediately turned hostile. In the end, he had self-destructed. It was unexpected for this person to actually be Gui Sha's brother. It seemed friends really did have destiny together. Shui Wuan, if you're thinking of protecting Long Chen, keep dreaming. You think a spiritual clone is capable of that? Sneered the corrupt elder. To handle someone only at the peak of early sea expansion, it should be enough, said Shui Wuan. She was someone who had reached the peak of sea expansion. Although this spiritual clone only possessed a tenth of her true body's strength, it could be counted as a mid-sea expansion expert. Shui Wuan, I'm regretful to tell you that your spiritual clone will perhaps have to be thrown away here. Suddenly, a voice rang out that caused Shui Wuan's pupils to shrink. Chapter 642, A Truly Peerless Move. Following that voice, 4 figures appeared in their sky, huge wings on their backs. Shui Wuan's expression changed completely. Out of these 4, 3 of them were at the early sea expansion realm, while the other one was at the peak of the mid-sea expansion realm. Shui Wuan, this clone of yours will have to be left behind. Hehe, the clone and the true body's souls are connected. I really want to leave something special behind in this clone of yours, laughed one of them pervertedly. 9 celestials and 5 sea expansion experts. Haha, you really do look favorably upon me. Long Chen suddenly laughed. Of course we look favorably upon you. The righteous path's idiots might not understand, but we know you are a terrifying talent. In the beginning, we didn't care too much about you. As a result, that mistake caused an irredeemable loss, and Yin Luo died. If he hadn't died, he would definitely have been able to at least accept a Dao seed from a senior to become a terrifying celestial. It was at that time we realized that you really are a monster that surpasses people's imaginations. We knew we couldn't let you mature. So we attacked the Xuantian monasteries. Unfortunately, even with that many Xuantian experts, you still managed to get out alive, making us miss our best opportunity. Later, your battle with Yin Wuxiang caused your name to finally reach the ears of our corrupt path's higher-ups. Haha, I really have to congratulate you. Our corrupt path's higher-ups knew that if we were careless again and if you managed to get away, we would no longer have such a good opportunity in the future. So, just to kill you, we organized this large-scale movement of our elite disciples and even set up this immense formation so you can't run. No matter how many reinforcements you bring out, they will all be useless. Unless you can surpass 5 sea expansion experts, any people you bring out will just be sending themselves to their deaths. But according to our information, your 36th supermonastery only possesses 2 sea expansion experts, and they don't even get along. Speaking of which, I greatly admire your righteous path. You fight amongst yourselves all day, and you suppress your geniuses instead of grooming them, but somehow you have still managed to survive to this date. The heavens really are blind, sneered the corrupt sea expansion elder. As the elder confidently spoke, Long Chen stealthily took out a disc with ancient runes carved into it. Sister, I'll stall them. You activate the transportation formation disc. This is something I bought from Zheng Wenlong, and it's a priceless treasure from the ancient era. Once it's activated, it can bring all of you back to the supermonastery, he transmitted to Shui Wuan. Last time when he had seen Zheng Wenlong, he had asked for a life-saving treasure. That decision had been greatly supported by Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong wasn't afraid of himself dying, but he was absolutely terrified of Long Chen dying. It went without saying that the Huayan sect was extremely powerful. They possessed all kinds of rare and ancient treasures that could no longer be created in modern times. In order to allow Long Chen to live for a few more years, Zheng Wenlong had increased his debt even more, obtaining this formation disc from the ancient era. Although it was incredibly ancient, the energy within it had been preserved extremely well. It was more than capable of long-distance transportation. The other portion of this disc was a coordinate stone that Long Chen had buried beneath the Xuantian Supermonastery's plaza. Once the disc was activated, they would all be teleported there. But then I have to stall them. Don't think that I'm such a noble person that I'm sacrificing my life for everyone. I have my own way to protect myself, said Long Chen. No buts. Do as I said and bring everyone away, said Long Chen. Then have Wan activate the formation disc. I'll stay with you. I'm just a clone, so it's fine, said Shui Wuan. There's no need. Just do as I said and it'll be fine. They've already sensed our conversation. Although a spiritual clone did not possess a physical body, it was something that exhausted endless mental energy and spiritual strength to form. Losing a clone would cause the true body's power to immediately drop for a while. As for Shui Wuan, who was at the peak of her realm, she could not afford to lose her clone at this time, or it would make advancing to the next realm much more difficult. I don't know what you're mumbling back there, but our corrupt path has always believed a certain phrase: in front of absolute strength, all schemes are useless. Don't bother stalling for time, because that has no meaning. Are you going to kill yourself, or do you need this old man to take action? Asked the corrupt sea expansion elder. Long Chen smiled and slowly walked forward. Shui Wuan sighed helplessly and began to secretly activate the formation disk. But this formation disk required a certain amount of time to activate, and due to how many people it had to transport, it exhausted a great deal of energy. Furthermore, she had to do so extremely carefully, not letting the slightest fluctuation be exposed for fear of them noticing. This kind of transportation device was extremely easily interrupted at the beginning. They would be doomed if the corrupt experts were to notice. That was the main reason Long Chen had Shui Wuan do it. No one else had the ability to silently activate it. It's Gui Zong, correct? I've met your brother. Long Chen walked out almost a mile, shaking his head at the distant corrupt sea expansion elder. Are you trying to stall? He asked icily. Go down through Yongquan, up through Zandan, converge at Zifu, or up at Chongshan. Long Chen began to recite a mnemonic. Hearing it, the corrupt elder's expression completely changed. How do you know my netherworld sect's footwork mnemonic? Now you should believe that I saw your brother before, right? This mnemonic was something he taught me, said Long Chen. Impossible, he would never transmit my netherworld sect's mnemonic to the righteous path. Don't get angry. In truth, it was like this. After I met your brother felt that I was of pure face and mind, a fair complexion and soul, a martial genius seen only once every 10,000 years. As a result, he wanted to take you as a disciple. No, he wanted to take me as a master. What nonsense. My brother was a mid-sea expansion expert in his life. How could he take you as a master? Raged the corrupt elder. He clearly respected his brother greatly. You know, to tell you the truth, even I didn't believe he would do something like this at the beginning. But then later he said he wanted me to take his soul out of the cave, then take me as his master and bestow all his life's learning to me, said Long Chen. And then, he begged me to learn his netherworld ghost steps. Seeing such an old man kneeling on the ground, crying his eyes out, I didn't feel right saying no, sighed Long Chen. Get to the point. What happened? He continued to kneel on the ground, begging me to learn a few more techniques. That enraged me, and I viciously slapped him in the face for 2 days, cursing him for not appreciating my kindness and trying to take advantage of me. Just as Long Chen's saliva was splashing everywhere as he babbled, an intense spatial fluctuation appeared. Not good, they're running. One of the sea expansion experts in the sky was the first to react. But a curtain of light enveloped the Dragonblood Legion, and the terrifying spatial fluctuations showed they were just about to be transported away. Stop them, how about you don't? Just as they were about to stop them, Long Chen laughed, and the lightning python and flame serpent shot out from his arms. A terrifying aura filled the world, and the 5 sea expansion experts halted, their expressions ugly. They sensed an extremely great danger from the lightning python and flame serpent. Both of them roared, coiling together and charging through their midst. In that instant, all of the corrupt celestials felt endless terror. They could smell the scent of death from those two. They had never even dreamed that Long Chen was still holding back such a terrifying move. Such an attack could instantly kill them. The 5 sea expansion experts extended their hands. Runes lit up on their palms, and they smashed into Long Chen's attack. Boom! It was like a star had exploded. Blinding light filled the sky. Endless flames and lightning made it seemed even space was about to explode. When the light faded, the 5 sea expansion experts' expressions were dark. They were also filled with shock. Even with their combined strength, they had still been blown back miles by that attack. Just how could Long Chen possess such power? After that attack, the 2 tattoos on Long Chen's arms turned completely dark. Long Chen couldn't help sighing. Sea expansion experts were truly terrifying. The lightning python and flame serpent had released their full strength but hadn't been able to injure them. However, he hadn't hoped for this move to injure them. Without the support of the green dragon energy, he was merely a slightly larger ant in front of sea expansion experts. But he had at least achieved his goals. The Dragonblood Legion had completely disappeared from here. As expected, the Huayan sect's wares were truly top tier and trustworthy. Zheng Wenlong had never disappointed him. Although they got away, it's fine. Just Long Chen's life is enough. The corrupt sea expansion elder's expression was gloomy. My life, hee, then we'll have to see if you have that ability. Today, I'll let you all see what my truly peerless move is. Long Chen laughed mischievously, and his aura completely erupted. Chapter 643 Invoking Xianxian Tribulation. Long Chen's aura, which had originally been at the 6th heaven stage of meridian opening, began rapidly climbing, and consecutive explosive sounds rang out from his body. 7th heaven stage, 8th heaven stage. As Long Chen's aura grew, the 5C expansion experts were shocked. Long Chen had actually concealed his true aura. The Celestials were especially stupefied. Just what kind of monster was Long Chen? In that intense battle just now, he had still been holding back his power. More explosive sounds came from his body as his aura grew stronger and stronger. It was like a volcano was erupting within his body. What a powerful aura! How could someone at meridian opening possess such an aura? Let him do as he pleases. No matter how strong his aura grows, he'll still be an ant to us. I actually really want to see what kind of trick he has. In the C expansion expert's eyes, Long Chen was just deliberately trying to be mysterious. This was just a deathbed struggle, the scene they enjoyed seeing the most. Looks of despair were truly amazing. Wait, something's wrong. How are there so many explosions coming from his body? Gui Zong was the first to realize something was wrong. According to reason, each advancement would cause an explosive sound from one's body. But Long Chen had long since surpassed 9 heaven stages. Furthermore, with each further advancement past the 9th heaven stage, his aura would multiply. That simply was not in accordance with common sense. Finally, a loud rumbling rang out. Everyone's expressions changed as they looked up to see that black clouds had completely filled the sky. Due to the battle with the Celestials, the wrath of the heavens had caused the sky to already be filled with black clouds, so no one had noticed the change. Now that they saw the endless tribulation clouds, whether it was the C expansion experts, the Celestials, or the remaining corrupt experts, their faces all turned purple. He's undergoing tribulation. Bastard, he's bringing us all into his tribulation. But why is this tribulation so terrifying? The corrupt experts were completely horrified. How was this lightning tribulation? This was clearly an annihilation tribulation, one that seemed like it could destroy the entire world. All disciples gather. Celestials, activate your cry of the heavenly Taos. Heavenly tribulation won't attack people within the cry of the heavenly Taos, ordered one of the corrupt C expansion experts. The Celestials hastily activated their manifestations, covering all the disciples within the range of their heavenly Tao runes. It was fortunate they had enough Celestials, as there would be no way for one Celestial to envelop all these people. What? There was actually such a thing? Long Chen was startled. Heavenly tribulation wouldn't attack Celestials. The 5C expansion experts were also within the range of the cry of the heavenly Taos, icily looking at Long Chen. You're wasting your time. Is that so? Endless lightning arrows suddenly rained down from the sky. Each one of them was a foot thick and 3 meters long. Miserable screams rang out. The lightning arrows went straight through the cry of the heavenly Taos, killing any Xianxian experts they encountered. Many people's bodies directly turned to dust. What's going on? The heavenly Taos no longer care about Celestials, cried one of the C expansion experts in panic. This heavenly tribulation is different from other tribulations. It's ignoring our heavenly Tao runes. We can still endure, but those ordinary disciples will all die. Long Chen needs to be killed, cried one of the Celestials. They were horrified to see that their heavenly Tao manifestations, which had never failed before, now had no more effect. Heavenly tribulation was part of the heavenly Taos, and Celestials were the favorites of the heavens. Within their manifestations, they wouldn't be attacked by heavenly tribulation. This was common knowledge, but that common knowledge was completely overturned today. This lightning not only ignored their manifestations, but it also easily killed Xianxian experts. Even the comparatively stronger corrupt disciples were only able to endure being struck a few times. In the face of heavenly tribulation, all people were terrified. Long Chen watched these panicking disciples with a cold smile. In order to kill me, the heavens don't even mind killing their bastards. Originally, Long Chen really had thought that heavenly Tao runes could resist the heavenly tribulation. He had even been planning on charging into their midst to see what effect that would cause. But now he found his tribulation didn't show mercy to anyone. Suddenly, a large hand passed through space and slammed toward Long Chen. This was not a true hand, but it was no different from a solid hand. This was an attack from a C expansion expert formed from natural energy. Its power was truly immense. 3 stars appeared in Long Chen's eyes, and Blooddrinker released a blood-red glow as it slashed at the hand. The huge attack erupted into dazzling light. Heaven and earth lost all their color. Even the lightning arrows in the sky were blown apart. Long Chen was sent flying back, his arms numb. Blood Drinker had almost blown out of his hand. As expected, without the green dragon energy, I'm not a match for these bastards. I can't fight with them head on. Long Chen wiped off a trace of blood from his mouth and retreated. What? He actually blocked it. The sea expansion expert was startled. He had thought Long Chen would definitely die from his attack. The heavenly tribulation is getting stronger. Kill him quickly. Gui Zong's expression suddenly changed, because he found that the lightning arrows were growing even stronger and more numerous. It was still no problem for the Celestials, but the ordinary disciples were dying faster and faster. These were the Corrupt Path's elite disciples. Each one of their deaths caused him pain. If they still didn't kill Long Chen, then all these disciples would die. Elimination Cloud Palm, Overflowing Rain Slash, the 5C expansion experts all attacked, and huge images attacked Long Chen. Explosions rang out. Long Chen didn't dare take them head on. He flashed left and right, doing his best to get away. But the scope of their attacks was too large, and he had no choice but to block a portion of them. Blocking one attack, Long Chen's shoulder broke and his entire arm almost shattered, causing him to clench his teeth in pain. Damn it, how miserable. If I could still use the green dragon energy, I could directly kill these bastards. Long Chen cursed inside, but the green dragon energy was something he no longer had. He had to rely on himself. At the same time, Long Chen came to a realization. He couldn't depend too much on outer force, or it would become a habit. He had to rely on himself. However, right now, the difference was too great. He had no way to fight sea expansion experts head on. Originally, his trump card had been Shui Wuan. But who would have expected the Corrupt Path to actually send 9 Celestials and 5 sea expansion experts to kill him, a rookie in the Meridian Opening Realm? This was absolutely bullying. Fuck, how is the power still so weak? Are you going to wait forever? Long Chen suddenly cursed at the sky. He was cursing these damn heavens, but the 5C expansion experts thought it was a curse at them, and they turned green with rage. You little bastard, if you have any guts, don't dodge this one. Don't get caught by this old man, or I'll definitely make you live a life worse than death. The 5C expansion experts furiously attacked. Long Chen could only dodge as best as he could, appearing extremely miserable. Long Chen was so furious he wanted to curse their mothers. He had an urge to explain that he hadn't been cursing them, but then he felt such an explanation was something even he wouldn't believe. Suddenly, the sky rumbled. Countless lightning pythons appeared in the black clouds. The sea expansion experts immediately became flabbergasted. They saw those countless lightning pythons charge straight down upon them. Everyone, gather together. Experts on the outside, protect the disciples within. Their expressions completely changed, and they no longer even bothered with Long Chen anymore. They hurriedly went to protect their disciples. Before the tribulation, there had been less than 40,000 disciples left. But the lightning arrows decimated them down to 20,000. The 5C expansion experts and 6 Celestials were going all out to protect these disciples, hoping to help them endure the heavenly tribulation. As for Long Chen was the main target of the tribulation, and there was no way he could run. They directly ignored him. Saving their people was more important. These lightning pythons were too terrifying. Each of them was dozens of meters long, and their thunder force could easily kill Shantian disciples. If they didn't protect them, then other than the Celestials, not one of their disciples would remain. If 80,000 disciples were all killed, it would be an extremely terrifying blow to the Eastern Wasteland's Corrupt Path. The 5C expansion experts had been in the midst of helping everyone block these lightning pythons when they looked over at Long Chen, wanting to see how he was handling the tribulation. After all, this tribulation had already surpassed the scope of their understanding. Although it wasn't as strong as their sea expansion tribulation, its scope had been hundreds of times greater. Even after living this many years, they had never seen such tribulation. Let alone seeing it, they hadn't even heard of such a thing. When they saw Long Chen, they almost coughed up blood. This bastard was definitely doing this on purpose. Chapter 644. Someone from the Huo family. Long Chen was sitting leisurely. A lightning python was coiled around him, protecting him from the lightning. It crazily devoured any lightning pythons that came towards him. Furthermore, Long Chen had even taken out a table. He sat in a chair, occasionally sipping some hot tea. His legs were crossed as if he was just watching a show. Ah, fucking hell. Gui Zong roared furiously. Long Chen was the one who had brought on this disaster, but he was going through it so leisurely, while they were practically working themselves to their deaths to protect their people. This was too infuriating. Gui Zong, be careful. Don't release your aura, warned one of the corrupt experts. With that person's reminder, Gui Zong's expression changed. He hastily suppressed his fury, focusing on blocking the lightning pythons. Oh, how fishy. Long Chen gulped down some queen bee honey, narrowing his eyes. It was no wonder he had felt it was odd. Just now, he had been chased down miserably and hadn't had time to ponder it, but now he realized the truth. According to reason, heavenly tribulation would set its power according to whoever was strongest within its scope. There were clearly 5C expansion experts here. According to reason, that should have brought on a furious torrent of lightning. But Long Chen found that the heavenly tribulation was acting according to its old order. That meant it was still matching its power to Long Chen. Could it be that the heavens truly were blind and couldn't see these 5C expansion bastards? I get it, this is how you cheat the heavens. Long Chen suddenly clapped himself on the leg, realizing the crux of the matter. These 5 wily foxes definitely knew how to fool the heavenly Daos. It was the same with how he had helped Little Snow undergo tribulation. He hadn't released his aura during the tribulation, which had caused it to be duped. It was no wonder he had felt these old fellows' attacks had been a bit strange. Those attacks had been powerful, but they lacked a certain kind of energy. It was like they had form, but no power. That was because they were afraid of being sensed by the heavenly Daos. Hehe, interesting, but do you think that just enduring this one wave of attacks will mean passing the tribulation? Long Chen smiled sinisterly. He lazily stretched. Long Chen ignored the lightning pythons. In just the first wave of the tribulation, the lightning arrows, he had absorbed quite a bit of thunder force. The lightning python, which had exhausted all of its energy, had quickly recovered by eating the thunder force Long Chen had absorbed for it. Now it was still in a weak state, but it still managed to come out of Long Chen's body and devour the lightning crashing down around him. The heavenly tribulation's lightning pythons were merely dozens of meters long, while Long Chen's lightning python was over 2,500 meters. These lightning pythons weren't even enough for it to feed on. If Long Chen didn't need it to protect him, it would have already flown out to devour as many as possible. Calling you lightning python is kind of boring. I feel like there will sooner or later come a day when you become a dragon. How about I call you lightning dragon? Since my surname is Long, we can share that character. I'll call you Lei Long for lightning dragon and the fire serpent Huo Long for fire dragon, laughed Long Chen. What excited Long Chen was that Lei Long actually let out a loud roar. From that roar, Long Chen sensed the lightning python had grown even closer to him emotionally. Long Chen rubbed the blue flame tattoo on his right arm. Huo Long was still in slumber. That attack just now had used up all of its power. Huo Long was much weaker than Lei Long. Lei Long had always had food to eat, but Huo Long only had Long Chen's pill flame to snack on. It had been in a hungry state since the beginning. It couldn't be said that the earth flame wasn't powerful, but simply that Long Chen hadn't given it enough food for it to mature. That made Long Chen feel guilty. He had to think of a way to increase Huo Long's power. Seeing the bustling figures in the distance, Long Chen smiled, apologetically, shouting, "Corrupt brothers, people must be brave. Perseverance is victory. The heavens are nothing, and lives are just dog shit. This great heavenly tribulation is something we only managed to receive after hundreds of reincarnations. Our slogan is, don't give up, don't look back, cheer on, stand firm. I look favorably on you." Long Chen's impassioned cry rang out in every single one of the corrupt experts' ears. Gui Zong clearly knew that he was doing it on purpose. But his fury still soared, and he actually vomited a mouthful of blood. "Careful, don't release your aura," cried one of the corrupt experts. If Gui Zong released his aura in his fury, all their disciples would be done for. "Aiya, Gui Zong, you're coughing up blood. Hurry and rest," cried Long Chen with concern. Gui Zong once more vomited blood. His aura was like a volcano that had been suppressed for countless years and might erupt at any moment. "Gui Zong, shut your ears and calm yourself," cried an elder. He threw a medicinal pill at Gui Zong. This was the only mid-sea expansion elder. Gui Zong consumed the medicinal pill and felt his spiritual yuan, which had been on the verge of erupting, finally calm down. "Many thanks Huo," thanked Gui Zong. "Focus on the lightning pythons," said the elder coldly, cutting off his words. Guizong trembled and immediately shut his mouth. At the same time, he cut off his sensation of sound. Long Chen's gaze shifted, and he icily said, "Huo. So you were actually someone from the Pill Tower's Huo family. The color of your face doesn't match your neck. This kind of appearance-changing technique is far too lacking. Hehe, I know, you must have applied face-changing medicinal water. There was no problem before, but your mixture contained the ninewood poplar's flower. Ninewood poplar is extremely weak to thunder force. Even just getting infected by a trace of its aura will cause it to break down. It's no wonder your face has become so ugly." The elder's expression didn't change, but he was incomparably shocked inside. This face-changing liquid he had used was an extremely particular formula. Even the people closest to him wouldn't be able to tell who he was. But Long Chen had managed to see through him. And his words were entirely right. This formula truly did contain the ninewood poplar's flower. Ninewood poplar was most afraid of lightning. It was unable to survive outdoors, and only grew in covered places like caves. It was an extremely unknown kind of medicinal ingredient. Although he couldn't see his own face, he knew he was exposed. But he still didn't say anything. "Tell me, how could your Huo family be so shameless? You're part of the Pill Tower, the representative of Pill Valley. But again and again, you participate in the struggle between the righteous and corrupt paths. Are you really not afraid of Pill Valley's investigation?" asked Long Chen. "HMPH, I don't know what you're talking about. Keep acting. Just how long can you keep acting? The Huayan sect already has the meridian opening pill." Long Chen hastily shut his mouth. You know about the meridian opening pills. Speak, where did the Huayan sect obtain the meridian opening pills formula?" raged the elder. But then seeing Long Chen's sinister smile, he immediately realized he had fallen for a trap. Hehe, as expected, the Huayan sect's meridian opening pills haven't been revealed to the outside world yet, because the Huayan sect always sets things up in the best way possible, and they have to make all kinds of preparations. However, there are some people aware of it in the Huayan sect. Considering how classified this secret is, who else could you be but someone from the Pill Tower? Who do you think you were trying to trick? Wasn't it your spies in the Huayan sect that told you this?" sneered Long Chen. Considering how enormous both parties were, it only made sense for them to have spies between them. Long Chen had intentionally acted as if his tongue had slipped, and as a result, this old fellow really had taken the bait and exposed himself. "Brother Huo, there's nothing to worry about. Even if Long Chen could grow wings, he can't fly away today," said one of the corrupt sea expansion experts. He no longer bothered trying to cover it up. The expert from the Huo family didn't say anything. He simply helped the corrupt experts block the lightning pythons. It went without saying that sea expansion experts were incredibly powerful. Long Chen didn't know how they were doing it, but each wave of their hands released powerful astral winds that caused the lightning pythons to explode. They didn't even have to use their true strength. "Is Huo Wufang still alive?" Long Chen asked suddenly. "Long Chen, your mouth is truly detestable," raged the Huo family expert. "Oh, it seems Huo Wufang has a close relationship to you. If you aren't his daddy, then he's your father." Long Chen suddenly realized he had misspoken, and corrected himself. "If you aren't his daddy, then you're his father. Long Chen, when this heavenly tribulation is over, I'll definitely make you live a life worse than death, one you'll beg me to end." Killing intent erupted from the Huo family elder. He was clearly truly infuriated. "All right, then I'll wait for you." Long Chen smiled slightly, no longer saying anything. This elder had not been able to control his fury when he had mentioned Huo Wufang, meaning the two had to be closely related. That made this matter extremely clear. Everything that had occurred had been urged on by the Pill Tower's Huo family from behind the scenes. As for Long Chen, he was someone the Zhou family, the corrupt path, and the Huo family wanted dead. Only the Huo family could use their status as part of the Pill Tower to give some pressure to the Xuantian Dao sect. The Xuantian Dao sect would also not wish to offend the Pill Tower over one disciple. Sending a disciple to serve a penal sentence for 3 months in order to give face to the Pill Tower was worth it. To the Xuantian Dao sect, this was just a minor matter. Furthermore, the 4 families had all been given benefits by the Pill Tower. The Shui family also considered this a small matter, and so there was no need to offend the Pill Tower. Even Shui Wuan hadn't had any solutions. As for the corrupt path, they were the ones who had killed all the righteous disciples and stolen all the ore. In the end, all the guilt would be placed on them. The corrupt path was naturally not afraid of that. As long as they could kill Long Chen, they would be willing to do anything. Unlike the Huo or Zhou families, they wouldn't need to give an explanation for their actions. Suddenly, the lightning pythons began to lessen. The corrupt experts almost cheered in relief. Long Chen, get ready to die. The Huo family elder was just about to attack when he suddenly became absolutely still, and then slowly raised his head to look up at the sky. Chapter 645 Human-Shaped Lightning. The Huo family expert had assumed the heavenly tribulation had ended. He was just about to attack Long Chen when he sensed something was wrong. The others were all looking up at the sky in horror, their eyes filled with shock. When he raised his head as well, he saw the tribulation clouds had been concealed by countless lightning monsters. The lightning monsters blocked the clouds, making him think that the clouds had already scattered. Each one of these lightning monsters was over 300 meters long. There were wolves, tigers, leopards, jackals, etc. These weren't true magical beasts. They were merely what Thunderforce had transformed into. And yet, the endless destructive aura released from them made it seem like they could destroy the entire world. What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? The 5C expansion experts were all appalled. Even when they had undergone their tribulations, the Thunderforce itself had only been slightly stronger than this. Furthermore, no lightning monsters had appeared. The lightning pythons had already been extremely shocking to them, but now that they saw these lightning monsters, they all turned numb. Is it because we exposed our auras? Guessed one of them. That's absolutely impossible. We didn't use any of our true abilities. There's only one possibility. This lightning is all because of Long Chen, and we're only being implicated, said the Huo family elder. But how is that possible? How could a Shantian tribulation menace sea expansion experts? The lightning monsters didn't give them time to ponder that question. They began to surge down. A celestial smashed apart one of them, only to be knocked back, wildly vomiting blood. Even celestials could only destroy one lightning monster at a time, and they would be heavily injured as a result. These lightning monsters were too terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that the black clouds in the sky were like incubators for these monsters. An endless stream of them came crashing down on the corrupt path's experts. One of the lightning monsters slipped through into the midst of the corrupt disciples. Even with 5C expansion experts and 6 celestials, they were unable to block these endless lightning monsters. As soon as one of them slipped through, it underwent a violent slaughter of the corrupt disciples. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. Long Chen was also surrounded by lightning monsters. Lei Long devoured them frantically, but there were too many, and some of them still managed to reach Long Chen. His saber released blood-red waves. Any lightning monsters would be killed with a single slash of his saber. Having frequently had to deal with Thunderforce, Long Chen had long since become accustomed. He had an extremely high resistance to it, so while the Celestials couldn't block the backlash, Long Chen could essentially ignore it. Furthermore, Lei Long had already grown past 3,000 meters. It was becoming more and more terrifying. The lightning monsters might be powerful, but they didn't know how to defend. They were devoured one by one. Long Chen only had to handle any that slipped through. In comparison to the corrupt path, he had it extremely easy. The corrupt path was in a complete mess now. There were too many lightning monsters and too many corrupt disciples, causing their defensive perimeter to be too large to defend. Lightning monsters would occasionally manage to slip through. By the time a sea expansion expert could destroy it, hundreds of corrupt disciples would die. In less than an incense stick's time, there were less than 10,000 corrupt disciples remaining. Furthermore, they continued to be slaughtered. The corrupt experts' expressions were incomparably gloomy. This time, they really had brought disaster upon themselves. If this continued, how were they supposed to give an explanation to the sects that had participated? Everyone, work together and endure. This is definitely the last wave, ordered a sea expansion expert furiously. Seeing his elite disciples be turned to dust, he was incredibly anxious but also helpless to do anything. These lightning monsters were too powerful. Each one of them could be compared to a half-step sea expansion expert. Furthermore, they were formed from Thunderforce, making them even more terrifying. The sea expansion experts didn't dare release their true power to fight. Handling a few dozen lightning monsters at one time was already each of their limits. As for the 6 celestials, they had truly been abandoned by the heavens. They no longer received any protection from the heavenly Taos. They were ruthlessly attacked by the lightning monsters, constantly vomiting blood. Fortunately, They had their heavenly Tao recovery. They could use their core energy to heal. Otherwise, they would have already died. This heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. In just a few more minutes, the corrupt disciples numbered no more than 5,000. However, with fewer people, it became easier for them to defend. Their defensive perimeter shrank, and it was no longer so taxing. Suddenly, the lightning monsters disappeared, which made the corrupt experts sigh with relief. Some disciples directly collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. They had finally managed to escape with their lives. The corrupt experts saw Long Chen standing in the distance, his saber resting on his shoulder. He was smiling at them. That smile, it could only be described as wretched, incredibly wretched. Just looking at it would make a person feel like they might explode. Long Chen, hand over your life. One of the sea expansion experts was just about to charge at him. Long Chen waved his hand to him and then pointed his finger at the sky, winking. When they looked at the sky, they were all filled with despair. The tribulation clouds had yet to scatter. They were gathering together, and endless lightning runes were condensing. A terrifying pressure fell on all of them. Is there ever going to be an end? Roared an unwilling celestial. Long Chen sneered. Just this was enough to make them mad. He had started undergoing these annihilation tribulations since blood condensation, and he hadn't even complained. Well, the main point was that complaining didn't have any use. Good things should be shared with others. The true tribulation began now. The explosive rumbling coming from the sky was the only sound that could be heard. The heavenly might made even the sea expansion experts' expressions change. They sensed mortal danger. Suddenly, 9 figures appeared in the sky. It was 9 human-shaped lightnings. Their faces weren't clear, but they had a pair of wings on their backs, and they were 3 meters tall. They made everyone feel endless terror. One of those human-shaped lightnings shot toward the corrupt path. A lightning prong actually appeared in its hands, which it stabbed down. One of the sea expansion experts slammed his hand toward it, and as a result, he was sent shooting back, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Any disciples unfortunate enough to be behind him ended up being smashed apart by the impact. A long line of death appeared in their midst, as the sea expansion expert only managed to stabilize dozens of miles away. Hundreds of corrupt disciples had died from this one exchange. That was more than 1/10 of their number. There was no way around that, as they were too gathered together. They didn't even have a chance to dodge. Following the first human-shaped lightnings, the other 8 also flew down. What made the corrupt path the most infuriated was the fact that only one went after Long Chen. The other 8 charged into their midst. PFFT. A celestial exchanged blows with one, and as a result, he was sent flying, cracks appearing all over his body. He had been just the slightest bit away from instantly dying. Don't look after the ordinary disciples anymore. Focus on protecting the celestials, cried one of the corrupt experts. He began a fierce battle with one of the human-shaped lightnings. The ordinary disciples despaired. They had been pitilessly abandoned. In just a few breaths' time, those ordinary disciples were all slaughtered. The 5 sea expansion experts and 6 celestials were doing their best against the 8 human-shaped lightnings, but they were still in a dangerous situation. We can't continue like this. If we don't go all out, we'll also die, roared one of the sea expansion experts. But if they did release their full power, the lightning tribulation would immediately sense them and release even more terrifying lightning. Tribulation based upon their cultivation base. Long Chen was in the Meridian Opening Realm attacking the Xianxian realm, which drew down Xianxian tribulation. In other words, if the sea expansion experts were sensed by the tribulation, it would send down tribulation for when they attacked the realm even higher than sea expansion. They were only at the early sea expansion realm, and such a heavenly tribulation would definitely kill them. One of the laws of heavenly tribulation was that it wouldn't allow experts to interfere, or it would attack them. But if the people interfering were not stronger than the person undergoing tribulation, the tribulation would still be set to the power level of that person. In other words, amongst all these Xianxian experts, Long Chen's power was at the peak. Otherwise, an ordinary Xianxian tribulation would not be even close to this level. Long Chen was also fighting a fierce battle now. These human-shaped lightnings were too terrifying. But with Lei Long's assistance, it still wasn't extremely dangerous for him. Furthermore, his high resistance to lightning was something that even sea expansion experts could not hope to match. So those sea expansion experts were battered and bruised, but he was still fine. The only thing that made him depressed was that Lei Long was unable to devour the human-shaped lightning. It could only help him fight it. Finally, a sea expansion expert once more vomited blood from being struck by a human-shaped lightning and was about to die. In his desperation, his aura erupted and an illusory sea appeared behind him. Die. He was finally unable to endure it. If he still didn't release his full strength, he would definitely be killed. His punch sent the human-shaped lightning flying. But in that instant, everyone's expressions changed, including Long Chen. Chapter 646 Dark Gold Assassins. In his desperation, a sea expansion expert had finally released his powerful aura. The 9 human-shaped lightnings immediately blossomed with boundless light, looking like 9 suns. Endless lightning runes raged in the sky, covering the entire battlefield. Damn it! The Huo family's experts' expression changed. Now that one of them had released their aura, it was immediately sensed by the heavenly Daos. The current tribulation was no longer targeted at just Long Chen, but one targeted for someone at the sea expansion realm. They had already undergone their sea expansion tribulations. This new tribulation was a ruthless test for peak sea expansion experts attacking a higher realm. If this continued, they would all definitely die. Suddenly, everyone realized that at some unknown time, over 30 black figures had appeared out of nowhere, looking as if they had sprouted from the ground. Even after fighting this long, not even the sea expansion experts had noticed that there had been this many people hidden within the battlefield. Furthermore, it was impossible to sense these people's auras. In fact, these people had even managed to avoid being sensed by the heavenly tribulation so far. But now that a sea of lightning filled this entire space, they had nowhere to hide. Suddenly, a sharp dagger stabbed toward Long Chen's back. A figure had already crept behind him without anyone noticing. "Children from the Bloodkill Hall, you've finally come to play. I've been waiting for a long time." Long Chen sneered. Ever since this battle had started, he had felt a bit uneasy. He had forgotten to include the Bloodkill Hall's fellows into his calculations. He hadn't expected them to be this daring. They actually dared to try and assassinate him in the midst of his tribulation. Furthermore, they actually had some kind of secret technique to keep themselves hidden from the tribulation. It went without saying that the Bloodkill Hall was truly powerful. Long Chen blocked the dagger with his saber. He was just about to give the assassin a vicious blow when he felt an intense danger, and he hastily slashed his saber to the side. Long Chen's saber collided with a human-shaped lightning's fist. He shot back like a shooting star. He was horrified inside. This human-shaped lightning's power had increased by at least 10 times. Now it was troublesome. "Quickly kill Long Chen, otherwise, every one of us will die," cried one of the sea expansion experts. At the same time, he was sent flying by a human-shaped lightning, madly vomiting blood. He appeared miserable to the peak. However, he immediately escaped from his human-shaped lightning and shot toward Long Chen. Such a heavenly tribulation was something even sea expansion experts wouldn't be able to endure for long. But as long as they killed Long Chen, the heavenly tribulation would disappear. They had to kill him as fast as possible. As for those celestials, they could no longer care about them so much. If they didn't kill Long Chen, all of them would die. As for whether or not the celestials could survive, it would be up to their luck. The Bloodkill Hall's assassins had originally been hiding in the battlefield. Not even the heavenly Daos had been able to sense them. They were extremely patient killers, and they had been waiting for the best opportunity to kill Long Chen in one blow. But now, they would no longer be able to obtain any better opportunities than this one. The endless lightning had exposed them, and with the change in the tribulation, they had to kill Long Chen quickly before they all died. "Heroes from the Bloodkill Hall, we'll be in charge of attacking directly. You should focus on attacking from the sides. Try and kill him with a single blow," ordered the Huo family's expert. After escaping from his human-shaped lightning, he shot toward Long Chen. He saw that these assassins were all in the Meridian Opening realm. Otherwise, no matter how amazing their secret art was, there was no way they could have stayed hidden from the heavenly Daos. Their defensive strength was low, but their killing power was exceedingly terrifying. Their exquisite assassin arts were incredible. Furthermore, the Huo family's experts' sharp gaze saw that these assassins had a dark gold badge hanging on their waists. That was proof of their status, dark gold rank assassins. In order to kill Long Chen, the Bloodkill Hall had actually sent over 30 dark gold assassins at the same time. This was a first in the history of the Bloodkill Hall. It could be seen that Long Chen had completely infuriated them, and they had to kill him to retrieve the dignity of the Bloodkill Hall. The Huo family expert sent out his orders, but the assassins completely ignored him. They didn't say a word. It was unknown whether they had consented or not. Seeing everyone charging at him, Long Chen felt a chill. There was no way he could beat 5C expansion experts at the same time. I can't keep holding back any longer. 3-star battle armor. Clenching his teeth, 3 stars appeared in Long Chen's eyes. An aura that caused heaven and earth to change color soared, causing a loud rumbling. If he didn't take the initiative with this first attack against the 5C expansion experts, he wouldn't even be able to last a few breaths. He had to go all out. Long Chen's spiritual chi crazily surged, immediately going through 9 acupuncture points. Normally, that would be the moment he would release the first form of Split the Heavens. But now, all the power of Split the Heavens stayed within his body and surged through another 9 acupuncture points. If the heaven-splitting divine sect's disciples were to learn about this, they would definitely crap themselves in terror. Split the Heavens was too terrifying, and if they wanted to use the second form, then they would have to discard 80% of the power of the first form, and then use only the remaining 20% to activate the second form. Even retaining 40% of the first form's power would cause their bodies to explode. That was just asking to die. But now Long Chen had retained all of the first form's power. He cultivated the 9-star hegemon body art, which made his physical body incomparably powerful. He was just barely able to endure this terrifying impact. But in the instant he activated the second form of Split the Heavens, cracks appeared on his body, and blood seeped out of his skin. He had already reached the limit of his physical body. An immense bloody blade pierced into the sky, looking like a divine weapon that could split apart heaven and earth. It instantly enveloped all 5C expansion experts. This was the strongest attack Long Chen had ever executed with his own strength. The instant that bloody blade appeared, the 5C expansion experts, 6 celestials, and 30+ dark gold assassins were all horrified. They had never seen such a terrifying attack. The valiant will within it was something even heaven and earth would have to lower their heads to. Endless Blood Sea. A corrupt sea expansion expert used a secret art to push his power to his peak. Raging flames incinerate the heavens. The Huo family sea expansion expert no longer bothered hiding his identity. A huge flame blade appeared in the sky. The other sea expansion experts also brought out their strongest techniques. They definitely couldn't give Long Chen any breathing room. If they couldn't kill him with this exchange, they would die to the lightning. Even if they couldn't kill him with this move, they had to heavily injure him to give the Bloodkill Hall's assassins the chance to kill him. According to reason, in such a battle, meridian opening cultivators were nothing. But the sea expansion experts placed high hopes on them because they were dark gold assassins. The 6 celestials also used their strongest attacks, working together with the sea expansion experts to kill Long Chen. They had less than a single breath of time before the human-shaped lightnings caught up to them. Today, life and death would be decided by this one exchange. Long Chen's saber slashed down, seeming to break apart the sky, colliding with their attacks. This was truly a world-shaking collision. A blinding light lit up the sky. The world seemed to have lost all its color, as a huge ball of light rapidly expanded. The ball of light devoured everything within 10,000 miles. There were still a few people in Chaos City that were watching this. Many of them had activated photographic jades to record everything. These few remaining people were the members of the restaurant, brothel, and gambling house. Their powerful backgrounds had allowed them to escape from the slaughter. Crap, run! These people suddenly realized something was wrong. They turned to flee, but it was too late for them. Terrifying astral winds directly razed Chaos City. Broken fragments of the city dashed in the air. The terrain had completely changed. A huge hole had formed in the ground, and terrifying astral winds still raged. Even the human-shaped lightnings were blown into the distance by the winds. The 5C expansion experts were sent flying. Out of 6 celestials, 5 of them almost exploded from the impact. However, one of them did actually explode. Another celestial had died. Long Chen didn't have it any better. His body was covered with cracks. Blood streamed out of him. In some places, his bones were already sticking out. He hastily circulated the primal chaos bead to heal. At the same time, he grumbled inside. This attack had exhausted all of his spiritual chi. As expected, the more powerful it was, the more exhausting it would be to use. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. Long Chen was shocked to see the Bloodkill Hall's assassins appear in front of him without having taken any damage. The sea expansion experts were also shocked. They had never imagined Long Chen's attack would be so terrifying that even 5 of them were still injured after having worked together. However, they were also delighted inside as Long Chen was also heavily injured. The Bloodkill Hall's Dark Gold assassins had already gone to reap his life. The Dark Gold rank assassins of the Bloodkill Hall were all given a life-saving measure. That was the badge on their waist. Once it was activated, they would be able to temporarily ignore any attack, which would give them time to flee. Dark Gold assassins were too valuable, and they couldn't be allowed to be killed. Hee, everything's over, sneered a corrupt celestial as he climbed up from the ground. You want to kill me? Hopefully you still have more life-preserving measures. Long Chen suddenly formed a hand seal, and a spiritual fluctuation spread. A large white figure appeared by his side. Chapter 647 Phoenix Blood Black Gold. Little Snow appeared in front of Long Chen. Opening his mouth, a dozen fist-sized wind blade spheres shot out. Those spheres then erupted, releasing streams of wind blades at the assassins. How is this possible? Didn't the reports say Long Chen only has a 5th-rank magical beast? One of the assassins only had a chance to cry out before he was submerged by a current of wind blades and completely blown apart. These assassins didn't have a second badge, and all 30 of them were slaughtered. The wind blade streams didn't stop. They pierced into the ground, creating endless gulfs. This was Little Snow's first time releasing his full strength since advancing to the 6th rank. Even Long Chen was stupefied. Suddenly, a ray of light soared into the sky, and a huge light figure appeared. It was an ancient phoenix. Its golden wings spread in the sky. It was noble, sacred, and irresistibly grand. It even made people have an urge to kneel in worship. Phoenixes were divine beasts that had only ever existed in legends. However, now this image had appeared in the sky, and it was the exact same as the ancient images and carvings. This world actually did contain the existence known as the divine phoenix. The image of the phoenix circled in the sky and then slowly disappeared. However, the light still remained in the sky. Everyone's gaze followed that light down to its source, and their pupils shrank, wild delight appearing on their faces. Little Snow's attack had destroyed the land, revealing a huge chunk of ore thousands of meters long. This ore was the same shape as the phoenix image just now. Compared to that immense image which had been thousands of miles long, it was much smaller. However, this ore shone with endless light. Everything within thousands of miles was bathed in a blood-red light. Phoenix Blood Black Gold. One of the Celestials shouted with a crazed joy and shot toward it. Phoenix Blood Black Gold was treasure-class material. Furthermore, it was a peak-grade material amongst treasure-class material. No one could resist its allure. That person only just shot out when a human-shaped lightning appeared beside him. With one punch, it directly blasted him to smithereens. Another Celestial had fallen. Everyone's hearts shook. This bloody reality told them that they were still in the midst of the heavenly tribulation. Little Snow, we're running. Long Chen suddenly jumped onto Little Snow's back. They quickly darted away. 2 of the human-shaped lightnings had already locked onto him. Right now, his tribulation was no longer his own, but the tribulation for the realm above sea expansion. Since even sea expansion experts would be killed, there was no way he could face it. His only option was to rely on Little Snow's speed to stall until the sea expansion experts were all killed. Then the heavenly tribulation would return to normal. The sea expansion experts wanted to kill Long Chen, and Long Chen also wanted to kill them. But he didn't have the power right now, so he could only stall like this. A human-shaped lightning shot toward him. Although Long Chen hastily slashed out with his saber, he didn't dare to take it head-on because Little Snow wouldn't be able to take the impact. As a result, Long Chen and Little Snow were sent flying. It was fortunate that Little Snow had advanced to the 6th rank and his constitution had greatly improved. After being sent flying, he quickly stabilized in the air and then continued fleeing. Suddenly, another lightning figure shot over. Lei Long quickly wrapped around it. Bang! Lei Long was blown apart by the human-shaped lightning, turning into lightning runes. After being blown apart, Lei Long's runes once more condensed into its old form, and it continued to entangle the human-shaped lightning. Lei Long, don't face them head-on. We just need to last longer, said Long Chen. He clearly saw that after Lei Long had been blown apart, it had shortened and its strength had dropped. Lei Long had been personally raised by him. As the 2 of them were connected mentally and Lei Long had also gained some spirituality, it could understand his meaning. Long Chen fled miserably. However, He didn't run very far as there was no point. The heavenly tribulation was locked onto him. If he ran too far, it would end up drawing the lightning tribulation with him. Then wouldn't he have ended up helping these fellows? Long Chen wasn't the kind of person who did good deeds without leaving his name. Even if he had to die, he would bring them down too. Long Chen appeared battered and miserable, but the corrupt path was in an even more dangerous situation. The remaining 7 human-shaped lightning were all attacking them. Suddenly, a woman's mournful shriek rang out. The soul cultivator was finally unable to endure it and was killed. There was no way around it. Soul cultivators possessed the weakest physical bodies. Previously, there had always been a sea expansion expert to protect her, which was the only reason why she had lasted until now. But now that the sea expansion experts could barely protect themselves, she was the first one to die. Following her cry, in less than a breath's time, another celestial couldn't hold on and died. The only celestial remaining was the muscular one with the spiked club. But once the people by his side were killed, he immediately became the focus of 2 human-shaped lightning. Although he was extremely unwilling, his life was mercilessly harvested. After killing him, the 2 lightning figures charged toward the closest sea expansion expert. As soon as those lightning figures left, Long Chen arrived at the place where the celestials had died. Their heavenly Tao runes were just about to fade. Since you've come, don't leave. Come to my tree. Long Chen slashed with his saber, destroying the heavenly Tao runes. He sensed those runes being absorbed by the primal chaos bead. Long Chen was delighted. As expected, the more brazen a person was, the greater the gains they could make. He had truly made a killing this time. Long Chen had just begun feeling pleased with himself when he was struck by a thunderforce attack. He vomited blood, tumbling back with Little Snow. Little Snow, run. Now's the most critical moment. Whoever can last longer will live. Under Long Chen's urging, Little Snow focused completely on running. It was fortunate that these human-shaped lightnings only contained a simple destructive will, and they didn't know many battle techniques. Long Chen relied on his combat experience to keep them at bay, stalling for quite a bit of time. As the battle continued, the lightning grew even more terrifying. In the end, Long Chen could only flee. There was no way for him to exchange any blows with them. Just as Long Chen felt like he might really die, a shrill shriek came from the corrupt path. But in Long Chen's ears, it sounded like the music of the heavens, sounding just as wonderful as Xian's zither playing. It was truly a sound that could make flowers bloom within his heart and cause all his pores to cheer. One of the sea expansion experts was finally unable to endure and was killed. But as his physical body was destroyed, a soul flew out and was about to escape. However, even sea expansion experts were not capable of that. The lightning runes released by the human-shaped lightnings filled this entire space, and when his spiritual strength touched that sea of runes, it instantly exploded. Let alone him, even that soul cultivator with her terrifying spiritual strength had been unable to escape her fate. Following his death, the other 4 sea expansion experts immediately despaired. The 4 of them were now dealing with 7 human-shaped lightnings. The pressure immediately multiplied. Another sea expansion expert was killed, his corpse blown to bits and his soul scattered. The 2 of them dying was like the breaking of a dam. The sea expansion experts had fallen into despair. Almost immediately, the other 2 corrupt sea expansion experts were also killed. The only one remaining was the Huo family's elder. Previously, he had relied on his mid-sea expansion cultivation base to just barely keep himself alive. But now that the other 4 had died, he had no chance against 7 human-shaped lightnings. He despaired. He felt regret. He regretted ever plotting this operation. In order to kill a meridian-opening rookie, he had ended up causing his own downfall. Long Chen, I won't let you off. Just wait, he suddenly shouted, and his body became covered with endless flames. Raging fire, blazing cycle, abandon my body, protect my soul. Raging flame soul rebirth art. Following a furious roar, the Huo family's sea expansion expert was instantly burned to ash. A soul enveloped by flames shot through the sea of lightning runes and disappeared. As expected, the Huo family's foundation is truly thick. He actually has such a secret art. However, once such a technique is used, his spiritual strength will be half crippled. But I suppose it's not a bad exchange for preserving his life. Long Chen watched as he left. The endless lightning rune sea suddenly dissipated, and the aura of the human-shaped lightnings dropped a great deal. Suddenly, Lei Long let out a furious roar and actually devoured one of them in one gulp. Seeing that, Long Chen was delighted. The 8 human-shaped lightnings were blown back by Long Chen's attack. Lei Long opened its mouth and devoured all of them. It then turned into a ray of light that returned to Long Chen's arm. The tribulation clouds scattered, revealing a starry sky. During this battle, the day had silently passed into night. Ha ha ha, Lei Long is actually so powerful. Even without my help, it can still refine them. Long Chen had originally thought he would have to do the same thing as last time and help it suppress the lightning runes. But unexpectedly, Lei Long's strength had already risen to the point that it could suppress the 9 human-shaped lightnings on its own. However, to fully refine them would require some time. But Long Chen trusted that once that was finished, Lei Long would definitely become incomparably terrifying. Seeing that Lei Long was fine, Long Chen hastily rushed toward a certain place. A pillar of light was still soaring into the sky from there. A priceless treasure was waiting for him. Chapter 648 New Journey. This is Phoenix Blood Black Gold. I've truly struck it rich. The Phoenix Blood Black Gold appeared as if it had been made from blood. The red light that came from it made it seem like the entire world was bathed in blood. The ore was in the shape of a phoenix. Long Chen couldn't help but wonder. Had a phoenix truly died here? Ah, I can't leave you just lying all alone here. Long Chen grabbed the Phoenix Blood Black ore, but he found that he was unable to even budge it. What the fuck? I can't take it. Long Chen was immediately flabbergasted. This Phoenix Blood Black ore was too heavy. There was no way for him to absorb it into the primal chaos space. Suddenly, Blood Drinker let out a cry. Its blood-colored marks lit up, shining on the Phoenix Blood Black Gold. Long Chen was startled to see that it seemed like it had met some kind of summoning, and it slowly came out of the ground. He was delighted, and not bothering with why such a thing was happening, he hastily absorbed it into the primal chaos space. With it floating in the air, it was easily absorbed. But as a result, it thudded into the ground of the primal chaos space, causing everything to shake. Only now did Long Chen notice that the primal chaos space had grown from 300 miles to 3,000 miles wide. It was extremely expansive, but now wasn't the time for that. Jumping on Little Snow's back and picking a direction, he fled. Long Chen held onto Little Snow. He was already completely exhausted, and he fainted. This battle had been too dangerous. By now, all the life energy in the primal chaos space had been used up. Even the little bit in the medicinal ingredients hadn't been spared. It could be said that Long Chen had truly pushed himself to his breaking point. If it hadn't been for Lei Long, in the end, he would have had no assurance in being able to defeat the final human-shaped lightnings. Although the sea expansion experts had died, the lightning had still been extremely terrifying. If Long Chen had been in his peak state, then he wouldn't have had to be afraid. But by that time, he had been completely exhausted and hadn't had the strength to fight them. It was all thanks to the fact that Lei Long came from the same source as the heavenly tribulation. The 9 human-shaped lightning hadn't possessed any intelligence, and so they hadn't attacked their brother. That was the only reason why they could be devoured so easily and slowly refined. It could be said that Long Chen's tribulation this time had been like dancing on the tip of a blade. Luck had played a major role in his survival. After he fainted, endless darkness appeared before him. It was like the entire world had been devoured by it. Long Chen was extremely familiar with this scene. It had appeared several times now. As expected, after the darkness appeared, that voice once more rang out. I've sensed you again, meaning your strength has once more risen. However, the world barrier grows weaker and weaker. I can barely sense you now. Perhaps I will never be able to communicate with you through the 10 planar worlds again. All you need to know is that the fate of millions of lives is in your hands. You have to. Suddenly, Long Chen felt a powerful vibration within this dark world, and somehow the darkness grew even darker, so dark that it caused despair. The voice also came to a sudden stop. He didn't know how. Much time had passed before he finally opened his eyes. Little Snow was still running. Only after asking him did he learn that it had already been 3 days. Long Chen had Little Snow stop by a fresh stream. Drinking some water, he rested, adjusting his condition. After this slumber, many things had appeared in his head. What made Long Chen delighted was that the formula for the 4th star, the Enlightenment Palace star, had finally appeared in his head. The only thing that made him a bit depressed was that the pill formula required 136 6th-tier supplementary medicinal ingredients, 28 of which he did not have. There were also 9 main 6th-tier ingredients, of which he was lacking 1. It had to be known that Long Chen had long since entrusted Zheng Wenlong with gathering all kinds of rare medicines for him. But even with Zheng Wenlong's efficiency, he was still unable to obtain those medicines. That meant these ingredients were incredibly rare to the point that even the Huayan sect would require a long time to find them. Refining the Enlightenment Palace pill was one problem. But he had a bigger problem. That was that voice. Now, Long Chen had confirmed this voice was not the voice of the dragon expert. He didn't know where it was coming from. But each time it appeared, he would feel like his head was lost in a haze. He felt more and more pressed for time, but as for why, he was unable to tell. That made him extremely vexed. If he knew what the reason behind this was, perhaps he could come up with some way to handle it. But Long Chen had no idea what the danger this voice kept speaking of was. That was what irritated him the most. Pill God memories, 9-star hegemon body art, 10 planar worlds, what are they? Long Chen rubbed his head bitterly. This was a complete muddle, and there was nothing for him to form a good theory on. Furthermore, having cultivated to this point, he had felt that he was getting closer to having the qualifications to find out about the origins of his parents. But after hearing about the structure of the martial heaven continent, he realized he was far too minute. There was still a long journey before he could stand at the peak of the martial path. A green scale appeared in his hand. Right now, the power of the scale was completely locked inside it. That was something the dragon expert had done to maintain the essence blood inside it. Having advanced to Xianxian and undergone the baptism of the lightning tribulation, my physical body has grown much stronger. But I still sense a great danger from the scale. I'm still unable to refine it. Long Chen didn't know exactly what level his physical body had reached, but he knew that he had undergone a complete transformation this time. The energy within him was like a volcano that wished to explode. Long Chen trusted that with his current strength, he no longer needed to fear early sea expansion experts. However, one discovery angered him. It was true that he had gotten stronger, and his spiritual qi had transformed from a gaseous state to a liquid state, becoming spiritual yuan. But no matter how he tried, he was unable to use his spiritual qi to control the natural energy like others. He was unable to form a resonance with heaven and earth. He cursed in fury. His cultivation path was completely different from others. He couldn't try cultivating like others. But fortunately the 9-star hegemon body art was so powerful. Who cared if the heavens rejected him? He could refine his own pills and forge his own path. He didn't need the damn energy of heaven and earth. Long Chen sank into thought. He needed to be cool-headed right now. He pondered his future cultivation path. Currently, the corrupt path would definitely do whatever they could to kill him. They had sent 5C expansion experts, 9 celestials, and 80,000 Xianxian elites, but they had all been exterminated because of Long Chen. If news of that got out, the entire eastern wasteland would be shaken. That was too dangerous. He could become the target of the corrupt path as well as the righteous path. Furthermore, the Bloodkill Hall wouldn't leave things as they were either. The Bloodkill Hall's assassins were too terrifying. Their concealing arts were monstrous, as even the heavenly Daos had been unable to sense them. Even Long Chen hadn't imagined that they would dare hide right beside him while he underwent tribulation. If the sea expansion expert hadn't released his aura, perhaps Long Chen really might have suffered from their sudden attack. Right now, Long Chen could be considered to be surrounded by enemies. This was no good. He had to think of something else. The Dragonblood Legion had just advanced to Xianxian, and this perfect advancement had laid down a solid foundation for their future path. Their future prospects were unlimited. Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi had now become celestials. That would definitely shake the Xuantian Dao sect, and they would be given special care. He had no need to worry about that side. Damn it, after all this thinking, aren't I the only one who needs to be worried about? He realized that everyone else's paths had already been set up perfectly. Only he had to choose something unorthodox. If he returned to the Xuantian supermonastery, he would also be given great care by the Xuantian Dao sect. He would most likely be directly sent through the supermonastery to the branch sect. It went without saying that he would end up joining the Shui family. Once he joined the Shui family, he would once again be at the heart of the struggle. The Zhou family and the Shui family were like water and fire. Long Chen disliked that kind of idiotic inner strife, so he decided returning was not an option. Oh, how could I forget about that? Long Chen suddenly thought of a certain thing. That was a tablet he had obtained in Phoenix Cry. Grandmaster Yunqi had bestowed it to him. This was a token of Pill Valley. Grandmaster Yunqi had once said that only someone who had reached the Pill King rank before 18 had the qualifications to use that tablet to join Pill Valley. Later, Long Chen had asked around and found that his words had been off. It was true that you could join Pill Valley with this tablet. But first, you had to go through the Pill Tower's selection. Pill King only represented that someone could refine 4th-tier medicinal pills. Long Chen had already advanced to the Shantian realm, and his spiritual strength was as vast as an ocean. His refining arts were especially so exquisite that he could look down on anyone else. If he went to the Pill Tower, there were many things he could do. One was to gather all the medicinal ingredients for the Enlightenment Palace Star. Of course, the more kinds of medicinal ingredients the better. He had more than enough space. The other thing to do was to prepare a gift for the Huo family. Not doing so wouldn't be in accordance with his style. The most important thing was that if Long Chen didn't condense the Enlightenment Palace Star, he wouldn't be able to bring his body to its peak state and refine the Green Dragon Essence blood. With the Green Dragon body tempering art, his power would leap to a whole new level. For all these reasons, after carefully thinking about everything, Long Chen decided to go be an obedient student at the Pill Tower. Following that decision, he borrowed the stream water to dissolve a high-tier appearance-changing pill. Applying that mixture on himself, his skin quickly changed color to become slightly dark, glowing. With a healthy light, he adjusted portions of his face, but he didn't need to make too many adjustments. There were far too many people in this world, and there were many people who looked alike. His brow ridge was now slightly raised, and the corner of his eye was slightly sunken. 2 dimples appeared when he smiled, which made him appear handsome. But no matter how a person looked at him, he wouldn't seem like a good person. Hee, this is the best. It won't draw other people's jealousy. Long Chen looked at himself in the mirror. With a pleased smile, he led Little Snow away from the stream. Chapter 649 Ugly Face. The news that the Chaos region had been destroyed within a single day rapidly spread. As soon as Shui Wuan returned to the supermonastery, she alerted the Dao sect that the corrupt path had publicly broken the agreement, and their experts were currently bathing the Chaos region in the blood of the righteous path. The Xuantian Dao sect was completely infuriated. They immediately transmitted this news to the various large righteous sects. They also immediately dispatched experts to join Shui Wuan in killing their way into the Chaos region. But the Chaos region was located in an extremely isolated and far-off region of the eastern wasteland. It took several transportation formations as well as a great deal of travel to get there. As a result, it was already the next day by the time they arrived. The righteous path had been filled with killing intent and just been about to settle the bill with the corrupt path when they saw everything within a range of 10,000 miles had been turned into an abyss. They were all shocked. How was this the Chaos region? Even Shantian experts wouldn't dare to enter this place due to the lingering destructive aura. If a meridian opening expert tried to go in, they would immediately be annihilated by that destructive aura. This had become a hell on earth. Let alone them, even Shui Wuan was dumbfounded. She had been hoping that by leading all these people, she could save Long Chen. Although that hope had been remote, she was extremely confident in Long Chen. Perhaps Long Chen really could have created a miracle and lasted until she arrived. But when she had left, this place had been a battlefield. Now that she returned, it had turned into this. If there weren't still some markings in the surroundings, she would suspect that this wasn't even the Chaos region. Where were the 5C expansion experts? Where were the Celestials? Where was the army of tens of thousands of corrupt disciples? How could they all disappear? And looking around, she saw no signs of an army leaving. What had happened here? Although she had no idea what had happened, there was one thing she was sure of. This definitely was because of Long Chen. Later, the other experts guessed that heavenly punishment had occurred here. This heavenly punishment wasn't referring to heavenly tribulation. Heavenly punishment was the wrath of the heavenly Daos. It was divine punishment, one that would exterminate everything. They came to that conclusion due to the endless destructive aura remaining on the ground. Heavenly tribulation was used to temper a person's body. Although it also contained some destructive aura, 90% of it was life energy. But this destructive lightning aura didn't contain the slightest bit of life. It was entirely destructive. This could only be called heavenly punishment, the punishment of the heavenly Daos. Could it be that the corrupt path slaughtered too many people, and so the heavens decided to make them pay a price? Although this theory was a bit absurd, it was the only explanation that they could think of. On the same day that the righteous experts arrived, the corrupt path's experts also. appeared. The corrupt path had suddenly stopped receiving any updates about their operation this time, and feeling that something was off, they had sent some experts to investigate. As soon as they appeared, the righteous path surrounded them. The corrupt path had only sent some people to investigate, and they were much weaker than the army the righteous path had brought. They were instantly caught. An expert soul cultivator directly soul searched them. And after that soul search, he laughed heartily. 5 Grand Sea expansion experts, 9 celestials, and 80,000 Shantian elites. Ha ha ha, good, the corrupt path was really screwed this time. From soul searching, he learned about the general situation. When the others heard these many corrupt experts had come here to steal the ores but had clearly died here, the righteous path cheered and clapped. But just after they began to cheer, they realized the people from the Xuantian Dao sect were all extremely gloomy. They immediately realized the truth. Stealing the ores had just been an excuse for the corrupt path. Their true goal had been to kill Long Chen. In order to do so, they had even been willing to set up an incredibly giant formation. Thinking of that, they thought of who Long Chen was. He wasn't even a celestial, but he had managed to defeat Yin Wushang. That was enough to show that his future accomplishments would be limitless. But how did such a genius get sent to a place like this? People began to quietly ask this question to the members of the Xuantian Dao sect, causing their expressions to become even uglier. I told you this was a trap to kill Long Chen, but you wouldn't believe me. It's all your fault that Long Chen has died. Shui Wuan's eyes were red, and she raged at a group of elders. No one could survive this kind of heavenly punishment. Long Chen was definitely dead. Thinking of that, Shui Wuan's tears streamed down. Cough, you can't put it like that. It was just an accident, said an elder. Nonsense. It was your Zhou family that constantly targeted Long Chen. Did you think no one noticed the fact that you accepted bribes from the Pill Tower to intentionally punish Long Chen? Raged Shui Wuan. There were thousands of righteous experts here. They were all people who had had minds here, which also meant they were powerful people with their own status. Shui Wuan's furious roars immediately drew all their attention. You, don't randomly make up lies to slander my Zhou family. The elder was also enraged, but he did his best to cover it up, panic flashing in the depths of his eyes. Slander. Ha ha, ha ha ha, just how many people in the Xuantian Dao sect don't know about your Zhou family's despicable actions? Do I even need to slander you? HMPH, your Shui family isn't any better, snorted the Zhou family elder. Wuan, don't say any more. If you want to talk about it, wait until we return to the sect. Now isn't the time, ordered a lean elder. He was someone beyond the sea expansion realm, someone known as an ancestor-level expert. His voice and aura were both filled with majesty. By arguing here, the two of them would only cause others to laugh at the Xuantian Dao sect, so he hastily stopped them. We'll talk once we return to the sect. What will we talk about? Who is going to listen? I already said that this was a trap targeting Long Chen, but what did you say? All you said was that you would discuss it later. And wasn't the result that later became tomorrow, and tomorrow became the day after? Now, Long Chen is dead. Are you happy? Raged Shui Wuan. Silence. Shui Wuan, using my status as vice sect master, I order you to return to your supermonastery immediately. Ordered the elder. Fine, I'm going. I want to see just how you would deal with everyone's ridicule. Shui Wuan wiped off her tears. Wings appeared on her back, and she disappeared from everyone's gazes. The righteous path's experts all had odd expressions. Everyone here was an old fox. From just their short exchanges, they could tell most of what had happened. After all, in the righteous path, these kinds of secret backstabs were far too common. However, only a few people had any sympathies. In fact, there were many more that were delighted in their misfortune. Of course, they couldn't display that. They had to act as if it was a great pity. Fortunately for them, that was the act they were most proficient in. Long Chen, a generation's genius, a hero that died in his prime. How regretful. Let me express my sorrow for your sect. Long Chen was truly a hero. His sacrifice was worth it. I feel like your sect should compensate his family. Long Chen sacrificed himself, but 5 sea expansion experts, 9 celestials, and 80,000 Shantian disciples were also killed with him. I feel like you should immediately establish a statue to commemorate his heroic sacrifice. After a few consolatory words, they said their goodbyes. There was nothing else for them to do, as there had originally been less and less ore coming out of these mines recently. They had only come in order to demand an explanation from the corrupt path. But considering how heavy the losses of the corrupt path were, their own losses were nothing. The corrupt path was definitely filled with fury now, and it was not suitable to get into contact with them. So leaving was the best option. The corrupt path was filled with madmen. Considering how angry they were, there was no telling what kind of crazy things they would do. They had to return and make their preparations against any possible sneak attacks from them. If they were caught unprepared, it would be troublesome. Long Chen's death had nothing to do with them. Actually, the death of a peerless genius wouldn't bring them any grief. In fact, now they had one less competitor to worry about. They want us to build a statue in commemoration for Long Chen. Their heads must have rotted, muttered the Zhou family elder. Shut up, I think your head is the one that has rotted. Don't think I don't know what vile acts your Zhou family have committed. But this time, you've really gone too far. Don't let me find any proof, or don't blame me for the consequences, roared the vice sect master. With a gloomy expression, he led Xuantian Dao sect's people away. 7 days later, Long Chen appeared in a Huayan auction house within the secular world. In a private room, he was facing Zheng Wenlong. Brother Long, thank goodness you're still alive. Zheng Wenlong gave Long Chen a tight embrace and then hit him. When I heard you were dead, I even thought about killing myself to end it. I would never be able to repay my debt. Long Chen laughed, knowing he was just joking. Zheng Wenlong was truly a good brother. Long Chen sensed his sincere emotions. Long Chen had stealthily arranged to meet Zheng Wenlong here through the auction house. He gave Zheng Wenlong a letter for Shui Wuan so that she and the others wouldn't worry. However, for now, it was best if Long Chen remained dead. At the same time, he had Zheng Wenlong send some things to Tang Wan'er and the others. Furthermore, he had to continue borrowing more money from him. The thing that depressed him was that his lightning tribulation had been too terrifying, and he hadn't been able to gather any spatial rings from it. Following the deaths of their masters, spatial rings would lose the protection of their master's soul. That made them much weaker, and under the terrifying impact of his heavenly tribulation, they had been completely destroyed. The only thing Long Chen could do was give Zheng Wenlong a ring with a large batch of medicinal sprouts. As for how Zheng Wenlong sold them, it would be up to him. In any case, it wasn't enough to repay his debt. After setting that up, Long Chen told Zheng Wenlong repeatedly not to leak the news that he was alive. He was about to undergo a quiet and peaceful life. If he needed to find Zheng Wenlong, he would contact him secretly. The two of them set up a secret phrase. When Long Chen went to Huayan auction houses in the future, he would tell them to tell Zheng Wenlong this phrase, and he would immediately come to see Long Chen. After sending off Zheng Wenlong, Long Chen once more put on his disguise. He then brazenly swaggered right out of the Huayan auction house. Chapter 650 Consequences. Shui Wuan was filled with grief when she returned to the Xuantian supermonastery. The only thing in her mind was his warm, brotherly smile. It was like the sound of him calling her big sister was still echoing. She wished she was overthinking things and that he hadn't died. But within the Chaos region, the righteous experts had found quite a few enchanted item fragments. Those were weapons of sea expansion experts. If even such weapons had shattered, then it could be seen just how terrifying that heavenly punishment had been. Even sea expansion experts would have to die. Just how was Long Chen supposed to survive? In other people's eyes, it had been extremely worthwhile for Long Chen to sacrifice himself to bring all those people to the grave with him. But in Shui Wuan's heart, it didn't matter how many corrupt experts he had brought down. Not even all their lives added up together were worth Long Chen's. Seeing other people's barely concealed expressions of joy, she felt like needles were stabbing into her heart. The Xuantian Dao sect had sent down word that Long Chen was a hero of the sect and that they had carved his name onto their stele of heroes, an extremely rare honor. But so what? Seeing Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi's hopeful gazes, Shui Wuan could only tell them that he had disappeared, and they were doing their best to search for him. Now, 10 days had passed. She didn't even dare leave her room, afraid of seeing Meng Qi or the others, afraid of them asking her for news about Long Chen. As for Zhou Qingyi, she had spent these days doing her best to fawn over Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er. The two of them had become celestials, and she had received orders from her family to pull them to their side. As a result, the two of them didn't say a single word to her, which caused Zhou Qingyi to feel dejected and infuriated. But she didn't dare release that fury, and she could only thicken her skin, continuing to suck up. In the end, Tang Wan directly announced that they were going into seclusion, and only then did they escape from her harassment. Zhou Qingyi's actions actually ended up helping Shui Wuan, as it was only now that she dared come out of her room. Reporting to the monastery head, the Huayan sect's Zheng Wenlong wishes to see you. Shui Wuan was startled. Wasn't Zheng Wenlong someone close to Long Chen? Why would he come to see her? With the Huayan sect's power, they should have long since received word of what had happened. A possibility popped into her mind, and she didn't receive Zheng Wenlong in the large hall, instead meeting him in a private room. When Zheng Wenlong gave her the letter Long Chen had personally written, she could not be more emotional. She didn't even know when Zheng Wenlong left. This little scoundrel. As expected, his life really is hardy. Even the heavens can't take it. Shui Wuan sensed Long Chen's specific spiritual imprint on the letter. She was now absolutely sure he was fine. She felt incomparably relaxed, feeling like she had immediately returned to her maidenhood. He wants to go to the Pill Tower to pursue his studies. HMPH, if a hooligan like you goes to the Pill Tower, it'd be strange if some kind of disaster didn't befall them. Seeing his tactful words, Shui Wuan bitterly smiled, shaking her head. She felt some sorrow for the Pill Tower. In this world, there were things that you couldn't imagine, but there were no things that Long Chen wouldn't dare do. Long Chen's mind was always filled with the wildest thoughts. The most frightful thing was that he didn't just think of those thoughts, but he also dared to do them. Thinking of Long Chen's previous experiences, it seemed he had never done anything like an ordinary person would. And whatever he did, he also caused such a huge commotion. Fine, go be a disaster over there. Our supermonastery can have some peace. Shui Wuan smiled. That smile was one delighting in someone else's misfortune. Long Chen had sent her a total of 3 things: a letter, a photographic jade, and a spatial ring. The spatial ring was for Tang Wan, so she didn't touch it. She activated the photographic jade instead. What? The Zhou family was actually this involved. Shui Wuan was startled. The photographic jade had a record of Zhou Kun's words from back then. His admittance to the Zhou family being used by the Pill Tower, colluding with the corrupt path, and trying to kill Long Chen were all clearly recorded. Even the death of the Zhou family's elders, the corrupt celestials, and the Huo family elder that had been exposed were recorded. Everything was extremely obvious and indisputable. Hehe, Zhou family, let me see just how you will try to quibble this time. Shui Wuan personally went to give the spatial ring to Tang Wan. Now she no longer had to have so many worries, and she was practically in glowing spirits. Tang Wan received the spatial ring and saw another photographic jade inside, as well as a letter. The letter said that Tang Wan should tell everyone not to rapidly cultivate. The Shantian realm was a realm for comprehending the heavenly Taos. Mental realm and comprehension were more important in this realm. Only once they could perfectly control natural energy could they release the strongest possible attacks. Just having their cultivation bases rise without that comprehension would have no meaning. When she activated the photographic jade, Tang Wan bitterly laughed. Long Chen had found himself another beauty. But then hearing Ziyan's zither music, she felt like her heart had been cleansed, as if her soul had been purified. Her mind became completely at peace. This is a legendary soul-calming song. Even Shui Wuan was greatly startled. This kind of soul-calming song only existed in legends. It was said that a single soul-calming song could cause a person to become completely relaxed and allowed their mental realm to advance as much as it would through 1,000 days of cultivation. After hearing it, even Shui Wuan felt like she had entered a special state, and her mental realm had advanced a trace. This sister has amazing zither arts, praised Meng Qi. It's not just her zither arts that are amazing. She's outrageously beautiful. That bastard. Tang Wan was clearly a bit jealous. The bastard she was referring to was naturally Long Chen. Long Chen had repeatedly said that he had been completely obedient outside and hadn't done anything impure. But then what was this photographic jade? Wan a single photographic jade can't represent anything. This soul-calming song is practically godsent for us, so don't be petty, laughed Meng Qi. I'm not being petty. Then why are your eyes so red? Teased Meng Qi. Sister, you're also evil now. Tang Wan blushed. She really was unhappy that Long Chen had hidden this matter from them. Shui Wuan shook her head. You two really are like children. This woman's mental realm is exceedingly high, untouched by mundane affairs. How could she get involved in romantic matters? Music Dao cultivators are extremely special. The majority of them are women, and it's said that in all their lives, they will never involve themselves in such affairs. Your worries are for nothing, Wan. Monastery head, I'm just mad that Long Chen didn't tell us. I'm not jealous. Tang Wan turned even redder. This soul-calming song is truly a priceless treasure. Take care of it, and don't let anyone else find out about it. I will set up a private room for you all so that no one can disturb you. In the Shantian realm, comprehension is more important than cultivation. Use the soul-calming jade to cleanse your minds every day, and your mental realms will advance rapidly. I'll also profit from this soul-calming song. Perhaps I can find an opportunity to break through with its assistance. By Shui Wuan's realm, breaking through wasn't just a matter of hard work. It needed comprehension, or you would never break through within your lifetime. Anyone who could cultivate to the sea expansion realm was a genius among geniuses. But to take the next step not only required perseverance and talent, but also luck and opportunity. Monastery head, do you want to go into seclusion with us? Asked Tang Wan. Long Chen had always been cheeky toward Shui Wuan, but that was limited to when it was the two of them alone. Normally, when others were present, Long Chen would maintain a certain distance from Shui Wuan. After all, she was the monastery head, and when there were outsiders present, Long Chen would always act extremely respectful. Tang Wan and the others only knew that Shui Wuan had always been looking after Long Chen. They didn't know just how close they were. I also want that, but I need some time first. I have an extremely important matter to handle. Remember, don't let anyone know about Long Chen. After warning them, she directly brought Zhou Qingyi to the Xuantian Dao sect. Zhou Qingyi was extremely curious, but all Shui Wuan said was that something big was about to happen. Something big really did go down. When the four families and the vice sect master were present, Shui Wuan revealed the photographic jade Long Chen had given her. The Zhou family immediately became paralyzed with terror. Colluding with the corrupt path was punishable by the extermination of their entire family. The vice sect master's expression had immediately turned dark. He icily stared at the Zhou family's people with fury. I'll give you one chance to give me a satisfactory explanation. The vice sect master's roar caused everyone to jump. However, the Zhou family's people were truly worthy of being wily old foxes. There was no direct proof that they had truly done this. After all, they couldn't just listen to one side of the story, and one person's word was not enough to say anything. The Zhou family's patriarch immediately underwent a thorough investigation of this matter. The truth quickly surfaced. It was Zhou Qingyi and her son who had received a bribe from the Pill Tower to secretly collude with the corrupt path to kill Long Chen. In order to prove the Zhou family's position, they executed Zhou Qingyi and her son that very day. When Zhou Qingyi's head, with its terrified and unwilling expression, fell to the ground in front of everyone sighed inside. Why bother? For an inter-sect competition, they had actually thrown in a sea expansion expert. It had to be known that the entire Zhou family only had 8 sea expansion experts. The happiest one would have to be the Shui family. The Shui family had truly completely defeated the Zhou family. Furthermore, the Zhou family patriarch had personally gone to ask the Shui family for lenience. He asked the Shui family to not continue pursuing this matter. This way, they could turn this major problem into a minor one, and then make it disappear altogether. Of course, the Zhou family also prepared a special gift that even the Shui family hadn't been able to refuse. For at least a short time, the Zhou family would not dare to fight against the Shui family again. Other than this, there was also the matter of the Pill Tower urging things from behind. That infuriated the Xuantian Dao sect, and they immediately sent people to the Pill Tower for an explanation. Although they knew the Pill Tower would definitely not admit to anything, at the very least, it would tell them not to treat others like idiots. They shouldn't go too far. Of course, the Dao sect would definitely demand some compensation, or if this matter was announced, the Pill Tower's prestige would drop to the ground. The Zhou family had suffered a serious blow, but although they said that they admitted their defeat, in reality, they were like a poisonous viper that had retreated into its cave, just waiting for a chance to inject their fangs into the hearts of their opponents. After handling the Zhou family, Shui Wuan also reported the news that Tang Wan and Meng Qi had awakened as celestials. The vice sect master had immediately ordered her to groom them with her fullest capabilities. Whatever they wanted, they would get. Only then did Shui Wuan return to the supermonastery perfectly contented. Now, the 36th supermonastery was truly about to rise. They would quickly be able to compete with the other supermonasteries for the qualifications to enter the immemorial pathway. Shui Wuan was filled with expectations. It had to be known that she not only had Meng Qi and Tang Wan in her hands, but she also had a person whose name was enough to strike terror in the hearts of his enemies. He was currently pursuing his studies, but who could tell what kind of disaster he would cause in the Pill Tower? She was very much looking forward to that. All she needed to do was wait for the news. Chapter 651 Entering the Treasure Region. Pilyong Prefecture. Amongst the surrounding prefectures, it was the one with the smallest territory. Its perimeter was merely 10,000 miles. It was around the same size as the Chaos region. But of all the prefectures in the eastern wasteland, it was the richest prefecture. Furthermore, this prefecture only had one master, the Pill Tower. Everything here was controlled by the Pill Tower. There was no sect or power that could establish itself here. There was also no one who dared try to take a bite of this prefecture's profit. Pilyong Prefecture was a paradise for alchemists, thus, most of the cultivators here were alchemists. The reason why the Pill Tower could gather over 80% of all alchemists in the eastern wasteland wasn't just because of its wealth and resources, but because of its extremely precious alchemy tomes. Only by entering the Pill Tower could you study those ancient pill arts that had been passed down from ancient times. Only by entering the Pill Tower could you reach the peak of the Pill Tao. That was the first thing alchemy masters imparted to their disciples. Only by entering the Pill Tower would you have a chance of entering the holy land of cultivation, Pill Valley. Pill Valley represented the supreme authority of this world's alchemy arts. It was the most sacred power in this world. There was not a single alchemist who didn't treat joining Pill Valley as their lifelong ambition. Pilyong Prefecture was actually one city. A monstrously enormous city. There were dozens of roads that were over 30 miles wide to allow for the carriages to pass. All of the carriages were being pulled by Shantian magical beasts. Weaker magical beasts weren't even able to run fast enough. The city was just too big. If you didn't have good means of transportation, it might take you many days just to get to the other end of the city. Above the city, it was common to see large magical beasts flying. But the people below were too lazy to even look at those enormous figures. This was the Pill Tower's territory, and no one dared be unbridled here. No matter how fierce a person was, they had to be obedient here. The flying magical beasts were all registered with the Pill Tower. Each of those magical beasts had a large symbol around their neck which was a pass to fly here. Without it, they would be killed by the Pill Tower's guards. The flying passes were extremely limited. Not just anyone had the qualifications to obtain one. Those who could sit on flying magical beasts all had high statuses. Within Pilyong Prefecture, there was a large tower, a tower so high that it soared into the clouds. It was impossible to see its top. This was the Pill Tower's symbolic building, the 7 Treasure Jewel Tower. It was forbidden to fly within thousands of miles of the tower. No one could fly around there, or the magical beast and its master would be instantly killed. This was the core region of the Pill Tower, and it was called the Treasure Tower region. Only alchemists had the qualifications to enter this place. Other cultivators were forbidden. Outside the Treasure Tower region, Long Chen was sitting in the corner of a restaurant, looking at the scenery outside. He was having a drink on his own. This was his 3rd day here. He had pretty much familiarized himself with this unfamiliar environment. He had also learned some common knowledge regarding the Pill Tower. It should be enough. After eating and drinking his fill, Long Chen went to find somewhere to rest and think of how he would muddle his way into the Pill Tower. Without realizing it, Long Chen walked into a remote alley. This alley was a bit shabby and was extremely unremarkable. It was precisely the kind of place he wanted. Does Sir want a place to rest? Our rooms are very clean, and the price is exceptionally cheap. Come and have a look. Long Chen was in the midst of walking when a small door opened, and a girl appearing 13 or 14 years old shyly peeked out. This girl couldn't count as beautiful. She was extremely thin, and her complexion was an unhealthy yellow color. It was clear that she had some malnutrition problems. But her eyes were extremely lively, and they made people feel pity for her. It sounds like you've been waiting to say those words for a long time. Long Chen laughed. His words were said extremely stiffly. This girl had only summoned the courage to come out when she saw someone was passing. But then seeing Long Chen's evil smile, a trace of panic filled her. The girl clenched her robes, afraid to say anything. Long Chen couldn't help laughing. It seemed his new face had ended up scaring her. No need to be afraid. I'm not a good person, but I'm not a bad person either. Long Chen hadn't changed his voice. It was still very magnetic, and it made her relax slightly. Does sir want a place to rest? Our rooms are very clean, and the price is exceptionally cheap. Come and have a look. She repeated her words, hope appearing in her eyes. Yes, now it sounds better. Your words don't sound as stiff as before. In recognition of your advancement, I'll agree to take a look. But let me say this first, if it's not satisfactory, I won't be staying there. Long Chen laughed. Yes, yes, please. Enter. The girl hastily led the way with delight. Long Chen walked in through the gate and took his first look at the inside. How was this an inn? It was clearly a small farmer's yard. There was a 2-story wooden house. The farming tools hadn't even been put away, and Long Chen even saw the head of a hoe and sickle behind a wooden plank. But this place was very tidy. Entering the house, he walked up to the second floor. The girl opened up a door, revealing a bed. And then, there was nothing else, not even a table. It could not be more simple. There were sheets on the bed, and they were very orderly, but they were clearly not new. However, they had been cleaned very well, and Long Chen could still smell the scent of the sun. The sheets had most likely been hung and dried outside, and he did like that kind of feeling. Looking out of a very small window, he saw a small pond with a small boat floating on the water. It wasn't a bad picture. Are you satisfied? If there's anything you're not happy with, just ask and I'll do my best to fix it, said the girl worriedly. It's not bad. It's very simple and charming. Lying on the bed, you can even count the stars. Long Chen nodded. Iya. The girl followed Long Chen's gaze and blushed. There was a plate-sized hole in the roof that she hadn't noticed before. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll immediately go fix it. She was just about to go find a ladder. It's fine. It won't rain for a few days. This kind of sunroof is not bad. If you block it, it'll just look like an eyesore, said Long Chen. Sir, you really are interesting. Following Long Chen's jesting, the girl was no longer as nervous as before. How much is this room? Asked Long Chen. An embarrassed look crept over the girl's face. Gulping, she stuttered, how about 1 silver, for 1 day? 1 silver a day? Long Chen frowned. Ah, if you think it's too expensive, we can discuss it. The girl jumped in fright, afraid he might leave. Within the expensive territory of the Pilyong prefecture, that price is way too low. Laughed Long Chen. Hearing that Long Chen wasn't mad about the price, the girl was extremely grateful. She sadly explained, my grandpa saved up for many years in order to buy this property. We hope to turn it into an inn to make some money. But my grandpa is old, and his eyes have become diseased, so there's no way for him to do any manual labor. I hope to run this inn well enough to provide for my grandpa. Hee, you're our first guest. The girl couldn't conceal her excitement. Pulling Long Chen into her inn made her extremely happy. Xiao Kui, let our guest eat. An elderly voice rang out from below. Come, let's go eat. Long Chen followed the girl to the first floor. He saw an elder standing beside a table, twisting his head to hear. He was blind. Here we have some simple food and tea for our guest. Please don't be courteous. The elder bowed to Long Chen. Sir is too formal. I'm no noble person, and simple, coarse food is what I'm used to, said Long Chen politely. Sitting down, he saw that there were only some vegetable dishes. There was no meat. The soup was a simple cabbage and tofu soup that didn't smell too bad. Long Chen saw that when the girl portioned her soup, she took mostly the cabbage, but the serving she gave him had quite a bit of tofu. He couldn't help sighing inside. No matter how flourishing the city was, there were always people struggling to survive on the lowest level, struggling just to have food to eat. So you aren't someone from Pilyong Prefecture. Why did you come here? While eating, they chatted with Long Chen, finding him to be friendly and easygoing. Hee, I just came here so I could fill up my stomach. Tomorrow, I'll go find some work to make some money. Long Chen smiled. Big brother, is that 1 silver a day too expensive for you? You can stay here until you have the money to repay us, said the girl. She was now much closer to Long Chen. Ha, that's just some pocket change. Don't worry, my current employer is extremely rich. When the time comes, I'll make an investment and build you a huge inn, and Xiao Kui can be the boss, said Long Chen. This grandfather and granddaughter might have it extremely hard in this place, but they were still very kind-hearted. Long Chen hadn't encountered such simple and honest people in a long time. Xiao Kui, starting tomorrow, go buy some more meat. This big brother of yours is rather gluttonous. Long Chen threw a sack of money to Xiao Kui. Inside were over 100 gold coins. It had been a long time since Long Chen had ever spent such things. Heavens, this much! Xiao Kui jumped. She had never seen this much money. Even just buying this little courtyard had only cost a few dozen gold coins. Long Chen laughed. This child was too thin, and she was still in the midst of growing. She needed some more nourishment. Long Chen returned to his room and slept for a night. The next day, he directly set off for the treasure tower region. It was time to get down to business. Chapter 652 Registration. Refreshed from a night's sleep, Long Chen went directly to the treasure tower region. That was the core region of Pilyong Prefecture. Scram, if you don't want to die, then get out of the way. Suddenly, rumbling came from behind him. A huge carriage was speeding in his direction and was about to crash into him. It was a six-horned bull, an early Xianxian magical beast. It was 300 meters long, and it was pulling an extremely imposing carriage without any restraint. This was an official path set by the Pill Tower, and ordinary people wouldn't even dare step onto it. Long Chen had originally been at the side, and he wasn't at all in the way of someone rushing down the street. But the bull was still rushing straight toward him, so its master was obviously thinking of intentionally killing Long Chen. Fuck, as expected, no matter where I go, I run into idiots. Long Chen extended a single hand and caught one of the bull's horns. It immediately came to a sudden stop. However, while the bull had stopped, 8 figures shot out of the carriage from the inertia. They let out startled cries as they shot through the carriage and tumbled across the ground. Where did this blind idiot come from? Do you want to die? A white-robed man crawled up from the ground and roared at Long Chen. He had only just finished shouting when the sky darkened. A huge bull along with a carriage came smashing down on him, which caused him to turn green in fright. Those people immediately scattered. The six-horned bull fainted from the collision, and the grand carriage was blown to pieces. A powerful chi wave sent all those people flying. Bastard, you are courting death. If you have any guts. A large hand viciously slapped across that person's face, directly breaking his jaw and making him vomit blood. Try to keep your mouth cleaner. Long Chen icily stared at them, not able to understand why these idiots would want to kill him. He hadn't released any of his aura, and he seemed just like an ordinary person. Was this a case of indiscriminately attacking anyone they saw? If it was that they found him displeasing to look at, Long Chen could accept that. But it was his back that had been facing them. Could it be that his back was also displeasing to look at? Who are you? How dare you block Pill Tower's disciples from registering? Don't you know that only disciples registering with the Pill Tower can walk on this path? Raged one of them. They were all Xianxian experts. But their auras were exceedingly weak. Now that one of them said this, Long Chen understood. These people were alchemists, and alchemists had weak physical bodies just like soul cultivators. When they went out, they either used a carriage or a flying magical beast. It was no wonder just a single collision made them appear so miserable. This path is a route only disciples registering with the Pill Tower can use, so that's why when you saw me walking on the side of the road, you wanted to kill me. Because of the rule that only registering disciples can use this path, even if you kill someone breaking the rule, it'll be fine. So directing your magical beast to crash into me was for amusement. Sneered Long Chen. So what? This is Pilyong Prefecture, and all the rules are set up by the Pill Tower. You broke the rules, so even if we kill you, you deserve it. That person's vision darkened as a hand slapped across his face. Long Chen disliked this kind of person, who failed to be pretentious but then continued acting, the most. That person was sent flying by Long Chen's slap, vomiting blood. He crashed into several people and then fainted. These people were both startled and furious. They hadn't expected that anyone would dare so publicly go against the Pill Tower in their territory. Idiot, if you can walk this path, then I can too. If you want to push me again, I'll slap all your teeth to the ground. Just like that, Long Chen strutted away. Those people were still dizzy from being struck. Suddenly one of them asked, he's also someone who came to register. So what? Damn it, whether or not he's registering, we'll definitely get him back for bullying us. Look at that coarse brute, he might be physically strong, but he's definitely trash at alchemy. When the time comes, we'll play him to death, said the first one who had spoken with Long Chen. Brother Ba, your mount has passed out, and it seems that its injuries are heavy. What do you want to do with it? Asked one of them. What can we do? That useless beast. Kill it, and tonight, I'll treat you to beef. These people staggered up. Another one of them opened their spiritual space and released a Blackrock devil leopard. Although they weren't beast tamers, their spiritual strength was exceedingly powerful, and controlling a steed was no problem. They jumped onto the leopard's back and continued on their way. But sitting on a leopard's back was definitely not as comfortable as sitting in a carriage, especially with 8 of them. Furthermore, it was a bit embarrassing. However, their ability to be pretentious had already been destroyed by Long Chen, and they could only travel like this. When they once more encountered Long Chen along the path, they deliberately detoured around him. Only once Long Chen was far in the distance did one of them arrogantly shout, "Brat, just wait. Once we get to the Pill Tower, I'll properly humiliate you." Long Chen's expression sank and he raised his foot as if he was about to give chase. Those people shrieked in terror and whipped the leopard, fleeing for their lives. Damn it, is it that they're unlucky, or that I'm unlucky? How do I keep running into idiots like these? Long Chen was speechless. At the same time, he was filled with confidence in this operation of his. The Pill Tower was definitely a livelier place than anywhere else. That was because Long Chen saw that these alchemists were all idiots who considered themselves greater than anyone else and liked to look down on others. On the way, he encountered dozens of carriages carried by magical beasts that shot by like lightning. There were several times when they got close to Long Chen, wanting to frighten him, as if seeing Long Chen's face contorted in fear was an exceptionally amazing thing. But Long Chen ignored them. Other than that first wave, the rest weren't so senseless as to really go kill an unarmed and defenseless weakling. Their luck was not bad. If they had tried to kill Long Chen, their ending would be no better than the previous people. The thing that surprised Long Chen was that these people were all Xianxian experts, and the flame energy fluctuations coming from them were extremely strong. They had to be powerful alchemists. From that appearance, it seemed they were all Pill Emperors. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on concealing his alchemy arts to the Pill King level, but now it seemed he didn't need to. After over 2 hours of travel, a huge city gate appeared in front of him. Those people in carriages all descended far away from here and walked over. They took out their identity badges at the inner city gates. Many guards were carefully going through people's badges before letting them through. When it was Long Chen's turn, he gave them the tablet that Grandmaster Yunqi had entrusted to him. When the guard saw Long Chen's badge, his pupils shrank slightly. He examined Long Chen, but he didn't say anything, and he let him through. That discovery startled Long Chen. Was his badge different from other people's? But before he could figure it out, he was swept up by the crowd. Long Chen hadn't expected for there to be this many people. There were actually hundreds of people already. He saw a great deal of excitement on their faces, as if this registration was something they had been looking forward to for a long time. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. It seemed this tablet wasn't like he thought it was. There were no Pill Kings present. They were all Pill Emperors. Following the crowd, he eventually reached a large group of over 1,000 people. There were young and old, large and small. There was a black stone 30 meters tall ahead. Ancient runes had been carved into the stone, and Long Chen didn't know what it did. In front of the black stone was an elder with a brush who was conducting some sort of registration. Name: Zhu Deyang. Origin: Yi Prefecture's Alchemy Guild. Take the test. After recording this information, he emotionlessly pointed to the stone. There was a small set of stairs for people to walk up to it. When that person reached the stone, its countless runes lit up, bathing that person in light. Ancient characters appeared on it. The elder nodded. 87 years old meets the standard. Next is the strength of your soul. Press your hand on the red button and send in your spiritual strength. The registrant listened and placed his hand on the red button. A small portal appeared in front of him. That wasn't a true portal, but just something for him to send his spiritual strength in. Buzz, a line of words appeared on the stone. First tier Zon class. Disqualified. The elder drew a large X over. That person could only sadly leave. Following that person's failure, quite a few people's hearts clenched. Another person went up to take the test. 10 people took the test in a row. There were 5 fails and 5 passes. Long Chen saw that the requirements were that you had to be under 100 years old and have reached the Earth class in spiritual strength. Furthermore, if you passed, you would be given a ranking based on your age and soul energy. So far, the only rankings he had seen were acceptable and excellent. As time passed, some failed and left. Suddenly, Long Chen saw a familiar figure. Wasn't that the fellow he had viciously slapped? This person also saw Long Chen lined up behind him. His group had long since started pointing at him with disdainful and provocative expressions. After being taught a lesson by Long Chen, they were planning on getting revenge here. In his group, several people failed in a row. This test was not the same as their ordinary tests. They had passed the ordinary tests, but now that they came here, they were still washed out. Name? Asked the elder again. It had finally come to the turn of the person Long Chen had slapped. He confidently replied, Go Jiba. 1. The elder's expression immediately sank, and he slapped that person across the face. Fuck your mother. How dare you waste my time. Chapter 653 First Tier Heaven Class. That person let out a miserable cry as he was slapped into the stone wall behind him. He fainted, causing a burst of startled cries. Go Jiba, he was definitely looking for a beating. Otherwise, why would he state such a name? Long Chen was speechless. Senior, Brother Jiba wasn't trying to waste your time. His name really is Go Jiba. His father is the illustrious Go Ridi, explained someone hastily. Hearing that, everyone's expressions became exceedingly odd. Go Ridi. 1. Go Jiba, were you certain he wasn't just wasting everyone's time with nonsense? The Jiluo Prefecture's Go family? Asked the elder with sudden comprehension. Cough. Sorry. It was a misunderstanding. As expected, the Go family's people really are amazing, said the elder awkwardly. At this time, others had long since helped Go Jiba up and given him a healing pill. He gradually recovered. Senior, this junior truly is called Go Jiba. The Ji refers to Jiluo Prefecture's Blue Sea, while the Ba refers to pushing oneself to seek the heavens, said Go Jiba extremely sullenly. It was my fault. Let's continue. Name, Go Jiba, Jiluo Prefecture's Alchemist Guild. Alright, take the test. Age, 31. Excellent. Spiritual strength, 7th tier Earth class. Excellent. The Go family's people really are not bad. The elder nodded with praise and wrote down a new rank, outstanding. Acceptable. Excellent. Outstanding. Now there was a third rank. This Go Jiba was truly not bad. Go Jiba laughed heartily, but that ended up causing him pain as it pulled on his injury, and tears squeezed out of his eyes as if his extreme joy had turned to sorrow. The failures all left sadly. The remaining people all had pleased smiles, which contained some ridicule toward those people who were still nervously waiting. Out of Go Jiba's group of 8, 4 had failed and 4 had succeeded. The 4 failures could only leave, but the other 4 didn't reveal any mourning. After some fake words of comfort, they said nothing more. Name, Duan Tianchao. Long Chen turned to see a female alchemist with surprise. She wasn't tall, but she had a delicate figure. She was extremely unremarkable in the crowd. Now that she was pointed out, she drew everyone's attention. Due to the fact that women were on the yin side but Pill Flame was on the yang side, female alchemists were rare. Even the elder was surprised. He examined her and continued, Origin, Lihua Prefecture's Alchemist Guild. She smiled and confidently walked up to the stairs. Light enveloped her. Age, 26. When this number appeared, everyone was startled. To have reached the Shantian realm at just 26 was truly terrifying. Go Jiba's pleased smile stiffened upon seeing this. He had been 31 when he advanced to Shantian, and that was already extremely impressive amongst alchemists. But this woman was much younger than he was. Spiritual strength, 9th tier Earth class. Good, very good. With your soul energy, it won't be long before you can refine 6th tier medicinal pills. The elder was extremely moved. This was his first time saying so many words. Many thanks for your praise, senior. I simply want to devote myself to cultivating in the pill tower. Duan Tianchao bowed toward the elder modestly. Although she acted modest, her eyes betrayed her excitement, proving that her inner heart wasn't as calm as she appeared. Haha, good. Young people should not be arrogant to truly make something out of themselves, praised the elder. That made Go Jiba displeased, as he had clearly been a bit arrogant just now. However, he was comforted to see that Duan Tianchao's rank was the same as his, outstanding. In other words, they were still at the same level. The people after Duan Tianchao seemed to be influenced by her. Of 30+ people, only 7 passed. Finally, Long Chen was the last one left. Name, Long San, replied Long Chen. The elder frowned, looking at Long Chen. This name didn't sound like anything outstanding. Qing Prefecture's Wild Horse Fat Sheep Pig Butchering Mountain Forest Village, answered Long Chen. This location was real. Back when he had encountered the Mushui mercenary unit, they had passed by this village. Long Chen still remembered it because this name was too memorable. Are you trying to waste my time? The elder almost raised his hand and slapped him. But having made his earlier mistake, he held himself back. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. The people who arrived here all had to go show their various alchemy guilds tokens to enter. How had Long San managed to get in? As for Go Jiba, as soon as he heard this nonsense location, he thought that this Long San was doomed. But the slap he anticipated never came, almost making him explode in fury. Why had he been slapped for speaking his real name, while this brat didn't get slapped when he clearly was just asking for it? Definitely not. I'm telling the truth, promised Long Chen solemnly. How did you get in? I gave the guard my badge, and he let me in. Long Chen showed his badge to the elder. When the elder saw the badge, his pupil shrank. Pill Valley's badge, where did you get this? My master gave it to me. On the eve of his death, he told me I could use this badge to join Pill Valley, and then I'd definitely have food to eat, said Long Chen. Food to eat? Everyone was flabbergasted. A grand alchemist actually couldn't even feed himself. Was that an insult to the Pill Tower? Who is your master? He was called Yun Qi. I was raised by him, and he taught me alchemy deep in the mountains. I never left the mountains, but one day, he was heavily injured, and he gave me this badge before he died, wanting me to find a place to make a living. He said with my talent, I'd definitely have food to eat and wine to drink here. I could buy a carriage, a house, and even get multiples wives and concubines, said Long Chen. The elder almost laughed. The Pill Tower had been taken as a place to make a living. But this was an authentic Pill Valley badge, and they were very rare. In truth, the Pill Valley had long since stopped issuing such badges. In fact, most of them had already been taken back. When running into this badge, the Pill Tower had to give the owner a fair chance. Those were the rules of Pill Valley. Do you know what we're doing here? Asked the elder. No. Long Chen shook his head. This is the Centennial Pill Emperor competition. It is to determine the true emperor amongst pill emperors. Are you sure you want to participate? Asked the elder. The true emperor amongst pill emperors. Will there be a good reward? Long Chen's eyes shone. He hadn't expected to run into something that good. The elder didn't know whether to laugh or cry, feeling like this foolish mountain brat didn't understand anything. Let's not talk about the reward for now. Let's see if you have the qualifications to even enter. We're going to test your age and spiritual strength. The elder directly left a blank space for Long Chen's origin and moved on to the next section. Long Chen walked up the steps. Go Jiba immediately sneered, waiting to see Long Chen's embarrassment. Age: 18. Everyone was stupefied, looking at Long Chen like he was a freak. This dumb mountain brat was only 18 years old. Had there been a mistake? Even the elder felt like something was wrong and redid the test, only to receive the same result. 18-year-old brat and he reached the Shantian realm. Isn't this just nonsense? How could an alchemist cultivate so quickly? He didn't train his soul energy. Is he even an alchemist? Clamor erupted. Alchemists couldn't cultivate quickly, because their cultivation base was secondary. Their spiritual strength and pill flame were more important. If they cultivated too fast, their alchemy skills wouldn't be able to keep up. They would be crippling their future. So alchemists would all spend a great deal of time training their pill flame and spiritual strength. Duan Tianchao's age had already been the limit. Long Chen couldn't possibly be a real alchemist. No one would believe such an absurdity. Shut up. If you make such an uproar again, I'll immediately expel you, shouted the elder. This elder was a sea expansion expert and a powerful alchemist. His spiritual strength was extremely powerful, and he sensed that Long Chen was different. Now let's test your spiritual strength, said the elder. A small portal appeared in front of Long Chen. He felt a powerful pressure that was trying to suppress his spiritual strength. It was no wonder those people had been so confident but still failed. The problem lay here. It seemed this test was completely different from what they had taken before. Long Chen hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he slowly sent in his spiritual strength. When Long Chen's spiritual strength touched the portal, the entire stone bloomed with light. This is Heaven Class. First tier Heaven Class spiritual strength, cried the elder with wild delight. Heaven Class. Everyone turned wooden. Go Jiba looked especially amazing. His jaw could not drop any lower, and his eyes were almost circular. 18-year-old Shantian expert. Spiritual strength that had reached the first tier Heaven Class. Was this just a story? The elder directly wrote down a 4th rank for Long Chen's talent, genius. Acceptable, excellent, outstanding, and genius. Long Chen's rank was the highest until now. Long Chen smiled slightly. This was just the slightest bit of his soul energy. If he had used his full strength, that stone would have instantly exploded. That would probably frighten a few of these people to death. But doing so would be too much and not be favorable for his plans. After the registration, Long Chen asked around and found that there was a total of 3 days for registration. There were still many more people to come, and Long Chen was too lazy to watch them. Saying goodbye to the elder, he left. Once he returned to the small alley, he suddenly noticed there were many more burly fellows than before. At the same time, he heard a wail from the small courtyard he was staying at. He quickened his footsteps. If you're sensible, you'll immediately scram. Suddenly, 2 large men blocked his path. Chapter 654 Junior Master Fang. Long Chen raised his hand and directly slapped the 2 of them in the face. These 2 were only at blood condensation, and they were directly sent flying, crashing into the dozen people behind them. Long Chen had no time to deal with their shock, and he rushed into the courtyard. The courtyard was still there, but Xiao Kui and her grandfather were pushed into a corner. The old man's face was bruised and bleeding. Xiao Kui was terrified but still trying to protect him, even begging for mercy. "Please, stop hitting my grandpa," cried Xiao Kui. Within their group, there was a man with a scar on his face who angrily cursed, "Idiot peasant, we've already said that Junior Master Huo wants this land. We told you to scram, but you refused to leave. Now, if you still don't leave, we'll directly kill you. Sirs, please have pity on us. I spent my life savings in order to buy this place so I could rely on it to survive. Kicking us out is equivalent to taking our lives," cried the elder. "Idiots, Junior Master Huo has long since placed his sights on this place. Can't you see that everyone else has already left? Why would you still buy this place? Shut up and scram. In a few days, we will be constructing a grand residence here, and you're obstructing our work," shouted the scarred man impatiently. But we spent money on this place. We even have the deed. How can you kick us out?" cried Xiao Kui. "Oh, you have the deed, then that's easy. Show me and we'll compensate you with the original price," said the scarred man. Xiao Kui was delighted and hastily ran into the room. In just a moment, she came out with a tattered page. "This is the deed. See, we weren't lying." The scarred man took the deed and nodded. "Correct, this really is the deed." Then he smiled and tore the deed to pieces right in front of Xiao Kui, throwing the scraps into the wind. Xiao Kui immediately became dumbfounded. "Now where's the deed?" "Scram!" shouted the scarred man. You bully." Xiao Kui had never imagined these people could be so vile. They even destroyed their deed. She began to wail. The scarred man frowned. He impatiently waved his hand to the people behind him. "Take them away. Brother Dao, if they keep screaming like this, it won't be good," said one of them. "Are you an idiot? Knock them unconscious. Could it be that you don't even know how to do something like that? Find somewhere to bury the old man. As for the brat, she's still a female. Do whatever you want to. And hurry up, because we still have work to do. If we're too slow, none of us will have a good ending," ordered the scarred man. Several people's eyes lit up. They were just about to move when an icy voice rang out. "I'm really curious how you can be so repulsive without the heavens doing anything to put you in your place." The scarred man jumped. He hadn't even noticed that another person had appeared in the courtyard. It had to be known that he was a bone-forging expert. Seeing the black-robed, suntanned man with an evil smile on the face, he shouted, "Who are you? You dare meddle in our affairs? Big brother, they're completely unreasonable." Xiao Kui seemed to have seen her final hope, and she cried out. "Xiao Kui, don't cry. This is just a dream. Sleep, and when you awake, everything will be over." Following his words, Xiao Kui and her grandfather's eyelids became heavy, and they fell asleep. Turning back to the scarred man, Long Chen didn't say anything. He just indifferently looked at them. What are you planning?" For some unknown reason, the scarred man felt a chill. "I'm planning how many pieces I can cut you into, and just which way I should do it for it to be perfect," said Long Chen, sizing up the scarred man. You really are looking to die. Don't think that you can resist us just because you have some insignificant abilities. We're doing the work of the Pill Tower's Huo family," warned the scarred man. Mentioning the Huo family, his confidence rose. At this time, the others outside had also charged into the courtyard. Over 40 people surrounded Long Chen. "Friend, you should leave. Although you've concealed your cultivation base, you're still only an ant in front of the Huo family, said the scarred man. The Huo family, we really are tied together by destiny. Could it be that the heavens fated me to fight with the Huo family? I didn't even go find them yet, but they came to find me. This matter was a bit thorny. Right now, his best option was to bring away Xiao Kui and her grandfather. These people wouldn't dare to make it hard on him. But that was something against his principles. If he didn't kill these dregs, he'd feel like it would be unworthy of their appearance. And yet, if he immediately fought with the Huo family as soon as he arrived, it would be too conspicuous. Although these people were just dogs, a dog's death would still draw the attention of its master. Suddenly, a huge figure flew over in the sky. It was a Shantian falcon magical beast that whistled past them. Long Chen ignored it. Looking at these fellows, in the end, he decided to exterminate them. Caring so much about consequences wasn't his style. Just as Long Chen was about to attack, the falcon returned and a dozen people jumped off its back. There were both men and women. They were in luxurious clothes and were young Shantian experts. The person at the lead had thick eyebrows and large eyes. He wore a golden crown on his head. Oh, why would the Huo family's dogs come to bite people here? That person disdainfully looked at the scarred man. Junior Master Fang. The scarred man immediately turned pale and began to sweat. A large hand slapped across the scarred man's face, and that Junior Master Fang angrily shouted, "Fuck off. My name sounds so vile coming from your mouth." Long Chen's eyes brightened. This Junior Master Fang was actually also an expert face slapper. This slap in the face had been too beautiful. It was clean and efficient. It seemed he was also a generation's genius, and Long Chen couldn't help but have a good feeling toward him. The scarred man didn't dare get angry. This slap in the face hadn't contained much power, but the humiliation of it was much greater. Suddenly, the sound of Long Chen's clapping rang out. Junior Master Fang's expression sank, and he icily stared at Long Chen. "What are you doing?" Sir's face slap was simply too perfect. Your slap was smooth, while the arc was graceful. That handsome posture is truly admirable. Long Chen smiled. "Oh, not bad, not bad. You were actually able to see that. Could it be that you're also proficient in this Dao?" Junior Master Fang's eyes brightened. "I don't dare say that I'm proficient. I just know a bit," said Long Chen modestly. Long Chen was extremely enthusiastic to discuss this shared interest. "How about you try it? In all my years, this is my first time seeing a slap cultivator." Junior Master Fang looked at Long Chen excitedly. Slap cultivator? Was he referring to cultivating face slaps? This Junior Master Fang was truly a genius. "Then I'll give a display." Long Chen smiled. When it came to face slapping arts, it seemed his ability in that regard surpassed even his alchemy and combat skills. It was the divine ability he was most proficient in. Seeing that Long Chen was walking over to him eagerly, the scarred man was both startled and infuriated. When Long Chen's slap came, he immediately raised his hand to block. Pow, 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 pow. But what startled the scarred man was that although he had clearly blocked, he was still struck. In fact, he was repeatedly struck 4 times. Junior Master Fang's eyes almost popped out. This was practically a divine ability. He clearly saw that when the scarred man tried to block, Long Chen's hand would move in a strange arc and avoid his block. It was soft like cotton, but quick as the wind. That strange curve in his technique was practically one that could shake heaven and earth, and cause gods to sob. Most importantly, his slaps came in a steady rhythm that was invigorating, giving people an urge to dance. A divine ability. This is definitely a divine ability. "Brother, you must teach me this," cried Junior Master Fang. He had never seen such a face-slapping art. It wasn't just him. The others behind him were also shocked. This face-slapping art was too graceful. "Haha, no problem. Since we all have this grand interest, well, I wouldn't dare say I could teach you, but we can compare notes and share our experience," laughed Long Chen. "Brother, you really are my brother. What should I call you?" Seeing that Long Chen didn't keep his technique secret, he couldn't help feeling extremely favorable toward him. "Long San. Haha, brother Long San. I'm bigger than you, so you can call me Big Brother Fang. In Pilyong Prefecture, as long as you mention my name, I guarantee no one will dare to bully you," said Junior Master Fang confidently. Long Chen was startled. This confidence in the fact that he dared to beat the Huo family's dogs, could it be that he was from the Pill Tower's Fang family? Thinking of that, Long Chen couldn't help slapping his leg in excitement. This was practically perfect. He had just been thinking of how he was supposed to muddle his way into the pill tower. This blessing had come too suddenly. Long Chen had already asked around. Pilyong Prefecture had 3 families that controlled it. They were the Huo family, the Fang family, and the Chai family. 1. They were the ones that controlled the pill tower. Alright, big brother Fang, seeing how courteous you are, let me put on a show for you. First of all, a face-slapping art seeks to strike like the wind, to be as fast as lightning, to be as hard as a mountain, to be soft like cotton, to come in waves like the waves of the sea, to be completely unblockable. This Tao is truly limitless, and each advancement you make is merely a grain of sand in a desert. As Long Chen spoke, Junior Master Fang seemed drunk. He hadn't imagined that face-slapping arts were backed by such profound principles. Brother Fang, look closely. I'll give you a demonstration of what it means to be swift. After saying that, Long Chen smiled sinisterly at the scarred man. Chapter 655, Imparting the Divine Ability. Pow, pow, this is how you start. 1 heart, 2 strikes. Control your power naturally and effortlessly, heavy and light. Pow, 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 pow. Do you see? This is the rhythm. 4 beats at a time can be transformed, becoming 8 beats, 16 beats. To make it a perfect set. As Long Chen explained, his hand didn't stop. No matter how the scarred man tried to dodge, the tempo never changed. That scene dazzled everyone with its perfection. Most importantly, each of Long Chen's slaps caused such a loud ringing sound that was incredibly clear, and yet, they didn't cause any injury. The scarred man's skin hadn't even split open. It could be seen that his control had truly reached the pinnacle. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Let me try it. Junior Master Fang was delighted. He had truly met a master today. Long Chen paused and he immediately went forward, slapping the scarred man across the face. But he only managed to slap him once when the scarred man unconsciously dodged the second. Fuck, you dare dodge. If you try that again, I'll slap you to death. Raged Junior Master Fang. Encountering such a master was so rare, but this infuriating fellow refused to cooperate. Brother Long, is it like this? Junior Master Fang slapped the scarred man twice across the face and then asked Long Chen for his opinion. The scarred man was fuming. How had he been so unlucky as to run into such a calamity? But now he didn't even dare to dodge, or he really could be killed if he provoked him. The first attack uses the shoulder to move the arm, but in truth, it is the shoulder putting forth the power. Your second attack should use your wrist to move your hand. Use a slight rotation, and your speed will increase a great deal. Keep your posture elegant and your movements clean. That will cause anyone watching to feel refreshed and relaxed. That is what a truly high-class and imposing face-slapping art should be like, said Long Chen. Ha ha ha, yes, this is the feeling. Too refreshing. Junior Master Fang truly was a genius. After just a bit of guidance, he immediately grasped the concept. Those people following Junior Master Fang truly did feel refreshed and relaxed now. Long Chen stealthily probed those people. Their spiritual strengths were extremely powerful, and a blazing flame aura came from their spiritual yuan. Those were fluctuations of pill flame. In other words, these had to be powerful alchemists. It seemed this Junior Master Fang's status was exceedingly high. But he didn't put on any airs with him, so he wasn't that bad of a person. Long Chen was unaware that this Junior Master Fang was one of the masters of Pilyong Prefecture, and the only reason he didn't put on any airs with him was because he admired Long Chen's divine ability. Seeing that the others were also eager for a try, Long Chen encouraged, everyone, don't be shy. If you want to try it, then go ahead. There are enough test subjects here for everyone, so don't be courteous. That's right, that's right. Come try it, it really is addictive. Junior Master Fang also encouraged his people. Only then did they walk over. You, get over here and be slapped. As soon as these people tried the slapping art, miserable screams rang out. These people were alchemists with grand statuses. They had never done anything like this before, and as a result, their control over their physical strength was extremely lacking. These people's facial bones immediately shattered from one slap. One person even accidentally killed someone with his slap, causing the others to turn red with fury. But Junior Master Fang simply laughed. Hee, this kind of divine ability isn't something that just anyone can learn. As for us, we should just give up. One of them shook his head and stopped trying. No, just treat it as accompanying me. Otherwise, it'll be boring by myself. said Junior Master Fang as he continued to focus on his practice. An hour later, all those people's faces were like pigs. Their heads were incredibly swollen. The people that had come with Junior Master Fang were all ashamed. Despite how careful they tried to be, they were unable to perfectly control their strength. They were alchemists. Having them control their pill flames was easy, but to control their physical strength was not their strong suit. However, everyone had no choice but to admit that Junior Master Fang truly had exceedingly high talent when it came to face slapping. Even after an hour of practice, the scarred man's face had only turned slightly red and swollen. He wasn't truly injured. Even Long Chen had to nod. Junior Master Fang, don't you think bothering a bunch of nobodies like them is a loss to your status? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the sky. Long Chen raised his head to see a violet-robed elder with an exquisite tower symbol embroidered onto his chest. A pair of wings kept him afloat. What does that have to do with your Huo family? Do you have the qualifications to speak to me? Junior Master Fang stopped his training. After an hour of bitter practice, he was a bit tired. He obviously recognized this sea expansion expert. But from his tone, it seemed he didn't like the Huo family. That made Long Chen smile. You're the Fang family's junior master, the future family head. Of course I don't have the qualifications to criticize you. But your actions are a loss to your status, said the sea expansion expert as he slowly floated down to the ground. His words weren't overly rude, but his tone did have some ridicule. TCH, you're bored, so you want to be a pain in my ass. If I want to teach a lesson to a few dogs that bullied people, so what? You have an opinion, sneered Junior Master Fang. This is Junior Master Huo's new residence. He's in the process of building it, and all they did was clean out the stragglers who had no business being here. Junior Master Fang, your actions are a bit overboard, said the elder. A threat had already crept into his words. Seeing that, Long Chen laughed inside. It seemed the Huo and Fang families were quite hostile to each other. In fact, they were openly antagonistic without any fear. That was definitely good. He suddenly interjected, if your Junior Master Huo wants to make a grave for himself where other people are living, he should compensate the house owners, don't you think? Can he really just take other people's property without giving a single copper coin? When your dogs came to randomly bite others, bullying the innocents and defenseless commoners in broad daylight, they lost the face of the Pill Tower. Do you even understand that? Your dogs humiliated and insulted the name of the sacred Pill Tower. Junior Master Fang is an upright man, and seeing the crimes these people committed, he stood up for justice and gave them their due punishment. That is what a real hero should do. He beat these dogs to protect the Pill Tower's radiance. Tell me, just where did he go overboard? Long Chen's righteous words made Junior Master Fang laugh inside. He had only attacked because he found the Huo family's people to be displeasing to the eye. But now that Long Chen put it this way, he had become a hero of the Pill Tower, protecting it from shame. He puffed his chest with self-confidence. What nonsense! Who do you think you are to interrupt when I'm talking? Raged the sea expansion expert. He didn't dare release any fury on Junior Master Fang, but not just anyone could speak to him. He now released his fury on Long Chen. Junior Master Fang was just about to speak up for Long Chen when he saw Long Chen's shoulder move ever so slightly. Long Chen's hand slapped across the elder's face. This time, his strength was shockingly high, and the elder was sent flying. Boom! Xiaoqi's little house was blown apart, wooden fragments filling the air. Everyone was shocked. Beautiful. While everyone else was stupefied, Junior Master Fang cheered. This slap had practically reached a supernatural level. The sea expansion expert roared and charged at Long Chen furiously, his palm crashing down. Space trembled intensely. This was a terrifying attack that made it so no one else could breathe. Just as Long Chen was still undecided over whether or not he should continue slapping him, Junior Master Fang stood in front of him, blocking the elder. Old ghost, if you have the guts, you can try it. The elder's fury had soared after being slapped in the face by Long Chen. Being slapped by a junior almost drove him crazy with fury. So he hadn't held back at all with this attack. He wanted Long Chen dead immediately. But seeing Junior Master Fang appearing in front of him, his expression completely changed, and he hastily pulled back his strength. If anything happened to Junior Master Fang, not even 100 deaths would make up for it. The Fang family would be furious. He was both startled and infuriated, and as a result of this sudden retraction of his own strength, his aura fluctuated tumultuously and he vomited a mouthful of blood. You really want to shield him? Raged the elder. Doesn't that go without saying? Why wouldn't I protect my brother? Junior Master Fang had, of course, expected this result. Good, good, good. After spitting out 3 goods, the elder's wings shook and he disappeared from their gazes. What are you still doing here? Scram. Looking at your ugly faces makes me nauseous. Or do you want to start anew? Said Junior Master Fang at the Huo family's people. They hadn't been allowed to leave before, and staying had been misery. So hearing this, they were delighted and they hastily fled. Long San, your face-slapping divine ability is truly unrivaled. You have to properly teach me. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Let's go find a place to eat. Junior Master Fang was extremely excited. Seeing Long Chen slap the sea expansion expert in the face almost made him prostrate himself in admiration. That move had been too amazing. Long Chen first woke up Xiao Kui and her grandpa. He took out a few hundred gold coins for them. He didn't dare give them too much, or it might cause others to become jealous and kill them. A few hundred gold coins should be enough for them to live for many years. And if they saved it properly, it would be enough for their lifetime. Xiao Kui was incomparably grateful to Long Chen. It was only after Long Chen advised them to go quickly that they left. After handling Xiao Kui's matter, Long Chen, Junior Master Fang, and the others all flew back to the Treasure Tower region. Chapter 656 Junior Master Chai. The entire top floor of a grand and soaring building in the Treasure Tower region had been completely reserved by Junior Master Fang. No one else was permitted to enter. Brother Long, you've really opened my eyes today. Previously, I always thought that face slaps were only for people weaker than you, but seeing you slap that elder, I realized the truth. Let me offer you a cup. Junior Master Fang actually stood up and toasted with Long Chen with both hands. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they all felt a trace of hostility toward Long Chen. Junior Master Fang cared too much about Long Chen. None of them had said a word to Long Chen the entire time. In their eyes, Long Chen was just a martial artist. He couldn't be compared to grand alchemists. They hadn't openly displayed any contempt for him because they were giving face to Junior Master Fang. But now Junior Master Fang was so respectful to him, which displeased them. Just by relying on some face-slapping art, he had managed to gain so much favor from Junior Master Fang. That luck was absolutely ridiculous. Brother Fang is too courteous. Cheers. Long Chen laughed and touched his cup to Junior Master Fang's. The wine was excellent. It had actually been made out of over 100 rare medicines, and was extremely beneficial to a person's soul. Brother Long, let me introduce you. These people are all alchemists who came to participate in the Pill Emperor competition. They are all elites in the alchemy world, said Junior Master Fang. These people had all been drawn into Junior Master Fang's camp early so that they wouldn't end up on the side of the other 2 families. Although they were all part of the Pill Tower, the Huo family, Fang family, and Chai family all cared most about their people. That would determine how high their position would be in the future. These people had been pulled in by Junior Master Fang in private. As for the registration test, he had directly let them skip it. He had originally brought everyone out to go hunting and amuse themselves. But on the way, they had seen people from the Huo family. They had gone down to amuse themselves, but as a result, they had encountered Long Chen. No, I wouldn't dare call myself an elite. Compared to Brother Long's beautiful face slaps, alchemy is just a minor Dao, laughed one of them. Long Chen glanced at this person and shook his head inside. As expected, wherever there were people, there was competition. These people had pointed their spears at him so quickly. This person's true meaning was extremely obvious. He was just good at slapping people in the face, while they were grand alchemists. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Junior Master Fang's high regard for Long Chen had brought on their displeasure, as he had never treated them so grandly before. When someone goes and practically pushes their face in front of you, it would be wrong for you to not slap them. That's how I managed to train my art. If brother is interested, I can give you some private lessons. Long Chen smiled. These words were a bit impolite, but if someone wanted him to slap them, he definitely wouldn't hesitate. He had clearly shown his attitude now. For these people, you couldn't give them face, or they would say and do even more irritating things. Haha, alright, let's not fight. It was fate that brought us together. Let's all toast to that. Junior Master Fang sensed the atmosphere was getting tense, and he hastily raised his cup with a laugh. Everyone followed suit. They cared deeply about the Fang family's strength. On the surface, the Pill Tower was one whole entity, but it was actually controlled by the three families. Entering one of these three families was equivalent to having boundless resources and innumerable cultivation opportunities for them. So they had to be extremely courteous to him. If they offended Junior Master Fang, their future prospects would be ruined. Junior Master Fang was extremely happy today. He had managed to entice several talented alchemists to his side, as well as encountered a master midway through a trip. I hear this is Brother Long's first time coming to Pilyong Prefecture. This is a world for alchemists. What plans do you have in coming here? Asked one person. This person's offhand question was extremely sharp and displeasing. Long Chen smiled and was about to reply when footsteps rang out from below. Junior Master Fang's expression sank. He had already reserved this place. But someone still dared come up and disturb them. Junior Master Chai. When he saw who had come up, Junior Master Fang leapt up and laughed. The others didn't feel right sitting when Junior Master Fang was standing, so they also stood. Long Chen looked at the newcomers. A total of 10 people had come. The person at the front was a medium-sized, square-faced man with an imposing mannerism. This person was the future heir of one of the Pill Tower's three great families, the Chai family's #1 junior generation's alchemy genius. Haha, Junior Master Fang, I heard you have reserved this place. Recently, I've been embarrassingly short of money. You wouldn't mind if I cadged a meal of you, right? Laughed Junior Master Chai. Junior Master Chai, you're joking. Come, let me introduce you. These are my precious guests. Obviously, these two had a very close relationship. They hastily asked the restaurant to bring up a larger table and more food. Junior Master Fang, you really are fast. You actually have 3 more than me, sighed Junior Master Chai. Hee, it was luck, said Junior Master Fang. But he was clearly pleased. Wait, what, you are Long San. Junior Master Chai suddenly looked at Long Chen with shock. You know Long San? Asked Junior Master Fang, surprised. What the fuck, you were way too fast. I only just received the news, but you already pulled him in, said Junior Master Chai. What are you talking about? What news? TCH, keep acting. Long San is the only one to be given a genius rating in the competition's registration so far. At 18 years old, his soul energy has reached the first-tier heaven class. Don't bother trying to tell me that you didn't know and just randomly picked him up off the street. Junior Master Fang was stunned. Even the people beside him were stunned. This Long San had such an origin. Brother Long, you're an alchemist? Asked Junior Master Fang. What the fuck, why didn't you tell me sooner? Now I look like an idiot. Cursed Junior Master Fang. Well, the main thing is that you never asked. Long Chen shrugged. Junior Master Chai saw that it didn't seem like they were acting. After asking a few questions, he turned speechless. This dog-shit luck of yours is way too strong. I really have to concede. I already sent people to go look for Long San, but you ended up randomly picking him up first. According to the rules, the registrants that passed would go through a meeting where some old alchemists would give them some tips. But that was useless to Long Chen. He had his pill god memories. Why would he need other people's alchemy tips? So he had just directly left. It was only later that people realized he had disappeared. So the three families had immediately started a search for Long San, wanting to pull him into their camp. Such a talented alchemist was too rare. As a result, while they searched all over, Junior Master Fang had picked him up while thinking of going hunting. Furthermore, he hadn't even known he was an alchemist. Junior Master Fang, since you didn't know he was an alchemist, it wouldn't count as stealing, Junior Master Chai laughed mischievously. Don't even try it. Long San is my brother. Don't even think about taking my brother away. Long Chen could see that although the two of them represented two different families, they were extremely close. They were even able to make such jokes. The food's here, let's eat. Junior Master Fang waved his hand, and everyone sat down. Long Chen was sitting between the two junior masters. Everyone else's gazes were filled with envy, but they were also helpless. Their soul energy had only reached the 7th to 9th tier Earth class, thus, they could only reach the outstanding rank. There was no way for them to compare to Long Chen. Those people that had been displeased with Long Chen were now even more irritated. Originally, they had thought Long Chen was just a martial artist who only relied on a face-slapping art to get close to Junior Master Fang. They had never expected him to be a genius rank alchemist. The people who had insulted him felt like they were sitting on pins. They also cursed inside. If he was such a strong alchemist, why hadn't he said so earlier? Was it to make himself appear low-key? He had made complete fools out of them. Junior Master Fang hadn't gone to the testing region, as there were naturally people from his family who had kept watch for him. But Junior Master Chai had kept a photographic jade recording of what had happened over there. He had even shown the section regarding Long San to his family, which had greatly shaken them. They all felt he had to be drawn to their side. Long San, I have a little sister who is as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. She is outstanding, said Junior Master Chai suddenly. Stop, Long San, don't listen to him. His sister might be pretty, but she's only 8. Don't get duped, said Junior Master Fang. So what if she's only 8? You can cultivate the pill Dao for countless years. 10 years can pass in the blink of an eye. She'll quickly grow up, quibbled Junior Master Chai. Long Chen laughed. Junior Master Chai, I appreciate your kindness. But Junior Master Fang recognized my worth without even knowing I was an alchemist, accepting me as a brother. I, Long San, will never forget that kindness. Toward the end, his voice was a bit low with emotion. Junior Master Fang was incomparably moved, and he was also extremely proud of himself. This simple matter had locked a genius to his Fang family's side. Alright, then I'll give up. Well, our Chai and Fang families get along very well, so being over there is the same to me. Let's toast as a celebration. Junior Master Chai had truly given up now. Long Chen's promise had already displayed his resolve. In truth, this phrase of his had been extremely brilliant. He had directly erased Junior Master Fang's misgivings while also causing him to feel emotional and proud. Once most of the food was eaten, Long Chen asked the two of them for their real names. They were already so close, but he still didn't know their names. That was a bit rude. I'm Fang Chong and he's Chai Liehuo, answered Junior Master Fang. Hearing their names, Long Chen's jaw suddenly dropped, and he seemed completely shocked. Chapter 657 No Problems. Seeing Long Chen's sudden change in expression, Fang Chong, Chai Liehuo, and the others became curious. What was Long Chen doing? Were those two names really so shocking? But all of them guessed that Long Chen was taking this chance to do some bootlicking. Most likely, he would praise their names for being imposing and amazing. Long San, what's wrong? Asked Fang Chong. What good names? No, excellent names. Long Chen's head rapidly worked. He definitely had to give these two names a good title. Cough, when I encountered those people from the Huo family, one of them shouted a slogan, said Long Chen. What slogan could cause you to be this shocked? And what does this slogan have to do with our names? Asked Fang Chong. I remember it was this. Screw Chai Liehuo, damn Fang Chong, Pilyong Prefecture's sole master is Huo Wufang. Long Chen frowned, trying to remember the exact phrase. 1. Hearing this, Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong turned green. Everyone was silent. Maybe I misheard. The voice from the Huo family's man wasn't very clear. Maybe I did hear wrong. Back then, I was extremely curious. What idiot would make up such a garbage slogan? It doesn't rhyme, and it doesn't flow off the tongue. But now hearing your names, it kind of seems. Long Chen suddenly shut his mouth. This Huo Wufang is getting more and more arrogant. HMPH, if only Long Chen had killed him back then. Shouted Chai Liehuo hatefully. Hearing that, Long Chen almost jumped. They knew his name. How? Everyone can continue eating. Chai Liehuo, Long San, and I are going next door to drink some tea. The three of them found a private room. An attendant came to pour them tea. I, Fang Chong, don't have many strong points. When I handle things, I just do what I like to do. In the same way, I make friends based on my personal preference. You can also tell that I treat you differently than the others. They are subordinates I coaxed over. Both sides benefit. They care about my Fang family's position and the resources we can offer them, while my Fang family cares about their talent. Pulling them in strengthens our power. It could be said to be just cooperation. But you are different. In my opinion, anyone skilled in face slapping is a straightforward man who doesn't like to conceal his true self. Furthermore, your face slapping divine ability is something I truly admire. Most importantly, the fact that you could teach me its divine essence without even knowing who I was, without seeking fame or profit, makes me think of you as a friend. However, now I find you're actually a genius alchemist. That is extremely unexpected, but I hope this change in your status won't affect our relationship, said Fang Chong. Brother Fang, the kindness you've given me is something I'm well aware of. The reason I've joined you isn't because I care about your Fang family's strength, but because I admire your character, said Long Chen. Good, that's the most trustworthy way. Let's use our tea as wine, and toast. Chai Liehuo clapped. Long San's character was truly rare. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were both prodigies who had seen countless people. With a single glance, they could see through a person's general character. Long San was a typical model of someone who could be coaxed, but not forced. Once someone like that made a decision, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to change it. At the same time, such people were also the most trustworthy. Long San, since you can say something like that, I won't be courteous with you. You're only 18, but I'm 35, and Brother Chai is 47. 46. TCH, what's the difference? Anyways, in the future, you should just call me Big Bro Fang and call him Big Bro Chai. We will treat you as a true brother. Let me tell you about our current situation. From Fang Chang's explanation, Long Chen learned that the Pill Tower's state of affairs was much more complicated than he had imagined. The Pill Tower was jointly run by the Huo, Fang, and Chai families. Each of them was in charge of their departments. The Fang family was in charge of researching pill formulas, as well as the growth and recruitment of alchemists. The Chai family was in charge of managing the equipment required for refining pills, such as medicinal ingredients, furnaces, cauldrons, beast flames, secret arts, etc. As for the Huo family, they were in charge of selling the medicinal pills. Originally, this hadn't been an overly important business, but the Huo family still managed to become the boss of the three families, firmly suppressing the Chai and Fang families. The three families competed fiercely with each other. Long Chen learned from Fang Chong that the Pill Tower was merely a means for Pill Valley to stay connected with the rest of the world. Pill Valley chose to send a few powerful alchemy families to manage the Pill Tower. If those families did well, they would be allowed to return to Pill Valley to be groomed. Doing well didn't refer to managing business, but to raising more geniuses. Pill Valley's disciple selection was extremely stringent. The Huo family was in charge of selling medicinal pills. By exploiting that position, they created secret ties to countless sects, allowing them to build a wide net. They learned of many talented alchemists at the first moment, and they would immediately draw them over to their side. As a result, the Huo family was gaining favor with Pill Valley, and they had already begun to stretch their hands outside their department, suppressing the Fang and Chai families. If this continued, it seemed like the two families would be gradually pushed out of the Pill Tower. Is the Huo family really so powerful? Even both of your families can't stop them. Long Chen was startled. It seemed that he had underestimated the Huo family. The main thing is that the Huo family is too despicable. Through selling medicinal pills, they secretly pocketed endless profit. Their financial accounts never add up. But that huge wealth has become their greatest weapon. Furthermore, the Huo family has people in Pill Valley. Last time, even the matter of them selling fake pills was suppressed by them, so you can see how much influence they have, sighed Chai Liehuo. Last time, the matter of the fake bone forging pills had initially caused huge waves, and the main offender was the Huo family. But the Huo family's abilities were truly incredible. Relying on their connections and by paying some money, they managed to settle the matter. But the matter of the fake pills, as well as the most recent matter of the Meridian opening pills being announced by the Huayan sect, had been grave blows to the Pill Tower. Their profits were rapidly declining. The Huo family was a bit panicked now. To win the favor of Pill Valley, they had drawn in a large group of alchemy geniuses. They hoped to raise them into amazing alchemists and then send them to Pill Valley. Otherwise, there was danger of them losing their position. This was a crisis to the Huo family, but it was the best opportunity for the Fang and Chai families. If they could suppress the Huo family this time, then the Huo family would have no geniuses nor money to appease Pill Valley. In this case, it was very likely that Pill Valley might switch them with someone else. And that someone else would most likely be the Fang or Chai family. Long San, we treat you like a brother, but keep these words to yourself, said Chai Liehuo. Don't worry, I understand. Although I haven't had any contact with the Huo family, I can tell they aren't anything good from the vile actions of their subordinates, said Long Chen. That's right, from top to bottom, the Huo family is all trash. The heavens really have been blind to allow the Huo family to have so many talented alchemists, said Fang Chong. What, does the Huo family have a lot of talented people? Asked Long Chen. It's not that, it's just that they're absolutely shameless. Whenever they run into any talented alchemists, they will secretly bring them into their family and raise them. They'll change that person's surname to Huo, turning them into a member of the Huo family. Once they mature, if they're sent to Pill Valley, they'll naturally say that they're from the Huo family's main bloodline, and so it will make the Huo family seem very innately talented. In truth, they're just shameless to the peak, raged Chai Liehuo. He clearly looked down on such actions. But the world was like this. There were many shameless people who relied on their shamelessness to succeed. The Huo family's people really are degenerates. They actually intentionally had their subordinates insult you too. How can that be allowed? Although they might not be spreading their slogan yet, I trust that it won't be long before it circulates everywhere throughout the city. Even the kids on the streets will be singing it. It's too despicable. Plus, that last phrase, doesn't it mean that in the future, there will only be the Huo family? Too arrogant, cried Long Chen through clenched teeth. Although this slogan was something Long Chen had made up, he trusted the two of them wouldn't go investigate it. Furthermore, all Long Chen had said was that he thought he had heard someone mutter it. He hadn't said who. HMPH, it seems the Huo family wants to use this chance to reverse the tides and regain all the losses they have suffered recently. I want to see just what game they're planning this time, sneered Fang Chong. Brother Fang, don't worry. I'll definitely help you handle the Huo family. It's not just for you, but for me, for righteousness. We have to get rid of these despicable people. Within Long Chen's solemn oath, the only sincere part was that it really was for him. Good brother, I won't say any meaningless polite words. This time, let's have a proper fight with the Huo family. Fang Chong patted Long Chen's shoulder. The reason he had explained all this was to make Long Chen feel like he treated him as a trustworthy aide. He had even been planning on displaying more power to give Long Chen enough confidence. But Long Chen only listened to half of his planned speech. All he managed to say was how powerful the Huo family was, but it seemed Long Chen wasn't intimidated. Without hesitation, he stood by his side to fight with the Huo family. Fang Chong was incredibly moved. Even Chai Liehuo felt envy for Fang Chang's luck. He had picked up such a treasure through a random stroll, and this treasure was so devoted to him. Don't worry, Long San. My Fang family and the Chai family are allied. The Chai family is in charge of everything required for alchemy. As long as you have enough talent, we can definitely turn you into a generation's alchemy prodigy. We'll give the Huo family a vicious punch, said Fang Chong confidently. A punch might be strong, but I feel like a slap would be the most satisfying. Long Chen laughed sinisterly. Ha ha ha, yes, yes. A slap in the face would be the best. Then we'll get to see them stamp with fury, ha ha ha. Laughed Fang Chong. Long Chen also laughed with him, filled with delight. Things were progressing even more smoothly than he had anticipated. That's right, you said something about Huo Wufang almost dying to Long Chen. What happened there? Long Chen asked. He wanted to know about Huo Wufang's situation. Chapter 658 Once more seeing Huo Wufang. Long Chen asked about Huo Wufang's situation with great concern. Last time, he had given him an exclusive, secret medicine to make him possess neither the will to live, nor the will to die. In the Julie secret realm, it was all because of Huo Wufang that he had been targeted by both the righteous and corrupt paths. That had caused Lu Fang and Yi Ziqiu to perish. In his hatred, Long Chen had given Huo Wufang a specially mixed poison, one that was practically incurable. It had sunk into his broken bones, making it so that they couldn't heal. In the secret realm, Long Chen had broken every bone in his body. Now that he couldn't heal them, he was essentially a slug. He wasn't even able to move. All day, he would be racked with pain. Fuck, just mentioning it gives me rage. Back then, that idiot insisted on messing around and going on an adventure. As a result, he ended up in the Julie secret realm and was beaten into a dead dog by Long Chen. That Long Chen really is a vicious character. It's just regretful that he died. Otherwise, we'd definitely have to treat him to a drink, sighed Fang Chong. Huo Wufang had been in a half-dead state this entire time. Long Chen's poison was too complicated, and without being given the cure, they could not heal him. The Huo family had countless people. They had figured out most of the components of the poison, but none of them dared to try an antidote against this kind of poison. The slightest mistake would cause Huo Wufang to immediately die. It was too dangerous. It had to be known that Huo Wufang was the Huo family's top junior alchemist. Even as a child, they had pampered him, turning him into his unreasonable, haughty self. And so, He had dared to ignore everyone else's objections and secretly entered the Julie's secret realm for a thrilling adventure. As a result, he had turned into a half-dead man due to Long Chen. Just over half a month ago, that idiot actually appeared in front of us alive and healthy. Back then, we didn't even believe our own eyes. Only afterward did we learn that the Huo family invited a sage doctor skilled in the art of healing to come. They paid an incredible amount for that doctor to extract all that bastard's bones and transplant a new skeleton into him, said Fang Chong. He replaced his entire skeleton. That would cost a huge price. Long Chen was just about to say the exact cost when he caught himself. He had to play the role of someone with limited experience. Exactly. To completely replace a person's bones requires the new bones to come from someone with an extremely strong physical body. For such a huge project, just the required medicinal liquids would probably be enough for you to buy half of Pilyong Prefecture. It really is unknown just how much profit the Huo family has swindled over these years. They were even able to afford such a terrifying transplant, said Chai Liehuo indignantly. Half a month ago, that was not long after Long Chen had been sent to the Chaos region. In other words, it had happened after Long Chen had refused to give them the antidote. That was why the Huo family had paid the immense price to heal Huo Wufang. So they wanted to transfer the pain of paying this price to me. Not a bad idea. Regretfully, I'll make them pay an even more painful price. Currently, not only has Huo Wufang completely recovered, but his cultivation base has also broken through to the Shantian realm. It seems his transplanted bones came from a shocking origin, said Fang Chong. Is Huo Wufang strong? Even the two of you have to be worried about him, asked Long Chen upon seeing their frowns. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo looked at each other and then helplessly said, Huo Wufang might be trash as a person, but his alchemy arts are exceedingly terrifying. His spiritual strength has reached the 3rd tier heaven class, which is 2 tiers higher than you. Even worse, your master was merely a pill master. But Huo Wufang was raised with the Huo family's full strength. The difference between the two of you is immense. But don't be discouraged. With us present, your alchemy arts will rapidly progress, consoled Fang Chong. Long San came from a poor background, but he was exceedingly talented. And alchemists cared most about talent. As long as you weren't over 100 years old, you could still be properly groomed. Furthermore, Long San was only 18. I won't say too many thanks then. Brothers, your enemies are my enemies. This life of mine will be used to fight against the Huo family. Long Chen patted his chest. Ha ha ha, good brother. Let's go drink more, laughed Fang Chong. He pulled Long Chen out of the room, and they continued drinking with everyone. Seeing how courageous Long San was and how he didn't have the slightest terror toward the Huo family, Fang Chong was delighted and he drank his fill. On that very day, Fang Chong set Long Chen up in his own residence. Long Chen was just about to take a rest when a dozen prime women came to wait upon him. Seeing how revealing those clothes were, seeing how their privates were barely concealed, he immediately understood what was going on. Fang Chong was trying to show him some extra benefits. This was Long Chen's first time experiencing such a thing. These women really were not bad, and considering how youthful Long Chen was, there was an immediate reaction. But then thinking of Tang Wan Meng Qi, and Chu Yao, that fire immediately died down. These women could not be compared to them. If he handed his valuables to an outsider here, even Long Chen would have to look down on himself. Ignoring their resentful gazes, Long Chen kicked them out of his room. 3 days later, he and the other alchemists were summoned. This time, Long Chen saw Fang Cheng's group had grown a great deal. There were over 30 people now. Let's go. This is the opening round of the competition. Everyone has to participate, said Fang Chong. Previously, Long Chen had merely registered. But this was the opening round. All the alchemists who had passed the registration had to come for an appraisal. This was just an ordinary display of their skills. No one would be knocked out in this round. But it was in the rules that everyone had to attend. It was to allow the competitors to be more mentally prepared for the later rounds, to let them get accustomed to the environment. In other words, even if you failed your refinement this time, it would be fine. You would merely be laughed at by the others. Following Fang Chong into the treasure tower region, Long Chen saw the soaring tower in the distance. Even with Long Chen's calm, he couldn't help but feel shocked. This 7-treasure jeweled tower had a circumference of 3 miles. It soared so high into the sky that it was impossible to see the peak. Seeing this enormous construction from a distance was already stunning. Now that he got closer, Long Chen was extremely shaken. In the plaza in front of the tower, there was an arena with 1,000 small stages. Each stage was merely a few dozen meters long. They all had a number on them. These were the stages for the opening round. The region outside the plaza was already filled with people. Those people were all alchemists who had come to watch the fun. Of course, some had come with a learning attitude. Anyone who could compete here was an elite alchemist. Just watching them refine pills was a learning opportunity. This was also one of the meanings behind the opening round. Oh, isn't that Junior Master Fang? You only managed to get this many people. I almost feel sorry for you. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen followed that voice to see its owner and laughed inside. It was Huo Wufang. Huo Wufang looked similar to before. However, it seemed his body had grown larger. He appeared much more muscular. It should be that his new skeleton was bigger than his old one. His face had also changed a bit. Originally, his face was not bad. But now his face had become square-like. It had the appearance of a butcher. There were actually over 100 people behind Huo Wufang. Long Chen saw a few familiar faces from when he had registered. Duan Tianchao was there. It seemed she had been pulled in by the Huo family. Fang Chong only had 30+ people, but they had over 100. The difference was a bit big. Huo Wufang didn't notice Long Chen, as Long Chen's current appearance was extremely unremarkable. There was an extremely dislikable smile on Huo Wufang's face. He was still in the habit of looking down his nose on people. Long Chen sighed inside, the same voice, the same conduct. Huo Wufang, ah, Huo Wufang. Are you looking to have the same ending as last time? Junior Master Huo, looks like you haven't read enough books. Haven't you heard that numbers don't matter when it comes to skill? There are so many ants in this world, but do you see an ant that can rule this world? Said Fang Chong indifferently. As long as there are enough ants, they can still bite an elephant to death. Have you never heard of that? It seems Junior Master Fang hasn't read enough books. Huo Wufang didn't have to say anything. A man behind him stepped up for him. That person had only just finished speaking when Fang Chong slapped him across the face, directly breaking his nose. Do you have the qualifications to speak here? Fang Chong clasped his hands behind his back. Those slaps had been too refreshing. They even contained the flavor of Long Chen's slaps. I remember you from the registration. Weren't you the one with the name of the apparatus a kind of animal uses to carry on its ancestral line? Ah, that's right, you're Go Jiba. Long Chen suddenly pointed at that person. You're the illustrious Go Jiba. You know, with that appearance, you really do look a bit similar to your name. Slender, long, and a bright head. This name really is accurate. Someone beside Long Chen took this chance to add his own thoughts. You, Huo Wufang's expression suddenly changed upon seeing Long Chen. Long Chen's heart shook. Had he been exposed just like this? Perhaps he was doomed. No, you aren't him. You just look a bit similar. Huo Wufang shook his head. Ha ha ha, it seems a certain someone has been scared out of his mind by Long Chen. Long San, how about I help you change your appearance in the future? Laughed Fang Chong. Huo Wufang really had been scared for a moment. Looking at Long Chen's gaze had given him a heart-pounding feeling. They really were similar. But after a careful examination, this person wasn't the same as Long Chen. It was just his figure that was similar. His skin and facial features were all different. Furthermore, this person's eyes contained a red tint that was completely different from Long Chen. Now that Fang Chong was laughing at him, Huo Wufang was about to retort, when Chai Liehuo suddenly appeared and stood beside Fang Chong. Long Chen's gaze shifted back and forth, and then lighted upon Go Jiba, who had only just crawled up from the ground. An extremely concealed spiritual strength reached out. Go Jiba's head was still in a muddled state. For some unknown reason, he suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, "Screw Chai Liehuo, damn Fang Chong." Pilyong Prefecture's sole master is Huo Wufang. Chapter 659 Alchemist's Battle. Fuck your grandma, you fucker. Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong were immediately enraged and charged at Go Jiba. Right now, the thing they hated the most was this slogan. Go Jiba had yet to understand what was happening when a resounding slap on the face struck him. Chai Liehuo was even more vicious, and his kick landed at the same place his name referred to, causing an even more miserable shriek. Hey, stop. Huo Wufang was first dumbfounded. He had never expected Go Jiba to say such a phrase. He quickly tried to intervene. After all, this was not the place to fight. This was right in front of the 7 Treasure Jewel Tower, a sacred land of the Pill Tower. If there was a fight, it would bring on the ire of the higher-ups. More importantly, there were also so many spectators watching. Seeing Huo Wufang move to stop them, the people in his group also followed, trying to separate them. But Long Chen's eyes brightened. This was an excellent chance. He furiously roared, "Brothers, they're trying to attack our junior masters. We can't allow them to bully us like this. Attack!" He was the first to charge up. Without another word, seeing Huo Wufang's butt facing him, he directly kicked him in his tailbone. Huo Wufang had no defenses up. A burst of pain came from his butt, and his face turned from white to green, and then green to purple. In the end, he let out a miserable scream as he shot through the sky. Damn it, how is his butt so hard? Long Chen had kicked Huo Wufang away, but his foot hurt a great deal. He hadn't managed to break his tailbone, and instead ended up in pain because of the backlash. That bastard's new skeleton was definitely strange. But now wasn't the time to quibble over that. Following Long Chen, the others on his side also charged forward. How could they not? At this time, if they were to hesitate even slightly, they would appear disloyal. This was a critical moment for them. They would rather be injured than suffer the consequences of just standing there. In fact, many people sighed with regret that Long Chen had been the first to attack. That chance to show their loyalty had actually been snatched away by him. But they couldn't fall behind, and they also smashed their fists into those people. Fuck, they sneak attacked our junior master Huo. We'll go all out against them. Huo Wufang had been kicked into the sky by Long Chen, but because the current situation was too chaotic, no one managed to see who had done it. It was definitely their opponents though, so Huo Wufang's people also attacked. Unpleasant screams and curses rang out, as well as the sound of various body parts colliding. They were like a bunch of hooligans fighting in the street. These people were grand alchemists, and when truly fighting, they would use their pill flame. They had zero experience fighting with their physical bodies. Hair pulling, nose breaking, leg pinching, ball crushing, some people ended up being beaten and used their most primordial weapon, directly biting others. Long Chen was also in the crowd. However, he was extremely unremarkable, using the same clumsy fighting style as the others. The spectators were all dumbfounded. This scene was truly magnificent. Over 100 alchemists were fighting like hooligans. Perhaps they would never get a chance to see such a thing again. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out so loudly that people's eardrums were shaken. Some of them even began to bleed because their eardrums had ruptured, and they were no longer able to hear a thing. Long Chen's heart shook. An expert had finally appeared. He hastily pulled Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong out of the battle. Previously, he had been protecting them, so their clothes were still relatively intact. Other people's clothes had been torn to rags. The worst was that some women's clothes had also been torn, revealing their chests for all to see. With their hair in a complete mess, they looked like fighting hags. Following that furious roar, everyone hastily stopped. But there was still one person whose screaming didn't stop. Go Jiba, who had previously been beaten by Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong, had been completely beaten up, and both of his arms were broken. But he was still obstinately biting down on one person's crotch. What he didn't know was that the person he was biting was on the same side as him. This victim was incomparably pained as he screamed, but Go Jiba seemed to have gone insane and he continued to bite. Suddenly, a wave of flames flew over and wrapped around the two of them. The miserable screaming disappeared. At the same time, the two of them also disappeared. They had been directly killed. Long Chen and the others hastily turned to see an elder with an ashen expression, killing intent radiating off of him. Tower Administrator. Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong hastily bowed. This person was not part of the 3 families. As the Tower Administrator, he had been sent directly by Pill Valley to oversee things. If this person was just an expert from the 3 families, they wouldn't be afraid. But this Tower Administrator represented Pill Valley, and they didn't dare be unbridled before him. The Tower Administrator was backed by Pill Valley, and he represented an absolute authority. The fact that he had just killed 2 people in his fury showed he was already on the edge of exploding. Bang! Suddenly, a figure came crashing down from the sky. It was surprisingly Huo Wufang. Long Chen's kick had been too vicious, and it had directly sent Huo Wufang flying into the sky. Only now did he fall back. When Huo Wufang landed, he didn't say a word. He held his butt and rolled on the ground. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. The tower administrator kicked Huo Wufang below his waist. Long Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This tower administrator was truly skilled. That kick of his had severed Huo Wufang's pain nerves. The instant he was freed from his pain, Huo Wufang stood up. Although he was filled with fury, he didn't dare release it. He bowed and said, "Greetings, tower administrator." The death of the two alchemists shook everyone. They obediently stood there, not daring to say a word. The tower administrator's face was as black as the bottom of a pan. Killing intent soared out of him as his icy gaze swept over everyone. Their hearts trembled. They were afraid that he might go crazy and directly kill them. "You disgraceful fools, do you think this is a place for you to fight?" The tower administrator roared furiously. He was a Grand Sea expansion expert, but his whole body was trembling. Even his voice was hoarse. It could be seen what level of fury he had reached. "Do any of you even care about face? You're alchemists. How can you scuffle like hooligans? Grow up. Even if you had to fight, why did you do it in front of the 7 treasure jewel tower and right before the opening round? Were you trying to show off your fighting skills to the tens of thousands of people who came just to watch? Should I sell tickets for this show?" The mass of alchemists outside nodded. He was right, such an incredible scene should have cost money to watch. No matter how expensive the ticket would be, they would pay. "The opening round is cancelled for today. We'll change it to tomorrow. Other than that, everyone hand over your photographic jades," shouted the tower administrator. A mass of experts immediately surrounded the spectators. One by one, they investigated them. If they allowed those photographic jades to circulate, the pill tower would become the cultivation world's laughingstock. "You people, get in here," ordered the tower administrator, bringing them into the 7 treasure jewel tower. Then the doors shut. When the outsiders were no longer present, he continued to furiously roar, "Speak, what happened here?" Reporting to tower administrator, "It was Huo Wufang who brought his people to provoke us. Furthermore, he even had one of his subordinates curse us, making us lose face. It was only because of that humiliation that I attacked. Disciple is young and impetuous, causing him to go too far. Please give me your punishment," said Fang Chong respectfully. His words had been very well said. First, he said it was Huo Wufang who had provoked him. He was the victim, but he still admitted his mistake. "What nonsense! You were the one who attacked first," raged Huo Wufang. "Screw Chai Liehuo, damn Fang Chong. Pilyong Prefecture's sole master is Huo Wufang. HMPH, Huo Wufang, you are actually so malicious as to make such a senseless phrase to humiliate us. Tower administrator, I can't accept such humiliation. Tell me, if a person stood right in front of us and cursed us right in the nose, would we even be men if we just endured?" said Chai Liehuo. The tower administrator's furious expression twitched upon hearing this phrase. That was from wanting to laugh but suppressing it. He had no choice. If he laughed, there would be no way for him to handle this matter. At the same time, he cursed inside. Just who had come up with such a thing? "Don't slander others. I never told him such a thing," said Huo Wufang, but he said it and everyone heard it clearly. "He's someone from your camp, so if you didn't teach it to him, why would he say it?" sneered Long Chen. "That's enough," shouted the tower administrator. "I don't care which one of you was right or wrong, nor do I care what reasons you have. To fight in front of the 7 treasure jewel tower is an insult to the pill tower. Right now, the opening round is coming up, so I won't punish you. But I've remembered every single one of you. Once the competition is over, I'll slowly settle this debt with all of you. Now scram. Remember, you better be more obedient tomorrow, or else, not even your families will be able to protect you, understand?" Understood. How could they not understand? 2 alchemists had already been turned to ashes by him. Once they returned, Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo directly arranged a feast to celebrate their victory today. That was too refreshing. "Brothers, you really are heroic. I can see just how dependable and cohesive you all are." Fang Chong raised his cup to them. "It's Brother Long that was mighty." With one kick, he sent Huo Wufang flying into the sky. Seeing his twisted expression, "That was too fucking refreshing," laughed Chai Liehuo. "Cheers to victory." It went without saying that this victory today had raised everyone's morale. It had also united everyone even more. They drank all the way into the night before resting. The next day, Long Chen and the others were full of energy. Humming a nameless tune, they walked toward the arena for the opening round. Chapter 660 Unexpected. It was the same location as last time. But now there were even more spectators. They were squeezed so tightly together that not even a drop of water could get through them. What do you think? Will they fight again today? I hope so. I heard they were incredibly wonderful yesterday. Just hearing the story from you was satisfying. I got up in the middle of the night just to get a good spot today. Who doesn't hope for that? I heard that some of the female alchemists' chests even got exposed. Today, I want to open my eyes to the world. I've seen countless women, but this would be my first time seeing the body of a female alchemist. I pray for the heavens, blessing. Let the battle be even more intense than yesterday. When Long Chen heard these people's words, he almost passed out. As expected, there really were all kinds of people. That battle yesterday had already become famous. Luckily, the tower administrator had been smart and gathered all the photographic jades. Otherwise, the Pill Tower's name would truly resound throughout the 4 seas. However, some women in the group now began to act unnaturally. Wow, they've really come out. Look, that blue-robed girl. Yesterday, she was completely exposed. Her chest was so big that even 2 hands wouldn't be enough to hold them. A man suddenly cried out excitedly, using his hands to express what he was saying. That woman's expression immediately became ugly. Oh, Huo Wafang also came out. What happened to that girl with the violet gold phoenix pin? I see her. What about her? Yesterday, her clothes were completely blown apart. But only later did I realize she was a woman. What do you mean? Her chest is so small that I didn't even notice. Following that person's words, many gazes landed on that woman. As he said, it really was a flat plane. As more and more people arrived, the hostility in the air grew denser. Huo Wafang, how is your butt today? Fang Chong took the initiative. HMPH, don't get so pleased with yourself. We still have a long future in front of us to see who the final winner is, snorted Huo Wafang. Fuck your mom, and you said that you didn't come up with that. Fang Chong immediately became enraged. HMPH, does saying something like that have any meaning now? Don't bicker like your mother. If you have the ability, prove yourself on the stage. At that time, we'll see just whose subordinates make it to the finals, and just whose family will have the championship. After the last battle, everyone had dropped their pretenses. Huo Wafang was too lazy to quibble anymore. The fact that he no longer argued caused Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo to be even more sure that he had been the one to come up with that slogan and that he was just intentionally trying to anger them. Suddenly, the large gate in front of them opened and a group of people slowly entered the arena. These were all registrants who hadn't managed to get in the good graces of the 3 families. There were actually over 700 of them. They were very sullen. Yesterday, after passing the various tests, they had finally arrived in front of this door. But the door had refused to open. It was only later that someone came to tell them that the opening round had been changed to the next day. Now they finally came out, but no one had a favorable opinion of them. The elites had already been pulled out of them. Furthermore, most of these people weren't participating in the Pill Emperor competition to get the final prizes. This competition only occurred once a century. Furthermore, you had to be under 100 years old and have spiritual strength that had reached the Earth class. The requirements were extremely stringent. This was practically a sacred competition to alchemists, and just managing to participate in it was a great honor. As long as they appeared on the competition stage, that would raise their reputation and status. Many people had come just for that. As for the finals, they were well aware of their own skills. The majority of them had just come to join in on the fun, as well as to gain some experience. Silence. The tower administrator appeared and a cold shout from him cut off the clamor. We'll begin by distributing number plates. Once you obtain your number, go find your spot. Many disciples in Pill Tower robes now walked out, all of them carrying square tiles with numbers on them. These number plates were all random. They matched the numbers on the 1000 stages before them. Long Chen was given his number. After that, he found his stage and sat. This 30-meter square refining stage was extremely expansive. In accordance with the rules of the opening round, you can choose your own medicinal pills. There are no requirements, and failure doesn't matter. Just familiarize yourself with this environment to prepare yourselves for the preliminaries. You have 6 hours. The tower administrator's voice rang throughout the entire arena. Let the opening round begin. All the competing alchemists hastily took out their pill furnaces and medicinal ingredients, organizing them on the refining stage. The first thing they had to do was get used to the exact size of the refining stage. The arrangement of medicinal ingredients was extremely important. They had to have a plan for how many medicinal ingredients they could put in order. That was to avoid making an error during the sequence of refining. The higher the tier of the medicinal pill, the more stringent would the refining process be. Some medicinal ingredients needed to be put aside and left to cool for a long time after being refined into powders. There were also some powders that were extremely volatile and began to dissipate into the air after being refined, so those medicinal ingredients were refined last, which would keep the quality of the refined pill higher. High-tier pills had extremely complicated pill formulas. Any detail could affect the odds of a successful refinement. So although there would be no one eliminated this time, everyone still treated it extremely seriously. These people were all pill emperors. They all chose to refine 5th-tier pills. Because the difficulty of that was rather high, they couldn't mess around. Although this wasn't a true competition, a failure would still be humiliating. What is that little fellow doing? What kind of broken pill furnace is that? Suddenly, an uproar came from the crowd as people's gazes landed on Long Chen's stage. Other people's refining stages were filled with medicinal ingredients. There were at least over 70 kinds of medicinal ingredients on each of the stages, and some people even had over 100. But Long Chen's stage only had 7 medicinal ingredients, and they were extremely low-tier ones. Damn, no way, isn't that a 2nd-tier pill furnace? And it has a nick in it. Is he really that poor? Seeing Long Chen's pill furnace, everyone's eyes almost popped out. What was he doing? A 2nd-tier pill furnace could only refine 2nd-tier medicinal pills. Then looking at the medicinal ingredients he had laid around him, was he really planning on only refining a 2nd-tier pill? Long San, what are you doing? Why don't you refine a 5th-tier pill? And what is that chamber pot for? Asked Chai Liehuo. He was on a stage beside Long Chen. I only have these medicinal ingredients, and this pill furnace is my only one, said Long Chen helplessly. He had to act like a poor alchemist raised by a pill master. He naturally couldn't use his main pill furnace, as that had been Huo Wufang's. Chai Liehuo almost coughed up blood. If he didn't have a pill furnace, why hadn't he said so earlier? He could have easily gotten him one. Bringing out a trash chamber pot like this was too embarrassing. Don't make a racket, the tower administrator suddenly shouted, and Chai Liehuo could only shut his mouth. Suddenly, countless flames began to soar from people's hands. They had already taken out their pill flames. All kinds of colorful and magnificent beast flames appeared. Rank 31 on the beast flame rankings, the blue heart flame. Rank 29 on the beast flame rankings, the scarlet blaze flame. Startled cries rang out from the crowd. These beast flames were all ranked in the top 100 of the beast flame rankings. These people were truly being shown a whole new world. Junior Master Fang and Junior Master Chai's beast flames are the same. It's the blazing python scale flame, 4th on the beast flame rankings. Heavens, isn't Junior Master Huo's flame the first rank beast flame, the Earth Dragon Golden Blaze? There was a golden flame in Huo Wufang's hand that caused the crowd to shout in shock. Even Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong were filled with shock. They hadn't expected Huo Wufang to have obtained the first rank beast flame. The Huo family had once more spent a huge sum on him. That Earth Dragon Golden Blaze had come from a Shantian magical beast known as the Earth Dragon. This kind of magical beast came from ancient times, and it had almost gone extinct. It was said that the Earth Dragon possessed a trace of a true dragon's bloodline. Although its body was more like a lizard and seemed to have nothing to do with a dragon, just that trace of a dragon's bloodline was enough to make it an overlord amongst magical beasts. It was said that a matured Earth Dragon was something even a sea expansion expert would have to flee from. Hee, looks like I win this one. Huo Wufang smiled arrogantly. He glanced at Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong, his provocation obvious. The two of them merely snorted, but their expressions became a bit ugly. Huo Wufang had taken the advantage in terms of pill flames. Suddenly, mocking laughter rang out as everyone looked at Long Chen. There was a light yellow flame in Long Chen's hand. That was no beast flame but just an ordinary pill flame. It was something he had condensed from his spiritual yuan. Long Chen wasn't a true flame cultivator, and he had no core flame runes. He could only condense this simple pill flame. Has there been some mistake? How did such trash make it into this competition? Did someone sneak him in through the back door? Sneered someone. Idiot, if you don't know, then don't speak. He's only 18, but his spiritual strength has reached the first-tier heaven class. It's just that, he comes from a poor origin. What right do you have to laugh at him? Someone recognized Long Chen and defended him. Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong were extremely vexed upon seeing Long Chen take out this trash pill furnace and trash pill flame. Why hadn't he said any of this earlier? Suddenly, Long Chen smiled slightly. Extending a hand, all of his medicinal ingredients flew into his pill furnace at the same time, and his pill flame entered the bottom of the furnace. His soul energy circulated, and his pill flame explosively grew. Chapter 661 Continuous slaps in the face. What? Has there been some kind of mistake? Is he refining pills or making stew? Does he even know how to refine pills? He doesn't even understand he has to purify the ingredients first. Isn't he just messing around? Hey, little fellow, you should add some more water and salt, or the flavor won't be so good. The spectators immediately began to make a ruckus. They were extremely dissatisfied that someone like Long Chen could make his way into this competition. The tower administrator ignored their shouts. The only thing against the rules was for people inside the arena to disturb their competitors. The shouts from the spectators were also a kind of test for alchemists. It had to be known that alchemists would always refine pills in a private room. They wouldn't allow anyone to disturb them. But now that countless people were watching and shouting, it made refining pills that much more difficult. If you were unable to calm your heart, the odds of a failure would be extremely high. This competition sought this kind of tempering experience. Other than having talent, an alchemist also had to have a calm heart. Only such a person could walk further on the pill path. If your heart became chaotic just because of someone's random shouting, there was no way you could have any major accomplishments. In the face of the insults and ridicules coming from all around, Long Chen's expression was still calm. His spiritual strength circulated and his flame rapidly rose. Is this real life? Following Long Chen's actions, the sound of the crowd's shouting quieted. In the end, everyone's expressions were lifeless. Even the tower administrator's pupils shrank slightly. The 7 medicinal ingredients in Long Chen's pill furnace had already begun to slowly be refined. But they were still separated from each other and hadn't fused. He's used his spiritual strength to keep the medicinal ingredients apart. But the exhaustion to his soul energy must be terrifying. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Long Chen's spiritual strength was wrapped around 7 different medicinal ingredients, refining them at the same time. That was insane. They had never seen someone waste their precious spiritual strength like this. Suddenly, the 7 medicinal ingredients were refined into powder at the same time, and they began to merge. What? Finally, people understood what he was doing. Normally, people would refine pills step by step, turning each ingredient to powder one by one, and then refine them into pills. Long Chen was too lazy to do that, and he directly threw them in like he was cooking vegetables. After refining their essence, he directly began to merge them. To save time, he had actually wasted his precious spiritual strength to keep the medicinal powders separated from each other. That was definitely only showing off. When others refined pills, each bit of spiritual strength was precious and used as sparingly as possible. If their spiritual strength ended up running out toward the end, then the entire furnace of pills they were working on would be trashed. So spiritual strength was extremely precious to alchemists. Suddenly, Long Chen closed the lid on his furnace. Following that, no one could see what was happening inside. HMPH, he's just showing off. That's just a second-tier pill, and we could refine it with our eyes closed. For him to try and use such a thing to show off, he really is ignorant. What? The refinement is finished already. A person was in the midst of mocking him when Long Chen's pill furnace suddenly shook. Medicinal fragrance spread everywhere. It was a clear sign the pill was about to form. That's way too fast. Everyone's jaw dropped. Was this refining pills, or cooking meat? He had only just closed the lid and it was finished. Crack. Long Chen's pill furnace suddenly became covered in cracks. This idiot, he pushed his flame too much. There's about to be a furnace explosion. As expected, the pill furnace exploded, drawing out jeers and laughter. But that laughter was cut off midway as if a knife had severed it. All they saw was that although the pill furnace had exploded, a translucent pill furnace had appeared and wrapped around the liquid that was on the verge of turning into a pill. This is the legendary spiritual furnace. Just how monstrous is his spiritual strength? Everyone was dumbfounded. Using pure spiritual strength to form a cauldron only existed in legends. The crowd had never seen such a thing. Even the tower administrator stood up, filled with shock. This was his first time seeing such vast spiritual strength. The registration test only tested the quality of a person's spiritual strength. It didn't test the amount they had. That was because the majority of people had around the same amount of spiritual strength. Even if there was a difference, it would be extremely minor. So the more important aspect was the quality. But the amount of spiritual strength Long Chen had displayed was enormous, so enormous that it was terrifying. He was actually able to condense a spiritual pill furnace. Just the exhaustion to do so would be enough to refine a 5th-tier pill. The crowd was silent, but Fang Chong was filled with wild delight. Long Chen's vast soul energy was practically monstrous. Who cared if he didn't have a pill furnace? His Fang family had that. Who cared if he didn't have a beast flame? The pill tower had many. But Long Chen's abnormal, practically endless soul energy was too terrifying. Huo Weifang's expression turned ugly. He felt a trace of unease. For some unknown reason, he had always felt like this Long San was an extremely dangerous fellow. Such abnormal soul energy was something even he had never seen before. If Long Chen gained the assistance of the Fang family, he would definitely soar and pose a large threat to him. A cold light appeared in Huo Weifang's eyes. Long Chen's pill flame didn't pause. Within the translucent spiritual pill furnace, the medicinal pill was rapidly taking shape. In less than a breath's time, it had become solid. The rings have appeared. 1, 2, 3, 5 rings. Heavens, they're still increasing. 7, 8, what? The 9th ring also appeared. Suddenly, the spiritual pill furnace faded, and a gorgeous medicinal pill appeared in Long Chen's hand. Brilliant light shone from it, making it appear like a lantern in the night. 9-ring pill. Everyone was shocked. If they hadn't personally seen it, they wouldn't have believed that such low-tier medicinal ingredients could be refined into a 9-ring pill. That was the peak of high-grade pills. However, it's essentially useless. If I'm not wrong, isn't that just a bug-expelling pill commonly used by adventurers? When they set up camp, they use it to avoid being bitten by poisonous bugs. It is useless, but it definitely was badass. I have to admit that all of our faces have been slapped rotten, said one person bitterly. Each time they had ridiculed Long Chen, he had used his actions to give them a slap in the face. In refining this one pill, he had essentially slapped the people insulting him multiple times. The worse a person had insulted him, the more vicious that slap in the face would be. The fact that Long Chen had refined a 9-ring pill from those trash ingredients caused countless people to be furious. He had definitely done that on purpose, just to slap them in the face. This Long San really is a badass. Not only are his physical slaps amazing, but even his mental slaps have reached a divine level. Admirable. Fang Chong practically had to prostrate himself in admiration towards Long Chen. Long Chen's refinement had drawn everyone's attention. Those people who had been planning on dazzling others with their skills ended up giving up. They decided to just use the simplest way to finish their pills. As a result, this opening round had been completely upset by Long Chen. It ended just like that, without anything else that compared to Long Chen's display. HMPH, a derogatory act to please the crowd is all it was. Just as Long Chen was leaving with Fang Chong, one of Huo Weifang's people couldn't help sneering at him. A large hand slapped across his face. Long Chen had tried to slap him, but he had been a step too late and ended up striking nothing but air. Haha, I got him first, laughed Fang Chong. Fang Chang's face slaps had almost become a reflex for him. As long as a person came to provoke him, it would naturally follow. He struck so fast that it even surpassed his reaction. Fang Chong. Huo Weifang's expression sank. Fang Chong was becoming more and more shameless. Without any regard to his status, he would attack anyone as soon as he had an urge. If Huo Weifang simply allowed his subordinate to be struck like this, he would appear too cowardly. What? You want to fight again? Then let's fight. This isn't the competition region. If we fight here, no one will care, said Fang Chong, pointing at Huo Weifang's nose. Following his actions, it was like gunpowder had filled the air. Long Chen laughed inside. He rubbed his fists, ready to attack at any moment. Heavens, the good show is still developing. Everyone, hurry and find a good spot to watch from. Those spectators had thought that the show they wanted to see wouldn't appear today. They had been a bit depressed, but now sensing this sudden hostility, they immediately celebrated. I've already activated my photographic jade. I'll definitely get a good look at a female pill empress's chest, or I won't be able to die in peace," cried one person, licking his lips. Huo Wufang was completely infuriated. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were acting like complete hooligans, not caring the slightest bit about their status. If they really did fight here, both parties would suffer. After all, this wasn't a true fight. They couldn't summon their pill flames, or it would be too dangerous. If someone lost their life, then this would immediately become a major matter. Furthermore, many people were watching. Fighting like this would only serve as a method to lose face. However, Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were so shameless as to act as if they were unrivaled and wanted to fight. HMPH, all you have is a pack of marketplace brawlers. We're leaving. In the end, Huo Wufang decided to bring his people away, which disappointed Long Chen. He had lost a chance to kick Huo Wufang in the butt again. Furthermore, he was extremely curious about what kind of bones Huo Wufang had for it to cause him such pain when he kicked him. What was he hiding? Ha ha ha, we're also going. Let's continue our celebration. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo laughed. Looking at Huo Wufang's sullen expression as he left, they felt incredibly refreshed. Everyone ate and drank their fill in a restaurant. Having viciously slapped Huo Wufang in the face twice now, Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were filled with delight. They had finally managed to curb his arrogance. Long San, let's go. I'll help you pick out a pill furnace and get you a beast flame. Your big bro has high hopes for you. After drinking and eating, Fang Chong brought Long Chen back toward the 7 treasure jewel tower. Chapter 662 Selecting a Beast Flame. Long Chen followed Fang Chong into the 7 treasure jewel tower. But, this time, they didn't go through the main gate, but through a side door. There were a dozen guards in front of that side door. Fang Chong solemnly warned Long Chen that he couldn't cause any trouble here. Although the Pill Tower was jointly controlled by the Huo, Fang, and Chai families, the Pill Emperor competition had caused some of the Pill Valley's experts to come and watch. They had to pay more attention to the rules than ever. Only now did Long Chen have a chance to ask what this Pill Emperor competition truly was. This competition had gathered the elite Pill Emperors of the Eastern Wasteland. It was to pick out the most talented people. The top 10 would have the qualifications to enter Pill Valley to cultivate. Furthermore, it was said that the reward for the first place was exceedingly high. It was something that would make countless geniuses go mad. But the reward was different each time. In any case, everyone would go all out to get the first place. A reward that would make anyone go crazy. Hee, I like that. The heavens have finally opened their eyes. Seeing how far I had to come to get here, they didn't feel right letting me leave empty-handed. When they reached the door, Fang Chong gave them his badge to examine. Although they all recognized him, they couldn't be the slightest bit sloppy with this procedure. After passing through, they entered the main hall. When they stepped onto a round disc, the disc slowly rose through the air. There was a formation carved into it that allowed it to be used for traveling up and down the tower. The 7 treasure jewel tower's first floor is a large hall used to receive visitors, as well as handling various matters. The second and third floors are where high-level alchemists can refine pills. There are tens of thousands of alchemists refining pills there each day. Only those who have at least reached the Pill Emperor rank have the qualifications to enter here, explained Fang Chong. Tens of thousands. The pill tower really was enormous. It was no wonder it was said that almost all medicinal pills were monopolized by them. That kind of strength was truly immense. The 4th and 5th floors are soul-nourishing regions. There are special formations that can nourish a person's mind and soul. If you're tired after refining, you'll only need to rest for 2 hours there before being completely refreshed. The reason the pill tower can refine so many pills in a day is definitely in part due to the soul-nourishing regions. Furthermore, the soul-nourishing regions can allow a person's soul to advance. Many alchemy geniuses join Pill Tower to cultivate in the soul-nourishing regions. If you cultivated there for a long time, it would be extremely beneficial to your soul. But to do that, you need to contribute a great deal to the Pill Tower. The 6th floor is the region the Chai family is in charge of. That is the Pill Tower's treasure pavilion. There are pill furnaces, precious medicines, beast flames, and all kinds of alchemy inheritances there. There are even flame attribute secret arts. Fang Chong smiled with pride. This was something all the Pill Tower's disciples were proud of. Long San, I'll go help you pick a beast flame now. Your soul energy is terrifying, but your pill flame is trash. There's still a month until the preliminaries. During this time, you have to increase your strength as much as possible. People will be washed out during the preliminaries, warned Fang Chong as he brought Long Chen into the 6th floor. Haha, you've arrived. Chai Liehuo had already come ahead of them. The Chai family was in charge of this place, so he had come in advance to make things more convenient for Long Chen. Come, I'll bring you to our beast flame repository. They followed Chai Liehuo down a long passageway. At the end, there was an iron gate. This gate had to be over 3 meters thick, and it required a special mechanism to open. Passing through 3 such gates, a terrifying heat suddenly attacked them. A large room appeared in front of them. The room had been made of steel. There were niches in the walls, with each having a bottle in it. Each bottle contained a beast flame. Wow, there are so many beast flames. Long Chen jumped in shock. There were hundreds of bottles here, each sealing a kind of beast flame. Hehe, this is our Pill Tower's beast flame repository. All of these are ranked in the top 100 of the beast flame rankings. Other than the top 3 beast flames, we should have every single one. We even have multiples, said Chai Liehuo. Long Chen's arm suddenly heated up. He hastily grabbed that arm. Huo Long had almost flown out. It was like a magical beast that had been starving for countless years and now finally saw meat. It wanted to swallow all of it in one gulp. Huo Long, endure it for now. Now isn't the time. I promise you, if you're patient, these will quickly be yours, Long Chen comforted it. He knew that Huo Long needed energy to grow. But the amount of energy Long Chen was able to offer it was limited. The most important thing was that he needed to cultivate. How did he have that much time to feed it? That had made Huo Long starve this entire time, so seeing this many beast flames, it immediately became agitated. It was a good thing Huo Long listened to him and endured it. That made Long Chen sigh with relief. Long San, you can pick any beast flame here. But let me warn you that while the more powerful the beast flame, the more efficient your alchemy will be, a stronger beast flame requires a longer time to suppress. If you choose the blazing python scale flame, you have to be prepared. If you aren't able to suppress it within a month, you might end up being washed out during the preliminaries, warned Chai Liehuo. Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong both used the blazing python scale flame. It was ranked 4th on the beast flame rankings, and it was extremely powerful. Although it was 1 rank lower than Long Chen's violet phoenix sparrow flame, it was still extremely powerful. Long Chen didn't dare reveal the violet phoenix sparrow flame, as that would expose his identity. Using the blazing python scale flame would be much more convenient. As for suppressing it, that was just a joke. With an earth flame present, how could it not be suppressed? I'll choose the blazing python scale flame. Don't worry, with my powerful soul energy, I should be able to suppress it quickly, said Long Chen confidently. As he said this, Long Chen went to grab the blazing python scale flame's bottle. There was only 1 bottle of it left. Wait a moment, suddenly, a cold shout rang out. A group of people rushed into the repository. Long Chen saw that it was actually Huo Wufang leading 3 others. But Long Chen acted as if he hadn't heard him, and he directly picked up the bottle. What kind of joke was that? The things that he settled on were his. Put down the blazing python scale flame. I already reserved it yesterday, raged Huo Wufang. You reserved it? How come I didn't know about that? Said Chai Liehuo. Huo Wufang suddenly took out a piece of paper. Yesterday, I applied to have it, and today I came to get it. What? Do you dare abuse your public position? Fang Chang's expression changed slightly. Now it was troublesome. If Huo Wufang had reserved it, then this blazing python scale flame would have to be given to him. That was one of the rules of the Pill Tower. Once a disciple managed to reach certain standards, they could make applications to the Pill Tower to ask for certain beast flames. It was most definitely Duan Tianchao. Huo Wufang was trying to get it for her. With her 9th tier Earth class soul energy, she truly could apply for the blazing python scale flame. The date really does say yesterday. However, I'm very sorry, but I can't give the blazing python scale flame to you, said Chai Liehuo. You dare? If you don't give it to me, I'll immediately report you. Do you dare break the Pill Tower's rules? Sneered Huo Wufang. Go ahead and report me. But let me tell you, it won't have any use. 3 days ago, there was already an application for this blazing python scale flame. So unfortunately, you're still too late. Isn't that right, Fang Chong? Chai Liehuo winked to Fang Chong. His meaning could not be more obvious. Fang Chong suddenly recalled the truth, and said, that's right, that's right. I reserved it 3 days ago. So sorry, hehe. I don't believe you. Bring out your application, raged Huo Wafang. The application is with my family. I forgot to bring it. I can show you the application later. Chai Liehuo smiled. Huo Wafang was enraged. Chai Liehuo was definitely doing this intentionally. But it was their Chai family that had this authority. All Chai Liehuo had to do was make up an application and put the date as 3 days ago. Thinking of that, Huo Wafang's face turned green with rage. But he was also powerless. Fine, just wait. Tianchao, Kaifeng, you guys pick out a beast flame. Huo Wafang could only let his people pick out a weaker beast flame. When Huo Wafang left with an ugly expression, Long Chen's group of 3 looked at each other and laughed. That was especially true of Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo. It had been a long time since they had been this happy. Long San, we'll protect you. You can refine the blazing python scale flame here. Long Chen nodded and directly took out the beast flame. He began to refine it. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were shocked. The wild and berserk blazing python scale flame seemed like an obedient rabbit. It simply allowed itself to be absorbed by Long Chen without the slightest resistance. They weren't aware that Long Chen had an earth flame. In front of an earth flame, beast flames were like ants in front of a dragon. They wouldn't dare to resist. Long Chen had originally been planning on refining the blazing python scale flame and then feeding the violet phoenix sparrow flame to Huo Long. But suddenly he had a thought. He wondered if it was possible for him to keep both beast flames. As a result, Long Chen was shocked to see that with Huo Long's suppression, the 2 beast flames didn't dare struggle. They didn't dare to fight with or devour the other. Haha, Huo Long, congratulations. In the future, there will be 2 chickens laying eggs for you, laughed Long Chen inside. Although instantly devouring a beast flame would be extremely beneficial to Huo Long, in the long view, killing the chicken to get its eggs was not worth it. Long Chen had Huo Long lightly suppress the 2 beast flames. The 2 of them were shivering in terror. Then under Long Chen's guidance, they began to release some of their energy to Huo Long. Their lost power was immediately recovered with Long Chen's spiritual yuan. Long Chen was delighted to see this. In the future, he could have Huo Long look after them and get a constant stream of food for itself. Long Chen gently breathed out and opened his eyes. A scarlet flame appeared in his hand. The ripples coming from the flame looked like scales. That's too exaggerated, isn't it? Cried Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong. Chapter 663 Raising Beast Flames. Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong couldn't believe their eyes. You refined it in just an incense stick's worth of time. Are you joking? Maybe it's just that my spiritual strength is strong enough. Long Chen laughed and extended his hand. The red flame began to agilely jump on his fingertips. It wasn't the slightest bit sluggish. The 2 of them were flabbergasted. Monster. You're definitely a monster, concluded the 2 of them at the same time. Hehe, I have an urge to immediately go give a blow to that idiot Huo Wafang now. Even after obtaining the beast flame, Long Chen didn't forget to express his position. That was to avoid them getting jealous. After all, they were all alchemists. The power he had displayed was a bit more than he should have, and it could provoke the 2 of them. After all, everyone had their own pride. Such an impact would cause anyone to be uncomfortable. Hearing this, Fang Chong nodded. Long Chen was part of his camp. The stronger he was, the more beneficial it would be for him. Big bros, I have a small request, said Long Chen with embarrassment. As brothers, there's no need to be courteous. What do you need? Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo patted themselves on the chest confidently. I suddenly realized that it's extremely easy for me to control the blazing python scale flame. I was thinking of how I could upgrade its power. That way I'll be able to refine even better pills, said Long Chen. Upgrade? How can you upgrade it? The 2 of them didn't understand. I want to let the blazing python scale flame devour a few other beast flames to make it stronger. Is that alright? Asked Long Chen. It's alright, but the main question is whether or not that will work. I've never heard of beast flames being able to merge, said Chai Liehuo. Can I try it? If you want. In any case, in this place, my Chai family's word is law. These beast flames don't count as overly precious. I can just write down that they were used up and report it. Go ahead, said Chai Liehuo. His eyes had truly been opened to the world. He wanted to see just what level of monster this Long San was. I'll first try devouring the 7th and 9th ranking flames. Long Chen didn't stand on courtesy. He directly grabbed the two flames and began to refine them at the same time. Chai Liehuo and Fang Cheng's faces twitched, but they didn't stop him. Finally, when Long Chen had refined the 17th flame and reached out for an 18th, Chai Liehuo couldn't help but say, "Brother Long San, can you leave a few? If you take too many, your big bro won't be able to give an explanation." 17 beast flames, all of which were ranked near the top, had been consumed by Long Chen in just a few breaths. The two of them were completely dumbfounded, their hearts pounding madly. The Chai family was in charge of this. However, if the loss was too big, it would be easily discovered. By then it would be troublesome. That was why he had to stop. Suddenly, a flame appeared in Long Chen's hand. The red flame contained a faint violet tint. Its terrifying heat caused their expressions to change. What kind of flame is this? A mutation? They didn't know that this was a flame Long Chen had created by merging the blazing python scale flame and the violet phoenix sparrow flame. Such a flame was something no one else had ever seen. However, this flame could only be used to intimidate others. Its true power wasn't even as high as the violet phoenix sparrow flame. But its power was definitely much greater than just the blazing python scale flame. Long Chen had done this to show them that he had succeeded. He truly had succeeded. He had swindled 17 beast flames at the same time. Adding on the blazing python scale flame and the violet phoenix sparrow flame, he had a total of 19 beast flames now. The 19 beast flames were like hens locked in a cage. Under Huo Long's tyrannical abuse, they did their best to lay eggs. For it, they devoured Long Chen's spiritual yuan crazily in order to make up for the loss. In an instant, Huo Long had become a farmer. It had 19 beast flames producing crops as fast as they could. It was extremely satisfied, as it now had flames to consume at any moment. As for Long Chen, having advanced to the Shantian realm, his spiritual yuan was as vast as a sea. They could absorb his spiritual yuan as much as they pleased. This way, Long Chen didn't have to spend his time raising Huo Long. Huo Long could graze as much as it pleased. "Long San, you really are a monster," said Chai Liehuo. "Big bros, I also need some high-tier pill formulas. I've only ever refined low-tier pills, and I've never come into contact with higher-tier pill formulas. To tell the truth, I don't even know many techniques for refining high-tier pills. Can you lend me some alchemy arts?" asked Long Chen. "Lend you some? Please, we don't need to do that. I can bring you to the secret tome pavilion. As long as you don't bring out the tomes inside, you can browse the tomes as you please. There are all kinds of alchemy arts and experiences recorded by seniors, etc." Upon hearing that Long Chen would no longer consume any more beast flames, Chai Liehuo was rejuvenated. He directly brought Long Chen to the secret tome pavilion. There were huge bookshelves filled with alchemy arts. Long Chen went wild with delight and began to study them. Seeing Long Chen was like an obsessed pill maniac, Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong didn't disturb him. They left, waiting for the time when Long Chen would leave. Once the two of them had left, Long Chen tossed aside the alchemy tomes he had picked up. How could anyone write down such trash principles? There were 3 kinds of tomes here. One kind contained alchemy arts that the seniors had written down. The other kind contained pill formulas. They were all high-tier pill formulas. But they weren't truly peerless formulas, and Long Chen wasn't interested in them. He was most interested in the flame attribute battle skill section. Long Chen had his pill god memories, but they were incomplete. Other than alchemy, there was nothing else. So Long Chen might be a powerful alchemist, but he had come into contact with very few pill flame battle skills. He might have an incomparably terrifying pill flame, but he could only use it in the most superficial way when fighting. Even Long Chen had to blush in shame. Flame cloud wings, pill flame transforming into wings, allowing you to soar into the sky. Damn, this isn't a battle skill, but a magical art. I have to learn it. Long Chen went crazy with delight. He had found a magical art secret tome. Ordinary battle skills and cultivation techniques were split into heaven, earth, and mortal classes. But these 3 classes referred only to Shantian experts and below. Shantian experts and above could use their energy to control the energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into all kinds of runes that could release mountain-toppling power. Such attacks had broken through the limit of battle skills and were called magical arts. Magical arts were not split into higher-low grades. There was no system to measure that. Their power depended mainly on whether the user could control it properly. At the Shantian realm, People fought by using their energy to control heaven and earth's energy. That allowed them to release an even more terrifying power. Magical arts were what allowed them to control that energy. If you wanted to control more energy, it would depend on your abilities. With this, then even without advancing to see expansion, I could still fly through the sky. Ha ha ha, summoning a pair of flame wings when I fight would definitely be amazing. Long Chen's smile threatened to split his face. Coming to the Pill Tower had definitely been worth it. Originally, his goal had been to get the ingredients to condense the Enlightenment Palace star. But currently, he had only just gotten familiar with Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo. He couldn't just directly charge into the medicinal ingredient storeroom. He didn't have a suitable reason for that yet. However, everything was still going very smoothly. Not only had he obtained a mass of beast flames, but he could also cultivate in flame attribute magical arts. That almost made flowers bloom in Long Chen's heart. Suddenly, Long Chen rushed back to his original position, acting as if he hadn't moved. He was still completely focused on studying the alchemy arts in the tomes. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo walked back in. Long San, how about you stay here? We still have matters to attend to. But Long Chen was like a statue. It seemed he hadn't even heard him. The two of them looked at each other and just left. This Long San is not just a monster, he's also so hardworking. He'll definitely have amazing accomplishments in the future. Most importantly, he's someone who cares about relationships and gratitude. For just a minor favor, he even dared to make enemies of the Huo family. We really did pick up a treasure, said Fang Chong. They left Long Chen in the secret tome pavilion, ordering others to stand guard outside. If Long Chen came out, they were to bring him to Fang Chang's residence. They still had many others who they needed to make good relationships with, and they also had to report certain things to their families. They were busy and couldn't just accompany Long Chen. You're the one who picked up the treasure. TCH, I can't even describe how jealous I am, said Chai Liehuo. TCH, what do you need to be jealous of? With our talent, 7th tier Earth class soul energy, there's no way for us to get into Pill Valley. The only thing we need to do is to use Long San to get rid of the arrogant Huo family. They refused to just carry out their marketing duties and have stretched their hands toward our territories. If we still don't counterattack, we might be destroyed. But now that Long San has come, if he can take the first place in the Pill Emperor competition, the glory will be our two families. Once he enters Pill Valley, we can work together with him. Then wouldn't eradicating the Huo family be a simple matter? Why are we suppressed by the Huo family? Isn't it just because they have people in Pill Valley? But if Long San also joins Pill Valley, we can expose all the shameful acts the Huo family has done. At that time, wouldn't the Pill Tower be our two families? TCH, at that time, who will dare say screw Chai Liehuo and damn Fang Chong? If I didn't break their head and stuff the pieces into their ass, I wouldn't be Fang Chong, raged Fang Chong. Ah, that's enough. Don't say those words again. Just mentioning it makes me angry. This Long San really is not bad. He's dependable and trustworthy. We'll definitely make back 100 times what we invest in him, said Chai Liehuo. TCH, those Huo family bastards. They swindled so much money these years, but they refused to give us a single copper. Didn't you notice? Whether it was replacing his skeleton to get rid of his poison or that Earth Dragon Golden Blaze, both are so expensive that we would have to sell everything we own to do the same as them. But they were able to do it, and they seem fine. Fuck, and they're even looking down on us for the preliminaries. They sell the medicinal pills we work so hard to refine and then look down on us. Fuck them, raged Fang Chong. Calm down, I'm mad too, but there's no way around that. Let's go back and properly work out a strategy. Let's see if we can use the blade. Called Long San to stab the Huo family to death. Time passed quickly. Long Chen was studying the flame magical arts as fast as he could when Fang Cheng's voice interrupted him. Long San, come out. The preliminaries are about to start. Chapter 664 Shameless Old Thing. It's already been a month. Long Chen was surprised. The time had passed too quickly. He had only comprehended a dozen flame magical arts. But that kind of speed would cause chaos if the outside world learned of it. Magical arts were not ordinary battle skills. They required profound comprehension skills to use. Furthermore, they were still very dangerous to use. If you were unable to control it well enough, you would end up injured by your own attack. Although it was said that magical arts were for Shantian experts and above, it was better to say that they were for sea expansion experts and above. Most Shantian experts did not dare to use them. Only once they reached the sea expansion realm would they have high enough comprehension of heaven and earth, and only then would they dare to use them. Furthermore, even sea expansion experts had to be careful with magical arts. The slightest mistake would cause a backlash. That was the heartlessness of the heavenly Taos. They could bestow you with great strength, or they could exterminate you. Different from battle skills, the majority of magical arts were released outside the body. Back in the Chaos region, those corrupt sea expansion experts had released an immense black hand to attack him. That had been a magical art. It had used their energy to control natural energy, and it was exceedingly powerful. Long Chen had been completely submerged within the profundities of these flame magical arts. He was like a drunkard who could not escape from his infatuation. His control over his pill flame could be said to be unrivaled. Therefore, these incomparably profound magical arts weren't difficult for him to learn. But he still needed some time to understand them, and they were so profound that he found himself completely absorbed. Long San, you really are a pill fanatic. There are only 5 more days until the preliminaries, but you're working so hard that you forgot to sleep or eat, said Fang Chong. After leaving Long Chen here, he hadn't heard any further news of him. He had come over a few times, only to see Long Chen staring at a tome in his hands, completely absorbed. In truth, Long Chen was only acting that way for him. Once he left, Long Chen would immediately switch to studying magical arts. Sorry, laughed Long Chen. There's nothing to be sorry about. With your work ethic and talent, if you don't have any accomplishments in the future, it really would be a defiance of natural order. But the preliminaries are soon, so you shouldn't keep studying here. You should refine some pills to get yourself into a refining state. Let's go, I'll get you a good pill furnace. Fang Chong brought Long Chen to a storeroom and had him pick a pill furnace. These pill furnaces were all quality goods. But the 5th-tier pill furnaces were clearly not as good as the one he had. After all, Huo Wafang only used the best of the best. In the end, Long Chen picked a furnace that looked comparatively thicker. He liked ones that looked more sturdy. After that, he returned to his residence. Fang Chong had him refine a furnace of pills in front of him. Long Chen knew that was because he was worried he wouldn't be able to control his new pill flame, which would make him fail in the preliminaries. To refine a 5th-tier pill, Long Chen not only could do it with his eyes closed, but he could even refine it with his feet. It was too easy, but there was one thing that was true: using the blazing python scale flame did cause some flaws. After all, it was his first time using it. Then adding on Long Chen's intentional mistakes, he only refined a single 3-ring pill. Seeing that 3-ring pill, Fang Chong sighed with relief, and he gave Long Chen a thumbs up. He had to admit that Long Chen was a genius amongst geniuses. He saw that Long Chen wasn't used to the blazing python scale flame. There were some flaws when the flame's temperature changed, but Long Chen could use his powerful soul energy to minimize those flaws. Furthermore, Long Chen said this was his first time using it to refine pills. If he wasn't familiar with him, he would think he was lying. When using a beast flame for the first time, it was all too common to fail several refinements. The fact that Long Chen could succeed his first time, and even refine a 3-ring pill, was already amazing. Long San, I won't disturb you these days. Familiarize yourself with your beast flame by refining pills. As long as you can refine a 3-ring pill in the preliminaries, you'll definitely pass, said Fang Chong before leaving. Once he left, Long Chen used the rest of the medicinal ingredients to refine a few pills. After familiarizing himself with the blazing python scale flame, he didn't waste any more time. He looked at the leftover medicinal ingredients. Just now, he had tactfully told Fang Chong that while he was familiar with the 5th-tier pill formulas, he hadn't refined them. He wanted to enter the storehouse and pick out some medicinal ingredients. Of course, the truth was that he wanted to look for the Enlightenment Palace pills ingredients. But Fang Chong was too nice, and he directly gave him a pile of 5th-tier pill formulas and a spatial ring of their ingredients. Furthermore, he said the preliminaries weren't difficult according to the past years. So the matter of going to the storehouse could only wait until after the preliminaries. Long Chen saw that Fang Chong trusted him completely, which moved him. In truth, there were many holes in his identity as Long San, and there were many questions that could be asked about his alchemy arts. How could a pill master who lived in some random mountains have taught him his alchemy? Long Chen had already thought of many ways to explain all this. But Fang Chong hadn't even asked those questions of him. It was clear that he trusted his own eyes. Whether it was because he trusted that he hadn't misjudged him, or whether he was confident in the pill tower's strength and that no one could trick them, Long Chen still owed him a debt. Fine, because of your trust, I'll help you get rid of the Huo family. Wasn't that my original goal all along? Is this being a bit too shameless? Long Chen felt a bit guilty, but then thinking of how the three families were like water and fire, this could count as a collaboration. His guilt about tricking them also vanished. The main thing was to help them exterminate the Huo family. 5 days passed. The location of the preliminaries was the same as the opening round. But there was a large platform that was filled with seated people. These people were the experts from the Huo, Fang, and Chai families. They had come as guests of honor. After all, they were the masters of the Pill Tower. But for fairness, they were not in charge of the Pill Emperor competition. These guests of honor were the core of the three families. Even the three families' heads had come. The Huo family's head was a square-faced elder with thick, sword-shaped eyebrows. He appeared quite imposing. His name was Huo Changshang. He was also Huo Wufang's great-grandfather. His cultivation base was at the peak of sea expansion, and he was also a pill ancestor. It was said that he could refine 7th-tier medicinal pills, but because he couldn't refine ring 7th-tier pills, he couldn't be called a venerate. Pill apprentice, pill adept, pill master, pill king, pill emperor, pill ancestor, pill venerate, pill saint, pill god. These alchemist ranks corresponded to 1 to 9th tier pills. The ranks were extremely clear. These alchemist tiers didn't necessarily have a relation to cultivation base. Cultivation base was just an assistance. A sea expansion alchemist would still forever be a pill master if they were only able to refine 3rd tier pills. However, such people would have long since given up their alchemist status to become martial artists, or it would be too embarrassing. There was a lean elder beside Huo Changshang. He was also a late sea expansion expert. This was the Fang family's head, Fang Mingyuan. And beside Fang Mingyuan was a bald elder, the Chai family's head, Chai Gaoyang, who was also a sea expansion expert. In the previous Pill Emperor competitions, my Huo family always took up 7 or 8 of the top 10 spots, while the top 3 were always ours. Hehe, how boring. We can't even find an opponent. In this world, the strong are respected, while the weak have to retreat. That is an irresistible trend that can't be reversed. What do you two think about that principle? Asked Huo Changshang. Currently, the Fang, Chai, and Huo families' struggles had already become open ones. They were already used to saying such hostile words. Hehe, the heavenly Taos are hard to fathom. It's impossible to say that any trend is irresistible. In fact, speaking of which, it seems Huo Tianshang hasn't appeared in the past few days. It couldn't be that he was cut down in his prime, said Chai Gaoyang, his eyes locked onto Huo Changshang. This Huo Tianshang was Huo Wufang's father and one of the experts of the Huo family. Whether it was in terms of cultivation base or alchemy, he was one of their top people. HMPH, don't concern yourself. Tianshang is fine, said Huo Changshang. But his words were clearly a bit unnatural. How could that possibly escape the other two family heads' eyes? Chai Gaoyang said, I heard more trouble has come for your Huo family. It seems the Xuantian Dao sect came to see you. I wonder whether they were sending you a gift, or whether they were asking about any bribes you might have done. Huo Changsheng's expression sank. Chai Gaoyang, there was no such thing. Don't spread your lies for others to hear. Haha, it was just a joke. Brother Changsheng, don't get angry. Chai Gaoyang glanced at Fang Mingyuan. They had both seen through some clues about the Huo family's current problems. They were already old opponents, and there was no way to keep things completely secret. It was still possible to see clues. That was especially true considering that the matter with the Chaos region had completely blown up. Later, the Xuantian Dao sect had come to find them. It would be strange if no one saw the connection. Furthermore, a few days before that, the Huo family had suddenly sealed themselves off for a while. While nothing was certain, it seemed something had happened with Huo Tianshang. That had made Chai Gaoyang probe Huo Changsheng, and this probing really did give results. Although there was no way to determine the exact truth, they knew that the Huo family's interior was not as calm as it appeared. That was enough. Just at this moment, a clamor erupted from the crowd. The alchemists participating in the Pill Emperor competition had arrived. Long Chen slowly walked to his stage. Raising his head, he saw Fang Mingyuan and the others. Fang Chong had told Long Chen about Fang Mingyuan. Seeing Long Chen look at him, Fang Mingyuan nodded slightly to him, expressing his encouragement. Just at this moment, the icy and stern tower administrator also walked in. Long Chen bowed slightly toward Fang Mingyuan's nod. After all, this was a senior who was in the same generation as Fang Cheng's grandfather. He couldn't be too arrogant toward him. Long Chen then glanced at Huo Changsheng. Huo Changsheng was also looking at him, and he smiled. But this smile was full of disdain. Seeing that enraged Long Chen, and he suddenly pointed at him, shouting, "Tower Administrator, I wish to report that there is a shameless old man wanting to prostitute himself to me. He's trying to affect my performance during the competition." Chapter 665 Deliberately Clumsy. The entire crowd became silent. They followed Long Chen's gaze to see Huo Changsheng, whose face was still locked in a stiff sneer. Everyone was dumbfounded. This Long San was a bit too crazy, wasn't he? He actually dared provoke the Huo family's head. Did he not want his life anymore? Even Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyong were stunned. But then seeing Huo Changsheng's dark expression, they felt incredibly refreshed. At the same time, they admired this little fellow's devotion. He had clearly insulted Huo Changsheng to express his position. This was equivalent to throwing his life in the ring as well. If he wanted to live, he would have to rely on the Fang family's protection. This was a brilliant move by Long Chen that immediately won him the trust of the Fang family. "Brat, you want to die?" Killing intent surged out of Huo Changsheng. When would he have ever suffered such an insult? It's forbidden to scream and shout in the arena. But he's intentionally trying to disturb me. "That's not fair," cried Long Chen. "Those who participate in this competition must comply with the Pill Tower's rules. As long as the people outside don't curse and shout at you, anything is permitted. If you don't even have that level of calm, how do you expect to become a powerful alchemist? You are Long San. Since you come from an uncivilized land and don't understand the rules, I'll only give you a warning this time. Next time, I'll immediately expel you," said the tower administrator. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo's hands were already covered in a layer of cold sweat. Only once they saw that the tower administrator wouldn't expel him did they relax. But the fact that Long Chen dared to brazenly insult Huo Changsheng like this made them admire Long San's guts, as well as his loyalty toward the Fang family. Long Chen laughed inside. This was what he had expected. The tower administrator was merely in charge of proctoring the competition. He didn't care about anything else, nor did he have to give face to anyone. As a result, a minor infraction on his part only constituted a warning despite what he had done. Although that had been a bit dangerous, this one insult had won him the Fang and Chai family's absolute trust. So that gamble had definitely been worth it. "I can't shout, all right." Suddenly, in front of everyone, Long Chen raised his fist toward Huo Changsheng. There was one tall middle finger raised. Despite being their family heads and having prestigious statuses, Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyong couldn't help but laugh. Huo Changsheng's hair stood on end from fury, killing intent gushing out of him. But he didn't dare say anything. If he said anything directly to Long San, he would be rebuked by the tower administrator, and that would be even more embarrassing. Even in Pill Valley, the staff that was in charge of the various lands competitions were powerful members. Even the Huo family was unable to do anything to them. The tower administrator was completely impartial. So despite the fact that the Huo family was unrivaled in the Pill Tower and even had connections in Pill Valley, he didn't dare offend this tower administrator whose cultivation base was even lower than his own. He could only swallow his anger. But Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyong's laughter was even harder to bear than Long Chen's insulting posture. A little person will only enjoy success for a moment. "We'll see who gets the last laugh," said Huo Changsheng icily. But the other two didn't reply. They simply smiled. That wordless counterattack made him even more furious. This is what is being tested. The tower administrator waved his hand, and Long Chen saw a large block of words appear on his stage. It was a pill formula. Blood-soul merging pill. Long Chen was slightly startled. This was a rather neglected kind of medicinal pill. It was normally used by soul cultivators to nourish their blood and calm their soul. It was a high-tier kind of soul-nourishing pill. Amongst fifth-tier pills, its refining difficulty was middling. Fang Chong had told him that the preliminaries in past years had tested low fifth-tier pills. Thinking of that, Long Chen intentionally made his expression a bit ugly, a trace of panic appearing in his eyes. What's with Long San? That blood-soul merging pill shouldn't be too difficult for him, said Chai Gaoyang. Perhaps there really is a problem. According to Fang Chong, this Long San grew up in some backwater mountains. There are many high-tier pill formulas that he has only seen, but hasn't personally refined. Fang Chong gave him many pill formulas in medicinal pills to practice, but those were all low 5th-tier pills that are easy to refine. It seems Long San hasn't refined this kind of pill, and there are very likely a few ingredients that he doesn't recognize, said Fang Mingyuan gravely. As an alchemist, if you wanted to refine a kind of pill, the first thing you needed was the formula. But then you also needed to know all the properties of the medicinal ingredients. You needed to know which ones you should refine first, and in what order you should refine them. If there was a problem with your sequence, then it would be troublesome. Furthermore, each medicinal ingredient's properties were different, and they required different levels of heat to refine. If you didn't know those things, you would be like a blind person groping in the dark. Ah, inexperienced people really aren't so dependable. That child, Fang Chong, is still lacking, sighed Fang Mingyuan. If Fang Chong knew that Long San had such flaws, he should have alerted the family. They would have sent people to help him. Now it was troublesome. On their stage, Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo also saw Long San's expression, and they immediately understood what was happening. They couldn't help feeling worried. But being worried now didn't have any use. This was not the opening round. They couldn't talk, and so they could only hope for Long San to be lucky. The tower administrator icily shouted, "The content of this test is the blood-soul merging pill. Each person has 3 sets of medicinal ingredients, and you have 6 hours to refine it. As long as you can refine a 3-ring blood-soul merging pill, you'll pass. Those who aren't able to achieve that will be directly eliminated. Time starts now." All the participants hastily began to warm up their furnaces in refining pills. The blood-soul merging pill was not a small challenge. There was a high chance of failure when refining this pill. Furthermore, there were countless spectators and even alchemy seniors watching. That gave them a great deal of pressure. It was lucky that they had already practiced refining here during the preliminaries. Otherwise, the odds of failure would have been even higher. In truth, this blood-soul merging pill was nothing to Long Chen. But he had to act. He carefully examined several medicinal ingredients as if he had never seen them, trying to appraise their properties. Then he began to refine them into powders one by one. Furthermore, he had to act as if he wasn't very familiar with this process. That was a bit difficult on him. But he was quite the professional. Each detail, each mistake he made, played out an extremely meticulous scene, enough to prove he was a novice. "Ha ha ha, this Long San is the genius you pulled over. Ha ha ha." Now it was Huo Changsheng's turn to sneer. Long San didn't even recognize some of the main ingredients in the blood-soul merging pill. He was a complete amateur who didn't possess any foundation in alchemy. Just as Long Chen was hastily refining the ingredients, the faster ones had already sealed their cauldrons. Bang! Suddenly, one of the alchemists became vexed. A slight error had caused the contents of his pill furnace to turn to ashes. He hastily calmed himself and began to refine anew. This kind of mistake shouldn't have occurred, but he was too used to refining in a private room. Now that it had changed to this chaotic environment, it was difficult for him to completely focus. As expected, following the first person's failure, 2 people immediately followed. If it wasn't that their pill flame had spiked in temperature, it was that their spiritual strength had faded for a moment, causing the pill to congeal. Pill congealment referred to when the medicinal ingredients had been refined into liquid, but a sudden weakening in the flame caused them to congeal before it was the right time. The liquid would freeze, and then there was no way to continue refining it. Before the pill condensed, all the ingredients, essence had to be maintained in liquid form. Only at the final pill condensement would you increase the flame and the amount of spiritual strength, forcing out the moisture to condense it into a pill. Suddenly, a dense medicinal fragrance filled the arena. Heavens, it's Huo Wafang. He already condensed the pill. Startled cries came from the spectators. It was forbidden to talk within the arena, but that wasn't referring to them. They all hastily looked towards Huo Wafang's furnace. Huo Wafang pridefully opened his furnace lid. 9 pills shone with a brilliant light. There's a 6-ring pill. As expected of Huo Wafang. He's the top alchemy genius of the Huo family in the past 1,000 years. The blood-soul merging pill was already hard enough to refine. When adding in this noisy environment, refining it so quickly was truly admirable. It had only been an hour. One reason he could do it so quickly was because of his beast flame. After all, it was the Earth Dragon Golden Blaze, ranked first on the beast flame rankings. The other reason was that Huo Wufang's alchemy arts and mental quality were truly excellent. Huo Changsheng looked at Huo Wufang with pride. Paying a huge price to save him had been entirely worth it. Suddenly, another light shone. A flame appeared in Long Chen's furnace. But this caused everyone to be stunned. This idiot, he's actually merging the smoke grass with the fire dragon root first. Does he even know alchemy? Insults rang out. These two powders couldn't be directly merged. Long Chen failed several times before stopping. He just watched others refine. Good, he's getting smarter. Fang Mingyuan smiled. Rather than groping around on his own, it was better to watch other people's refining process. The pill formula that everyone had been given was just a general outline. It didn't go into detail, and if you didn't understand the medicinal properties, there was no way for you to refine it. HMPH, getting smart now is too late. There's only an hour left, sneered Huo Changsheng. Only then did Chai Gaoyong look at the hourglass. There was not much sand remaining. Long Chen looked at the hourglass and felt that it was about time. He began to throw in powders into his furnace. Even at this time, he still wants to show off. Chapter 666 Spiritual Pill Upgrade Art. Long Chen was doing the same thing as last time. He threw in all his medicinal powers at once. Did he think this was the same thing as last time? Last time, he had only had 7 medicinal powders. But now he was refining a 5th-tier pill. There were over 100 ingredients. HMPH, does this idiot think this is still a 2nd-tier pill? He has no choice but to be this stupid. There's not enough time, he can only risk it all. Oh, Brother Guangyuan, don't you also like to evaluate people? Why aren't you saying anything today? The person called Brother Guangyuan shook his head. I don't feel like it. My face hurts. Last time Long Chen had refined the pills, he had been the one to criticize him the most. As a result, he had been the one to receive the most resounding slap. 107 medicinal powders entered Long Chen's pill furnace, along with his vast spiritual strength. His spiritual strength kept the powders separated. Although they grew hotter within the furnace, they didn't begin to merge yet. If he merged them now, this wouldn't be refining pills but simply creating a furnace of paste. But seeing Long Chen was keeping all the ingredients separated from each other, every alchemist here was startled. Even the tower administrator's expression changed. The tower administrator and the 3 family heads were also able to do this. But just how old was Long San? He was a fraction of their age, but he already possessed such terrifying spiritual strength. This Long San really is a marvel. It's just regretful he wasn't raised by us from a young age. Then his accomplishments would be so high that we could only look up to him, sighed Fang Mingyuan. Such a brilliant pearl had been lost in the mountains for so many years. If he failed this time, it really would be regretful. After all, this competition only occurred once a century, and if he missed this chance, he would have no destiny with the Pill Emperor competition ever again. Damn, Long San has merged the yuxin grass with the small foul flower. That will greatly reduce the pill's quality. Fang Mingyuan's expression suddenly changed. Although Long San would still be able to refine the pill, this would cause the quality to drop. Let alone 3 rings, even 1 ring would be difficult. Chai Gaoyong and Fang Mingyuan were both bitter. They blamed themselves for not paying enough attention to Long San and not treating the opening round as anything important. This one mistake had caused a complete failure. Currently, everyone else had already finished refining. 90% of the people had succeeded. There were also some who weren't mentally strong enough to refine in such an environment and failed to meet the specifications. There's still half an incense stick's worth of time. Do you think Long San will make it? Either way, I'm completely convinced. Even if he fails, just this terrifying spiritual strength is something I could never hope to achieve. It's too abnormal. In the face of Long Chen's spiritual strength, countless people had to admit defeat. There's no if about it. He'll definitely be eliminated. The merger of the yuxin grass and small foul flower ensured that he would fail. He doesn't even recognize the medicinal ingredients, he deserves to fail. What's the point of just showing off? There were also people who felt intense jealousy. Fuck off. If you had such terrifying soul energy, you could also show off. But if you don't have that ability, then don't randomly crap all over the place. Exactly. You don't have any ability, and you don't want to see anyone with more skill than you. Just, how dark is your heart? In your entire life, you'll only be able to be a weak pill king, sneered someone upon seeing his identity badge. That person was enraged, but there were so many people against him. Furthermore, they were pill emperors, and he had no choice but to slip away. He had no choice but to slip away, as he was worried others would remember him. If they made life hard on him in the future, he would be screwed. The pill fragrance has come out. A burst of fragrance came from Long Chen's furnace. That was what occurred when the moisture in the furnace was being forced out. But Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo weren't the slightest bit excited about that. Instead, they were sorrowful. Who would have expected the preliminaries would be so difficult this time? The medicinal ingredients and pill formulas Fang Chong had left for Long Chen had actually been useless. Long Chen sensed the medicinal energy in the furnace was about to take the form of a pill inside. Only now is the time to show off. For the Enlightenment Palace star, for the sake of refining the dragon blood, I even had to drag down my own face. Suddenly, Long Chen's spiritual strength gushed forth, forming a 30-meter whirlpool in the air above his furnace. What? Everyone let out startled cries. Even the tower administrator stood up. This is the spiritual pill upgrade art. He's actually able to use it. How vast is his spiritual strength? Fang Mingyuan was filled with shock. This spiritual pill upgrade art was something used when the pill was about to form. It could absorb the medicinal energy within the pill fragrance to increase the pill's quality. Essentially everyone present knew about this technique, but 99% of them had never used it. It wasn't that they didn't want to use it, but that they weren't able to. They didn't have enough soul energy. Of course, if a pill ancestor wanted to refine a 5th-tier pill, then with their powerful spiritual strength, they would be able to use this technique. But what pill ancestor would be so bored as to waste their precious spiritual strength to refine 5th-tier pills? Then they really would have something wrong with their heads. Pill ancestors refined 6th-tier pills, and that exhausted a great deal of spiritual strength. They didn't have enough left over to use this spiritual pill upgrade art. So this spiritual pill upgrade art was something everyone here knew how to use, but they would never use such a trash technique. The principles were very simple, but there was no practical value behind it. The fact that Long Chen knew how to use this technique wasn't shocking. It was that he had endless spiritual strength. Even the many ancient pill seniors present had never seen someone with such vast spiritual strength. Alchemists valued the quality of the spiritual strength more. In the registration, the only thing they tested was the quality. The amount of spiritual strength wasn't so important. As long as you had enough to refine a furnace of pills, it was enough. You could just rest and recover your spiritual strength before the next furnace. So no one cared about it. Well, it wasn't necessarily that they didn't care about it, but simply that no one had such vast spiritual strength. So Long Chen's usage of this technique deeply shook them. The huge whirlpool above Long Chen's pill furnace rapidly sucked in all the surrounding air. I get it, this little fellow really has some skill. Perhaps he can pass. Fang Mingyuan suddenly slapped his leg. Chai Gaoyong also nodded. Now that hundreds of people have refined the blood-soul merging pill, the medicinal fragrance in the air is extremely dense. This technique can absorb all that scattered medicinal energy for his pill. He might not be able to pass if it was just his own pill fragrance he was absorbing, but now, he really is brazen. Time's up, shouted the person in charge of watching the hourglass. At practically the same time, a loud explosion rang out. That sound was like heavenly music in the ears of the Fang and Chai families. Even with their calm, Chai Gaoyong and Fang Mingyuan's hearts jumped a couple of times. As for Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo, their hearts practically rose out of their chests. Long San was an alchemy genius. No, they couldn't use genius anymore. He had to be something beyond that. His alchemy potential was limitless. If he had studied here from a young age, the two of them would probably have been so stifled that they would want to kill themselves. Long Chen's expression was nervous as he slowly opened the lid. 9 medicinal pills lay inside his furnace. 8 of them were dark, but one shone with brilliant lines. There were 3 rings on it. Oh, I succeeded. Long Chen pumped his arm. But inside he cursed. This act had been too tiring. When using the spiritual pill upgrade art, he had poured all the medicinal energy into just one pill. Long Chen had essentially been watching as 3 rings appeared on the pill. If he had wanted to, he could have continued increasing the quality. He had clearly known the result, but he had still had to act so nervous, and then act like he was incomparably relieved and excited. Long Chen was starting to admire himself more and more. He really was becoming more and more shameless. Ha ha ha, success. Now that the preliminaries were over, Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo cheered and laughed. This sudden reversal made them go crazy with joy, and they had an urge to hug Long Chen and kiss him. The preliminaries are over. Those who passed, take your new badges so you can attend the elimination round. The tower administrator waved his hand, and there were people who immediately walked over, handing out badges. As for those who failed, they could only sadly leave. Little fellow, you really are not bad. The tower administrator actually praised Long Chen before leaving. Haha, Long San, let's go celebrate. Fang Chong pulled Long Chen directly out of the arena. Long Chen had made a perfect reversal, his radiance completely outshining Huo Wufang, who had refined a 6-ring pill and finished his refinement first. Huo Wufang's current expression was ugly, and he also brought his people away. Ha ha ha, Brother Chai, let's go celebrate with the children. Fang Mingyuan laughed and left with Chai Gaoyong. They didn't even give a glance at the gloomy Huo Changsheng. Long San, is it? Just wait, you're playing with fire. Chapter 667 Medicinal Ingredient Repository. The Fang Mansion was located in the city's west, but was still considered part of the city's core. From here, it was even possible to see the 7 Treasure Jewel Tower. Currently, there was a lively celebration going on within the Fang Mansion as the Fang family celebrated everyone smoothly passing the preliminaries. In truth, those that could be pulled into the Fang family's side were all elites amongst elites. This level of pill refining test was not difficult for them. The Chai family's people were also present. The two families' relations were good, and they decided to celebrate together. Even the two families' heads made a personal appearance that made the festivities livelier. Good job, Long San. Fang Mingyuan patted Long Chen's shoulder. This praise wasn't toward Long Chen's talent, but toward his display today. It was toward his character. In front of everyone, he had dared to insult Huo Changsheng, tying his life to the Fang family's survival, expressing his absolute loyalty. Currently, it was still unclear which family would be the final winner. The fact that he dared to do so was truly daring. You're too courteous. Brother Fang and Brother Chai have given me the kindness of their patronage. If it weren't for them, how could I have obtained the beast flame and passed this test? I might come from poor origins, but I've always believed that anyone human should know how to repay gratitude 1,000 times, said Long Chen. Long Chen didn't actually have any good feelings toward the Fang and Chai families. But Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were to his liking. Despite being noble disciples, they didn't give him a loathsome feeling like Huo Wufang. Most importantly, Long Chen felt guilty about using them. He didn't like that feeling, so he had to help them handle the Huo family. Well said, a person who gives you a drink when you're thirsty can't be forgotten. Nowadays, most people are filled with such treachery that they change sides like the changing of the wind. It's rare for someone to possess such a pure heart now. Come, accompany this old man for a drink. What shocked everyone was that Fang Mingyuan actually took the initiative to toast Long Chen. What level of honor was that? The alchemists that had sided with the Fang and Chai families all felt intense envy. But there was also no way around that. After finishing their drink, Fang Mingyuan said, Long San, there's no need to mention anything about your talent. I've never seen someone with such vast spiritual strength. But a good blade needs to be tempered. No matter how high your talent is, you still have to bitterly train to have accomplishments. Right now, your fatal weakness is that you haven't studied enough. You are lacking knowledge on many medicinal ingredients, making it difficult for you to use your vast spiritual strength. It was extremely dangerous today. So, starting today, I will send Fang Chong with you to the medicinal ingredient repository. You'll learn to identify various medicinal ingredients and gain experience with various pill formulas. There's still 1 month until the elimination round. The preliminaries are just a starting round in the rules. The elimination round is 10 times more difficult. So this 1 month's time is very crucial to you. If you pass the elimination round, you'll get another month until the finals. At that time, you'll be competing with Huo Wufang. This Pill Emperor competition isn't just a chance for the Fang, Chai, and Huo families to compete. It's also a chance for you to change your destiny. The top 10 will all be given special badges that will allow them to enter Pill Valley later. The top 10 are given bountiful rewards, and as for the top 3. Hee, according to previous years, the rewards were so amazing that even I am greedy for them, laughed Fang Mingyuan. Other than Long Chen, Everyone present desired to become Pill Valley disciples as soon as possible. Pill Valley was a holy land to alchemists. So Long San, treat this time importantly. I will lock you in the repository and have you lay down a solid foundation without rest. You don't have any problems with that, right? Asked Fang Mingyuan. No problems. Many thanks for your patronage. Long Chen was incomparably excited. That wasn't acting. Hadn't he acted so long before just for this opportunity? He could finally enter the medicinal ingredient repository. Long Chen could practically see the Enlightenment Palace pill before him. Seeing how happy Long Chen was, Fang Mingyuan nodded. Long San wasn't just loyal, he was also hardworking and clever. He knew this opportunity was a rare one. Long Chen's mood was now excellent, and he continuously raised his cup to Fang Chong, Chai Liehuo, and the others. When Fang Chong told the story about how he had met Long San, the two families' higher-ups cried tears of laughter. They had actually gotten along because of slapping the Huo family's people. Chai Liehuo drank a bit too much, and his tongue had loosened. He suddenly said, "TCH, who does the Huo family think they are? Aren't they just in charge of selling pills? Those despicable cheats, who knows how much profit they've swindled? Now they're getting more and more arrogant, actually stretching their hands toward my Chai and Fang family's territory. Fucking hell, they even want to expel us from the pill tower. Who do they think they are?" Hearing this stunned the higher-ups. Chai Gaoyong was just about to chide him, as saying such things in front of everyone would affect them negatively. But before he could, Long Chen suddenly said, "Exactly. From top to bottom, there's not a single good person in the Huo family. That Huo Changsheng even wanted to prostitute himself to me. TCH, but I don't have such tastes. Brother Chai, if you dare to face the Huo family, then I, Long San, will be the first to charge up. I'll destroy that group of bastards for you. Fuck, this time I'm going to go all out training. When the time comes, I'll take first place, and then once I'm in Pill Valley, we'll work together to exterminate them." "Haha, good brother, I knew you were the most courageous. Come, let's drink." Thump. Chai Liehuo had truly drunk too much. Furthermore, alchemists naturally had weaker constitutions. This wine was so strong that Chai Liehuo collapsed on the ground. Once everyone returned to their rooms to rest, Fang Mingyuan quietly asked Chai Gaoyong, "What do you think about this Long San? Is he dependable? When he speaks, his spiritual fluctuations match his words. There's no sign he's lying. He should have been speaking from his heart, so it seems he's very dependable," said Chai Gaoyong. "How regretful. If only we had encountered him a year ago. With just a year's training, then with his abnormal spiritual strength, he could definitely defeat Huo Wufang," sighed Fang Mingyuan. "The Huo family is slowly encroaching on us. There are already several traitors in our families. But although we know that, we're helpless. The Huo family has accumulated an immense amount of wealth, and they've made countless connections. If Huo Wufang takes the first place, then with Pill Valley's grooming, the two of our families really might be either forced out of the Pill Tower or exterminated. I've already made my preparations to make a final struggle, but this Long San has caused a change of plans. Let's keep watching. I really don't want to use our last resort. Hopefully, Long San can bring us a new opportunity," said Chai Gaoyong. "That would be good, but we also can't place all our hopes on him. We should also quicken the pace with the other matter. If Long San doesn't work out, we'll continue with our other plan. HMPH, they want us to scram. Then they'll have to pay a terrible price," said Fang Mingyuan. "Alright, then I'll order the entire repository to be open to Long San. He'll have full access to any medicinal ingredients and secret tomes. This is for the best because Long San has drawn all of the Huo family's attention. It's even more favorable for our plan." The next day, Long Chen had just gotten out of bed when a maiden brought him back to the 7 Treasure Jewel Tower. Long Chen's wish was finally achieved, and he entered the medicinal ingredient repository. Heavens, this is too spectacular. How did they do this? When he entered, Long Chen was stunned. This storage room was over 100 miles wide. How was this possible? The tower wasn't even that big. The medicinal ingredient repository is different from the other storage rooms. There's a formation here, one that increases the space. The principles aren't that different from a spatial ring, but it's much, much more complicated, explained the maiden. Spatial rings were only filled with static space. But this space was the same as the outside world. It was just that the outside world looked small, but the inside world was extremely vast. The medicinal ingredients here are organized from the first tier to the sixth tier. There are millions of kinds per tier. You don't need to waste your time with fourth tier ingredients and below. You just need to go through the region with the fifth and sixth tier ingredients. Of course, you technically only need to go through the fifth tier region. Learn to identify the ingredients, their uses, their properties, and their limitations. There's a detailed explanation in front of each ingredient. Furthermore, they are also split into common and rare ingredients. You should focus on the common ones, said the maiden. Long Chen was brought to the fifth tier region. He saw practically endless shelves filled with medicinal ingredients. Each medicinal ingredient had a label in front of it that was filled with detailed information. Even with Long Chen's calm, his heart was pounding. The pill tower was truly the pill tower. This level of ability was shocking. The few ingredients in Long Chen's primal chaos space paled in comparison to this place. He only had a few thousand kinds of ingredients, and that referred to all tiers. But here, they had millions of different ingredients per tier. Thank you, I'm going to start now. If you have anything to do, you should go do it. Long Chen smiled. All right, I'll wait outside the repository. If you have any questions, just directly come ask me. After saying that, the maiden left. Ha 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 ha, I've struck gold. Long Chen was laughing crazily inside. But he didn't display it too much. He noticed that he wasn't the only one in the repository. Others were perhaps taking out ingredients or in charge of replenishing them. Long Chen went directly to the rare section with ingredients that were parts of very neglected branches of alchemy and very rarely used. These precious medicinal ingredients were extremely difficult to gather in the outside world, or the Huayan sect would have long since managed to find them for Long Chen. Hehe, Enlightenment Palace Star, just wait for me. Chapter 668 Crazy Transplantation. Colored glass grass, my treasure. I've finally met you. Nice, Brilliance Leafwood, I'm sorry I made you wait this long. 9-leaf cricket pearl flower. It really is wonderful to see you. Every time he saw these new medicinal ingredients, babble would come out of Long Chen's mouth. These were ingredients used for the Enlightenment Palace pill, and it was almost impossible to buy them in the outside world. They keep track of the numbers of these ingredients. I have to think of a way. Got it. Long Chen directly threw the colored glass grass into the primal chaos space. The withered ingredient instantly recovered, and was filled with vitality. Long Chen directly tore off a piece of its roots and threw it into the soil. He then continued transplanting new ingredients. As for the original colored glass grass, he sucked out all its life energy and replaced it. All he needed was a single root for each ingredient. That one root was equivalent to countless ingredients. Continuing with this method, he crazily transplanted the precious ingredients. He prioritized the Enlightenment Palace pill's ingredients first. There's one missing. The Heavenly Star Dragon Saliva Grass. He had originally been lacking over 20 ingredients. Now he was only missing this one ingredient. The Heavenly Star Dragon Saliva Grass was one of the 3 most important ingredients for the pill. It was impossible to replace it with any other ingredient. Whatever, I can only slowly think of a way. First, let me transplant all these new plants. Long Chen began a large-scale plunder. There were some plants that he only needed to take a small portion of them to transplant. That small amount wouldn't affect the medicinal effect. But some were like the colored glass grass. If he took a portion of it, its medicinal effect would be crippled. So he had to bring them into the primal chaos space and then replace them. He had also learned from the pill tower. He marked off a region in the primal chaos space just for the 6th tier ingredients. He also made another section for the 5th tier ingredients. Now it wouldn't be so troublesome to find them in the future. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Long Chen had worked hard during this time, and now every ingredient here was also within his primal chaos space. Mr. Long San, what are you? The maiden hastily stood up when she saw him walk out. I've finished studying, said Long Chen. Of course he was done. He had taken what he should take, and he had taken what he shouldn't have taken. Now that there was nothing left to take, it was time to leave. But the family head said you should stay in seclusion until the elimination round, said the maiden. She wasn't able to oppose the family head's orders. I've already memorized all the 5th and 6th tier medicinal ingredients, effects, uses, and characters. Staying here would be a waste of time. I need to go practice refining, said Long Chen. How is that possible? There were over 1 million of just the common ingredients. It's impossible. Long Chen's expression sank. My matters aren't something you need to question, nor do I need to explain myself to you. If you're afraid of the responsibility, I'll go take a trip with you to see the family head. Long Chen was too lazy to be entangled with her. As he had expected, he had only just returned to his room when Fang Mingyuan and Fang Chong came. Long Chen smiled and directly answered their quizzing. As a result, the two of them were dumbfounded. He knew all the effects and properties of the medicinal ingredients they asked him about as well as the back of his hand. He could even explain the properties of very rare ingredients in great detail. Haha, I just have a good memory. I can remember anything I see, said Long Chen. Fang Chong and Fang Mingyuan came to a sudden comprehension. A person's memory was related to their spiritual strength. Considering Long Chen's vast spiritual strength, they could understand how he had such an eidetic memory. Long San, now that you're familiar with the medicinal ingredients, and you're also familiar with the pill formulas, the only thing you're lacking is experience. You should go to the pill refinement pavilion tomorrow. There will be people to help you refine there. As long as you say a pill's name, they'll immediately arrange all the medicinal ingredients for you. It'll save you precious time, said Fang Chong. Alright, I'll go right now. I also want to practice my alchemy, as that's the fastest way to improve. Long Chen appeared incomparably excited, but inside, he had a desire to cry. With his pill god memories, what alchemy experience did he need? But it wouldn't make sense for Long San to not go. Not only did he have to go, but he had to act happy about it. Long Chen was helpless. As a result, Long Chen was sent to the 7 treasured jewel towers pill refinement pavilion. Thinking of Fang Chong and Fang Mingyuan's grave faces, Long Chen wanted to cry. Not only did he have to refine pills, but he had to refine all kinds of them, showing them he was completely obsessed with alchemy. He spent all day refining. Furthermore, he couldn't even refine them too well and had to throw in a few mistakes. He almost puked from the effort. But in the end, Fang Chong and Fang Mingyuan heard reports of Long Chen's tireless practice. They greatly admired his perseverance. Let alone them, even Long Chen was admiring himself. Not everyone could be such a professional at acting. Luckily, after 10 days, Fang Chong finally brought Long Chen out of the 7 treasure jewel tower. After all, he couldn't let Long Chen simply continue to go all out like this. In one go, he had refined over 100 furnaces of pills. That was extremely taxing on the soul. He needed to rest before the elimination round. Long Chen finally escaped from his torment. After returning, he slept for a whole day and night before entering seclusion. Seeing how hardworking Long Chen was, Fang Chong thought to himself that he was definitely a pill fanatic. However, what Long Chen was doing in seclusion wasn't refining pills, but urging on the primal chaos bead to get the medicinal ingredients to grow faster. Under Long Chen's careful care, medicinal fields dozens of miles wide became filled with 5th and 6th tier medicinal ingredients. Just these medicinal fields alone were priceless treasures. Now that Long Chen had advanced to the Shantian realm, the primal chaos space had grown to a terrifying width of 3,000 miles. Other than the black soil and some medicinal fields, Long Chen had filled this entire space with immense trees. The primal chaos space was essentially a verdant forest. These trees were his life-saving measures. When he was injured, he could draw out their life energy to heal himself. However, with the increase in his cultivation base, his physical body also became much more powerful. When he was injured, it would take an incredible amount of life energy to heal. These trees were unable to keep up with his needs. The quality of these trees was too low. But for now, he wasn't able to find any better trees, so he could only keep using them. Long Chen estimated that although the primal chaos space had grown larger, he would only be able to recover from heavy injuries a total of 3 times before running out of energy. Before he had advanced, he could recover around 10 times from the brink of death. But now it was only 3. It wasn't that the trees' life energy was weak, but simply that Long Chen's body was too monstrous. If I refined the green dragon essence blood, would I even be able to use these trees? Long Chen complained bitterly. He needed his body to be able to endure 1,000 caddies of force to refine the green dragon essence blood. With 1 caddy being 300,000 pounds, he estimated his endurance was around 500 caddies. There was still a long way to go until 1,000 caddies. If it was according to ordinary means, perhaps he would have to reach the sea expansion realm before refining it. But he cultivated the 9-star hegemon body art. If he could condense the 4th star, his body would grow even stronger. At that time, He should be able to refine it. Furthermore, the dragon expert had said that after refining it, he could cultivate the dragon blood body tempering art, allowing his physical body to grow to an unimaginable point. A point that I can't imagine. Could it be something on the same level as enchanted items? Or even treasure items? Where is Blooddrinker? Long Chen suddenly thought of Blooddrinker. After the battle, he hadn't used it again. He had thought that it was still on a large platform in the primal chaos space where he kept it, but now he found that that space was empty. Sweeping out his divine sense, he suddenly saw that Blooddrinker was stabbed into the phoenix blood black gold. Long Chen was shocked. How had Blooddrinker moved on its own? Hastily investigating, he was surprised to sense that a strange energy was currently being absorbed by Blooddrinker. Blooddrinker can absorb the energy within the phoenix blood black gold. Then was it originally made of this material? It wants to absorb its energy to heal. Long Chen was greatly shaken. He remembered what Mo Yi had said before he had left. He had said that Blooddrinker was also a treasure item, and an exceedingly terrifying one. However, it was gravely injured and its spirit was still in slumber. Seeing Blooddrinker slowly absorb energy from the phoenix blood black gold, Long Chen was filled with delight. He urged Blooddrinker on, wanting it to absorb faster so it could recover. This was an incredibly great thing for Long Chen. If Blooddrinker recovered, then with such a terrifying treasure item, couldn't he slaughter sea expansion experts? Just as he was filled with delight, he heard knocking from the outside world. He hastily withdrew his mind from the primal chaos space. The knocker was Fang Chong. Time had passed quickly. Today was the day of the elimination round. Long San, how do you feel? Are you confident? Hehe, don't worry. This time I'll properly suppress Huo Fang. Long Chen moved out with Fang Chong in high spirits. His mood today was truly excellent. That signified that other people's moods would probably not be so good. Chapter 669 Repeated Failures. In front of the 7 Treasure Jewel Tower, there was already a sea of people around the arena. There were even more people than last time. The elimination round this time had drawn out many alchemy seniors. The Pill Emperor competition was split into 4 parts: the opening round, the preliminaries, the elimination round, and the finals. It was extremely simple, but the elimination stage had the cruelest washout rate. In the past, more than 70% of the competitors would wash out in the elimination round. Last month in the preliminaries, only a tenth of the competitors were washed out. Currently, there were still over 800 people in the arena. Their expressions were grave. The elimination round's test is refining the 9 Revolution Life Pill. The tower administrator's emotionless voice rang out in everyone's ears. Virtually every competitor's expression changed. That 9 Revolution Life Pill was considered a peak difficulty pill amongst 5th tier pills. Someone on the verge of death could consume one to guarantee that they could survive for another 6 hours. Their life energy would not fade, nor would their soul dissipate. It bought them precious time to be healed. In truth, a pill only needed a 50% failure rate to be classified as a high difficulty pill. But the 9 Revolution Life Pill had a failure rate of 70%. It was one of the most difficult 5th tier pills to refine. The worst part was that the 70% failure rate referred to refining in a private, peaceful room. In this chaotic environment, the odds of failure would be above 90%. But they only had 3 portions of medicinal ingredients. Moreover, if they failed the first time, the odds of failing again would be even higher, almost approaching 100%. So every competing alchemist's expression was exceedingly ugly. This kind of competition would probably depend on who was luckier. Each person has 3 sets of medicinal ingredients. The time limit is 24 hours, and the pill must reach the 5-ring level in order to pass, announced the tower administrator. Hearing this, the competitors turned ashen. Even Huo Changsheng, Fang Mingyuan, and Chai Gaoyong were shocked. How was the competition this year so abnormal? The pill formulas were harder than before, and the requirements for passing were even higher. What if no one managed to pass the elimination round? Wouldn't this generation's Pill Emperor competition become a joke? That's impossible. No one can refine something that difficult. One of the competitors roared furiously. This task was essentially impossible. Take him out of here. The tower administrator waved his hand, and 4 white-robed men rushed onto that person's stage. Ignoring his status as a Grand Pill Emperor, they dragged him out of the arena like he was a dead dog. If you want to give up, then hurry up and leave. Don't waste so many words. If anyone wants to cause such a disturbance again, they'll immediately lose their qualifications. Let the elimination round begin. Following the tower administrator's cold shout, the 9 revolution life pills formula appeared on the stage, and a group of white-robed men distributed 3 sets of medicinal ingredients to everyone. Long Chen didn't really care about the 9 revolution life pill. Looking at other people's expressions, he saw Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong looking gravely at him. He gave them a reassuring glance, his meaning that this was nothing. In truth, even for them, they would have a high failure rate when refining the 9 revolution life pill. Furthermore, to refine a 5-ring one was quite the challenge. Long Chen looked over the alchemists whom he had drunk with several times now, and he saw that they were extremely focused and tense as they began to split up the ingredients. Some of them were already sweating. They were under a great deal of pressure in this kind of situation. Suddenly, Long Chen sensed someone was looking at him. He turned to see Huo Wufang sneering in his direction. Once Long Chen was looking at him, Huo Wufang raised a thumb and then dipped it down towards his butt. The meaning was that Long Chen was only fit to stay far behind him. That action drew many people's gazes, and even the tower administrator frowned upon seeing it. But he didn't say anything, because as long as you didn't speak, it wouldn't count as breaking the rules. Ha ha ha, Huo Wufang is cursing Long San. Long San can only stay behind him and eat his crap, laughed the spectators. TCH, what little people. They want to play with me. Long Chen directly jumped on top of his stage, drawing everyone's gaze. He then pointed his finger at the distant Huo Changsheng with a faint smile. Next, he pointed to Huo Wufang's butt and put on a pleasured expression. At that instant, he threw a gold coin to the ground and then picked it up. For a moment, everyone was confused. What was this supposed to mean? Such complicated actions made it so they couldn't understand it. Ha ha ha, this fellow really is a marvel. But this world did still have some smart people who managed to figure out the meaning behind Long Chen's actions. What did he mean? Don't just laugh by yourself. Long San's meaning is, Huo Wufang's family head likes to prostitute himself, while Huo Wufang likes to sell his butt. They're all sluts. 1. Ha 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 ha. Uncontrollable laughter rang out from the crowd. Long San had definitely reached the peak of cursing people. The thunderous laughter included Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyong. Long San was truly peak grade. He was even able to do such a thing. Then seeing Huo Changsheng's twisted expression, they felt incredibly refreshed. Their stifled anger from so many years was finally being released. You, raged Huo Wufang. Shut up. If you make a ruckus, you'll immediately be eliminated. The tower administrator finally opened his mouth. Huo Wufang shook and hastily shut his mouth. Normally, his Huo family could dominate the entire eastern wasteland, but here he was facing Pill Tower's tower administrator. He didn't dare be arrogant. He had no choice but to suppress his anger. He looked over and saw that Long Chen was mouthing something. Although he didn't speak, it seemed he was saying, "Slut, now you should be more well-behaved." The veins on Huo Wufang's head were bulging, and he was clenching his teeth so hard it seemed they might break. This Long San was too infuriating, and if this continued, let alone refining pills, he might just die of anger. He turned away and closed his eyes, focusing himself. He had to calm down first, or he wouldn't be able to refine the 9 revolution life pill. Now that Huo Wufang was no longer looking at him, Long Chen had no way to enrage him any further. He could only jump off. He saw Fang Chong looking at him, and his meaning was that he should calmly focus on refining the pill as that was more important. Long Chen gave him a gesture meaning that he had confidence. He then started warming up his furnace and began to refine his ingredients one by one. Excellent. Long San has advanced a great deal over this month. He knows which ingredients to refine first, and his technique has improved. There are almost no flaws at all. He really is an alchemy genius. Fang Mingyuan nodded. He had clearly seen Long Chen's progress this month. His work ethic was practically monstrous, almost reaching a kind of obsession. The reason he had his current accomplishments was not a coincidence. Suddenly, a muffled bang rang out and smoke began coming out of a person's pill furnace. The slightest carelessness from that person had caused all his work to be ruined just as he began merging the powders. Clenching his teeth, that person once more began to refine. The spectators couldn't help shaking their heads. Although the competitors were all geniuses, they were still too young. They didn't have enough experience. At this time, the best thing to do was to calm down first. Only once you recovered to your peak mental state should you continue refining again. This kind of rashness would multiply his odds of failure. As expected, The next time, he only managed to merge 7 powders when his flame jumped in power. All the medicinal powders were instantly turned to ash. Ah, no, that person suddenly let out a furious roar, causing the people around him to jump, and as a result, a dozen explosive sounds rang out. Quite a few people had been disturbed by his roar, ruining all their hard work. You bitch, fucker. Furious roars rang out. They had originally been completely focused on refining, but this person's shout had ruined all that work. It was extremely impactful. Expel anyone who made a ruckus, ordered the tower administrator. White-robed experts immediately began kicking people out. No, we're innocent. It was that bastard who implicated us. We're the victims. Several of them were unwilling. Cursing people had just been an instinct. But the tower administrator didn't give them any chance to explain. The white-robed men kicked them out of the arena. Those people who were furious but hadn't had a chance to curse hastily shut their mouths. The arena was deathly silent for a moment as everyone focused on refining. 6 hours later, one alchemist suddenly laughed. I've failed. I've fucking failed. Ha ha ha. That person's laugh immediately caused quite a few people to fail their refinements. Those people hatefully glared at him. That bastard had done it intentionally. He had failed all 3 refinements, and he was fated to be eliminated. He wanted to bring others down with him. People were just that evil. If they couldn't obtain something good, they wouldn't want anyone else to obtain it either. Several people repeated this, implicating quite a few people. But the tower administrator merely watched. Anyone who spoke was directly eliminated. Long Chen's expression was calm. Those people's little tricks were useless against him. He was focused on refining. Suddenly, the person behind him left his stage. He had already publicly announced that he had failed. But when that person walked past Long Chen's stage, he suddenly opened his mouth, and his entire body's spiritual qi began to surge. That caused the distant Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyong's expressions to change, while a pleased smile appeared on Huo Chengsheng's face. There's a pun here based on Jian Bai and Jian Bai. The first one is slut, the second one is to pick up a coin. Chapter 670 The Secret Behind Refining the Pill. But when that person had just opened his mouth and his throat had just begun to tremble, before he could even make a sound, a large hand viciously slapped across his face. With an explosive sound, that person's facial bones broke and he strangely flew in an arc toward the distant Huo Wufang. Everyone was startled. They saw Long Chen was still in his slapping posture. That slap had come from him. They hastily looked back onto his stage and saw a translucent hand holding the furnace lid. Under his spiritual strength's control, there wasn't the slightest impact on his refinement. The thing that shocked the people the most was that Huo Wufang's position was behind Long Chen, but while Long Chen had slapped this person from the front, he strangely flew behind him. Originally, when that person had been about to leave, Huo Wufang had stealthily given him a meaningful glance. That person had immediately understood, and he had just been about to use his full strength to let out the loudest possible roar. But it was impossible for such a trick to escape Long Chen's eyes. What kind of joke was that? From the start, Long Chen had been paying attention to everything that was happening. That person's furious roar became mute. As for the slap, just what kind of person was Long Chen? As the original creator of the face-slapping divine ability, he could send someone flying in any direction he wanted with a slap. However, other people had never seen such a bizarre force. How could someone be hit from the front but be sent flying behind the attacker? This move had surpassed the scope of many people's understanding. Huo Wufang had always been paying attention to Long Chen. Now seeing this person flying over, his expression completely changed. If he was struck, it would be extremely troublesome. Instead of messing with Long Chen, he had brought trouble to himself. He hadn't expected Long Chen to have enough spiritual strength that he dared to leave his furnace. The tower administrator didn't have any intention of interfering in this. He just coldly watched. In truth, Huo Wufang's actions could not have possibly escaped his eyes. The tower administrator had simply wanted to see Long Chen's ability to adapt. A great alchemist not only required talent and perseverance, but also an unwaveringly calm heart. That was why he hadn't done anything. When Long Chen had been in trouble, he hadn't done anything. Now that Long Chen had sent the trouble back to its originator, he also had no intention of doing anything. A ruthless expression appeared on Huo Wufang's face. Waving his hand, a huge, golden flame palm slammed into that person. Boom! That person was sent flying by the flame palm. His entire body had been burned black. It was unknown whether or not he was still alive. "The Earth Dragon Golden Blaze truly is terrifying," said someone. Alchemy could not be separated from pill flames. When an alchemist met with a flame attack, the pill flame within them would automatically protect them. But that person's flame hadn't had the slightest ability to resist the Earth Dragon Golden Blaze. The title of first rank on the Beast Flame rankings was not undeserved. To treat his subordinate like this, how cruel. How will he face his subordinates in the future? Some people clearly couldn't stand Huo Wufang's actions. These people were unaffiliated alchemists, so they didn't have so many misgivings. Huo Wufang was in front of tens of thousands of people. Furthermore, he and Long Chen were the focal points. Each of their actions was caught in the eyes of the spectators. That little glance he had made was something quite a few people had noticed. They had all felt that as the number one disciple of the Huo family, acting like this was too shameless. Later, he had even gotten rid of that person as soon as he was done using him like a tool. As expected, the ancestor will give birth to the same kind of descendant. They'll decline generation after generation, sighed Chai Gaoyong. Obviously, these words were an insult to the Huo family. Huo Chengsheng sneered, "There are always losses and wins with split-second decisions. Can ignorant people understand that principle?" Chai Gaoyong and Fang Mingyuan merely smiled, too lazy to continue fighting with words. In the arena, there were already people bringing away that charred person. Over 6 hours had passed, and now only half of the competitors remained. Many people had already failed 3 times just from merging the medicinal powders. However, this place was truly filled with elites. Even under this much pressure, so many of them had begun to seal their furnaces. Long Chen and Huo Wufang sealed their furnaces at the same time. Following the two of them, Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo sealed their furnaces less than an incense stick's time later. Sealing the furnaces represented the powders had all been merged, and it was time to truly refine the mixture into pills. An hour later, there were over 100 people who had also sealed their furnaces. But during this time, there were also quite a few people that had no choice but to leave. The fact that Long Chen and the others had already sealed their furnaces caused even more pressure for them, and many were unable to stay calm, which increased their odds of failure. Pill fragrance. Someone's completed the refinement. Everyone hastily looked toward the source of the fragrance. They saw a man who kept 3 long whiskers as facial hair. When he smelled this pill fragrance, he was filled with excitement and nervousness. He hadn't expected that he would be the first to finish. Long Chen looked at that person and shook his head ever so slightly. As for Huo Wufang, he was sneering in ridicule. Quite a few people sighed upon looking at that person. Bang! The furnace lid popped upon, and looking inside, the crowd sighed. Although it's high grade, it has no rings. Even the alchemist was dumbfounded. He had already been extremely careful. There had been very few flaws in his merger. How could it be that there wasn't even one ring? Another fellow with no foundation, sighed an elder. Senior, what's going on? The 9 Revolution Life pill is different from other pills. You can't rush the formation of the pill. In fact, the slower you refine it, the better. It's the opposite of ordinary pills. For ordinary pills, you want to refine it as fast as possible to avoid its essence dissipating into the air. But the 9 Revolution Life pill contains a birth life grass. When that grass is being refined, it absorbs a great deal of life energy from the air. Only by drawing that life energy into it will the 9 Revolution Life pill truly have the power to save a life. As for this fellow, he clearly doesn't understand the true medicinal effects contained in this pill formula. He refined it according to normal means, so of course there was no way for him to refine it into a ring pill. This furnace of pills is essentially garbage. Everyone couldn't help being surprised. They hadn't been aware that the 9 Revolution Life pill contained such a secret. But they were more shocked by how abnormal this generation's pill emperor competition was. Not only did you need to be familiar with various medicinal ingredients, but you even needed to be familiar with all kinds of pill formula. For half of the people here, this was their first time even hearing about the 9 Revolution Life pill. As for the mystery the old man had explained, over 99% of them had been unaware of it. It's no wonder Huo Wufang, Long San, and the others have simply kept a steady flame after sealing their furnaces. The most difficult point of the 9 Revolution Life pill's refinement is to control the pill flame to its weakest level once the furnace has been sealed. But at the same time, you can't allow the pill liquid to congeal. This pill has harsh requirements for the control of the pill flame and spiritual strength. This is something that has little to do with the strength of the pill flame. Instead, it depends on control. If you aren't able to control it well enough, you won't be able to give the pill enough time to absorb the life energy in the end. Even if the pill forms, it won't have any rings. The fact that you need 5 rings to pass the elimination round is an extremely harsh requirement, sighed the elder. In other words, those who finish the pill refinement last will refine higher grade pills. While they had been talking, another 2 people had finished their refinements. But the result was just as the elder said, they had no rings. These 2 had no choice but to leave, as this had been their last set of medicinal ingredients. It had been extremely difficult for them to finish the refinement, but regretfully, there were no rings. Another person's finished. Ah, what a pity, there's only 1 ring. That was someone who had been listening to the crowd and weakened the strength of his flame. But unfortunately, it had already been too late. His late adjustment only caused 1 ring to appear. Following that, many more people also finished their refinements. But the results were the same. They were all eliminated. The highest grade was only 3 rings. There was no way around it. It wasn't that they hadn't wanted to refine it slower, but simply that they were unable to control the flame at the perfect temperature. If they went slightly too low, the pill would congeal. Such a lump wouldn't even be called a pill anymore. It not only had no effect, but it was also full of toxins. Heavens, someone finally passed. Junior Masters Fang and Chai are also finishing up. Amazing, they each have 3 5-ring pills. This was the 14th hour. The sky had already darkened, but lanterns kept the surroundings bright as if it were still day. The remaining alchemists all opened their furnaces, but only 87 people had managed to meet the requirements to pass the elimination round. The failure rate had been 90%. Up until now, the one with the best result was Duan Tianchao. She was the only one to have refined a 6-ring pill, and she was filled with pride. However, the competition was still not over yet. Long San and Huo Wufang were still refining at a low temperature. Both of them were icily staring at the other, their gazes filled with provocation. They were obviously competing. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, their control over their pill flames was absolutely shocking. They continued all the way until the sky brightened once more. Time is about up, you should prepare to open your furnaces, said the tower administrator, pointing to the sand. These 2 fellows had been staring at each other for a full night. 2 bangs rang out. Huo Wufang slowly opened his furnace, causing startled cries to ring out from the crowd. Chapter 671 Another slap in the face. 8 ring 9 revolution life pill. Within Huo Wufang's furnace, there were 9 pills. 3 of them had 5 rings, and 1 of them had 8 rings. Long San, I've refined an 8-ring 9 revolution life pill. What are you going to use to compete with me? Huo Wufang icily stared at Long Chen. Even after this long, you're still such an idiot. You really haven't grown at all, sneered Long Chen. But after saying that, his heart shook. His tongue had slipped just now, and he saw that Huo Wufang's expression had changed slightly. His tone and mannerisms just now had been the same as in the Julie secret realm. Long Chen waved his hand, opening the lid. Light blossomed. 9 rings. 9 ring 9 revolution life pill. He really did manage to refine such a thing. Even the elder who had explained the secret behind the 9 revolution life pill was shocked. 9 ring pills represented the peak of high-grade pills. Many pill emperors might spend their whole lives without managing to refine a single one, even for lower-level 5th-tier pills. Ha 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 ha, this Long San really is hard-working, Fang Mingyuan laughed heartily. Long San was a monster with endless potential. A month ago, he had been a complete amateur regarding high-tier pills. But after just a month's grooming, he had risen to the point where even Fang Mingyuan was shocked. Even old pill demons like Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyong were not able to refine a 9-ring pill at will. It would depend a great deal on luck, and that referred to just ordinary pills, not one as difficult as the 9 revolution life pill. Long San was an alchemy genius who was still an unpolished gem. Now that he had been groomed by the Fang family, he was finally releasing his light. And that light was both dazzling and blinding. Furthermore, this genius was unswervingly loyal to their Fang family and filled with hostility toward the Huo family. That was what delighted Fang Mingyuan the most. Ah, thanks old boss Huo. You let me win. Fang Mingyuan cupped his fists to Huo Changsheng. His expression was truly a petty one, but it made Huo Changsheng incredibly furious. With a wave of his sleeve, he left. Looking at the 9-ring pill in Long Chen's furnace, Huo Wufang's face was incomparably ugly. He was also incredibly shocked. How had he done this? He had already brought out his full strength, but he had still lost. Although this was the elimination round and not the finals, it still made him extremely uneasy. This Long San is extremely smart. The reason he defeated Huo Wufang isn't because his alchemy arts are stronger than his, said the elder. Please explain, senior, begged the people around him. Look inside Long San's furnace. The other pills only have 2 rings and below. However, Huo Wufang's pills all have 3 rings and above, said the elder. Everyone hastily looked and saw those hints, and they came to a sudden comprehension. The elder continued, Long San wisely chose to use his powerful spiritual strength to concentrate the life energy into one of his pills. I don't know if you noticed, but 6 hours ago, he already reserved his spiritual strength. Although the fluctuations were extremely weak, it was still noticed by this old man. At that time, I thought he was intentionally weakening the flame to stall for more time. But now that I think about it, he should have already finished storing enough energy to create a 9-ring pill, said the elder with a bitter smile. Everyone realized the truth. At that time, Long San had already essentially completed his refinement. But he had intentionally stalled until the end just to give Huo Wufang a slap in the face. This fellow was truly evil. However, to do so with his spiritual strength requires extremely precise control. Not only did he have to keep the flame at its weakest possible level, but he also had to split a portion of it to concentrate the life energy in the air into just one pill. That would require an exceedingly vast spiritual strength. The amount of spiritual strength this Long San has is truly shocking, sighed the elder. Although he had seen through Long Chen's technique, that was useless to him. This kind of technique was something no one else could learn from. Who else had such abnormal soul energy? HMPH, a little trick is all it was. Let's meet again at the finals, snorted Huo Wufang icily before leaving. Hehe, goodbye, don't bother seeing me out. Long Chen very amicably waved his hand at Huo Wufang, blessing his luck inside. He had almost been exposed. But the 9-ring pill had drawn all of Huo Wufang's attention, causing him to forget his suspicions. Ha ha ha, Long San, nice work. Your face slaps are too wonderful. So this divine ability actually has its origins in all aspects of life. I understand, laughed Fang Chong as he came over with Chai Liehuo. It should be said that it came from a burst of insight that stemmed from life. The main thing is that if others stick their heads out toward you, take such a graceful posture, and just wait for you forever, wouldn't you feel ashamed to not slap them? You have to at least give them this much face, said Long Chen bashfully. Ha ha, profound, truly profound, laughed Fang Chong. At this time, the alchemists that the Fang and Chai families had pulled to their side also came. They were truly elites worthy of the two of them spending so much time and effort to pull in. Only 7 of them had been washed out this round. But some people were a bit ashamed. If it hadn't been for the previous people's failures, which had allowed them to hear other people's discussion, they would have also failed. Even they had only heard of the 9 revolution life pill. As for the secret on how to raise the quality of it by slowly absorbing the life energy in the air, they had no idea. The fact that they had passed was partly due to luck. There was no way around that. There were so many pills formulas, and no one knew which one would be picked for the competition. Just as their group was chatting, a certain person walked over, startling everyone. They hastily bowed. Greetings, Tower Administrator. The Tower Administrator nodded slightly and then turned to Long Chen. Your display today was not bad. But next time, remember to reserve yourself a bit. Yes, Tower Administrator. Long Chen could only nod. He knew the Tower Administrator was referring to his trouble with Huo Wufang. Next time is the finals, and a Tower Ancestor will personally be supervising it. According to what I know, that Tower Ancestor doesn't like trouble. Don't end up failing because you want to mess around, warned the Tower Administrator. Everyone was shocked. The finals weren't being supervised by the Tower Administrator, but by a Tower Ancestor. They were extremely grateful for this personal warning. Rather than saying he was warning them, it was more accurate to say that he was warning Long San. It seemed he looked very favorably upon him and didn't want him to be expelled. Many thanks for the reminder. We are incomparably grateful. The Tower Administrator nodded and left. Looking at his departing figure, Fang Chong sighed, even the Tower Administrator looks favorably upon you. Long San, you really are about to soar. It had to be known that the tower administrator represented Pill Valley. He could be so arrogant that he could completely ignore the three families. To have received a personal warning from him was truly an honor. Most likely, even if Long San failed, the tower administrator might bring him into Pill Valley. He cared deeply about his terrifying spiritual strength. The others were extremely envious, but it was not the same kind of envy as when they had first met. It was extremely curious. This thing called envy was something that only appeared when the two parties' strengths were similar. When one person rose to the point that the other could only look up to, there would be no envy. An ant wouldn't envy an elephant. A housefly wouldn't envy a kunpang. The reason was that the differences between the two were too big. Even if they wanted to be envious, they didn't have the power to be. The current Long Chen was like that. Hee, good, good. If I can get into Pill Valley, then we can coordinate from outside and inside to cut down the Huo family. Then we can think of a way to bring the two of you into Pill Valley as well to play around. Wouldn't that be fun? Laughed Long Chen. If you have this kind of heart, then we're happy. But as for bringing us into Pill Valley, you should probably forget about it. We're aware of our own strength. Let's go celebrate. Although Long Chen's words had been a bit exaggerated, they still made Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo feel extremely comfortable. Even though Long Chen already had hope of entering Pill Valley, he still placed their families in his heart. That was something rare. In this world, the least reliable thing was a person's heart. When people saw a new target, their hearts would change. But Long Chen's heart had been unswerving from start to finish. Their celebration this time lasted a full 3 days. Long Chen had truly become famous. He was a brilliant youngster who was soaring, his brilliance lighting up the sky. The news that Long San had used a 9-ring 9 revolution life pill to defeat Huo Wufang was rapidly spread throughout the entire alchemy world by the Fang and Chai families. The name Long San was something anyone with the slightest status would know. Even the various large sects received this news. When this news reached Shui Wuan's ears, she couldn't help but sigh. When Long Chen does something, it always gets blown up into a huge matter. I really don't know what kind of ending he will cause. Huo family, just accept your bad luck. You could have targeted anyone, but you targeted that fellow. After the 3 days had passed, Long Chen entered seclusion once more. He had to study the flame magical arts he had gained. Last time, he had simply memorized them in one go. But such magical arts were too profound and Long Chen found himself lost. There was still 1 month until the finals, so he finally had time to study them. However, he had only been studying for 2 days when Long Chen was pulled out by Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo. They said that cultivating so all out like this wasn't a good thing, and he needed to relax. As a result, the two of them directly brought Long Chen in front of a majestic, lavish building. It was extremely large, and a dazzling sight from the distance. Atop the building, written in bold strokes, were 3 words, House of Pleasures. What the fuck, big bros, did you bring me to some low-grade brothel? Long Chen was dumbfounded. Chapter 672 House of Pleasures. A low-grade brothel, what an ugly way to put it. This place is extremely high class, so don't use such vulgar words to describe it. Others will laugh at you, said Fang Chong hastily. Then what is this place? Asked Long Chen. It's a place for emotions to connect with emotions, for flesh to connect with flesh, for liquid to connect with liquid, said Chai Liehuo with a perverted expression. Long Chen had never expected that these 2 grand junior masters would do such things. He couldn't help being speechless. What was so high class about this place? Long San, this expression of yours is wrong. You know that we're all youngsters. We need to occasionally release our fire. That way we'll be able to relax. If we find women outside, we always have to have worries and it's extremely troublesome. But this place is much better. We spend money, they make money. Both sides are willing, and most importantly, Chai Liehuo suddenly whispered, most importantly, in terms of technique, they are true experts. They can make you feel as though you've ascended to the heavens. We, alchemists, often play with fire. It's easy for that to cause our own fire to flare. Plus, the last few days have been extremely tense. We've already set things up for the others. Today, we especially set up a peerless beauty for you. It's said that she's still a virgin. What ghost are you trying to trick? Tell me, how is a virgin supposed to have any technique? Long Chen was speechless. Why would I trick you? She really is a virgin. She hasn't accepted any guests yet, so I won't say anything about her technique. But her beauty, that body, Just looking at it is enough to infatuate a person's soul. Long San, let me tell you, don't you dare try any nonsense with me. Your big bro spent a huge sum of money to set this up for you, warned Fang Chong. This newcomer was truly beautiful. She was the new top beauty of this place. The old top beauty had already been bought by the Huo family. However, the price for this newcomer's first time was truly beyond reason. Even Fang Chong was incredibly pained by the price. If it hadn't been for enticing Long Chen, he wouldn't have been willing. Of course, it's also been a long time since we've vented. We've been too busy recently. We need to relax. This way, Brother San will also have a companion, encouraged Fang Chong. Long Chen was speechless. He had Meng Qi, Tang Wan and Chu Yao. Which one of them wasn't as beautiful as a fairy? Why would he come to such a place to waste his money? But then looking at their happy and excited expressions, Long Chen could only thicken his skin and enter with them. His head was rapidly working at a way to extricate himself. Aiya, big brother Fang Chong, you've come. I've missed you. As soon as they entered, a very well-rounded woman greeted them and intimately wrapped her arms around Fang Cheng's elbow. Seeing Fang Chong exchange flirting glances with her, Long Chen immediately knew she was Fang Cheng's friend. She should have long since received news of their coming and been waiting. The only thing that made Long Chen flabbergasted was that this woman's aura was extremely powerful. She was actually a Shantian expert. What was going on? Someone actually cultivated so hard to reach the Shantian realm just to come here. Hehe, Sister Tao Hong, a day apart from you feels like 3 years. Your big brother has also missed you. Fang Chong was like a prodigal son, stealthily pinching her curves. Seeing him act that way, Long Chen felt that Fang Cheng's words had been off. It should be, a day without sex is like parting for 3 years. Tao Hong, hurry and call out Lady Shuiwa for Junior Master Chai. And don't forget to set up a beautiful lady for this brother of mine. Let's eat first. Lady Shuiwa, as in a fickle woman, won. As expected, every profession had its own elites. Long Chen had at least gained experience into the world. Following Fang Chong upstairs, he saw an extremely expansive hall, and it was not a private room. Seeing Long Chen's shock, Chai Liehuo laughed, hehe, brother, now still isn't time for that. The ladies are still preparing themselves. For now, let's just eat, drink, and enjoy the scenery. The three of them found seats near a window. They saw a beautiful landscape of lakes and mountains. The scenery was extremely pleasant. Long Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw a certain scene that was familiar. He suddenly recalled that he had also been able to see this scenery from Xiaoqi's home. But now the view was different. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw Xiaoqi's old home. However, it had been transformed into a new manor. In fact, a large swath of territory around it had been rebuilt with beautiful and elegant pavilions. Brother Fang, what's going on over there? Long Chen pointed. That place, have you forgotten? That's where we first met each other. That bastard Huo Wufang still decided to seize that place and built a massive bastard nest for himself to take a concubine, said Fang Chong. He wants to take a concubine. And with this much ceremony? Asked Long Chen. There has to be at least this much ceremony. The concubine he's marrying is a genius from an ancient family. It seems to be someone from Beluo Mountain's Hua family. Apparently, they have some status, but I'm not sure about the details, said Fang Chong. Beluo Mountain's Hua family, wasn't that Hua Beluo's family? Suddenly thinking of a possibility, killing intent surfaced within his eyes. What is it, Long San? Asked Fang Chong upon seeing the change in him. Big bros, you once mentioned Long Chen. Later I asked around and I heard that Huo Wufang suffered a great deal because of this person. Of course, he really was a vicious person. Unfortunately, he didn't just kill Huo Wufang, or we'd have much more peace, said Chai Liehuo. Long Chen nodded. I've heard a bit about what happened in the Julie secret realm. I heard that someone called Hua Beluo helped Long Chen to face the righteous and corrupt paths, which was clearly going against Huo Wufang. Now, it's said that Long Chen has already fallen. Huo Wufang has only just recovered, but he's gone to Beluo Mountain's Hua family to take a concubine. Do you think? Fang Chong slapped himself in the leg. That's right, now that you mention it, I heard that the Huo family seems to have run over to the Hua family several times. Now I understand, this Huo Wufang is definitely trying to release his anger on other people. Long Chen's dead and the others are being protected by the Xuantian Dao sect. They can't spread their hands that far. Right now, the only one they can target is Wa Baluo. As long as they apply some pressure on the Wa family, then with an ancient family's character, they probably wouldn't offend the ones in charge of selling pills for the pill tower, especially not for some chosen level disciple. That bastard's taking Wa Baluo as a concubine just to torment her. What an absolutely despicable man. Unable to do anything to Long Chen, he actually released his fury on his friends. Such idiots are the most contemptuous. Chai Liehuo suddenly said, I remember now. In the Julie secret realm, Huo Wafang actually used the threat of taking her as a concubine. But Wa Baluo still took action. So he's getting revenge. Long Chen smiled slightly, but that smile contained a touch of iciness. Normally, when people targeted Long Chen, there was still room for discussion. But if they dared to target the people by his side, that would be enmity of no rest until death. Huo Wafang, if I don't play you to death this time, then I won't be Long Chen. At this time, a group of 3 women, including Tao Hong, walked over. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were their old clients, and they naturally didn't want to lose their business. One of them walked over and sat beside Long Chen, gently saying, Master Long San, let me pour you some wine. This woman was not bad, and she was very cute. Even if she was acting, the fact that she could bring her acting to this level was definitely not easy. How old are you? Long Chen smiled. In any case, the money had been spent. Teasing her would be fine, and then the money wouldn't be wasted. 18, she answered bashfully. Really, how coincidental. I'm also 18. Master Long, you really are a tease. She cried bashfully, her face red. Profound, truly profound. This acting ability has also reached a divine level. For her acting skills to be so profound, then her bed skills, it's no wonder Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo would rather come here than take a concubine. People with status like them would normally have to find appropriate women with their own status to marry. For them, their women would have to be alchemists with pure bloodlines. That was to have the finest offspring possible. It was forbidden for them to copulate with just any beautiful woman they met. If those women weren't alchemists, then their offspring's talent would be extremely lacking, and it would affect the family traditions. If they really did end up having a child, it would normally be directly executed. This was extremely harsh. Although Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were noble heirs, they weren't bad people. They would rather come here than take concubines like that. That made Long Chen have a favorable opinion of them. The 3 of them ate and drank with the 3 women accompanying them. Even after several drinks had entered her stomach, that woman's acting was still so perfect. A naughty smile suddenly appeared on Long Chen's face. They really thought he was inexperienced. The number of men this woman had sated was even greater than the members of his legion. By acting as if she had such a pure and innocent heart, she was looking down on him. Lady Junjun, can I ask you a personal question? After talking this long, Long Chen had finally learned her name. Long Chen's face already had a constant naughty feel to it. Now that he smiled, it seemed naughtier than ever. Even the experienced Junjun felt some nervousness. She bashfully said, please ask, Master Long. But don't make it too embarrassing for me. Long Chen waved his hand. How could I do something like that? I, Long San, am a pure person. I just want to ask, do you know how to use a carrot? Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were dumbfounded. They had definitely been tricked. They had thought Long San was a good person, but now they realized he was practically a brute. A lost expression appeared on Junjun's face. I don't. What about a cucumber? What about an eggplant? What about a steamed bun? Even a steamed bun can be used. As soon as she said this, Junjun tightly covered her mouth. But it was too late. Her bashfulness became a rage, and she hit Long Chen. Master Long, you really are evil. Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong were already rolling on the floor in laughter. Even Tao Hong and Shuiwa were laughing, huge waves appearing on their chests. Such a thing can make you laugh so hard. Be careful of your laughter turning to sorrow. Just as Long Chen and the others were laughing, an ear-piercing voice rang out. Chapter 673 Encountering the Corrupt Path. Long Chen turned and saw 5 people walk in. What startled Long Chen was that these people were all wearing red robes. That red was the kind of red that looked like blood. An image of a fierce fiend was embroidered on their chests. Corrupt Path. Long Chen immediately recalled that this was Pilyong Prefecture, and it was considered neutral territory. As long as they didn't intentionally cause trouble for the other, the righteous and corrupt paths wouldn't fight here. But the curious thing was that out of these 5 people, 2 of them had the aura of the heavenly Taos around them, There were actually two celestials. The words just now had come from one of those celestials. He was clearly trying to find trouble for the three of them. Without even thinking, it was obvious these people were participating in the ceremony of Huo Wufang marrying his concubine. This grand ceremony was something the Huo family was holding to tell people it was time to bring gifts. As for these people, considering how arrogant they were acting, they definitely had received the Huo family's support and had intentionally come here to cause trouble for them. Although the Fang and Chai families were part of the pill tower, the selling of pills was still controlled by the Huo family. Their two families had no direct contact with the buyers, which was why these corrupt experts dared to do this. To put it simply, they were simply currying favor with the Huo family. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were just about to furiously retort when Long Chen stood up with a faint smile and walked over. "Who was it that just farted?" asked Long Chen, looking as if someone needed a spanking. One of the celestials glanced at Long Chen and disdainfully said, "Who do you think you are? Fuck off." Before he could say more, Long Chen's hand viciously slapped across his face. This time Long Chen hadn't held back at all. These people weren't alchemists, so their physical bodies were strong enough that he didn't have any misgivings. Boom! An explosive sound shook everyone's eardrums. It was something possible to hear within several miles. Let alone the fact that he hadn't had any defenses up. Even if he had guarded, at such a distance, he still wouldn't have been able to dodge. He was like a shooting star, piercing through the window and flying into the distance. Finally, the celestial ended up flying dozens of miles away, and he crashed into Huo Wufang's newly constructed manor. The collision directly destroyed the entire building. Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong were shocked. Just what kind of monster was Long San? If he possessed such terrifying strength, was he even an alchemist? The other celestial was the first to recover from his shock, and he smashed his fist at Long Chen. But just as he punched, Long Chen had already slapped him across the face. He staggered back, and his punch ended up striking one of his own people. That person let out a scream as his bones broke. The celestial hadn't even realized what had happened when Long Chen once more slapped him. This time he hit him in the other direction and with greater power. He spun through the air. He had barely stabilized himself when he saw a sinister face winking at him. He was horrified. Having been slapped twice, he knew he had run into an expert. He was just about to retreat to widen the distance before attacking. "Where do you think you're going? Get back here." He had only just moved when he felt two hands grab his hair. Long Chen pulled, at the same time raising his knee, smashing it against the corrupt celestial's high and lofty nose. The sound of bones breaking rang out throughout the hall. Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong both winced. They all sympathized with this pain. The nose was an extremely weak spot. It was where countless nerves connected. After this attack, the celestial's face had caved in. "Fuck, fuck, fuck, who let you be a dog?" With each word, Long Chen would punctuate it by slamming his knee into the celestial's nose again. The celestial's blood, snot, and tears were flowing down. "Get lost." With a furious roar, he struggled free. But as a result, because of Long Chen's hold on his hair, a large swath of his scalp was torn off. He endured the pain to escape. His head was covered with blood, and he was just about to attack when a silent kick struck him in the crotch. For a moment, everyone was silent. The only sound was the sound of balls breaking. That sound resounded heavily through the air. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo involuntarily clenched their legs, trying to not let their balls feel distressed. The celestial held his lower parts. He slowly knelt on the ground and then collapsed. This attack had hit his most vital part, and he was in so much pain that he hovered between life and death. Suddenly, Long Chen directly slapped the two other corrupt experts who were still stunned by the scene before them. He sent them flying on the same path as the first celestial, and they smashed into Huo Wufang's newly destroyed manor. As for the final corrupt member who had been struck half dead by the first celestial accidentally, Long Chen was too lazy to bother him. He arrived in front of the unconscious celestial and kicked him a few times. Ah! The unconscious celestial immediately let out miserable shrieks, but a kick to his jaw cut off that sound. Long Chen dragged that person like a dead dog, dropping him in front of the table and then using him as a chair. But this chair was a bit uneven, so he pushed down a bit. This push caused the celestial's entire body to twitch, and froth came out of his mouth. Seeing this scene, the three women were pale as paper, unable to make a sound. They were also Shantian experts. Although they were unable to sense this person's heavenly Tao energy, they sensed a terrifying pressure from him. But this terrifying figure had been beaten into a dead dog-like state by Long Chen, and was then used as a chair. They had never seen such a terrifying fiend. Brother Fang, Brother Chai, let's continue drinking. Long Chen raised his cup toward the two stupefied fellows. Only now did they recover from their shock and drink with him. Chai Liehuo asked, Long San, how are you so strong? Hee, I won't hide anything from my two big bros. I, Long San, have had a life full of trouble and misfortune. My road was full of bumps, and I'm always surrounded by all kinds of brutes. If I didn't kill them, they would kill me. I also had no one to help me. So if I wanted to live, I had to make myself more vicious, and so I trained a body of brute strength. To tell the truth, anyone who sees me fight would never believe that I know alchemy, laughed Long Chen. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were speechless. That last statement was too true. Even having personally seen him refine pills, they could barely believe he was an alchemist now. Fang Chong said, Long San, you really are a monster. You know alchemy, and you know martial arts. Dual martial pill cultivation is a path of no return, but you have actually reached this level. That really is amazing. However, this fellow is a celestial. The only reason you managed to get an advantage over him was because he didn't have time to use the cry of the heavenly Taos. In the future, you have to be careful. Who cares if he is a celestial? As long as it's someone who Wufang sent to target you two big bros, I'll go all out against them. Fuck, if they want to bully you, they'll have to do it over my corpse. Long Chen patted himself on the chest. Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong were incredibly moved, their eyes almost filling up with tears. This Long San was so loyal. You bastard Long San, hand him over. Suddenly, a furious roar came from outside. They looked outside to see Huo Wufang furiously glaring at them. As expected, these people were sent by you as a provocation. Your person is in my hands, so if you want him, come fight over him. After saying that, Long Chen pulled the celestial out from under him. Carrying him by his foot, he shook him outside the window a few times. The celestial was completely unconscious and simply dangled like a corpse. The other celestial that Long Chen had sent flying was standing beside Huo Wufang. Seeing this, he wanted to immediately charge up and tear Long Chen to pieces. Hey, little fellow, what are you staring at me for? You still refuse to obey, right? Raged Long Chen. He raised the unconscious celestial out of the window and slapped him in the face a dozen times, causing his face to swell. He then disdainfully pointed at the celestial on the ground. Little fellow, do you want to keep looking at me like that? The celestial had practically gone insane from rage. He was just about to charge forward when Huo Wufang stopped him. This isn't a good place to fight. It's too small, and Long San's body is extremely powerful. If you don't use your full strength, you won't be able to subdue him. Furthermore, he also has Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong beside him, and you can't injure them. We can't rush this matter recklessly. After all, this was the Treasure Tower region. It was filled with buildings and people. If they fought here, there would be many casualties. The Pill Emperor competition was currently being held, and if the higher-ups were to learn of this, they would all be doomed. Long San, what do you want to release him? Could it be that you're a petty little person who only knows how to threaten others to raise your status? If that's the case, then I really will have to look down on you, said Huo Wufang. His answer was 16 slaps in the face. Of course, the face that was being slapped was the unconscious celestial. His face once more swelled, looking like a balloon that might burst at any moment. Idiot, do you think I'm someone scared by insults? Why don't you keep trying such a childish move? Retorted Long Chen disdainfully. Brother, if this continues, senior apprentice brother Yaoqi will be killed, said the celestial. Shut up, aren't I trying to think of something right now? This Long San is someone unmoved by force or persuasion, raged Huo Wufang. He hated when others pushed him and already had a stomach full of fury. He had wanted them to bully Long San, perhaps by humiliating him or beating him. That would have been a blow to the Fang and Chai family's morale. But as a result, this matter had turned to its current state. He was already incredibly furious. Long San, what do you want? Shouted Huo Wufang. I can release him if you want. I just want one thing. If you can bring it out, I'll immediately release him. A certain thought popped into Long Chen's head. Chapter 674. Same race as an old friend. I want a stalk of heavenly star dragon saliva grass. As long as you can take that out, I'll immediately release this person, said Long Chen. In the medicinal ingredient repository, Long Chen had clearly seen a spot for the heavenly star dragon saliva grass. But that space had been empty. It was later when he asked around that he learned the pill tower had this ingredient half a year ago. But it had been taken away by the Huo family. It was unknown whether or not the Huo family still had any left, but Long Chen wanted to try it. Fine, I'll get someone to bring it immediately. Huo Wufang took out a badge and whispered a few things to one of his subordinates. That person immediately rushed off. Fuck, the Huo family really is intolerable. Last time, they took all 10 stalks of the heavenly star dragon saliva grass with the excuse that another pill tower urgently needed it. But it was all a lie. Not only do they bribe others with pills, but they even pull tricks with medicinal ingredients. If it wasn't for Long San, we still wouldn't know we had been deceived. Raged Chai Liehuo. He suddenly recalled that the Huo family would often find excuses to take ingredients from the storage house. The Chai family was only in charge of keeping track, and everything always had to be accounted for. But he hadn't expected the Huo family would actually dare do something like this. Now Long Chen had exposed them. These fellows had definitely colluded with the ones in charge of accounting, or they wouldn't dare to be so obviously corrupt. Long San, why would you want a heavenly star dragon saliva grass? Although it's precious, Pill Valley will send us a bit to make up for what we used. Why didn't you ask for something else? Their Huo family has the money, said Chai Liehuo. He had no idea that this heavenly star dragon saliva grass was more precious than anything else to Long Chen. He wouldn't exchange it for any other treasure. I just made something up. I figured that if it wasn't in the medicinal ingredient repository, they wouldn't have it either. I was trying to make things hard on them. Who would have thought that they actually had it? And now that I've already said it, I can't just change my demands, or that would make me lose face, explained Long Chen perfectly. True, TCH, we really let this bastard off easy, said Fang Chong hatefully. He was unhappy at not being able to give Huo Wufang a vicious blow this time. Less than an incense stick's worth of time later, the person Huo Wufang had sent had returned. There was a jade case in his hand with the width of a palm and 2 feet long. Huo Wufang directly threw the case to Long Chen. You have your demand, now release him. Long Chen didn't need to open the case. With just his divine sense, he could see something similar to a sword lily, and there were 7 drop-like fruits on it. This was definitely the heavenly star dragon saliva grass. Even with his calm, having obtained this, his heart involuntarily pounded. His ultimate goal in coming to the Pill Tower had been achieved. With this, he could condense the Enlightenment Palace star. With 4 stars, who would be able to fight against him? Don't worry, I'm not someone untrustworthy. Long Chen brought the heavenly star dragon saliva grass into the primal chaos space and then tossed the celestial out. The corrupt experts hastily went to receive him, and they gave him a healing pill. As soon as that person woke up, he let out a heaven-shaking roar and a terrifying pressure erupted. Senior apprentice brother Yaoqi, calm down. Now isn't the time to fight. One of the corrupt experts hastily held him back. Long San, just wait, I will sooner or later tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces. The celestial pointed at Long Chen, his eyes almost spitting flames. If you have good stuff next time as well, then come and find me at any time. Long Chen waved the empty case out of the window amicably. Huo Wufang's expression sank. This time, his plan had been ruined. These people were his guests, and he couldn't just remain unconcerned about them. Once Huo Wufang and the others left, Long San, Fang Chong, and Chai Liehuo couldn't help but laugh. Huo Wufang had wanted to give Long Chen a blow, but as a result, he had left with a vicious slap on his face. That had been all too satisfying. After drinking for a while longer, lanterns had to be lit. Fang Chong pulled away Tao Hong. Brother Long San, about that, I won't be accompanying you. In a bit, someone will come to bring you to see your partner. Your big bro won't disturb your fun, as I'm afraid I'll regret it if I see it. If I started to fight with you, that would damage our relationship. Having repeatedly refined pills, I have a stomach full of fire right now. For cultivation, for the great cause of alchemy, for upholding the inheritance of the Pill Tower, I'm going to release some of my fire now. After some righteous words, Fang Chong pulled away Tao Hong. As for Chai Liehuo, he just directly pulled away the girl whose name was something fickle. TCH, screw Chai Liehuo, damn Fang Chong. What an appropriate phrase, Long Chen cursed inside. The woman accompanying Long Chen left, and then 2 prime maidens came to invite Long Chen to another room. He could only follow them. Although he had no intention of doing this, it wasn't that he looked down on them. Long Chen had never been against this kind of thing anyway. After all, gambling houses and brothels were the oldest businesses since mankind existed. The former embodied humanity's greed, and the latter embodied humanity's lust. No matter what your opinion was, visiting a prostitute could at least relieve a person of their lust, and it didn't harm anyone. It was much better than those experts who liked to go around bullying the weak. So Long Chen actually admired Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo for this. The two of them rarely used their status to bully others. On the highest floor of the House of Pleasures, there was a grand and luxurious room. This room was large and decorated very comfortably. The main color was pink, making the atmosphere charming and gentle. Long Chen sat on a chair in this room, thinking of how he should explain to that woman that he was an upright gentleman. If he hadn't changed his face, then perhaps he really could convince her of that. But his current face didn't seem the slightest bit related to an upright gentleman. This face made it seem more like something else would be up. Just as Long Chen was thinking, a beautiful maiden walked into the room. She was tall, almost reaching Long Chen's nose. Her figure was both lithe and curvaceous. There really was nothing to complain about in terms of her body. Then he looked at her face, and she was truly as beautiful as a crescent moon. Her skin was like jade, while her lips were purplish red. Her black hair fell to her waist. Not only was she beautiful, but there was something else about her that drew people in. It was like there was a charm that came from within her that could draw in a person's soul, making it so that a person couldn't possibly resist. She slowly walked over to Long Chen and reached out an arm, hooking it around Long Chen's neck. Her body pressed into Long Chen's, and he could even smell an intoxicating scent from her. Long Chen didn't have the slightest panic toward this sudden change. On the contrary, he said with a faint smile, "You are doing something very dangerous." The beautiful woman was surprised, but she quickly calmed down and icily said, "With your death imminent, you can still smile." Long Chen shook his head. "You aren't able to kill me. If you didn't have a familiar aura on your body, you'd already be a corpse now." Suddenly, Long Chen's hand reached toward the woman's neck. She was startled and increased her force, wanting to crush Long Chen's neck. But she was shocked to find that Long Chen's neck was incomparably sturdy. It was like a dragon's body, and she was unable to shake him. By the time she realized this, Long Chen had already latched his hand onto her neck. At the same time, a fierce energy charged into her body, and she hastily circulated her greatest strength to resist. Suddenly, Long Chen released his grip, allowing the woman to escape. She was dumbfounded. Just now, she had clearly felt Long Chen's terrifying power. As long as he had desired it, her entire body would have exploded. But he had released her. As expected, "You really are from the same race as her." Looking at the mark on the woman's head, a trace of warmth surfaced in Long Chen's eyes. Just now, Long Chen's energy had provoked the woman into releasing her full strength. That was an instinctual release upon being invaded by foreign energy. In that instant, Long Chen had seen a faint mark appear on her forehead. That was the devil character. It was the same mark as the one that had appeared on Yu Xiaochen's forehead back then. Yu Xiaochen's practically flawless face once more surfaced in Long Chen's mind. There was also that enchanting charm of hers that could not be refused. "Who are you?" The woman's expression changed completely. "There's no need to be nervous. I'm not your enemy. I want to ask, do you know Yu Xiaochen?" asked Long Chen. How do you know the sacred daughter's name?" she asked with shock. "Sacred daughter? It's not good to carelessly raise a person's status with such a title." "In my eyes, she was just a girl with no battle experience," laughed Long Chen. "Could it be, you're Long Chen? But the sacred daughter released images of Long Chen, and he doesn't look like you." The woman shook her head vigilantly. "You know me." Long Chen was a bit surprised. Hesitating for a moment, he gently brushed his hand over his face, returning to his original appearance. "How about now?" The woman's eyes popped up, and she suddenly cried with delight, "You're Long Chen, you're really Long Chen." "About before, I'm sorry. It's fine. In truth, I recognized your status as soon as you walked in." Long Chen smiled. "How is that possible? I planned for a long time to get in here, and I didn't leave any clues, she said. The reason I knew had nothing to do with that. The first thing is that the feeling I get from you is similar to you Xiaochen. But just that wasn't enough for me to be sure. The reason I was certain is because of that pendant on your neck. Long Chen pointed to her pendant. This pendant should have a devil core sealed inside it. Back then, Yu Xiaochen and I got so many of them that I'm already completely familiar with their aura. So with those 2 points, I knew you were from the same race as her. I'm very curious, if you're viewed as villains by the entire world, why would you appear here? A helpless expression suddenly appeared on the woman's face, and she actually knelt, begging, Master Long, please help the sacred daughter. Chapter 675 News of Yu Xiaochen. Long Chen hastily pulled her up. What happened with Xiaochen? The sacred daughter received a backlash while cultivating the heavenly devil heart grand technique. Her soul was damaged, and she needs a precious medicine known as the heaven netherworld soul replenishment roots. But our skyscraping world doesn't have that medicine. Furthermore, even in the outside world, this kind of medicine has almost gone extinct. The sacred daughter's situation is something the entire race is helpless about. She suddenly paused. It was Long Chen who continued, you are all viewed as enemies of the world and unable to walk freely. You don't dare publicly search for it. As Long Chen's cultivation base increased, he had gradually managed to come into contact with some ancient tomes. It was said that there was an extremely powerful race in this world that was called the original devil race. They were a bunch of fiends intended to overturn the entire world and exterminate all life. But in the ancient era, they were defeated by humans experts and almost exterminated. However, some dregs continued to live in the cracks of this world. They were viewed as enemies of the entire world. When he read this, Long Chen had snorted disdainfully. Intended to overturn the world. It would have been best if they had succeeded. He didn't like this idiot world the slightest bit. So even after knowing Yu Xiaochen came from the devil race, his feelings toward her hadn't changed in the slightest. He also felt more favorable toward her race. The woman was relieved to see Long Chen was still going to help despite knowing about the original devil race. That's not all. Our original devil race is cursed by this world. Here we will be exterminated by heavenly tribulation. If we want to come here, we have to use devil cores and refine them into special pendants that can conceal our aura from the heavenly Taos. Last time, the sacred daughter secretly slipped away to gain experience, and she brought back tens of thousands of those cores. With these cores, our original devil race can enter this world. As long as we don't release our full strength, which would reveal the mark on our foreheads, people won't be able to recognize us. This time, many of us have been sent out to search for the heaven netherworld soul replenishment roots, but devil cores can only conceal the auras of Shantian experts and below. It does not affect sea expansion experts. Without the support of those stronger experts, there's no way we can take such medicine by force. That's why I came up with the plan to get rid of the woman that was living here and take her place. I pretended to be her, hoping that I could subdue one of the 3 great families' junior masters, also that I can obtain the heaven netherworld soul replenishing roots. Her face suddenly began to change. She didn't move, but she transformed into a completely different person, one who was even more beautiful and moving. This is our race's innate skill. We can change our appearance at will, she explained upon seeing Long Chen's shock. Are all your devil race's women so beautiful? Asked Long Chen. Hehe, haven't you already seen the most beautiful one? The sacred daughter is publicly acclaimed as our devil race's #1 beauty, she laughed. Long Chen nodded. Yu Xiaochen's face had truly reached a flawless level. That was especially true of her charm, which seemed to exude from deep within her. It was a beauty that could not be refused, one that could steal away a person's soul. There's no need for you to go looking for the heaven netherworld soul replenishing roots. I have some here, said Long Chen. That was a 6th-tier medicinal ingredient, and with Long Chen's character, how could he not have prepared it? Really, excellent. Then the sacred daughter won't have to suffer the pain of her soul being devoured anymore, cried the woman. Tears streamed out of her eyes. Does your devil race have any alchemists that can refine the medicine for you? No, we are cursed by the world and only possess our core energy. None of the elemental energy in the world can be used by us. This world really must be sick. Long Chen shook his head, feeling sympathy for them. Yu Xiaochen's entire race was cursed. But Long Chen wasn't cursed, and yet the heavenly Taos always wanted his life. If the heaven netherworld soul replenishing roots were to be consumed on their own, they wouldn't have that great of an effect and would act very slowly. I'll refine a few medicinal pills that will cure Xiaochen for you to bring back. Oh, and another thing, if you trust me, let me examine your body, said Long Chen. She blushed but she nodded. Of course I trust senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Xiao Dai will listen to your instructions. Hey, wait, I don't need you to take off your clothes for the examination. Just let my spiritual yuan circulate through your body for a moment. Long Chen hastily waved his hand. He placed his arm on her back. His spiritual yuan flowed into her. He had to learn more about the devil race's cultivation method to be able to help use Xiaochen better. As he examined her body, Long Chen was shocked to find that there was a strange energy in Xiao Dai's dantian. This was an energy Long Chen had never seen before. It was not spiritual qi, and it was not spiritual yuan. It was completely different from any other energy in this world. That is our core energy. It's completely different from the energy that you cultivate, explained Xiao Dai. Long Chen nodded, and going through her body structure, he gained a fundamental understanding of her spiritual fluctuation. Other than that core energy being different, everything else was similar to a human. There would be no problem consuming a medicinal pill. You should rest and take care of yourself for the next few days. I'll add a few ingredients to refine the Heavenly Star Soul Replenishing Pill and also refine a few other pills for you to bring to Yu Xiaochen. After saying that, Long Chen directly returned to the Fang family. Entering a private room, he locked the door and hastily took out the ingredients for the Heavenly Star Soul Replenishing Pill. This was a 6th tier pill, and its difficulty was middling for its tier. It was still a bit difficult for the current Long Chen to refine it. But that was fine. With the assistance of an earth flame, it was no problem. Currently, Huo Long was looking after a group of beast flames and rapidly growing. Now that Long Chen summoned it to refine pills, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Because Long Chen's mind was connected to Huo Long's, their cooperation was seamless. Bang! Less than 6 hours later, a furnace of Heavenly Star Soul Replenishing Pills was completed. Other than one 8-ring pill, the rest all had 9 rings. How regretful. The medicinal ingredients don't possess enough spirituality, or with Huo Long's strength, I could even refine top-grade pills, sighed Long Chen. With Huo Long's assistance, Long Chen's refinement had been extremely relaxed and easy. Most importantly, Huo Long possessed its own spirit. The second time, Long Chen didn't even need to control it. Huo Long was able to refine on its own, causing Long Chen to be incomparably excited. Huo Long, try it by yourself. Long Chen directly stopped doing anything at all. Huo Long turned into a 3-meter-long flame dragon and wrapped around the pill furnace. The flame control was exactly the same as when he had controlled it. Bang! When the furnace lid popped open, Long Chen saw that they all had 7 rings. Although it wasn't the same level as when he had refined them personally, this was already shocking enough. Huo Long, you really are amazing. Long Chen laughed. Having obtained this praise, Huo Long excitedly wrapped around Long Chen's body. Haha, you can actually control the temperature on your own. In the future, you can help me refine pills when you're bored. Long Chen gently rubbed Huo Long's head, filled with delight. Now he had a truly reliable helper. Help me refine pills in the primal chaos space. I have some other things I have to do. Long Chen placed Huo Long, the pill furnace, and the medicinal ingredients into the primal chaos space. Now he would have a steady supply of pills even without doing anything. Xiao Dai said that Yu Xiaochen has also reached the late Shantian realm. I should refine her a few Bloodbattle C expansion pills. Long Chen suddenly took out a fist-sized, blood-colored fruit. That was the Bloodbattle vermilion fruit. But it was not the same fruit that he had obtained in the Chaos region. That one had been turned into a seed and given birth to a large tree filled with such fruits. It went without saying that the primal chaos space was too heaven-defying. No matter what seed it was, no matter what kind of living environment the plant needed, it would grow rapidly. Currently, there were 7 medicinal fields near the center of the primal chaos space. Those corresponded to 1st tier to 7th tier ingredients. Although 1st tier ingredients weren't very useful, there were some higher tier medicinal pills that required the assistance of some low tier ingredients to neutralize certain medicinal properties. An incense stick's worth of time later, there were now over 100 freshly picked medicinal ingredients around Long Chen. Such fresh ingredients contained the densest energy. Long Chen called Huo Long out of the primal chaos space to refine these ingredients to powder, and then began refining the Bloodbattle C expansion pill. This was also a 6th tier pill, but it was the peak of mid-6th tier pill. It was extremely difficult. Even with Long Chen's abilities, he failed at the final moments of the refinement in his first try. But he didn't get discouraged. He had as many ingredients as he needed. Without even taking a break, he tried again. That was the confidence that came with being a pro. The second time, he succeeded, but it was not ideal. Out of 9 pills, 2 of them were trash, 3 had no rings, and out of the remaining 4, the best one only had 3 rings. It really is worthy of being the peak of mid-6th tier pills. This level of difficulty is truly abnormal, muttered Long Chen before continuing to practice his refinement. After 7 tries, he finally refined a 9-ring Heavenly Star Soul Replenishment pill. This 9-ring pill was for Yu Xiaochen, and the other 50-something pills would be given to Xiao Dai for others. As for his own people, there was no rush. Long Chen's spiritual strength grew with his cultivation base. And the stronger his spiritual strength, the higher quality the pills he could refine. Furthermore, the Dragonblood Legion was still at the early Shantian realm, and there was still quite a bit of time before they attacked the Sea Expansion realm. After tidying up, Long Chen left the room. Only then did he realize he had spent 2 days refining pills. It was already noon on the 3rd day. He hastily rushed toward the House of Pleasures. But he had only just left his residence when he saw a gloomy-faced Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo. Fang Chong said, "Long San, something's happened. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description."